Chapter 501. The Ceremony of Coming of Age. It may sound bad, but it is the truth, Zhao Rushi said, unconvinced. Zhu was helpless. Are you really not going to marry and stay an old maid for the rest of your life? Not to mention the lonely pillow and cold quilt. No one will care about you when you are old. Just the gossips and rumors of the world are unbearable. Zhao Rushi scratched her cheek. It's not that I don't want to marry. It's too early now. I'm only 15 years old. Seeing that Zhu was about to speak, she quickly raised her hand and swore, wait until I'm 18. I promise to marry myself off before I turn 18. Okay? Anyway, it's just a procrastination tactic. Mrs. Zhu didn't want to talk to her about this topic anymore. She would get mad at her in the end. She said unhappily, then what do you think about the coming-of-age ceremony? Zhao Rushi fell on her shoulders, hugged her arms, and said coquettishly, Mom, I really don't have the time or energy to deal with this. I'd rather write 10 articles than talk nonsense with others with a smiling face. It's exhausting. Mrs. Zhu sighed. Zhao Rushi was tired. And she was even more tired. To arrange a banquet, she had to start working half a month in advance. Besides, we have separated from the third branch and signed a severance agreement. If we hold a banquet, we definitely cannot invite them. If they don't come, we'll have no choice but to put our faces in front of them. If they don't come, others will inevitably ask about it. And then our family affairs will become the topic of conversation in the capital. Zhu's face changed. Zhao Yuankuan hated Zhao Rushi and Sweeping Marquis' mansion to the core. Zhao Rushi and Sweeping Marquis' life was not going well, and he was satisfied. With his character, he would definitely make a fuss about Zhao Rushi's coming-of-age ceremony to affect Zhao Rushi's reputation. Zhao Rushi had to talk about marriage after she came of age. If a bad reputation spread at this time, it would affect her marriage. After thinking about it, she said, but we can't give up because of choking. Even if you don't hold a big banquet for your coming-of-age ceremony, you have to hold a small banquet. You have to invite people to be the main guest, the official, and the sponsor. The last time, I went to the Duke of Weigua's mansion to pay New Year's greetings. The old lady of the Duke of Weigua's mansion said that she would be the main guest for you. All the people who come here are trustworthy relatives and friends. Even if your uncle and aunt want to make trouble, they are not afraid of spreading it. Zhao Rushi has been in Dajin for a year, and she is not without common sense. She knows the importance and etiquette of the coming-of-age ceremony. The main guest must be a female elder with virtue. The old lady of the Duke of Weigua's mansion is a good person. Since she took the initiative to mention this matter, she must be invited to be the main guest. In addition, Xiao Ruodong also greeted her and said that she must come to the coming-of-age ceremony. Xiao Ryu also told her last time that when she has the coming-of-age ceremony, she will be the official. Princess Shangda valued her so much that it was inconvenient for her to come in person. But she would definitely send Madame Cui. The coming-of-age ceremony was such an important event for her, and her master and senior brothers would not fail to express their gratitude. Thinking of this, she said, then let's hold a small banquet. Okay, Mrs. Zhu said. Leave this to me. You don't have to worry about it. Zhao Rushi couldn't worry about it either, as she was busy every day. In the end, Mrs. Zhu asked the silk and jewelry shops to come to Zhao Rushi's house to measure the clothes and jewelry. After dinner, Zhao Rushi took some time to measure, and then went back to do her homework. Those who wanted to come to attend the coming-of-age ceremony also greeted her in advance. Zhao Rushi went home to tell Zhu. And then Zhao Yuanquan and Zhu sent invitations to invite them. In the end, the old lady of the Duke of Weigua's mansion was decided to be the main guest. Zhao Ryu was the official, and Xiao Ruodong was the sponsor. Xiao Ruodong was willing to help her good sister with the coming-of-age ceremony. But considering her divorce status, she declined and said that she would only go to watch the ceremony. But since Zhao Rushi came to Dajin, Xiao Ruodong was the only good sister she made. She didn't care about these things and insisted that Xiao Ruodong be the sponsor. The old lady of the Duke of Weigua mansion was a blessed person, and Xiao Ruodong being a sponsor didn't affect anything. Zhao Rushi insisted, and Xiao Ruodong also valued their friendship. So she finally agreed. The busy time passed quickly, and Zhao Rushi's coming-of-age ceremony finally arrived. The old lady of the Duke of Weigua mansion brought 2 daughters-in-law and 3 granddaughters. The 2 uncles and aunts of the Zhu mansion also brought their daughters, Zhao Ryu and Zhao Ruju, as well as the newly married Zhao Ruxin. All came back with their husbands and children. Xiao Ruodong was naturally indispensable. and the Su family of 4 and Zhao Yueliang's family also came. In addition, Kong Sherlin and 3 senior brothers were also accompanied by Zhao Yuanxuan to watch the ceremony. After Zhao Rushi bathed and changed her clothes, she sat in the east room. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu welcomed the guests in and began the complicated ceremony of coming of age. The old lady of the Duke of Wei walked in front of Zhao Rushi and chanted a blessing. On the auspicious day of the month, you will wear the first clothes, abandon your childhood ambitions, and follow your virtues. May you live a long and healthy life and enjoy great fortune. She took the comb from the plate held by Zhao Ruyu and began to comb Zhao Rushi's hair and put on the hairpin. After putting on the hairpin, Zhao Ruodong stepped forward to help with the hairpin. Zhao Rushi bowed in return, took the skirt from Zhao Ruyu, and changed into it in the east room. At this time, a servant ran to Zhu and whispered a few words. Zhu's face suddenly changed, and she told Madame Ruan a few words, and Madame Ruan hurried out. As expected, Su was standing outside the gate of Sweeping Marquis' mansion. Su was no longer as lively and beautiful as before. She was very thin, with a haggard face and a tired look. Before Nani Ruan came out, she stood leaning against the maid. When she saw someone coming out of the door, she stood up straight immediately. "What is the matter with Madame Zhao San?" Nani Ruan asked. The two families had severed their relationship, so she added a surname before the address to show her distance. Su was not surprised to see that it was Nani Ruan who came out. She smiled tiredly. "Today is sister she's coming of age ceremony. I came to watch the ceremony. But why do I remember that our two families have severed their relationship?" Nani Ruan looked at her with a half smile. Su sighed, with a worried look on her face. "That's just the men acting on impulse. The blood relationship cannot be severed. Sister, she is coming of age. And as her aunt, I must come to attend no matter what." Nani Ruan looked at her steadily, turned sideways and gestured, "Madame Zhao San, please come in." Su was quite surprised. She thought that the Sweeping Marquis' mansion would definitely not let her in. According to Zhao Yuanquan's expectation, she had to make a big scene at the door to ruin Zhao Rushi's reputation and affect Zhao Rushi's coming-of-age ceremony. Judging from the time, this is the time for Zhao Rushi to thank her parents for raising her. If Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu come out to deal with this matter, Zhao Rushi's coming-of-age ceremony will be affected, and the guests will also discuss it. Unexpectedly, the Sweeping Marquis' mansion did not stop her from entering the door. She entered the door and looked at the familiar scene with mixed feelings. She was about to continue walking forward after bypassing the screen wall, when suddenly several strong maids rushed out from the side and directly captured the maids and servants brought by Su. Chapter 502 Sister-in-Law. "Save me." Su was shocked. "What are you doing?" Madame Ruan pointed at a few servants and said with a smile, "If Madame Zhao San wants to enjoy this kind of treatment, just shout. Anyway, this place is far from the main hall, and no one will hear you even if you shout your throat out. The Sweeping Marquis' mansion is large, and the front is the outer courtyard used as a study and guest room. To get to the main hall, you need to walk through a long corridor. No matter how much Su makes a fuss here, the people inside can't hear it." Su's expression changed again and again, and finally sighed, "Why bother? I didn't come here to cause trouble. The third master forced me to come. I had no choice. I just came to go through the motions." Madame Ruan didn't believe her, and pointed to a road ahead and said, "Then Madame Zhao San should go to the guest house and sit for a while. After the girl's coming-of-age ceremony is over, Madame Zhao San can go back." "Okay." Su nodded readily. She didn't need Madame Ruan to urge her, and walked straight to that road, saying as she walked, "But I want to see the First Lady. After the ceremonies, can I see her?" Madame Ruan waved her hand and asked the maids to follow Su's maids. Then she responded to Su, "I can't make the decision, but I will report to the lady." Su didn't say anything else and followed Madame Ruan to a remote guest house. It was far from the main road. Even if the guests left Sweeping Marquis' mansion after the ceremonies, Su couldn't run to the road to cause trouble. At the end of the main hall, Zhao Rushi changed into a skirt and came out, and bowed to her parents, thanking them for raising her. The old lady of the Duke of Weiguo's mansion washed her hands again and began the second ceremony. She took the hairpin from Zhao Ruyu's plate and chanted loudly, "In an auspicious month and a good day, I will dress you. I respect your dignity and virtue. May you live a long life and receive blessings forever." She walked to Zhao Rushi, took off her hairpin and put on the hairpin. Zhao Ruodong stepped forward and symbolically straightened the hairpin. Zhao Rushi stood up and bowed, then went back to the east room to change into a long gown that matched the hairpin on her head. She came out to thank Kong Sherlin and Madame Cui for their guidance. The old lady of the Duke of Wei mansion washed her hands again, removed Zhao Rushi's hairpins, and put on a hairpin crown. Zhao Rushi went to the east room to change into a long dress with large sleeves. She bowed to the palace to express her gratitude. At this time, the coming-of-age ceremony had not yet ended, and there were still toasts, parents' bestowal of characters, and instructions. Although etiquette stipulates that parents bestow characters, Kong Sherlin had already bestowed characters on Zhao Rushi. And once a teacher, a father for life, Kong Sherlin was highly respected and had a great favor to Zhao Rushi. So Zhao Yuanxuan asked Kong Sherlin to bestow characters on Zhao Rushi. And Kong Sherlin wrote down Ji Wei. 2 words. After watching the ceremony, Zhao Yuanxuan took the male guests to the side hall and hosted a banquet for them. Today happened to be a day off, but Wu Huai Temple and Gongcheng Yamen had things to do, so he took time out to come here today. He didn't eat and left first. Wu Zong stayed with his master in Sui Bingbo's mansion. The female guests were greeted by the old lady and Zhu and entered the inner courtyard and had dinner in the hall of the inner courtyard. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Zhu asked someone to move all the gifts into Zhao Rushi's wing room and told him, "You should register all these gifts and lock them in the warehouse and safe." "Okay, mother," Zhao Rushi said excitedly. Although it takes time, she still likes opening gifts. Itsue stayed aside for a long time, listening to Yanjiang reading the gift list, Zhao Rushi looking at the actual items, Qifeng registering them, and estimating the price of the gifts one by one. After that, she couldn't help but smack her lips and said to Zhao Rushi, "Miss, these gifts add up to tens of thousands of taels of silver. No wonder rich people love to hold banquets so much. Although banquets also need to be held to entertain guests. Chickens, ducks, fish and meat are all sent from the farm, even if some expensive ingredients are bought, plus various expenses. It will not cost more than 1,000 taels of silver. Receiving one gift will make you back your investment. All the others are all profitable." After hearing this childish remark, Aunt Yuan couldn't help laughing. It's true that holding a banquet and receiving gifts can make money. But you haven't counted the gifts we give out when we attend other people's banquets? She pointed at the book in Qingfeng's hand. Why do you want to make a book? One is to know how many valuable things you have, so that people won't steal them without knowing it. The other is to remember the debts of favor. The gifts that the girl received will be returned in the future. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about the Duke of Wei's mansion. Every year, the Duke of Wei's mansion's old lady celebrates her birthday, as well as weddings, funerals, and various banquets. I don't know how many gifts the lady gives out. What they gave this time is just a part of it, and our mansion is still losing money. Then our old lady. The lady can also hold a birthday banquet, Itsue said. Madame Yuan sighed. Our mansion can't compare with them. So the gifts we gave were expensive, and the gifts they gave back were ordinary, which is in line with our status. The gifts they gave this time were more expensive. Why do you think so? They just think our girl is promising and might be respected more than them in the future. They are just starting to stir up trouble now. When these words were said, not only Itsue and Yinjiang, the 2 maids, but even Qin Feng was shocked. But it seemed normal. Isn't that how things are? The Duke of Wei's mansion is still good. Some people are even more powerful. Praising the powerful and trampling on the weak is the norm in the circle of the powerful. Zhao Rushi smiled and said, "It's not always like that. At least my master, senior brother, sister Ruodong, and the Su family. My 2 sisters and my uncle's family are not like this." "That's right," Madame Yuan said quickly. "These people really love the girl and hope that the girl will be well. The gift they gave are all sincere." In the guest house, Zhu sat opposite Su and looked at Su in shock. "Are you serious? Is he really so cruel?" Su couldn't help crying. "I didn't expect it. I have slept with him for more than 10 years. In the past, he pretended to be affectionate and coaxed me to give him money to run for him. If the money is not enough, I will go back to my parents' home to ask for more. We still have a pair of children. I didn't expect that he would be so heartless and want to kill me just to give my dowry." She covered her mouth with a handkerchief to prevent herself from crying out loud. "If it wasn't for Nani's-san reminding me, I really wouldn't know how I died." Zhu and Nani's-san, who was standing behind Su, exchanged a glance. Nanny's son was Sue's companion, and was very loyal to Sue. Zhu naturally couldn't bribe Nanny's son directly, but this did not prevent her from finding Nanny's son alone when the family was divided, and giving her a shot of precaution, asking her to pay attention to Zhao Yuanquan, to prevent him from becoming an official with a high position, disliking Sue, and using tricks on Sue. Nanny's son was loyal to Sue, and knew Zhu's character well. Even if there was a conflict between the two families, Zhu would not say this for no reason. So she listened to this, and carefully guarded against Zhao Yuanquan after the family was divided. Chapter 503 Treat people with their own way. Otherwise, she would not have reminded Sue to be prepared for danger in times of peace, and would not have discovered the despicable means that Zhao Yuanquan was doing now. Zhao Yuanquan actually tempted Sue to take a concubine and let Sue's personal maid poison her. Madame Sun was always alert and found that Sue was not in good health. She quickly checked and found the clues, thinking that Zhao Yuanquan's means were so vicious. Both the master and the servant were extremely frightened. They also knew that even if the Sue family knew about this, they could not deal with Zhao Yuanquan. They were also afraid that if they alerted the enemy, Zhao Yuanquan would kill Sue directly. If he really went crazy, it would not be difficult to make Sue fall into the pond and drown, or even make it look like she was hanged. Although they called some guards and maids from the Sue family, Zhao Yuanquan was the head of the mansion and Sue's husband. He said he wanted to sleep with Sue, so he kept these people away, and they could do nothing about it. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Sue did not alert the personal maid, but quietly poured out the medicine. Sometimes the maid kept a close eye on her. She also knew that this thing was a chronic poison and would not kill her in a short time. If there was no change in her body, Zhao Yuanquan would be suspicious. But he drank the soup with the medicine added. She knew that Zhao Rushi's coming-of-age ceremony was coming soon, and she wanted to delay it until that day. Zhao Yuanquan would definitely force her to make trouble. Today, she took the opportunity to go to Sweeping Marquis's mansion to ask Zhu for help. Sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. I was very wrong. I shouldn't have gone against you. I'm sorry for you and Shijier. She grabbed Zhu's hand and cried. Please save my life for the sake of our more than 10 years of sisters-in-law, and for the sake of Ninger and Shanjier. As she said this, Sue knelt down in front of Zhu. Zhu was also full of complicated feelings when she saw Sue like this. No matter how many conflicts there were in the past, they had been together for more than 10 years. She couldn't watch Sue die. Moreover, according to Zhao Yuanquan's crazy appearance, once Sue died, he would become a son-in-law of a certain family and gain power. And he would definitely come to take revenge on Sweeping Marquis's mansion and Zhao Rushi as soon as possible. She couldn't let this poisonous snake spy on the Marquis's mansion and her daughter, and get bitten unexpectedly. You get up first. She helped Sue up and said to the servants, You all go out. After everyone went out, Kaidai and the others guarded every place to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. And then Zhu said to Sue, Sister-in-law, tell me, how can we save you? Sue was stunned, raised her head and looked at Zhu. And then the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. Yes, how can Sweeping Marquis's mansion save her? Not to mention that the two mansions had long severed their relationship. Even if they had not severed it, they had separated, and the mother-in-law and the eldest brother-in-law could no longer control them. What effect can they have by talking and persuading her? It will only accelerate her death. Is there no way out? Sue's tears fell, and she cried, Let alone I am unwilling. My children are still so young. If the new couple comes in, they will have no choice but to die. She knelt down again and kowtowed to Zhu several times. Sister-in-law, please save me. Please save me. Zhu sighed and reached out to pull her. You get up first. Even if I want to save you, I can't say it. Sue stood up quickly, holding back tears, looking at Zhu expectantly. Zhu sat back, not looking at Sue, and said softly, The only one who can save you is you. It depends on whether you are ruthless enough. Sue looked at Zhu in confusion. Zhu did not say anything, but took the teacup beside her and drank 2 sips of tea. Sue's eyes widened suddenly. You mean, to give him a taste of his own medicine? Zhu half closed her eyes. I didn't say anything. You said it all yourself? Sue said nothing more, frowning and thinking. After a long time, she raised her eyes and said, I know what to do. Then you should go back quickly. The guests have all left, and you are still here. I am afraid you will be suspected. Zhu stood up. Sue bowed deeply to Zhu, said thank you, and left in a hurry. Zhu looked at Su's back disappearing at the gate and sighed softly. Back in the backyard. She went to the bamboo courtyard first, dismissed the servants, and quietly told Zhao Rushi about this. Zhao Rushi was shocked. She really didn't expect Zhu to give Su such an idea. She nodded gently to Zhu. I know. I won't tell my grandmother and father. Zhu nodded and touched Zhao Rushi's head. I knew that my sister she was very smart. She sighed softly. Don't blame me and your third aunt for being too cruel. He is a disaster. A madman. Cruel and insane. If we don't deal with him, he will be bad for our family sooner or later. He can kill your third aunt now. When he gets the upper hand, he will kill our whole family. Even for you and Tiger. I can't just sit there and watch. I understand. Mother. I know. Zhao Rushi said. She didn't think Zhu and Su were wrong. If it were her, she would also give Su such advice. Some things, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Zhao Yuankuan could poison Su, who had slept with him for more than 10 years, was devoted to him, and gave birth to his children. This man has completely lost his humanity. If such a person is not removed, the harm will be great. Su will also die because of this. If Su dies, it will be difficult for Zhao Jingning and Zhao Rushan to survive in the hands of their stepmother. These are 3 lives. Zhao Yuankuan has gained power. And the first person he will deal with is probably her niece, who has caused him to be unable to become an official for his whole life. As well as the old lady and Zhao Yuanshuan, who have suppressed him for more than 10 years, and prevented him from making a name for himself. The entire first house will be ruined. Some people may say that if someone harms you, you cannot harm him, but should report to the authorities, and let the law punish him and punish him. But this is ancient times. Human feelings are more important than anything else. If Su reported the case to the police, regardless of whether her evidence was conclusive, the head of the Zhao family would not sit idly by. He would not let the Zhao family produce a murderer and affect the reputation of the entire family. In public and private, he must protect Zhao Yuankuan. Zhao Yuanshuan will also be pushed to the forefront. He is now an official, and he works in the Dali Temple, so he has certain abilities. If he ignores this matter, people in the whole capital will think he is cold-blooded. No one wants to associate with such a person who watches his own brother go to jail. But if Zhao Yuanshuan went around to defend Zhao Yuankuan, some people would say that as an official of the Dali Temple, he could not enforce the law impartially, and he protected his murderer brother for the sake of family affection. Such a person is not worthy of being an official, especially an official of the Dali Temple. Even if the emperor wants to protect their family, he cannot help but remove Zhao Yuanshuan from his official position with such remarks. Zhang Changshan would not tolerate such a person serving as an official under him. In short, he is not a good person, will be stuck in the mud, and will also affect the reputation of the entire Sweeping Marquis mansion. Chapter 504 Setting up a scheme. So, whether for the Su family or for the first wife, they cannot be soft-hearted. Thinking of this, she whispered to Zhu, Mom, do we have anyone in the third wife? If necessary, we can help Aunt San. If Aunt San fails, we will be implicated. This matter can only succeed, not fail. Zhu nodded, don't worry. Not only me. Your grandmother and your father have also planted people in the third wife. She touched Zhao Rushi's head, her words full of relief. Fortunately, you reminded us at the beginning, and we prepared for the rainy day. We have planted many people in the third room. How much thought and cost were spent at the beginning. And now it is worth it. Although the old lady and Zhu's experience in fighting in the house is much richer than Zhao Rushi. When they used all means to deal with Wei, Zhao Rushi still reminded, even if you help, you can't let Aunt San know. Don't leave any handle in other people's hands. I understand, Zhu said. She patted Zhao Rushi's hand. Don't worry. Just concentrate on your studies. You don't have to worry about these. Zhao Rushi nodded. Zhao Rushi really didn't worry about it. After she said she didn't have to worry about it, she couldn't worry about it either. After the coming-of-age ceremony, she resumed her life of studying hard. Zhao Yuankuan poisoned Su, and she didn't know when she would die if she drank the medicine. If Zhao Yuankuan found out and alerted her, she would be finished. In terms of means and character, she was no match for Zhao Yuankuan, so he had to strike first. Zhao Yuankuan was originally in Sweeping Marquis' mansion. In order to win over Su, and to prevent his own backyard from leaking out, and to prevent the old lady and Zhu from making trouble in his backyard, He pretended to be affectionate to Sue, and did not take a concubine. After the family split, and he became an official, he looked down on Sue even more. But if he really wanted to get rid of Sue, he couldn't do it without reason and without a smooth sailing. So he bought 2 very beautiful women from the traffickers as concubines. And then they all lived in their rooms. He knew that it was terrible when women got jealous. He deliberately treated Sue coldly and indulged his concubines, causing the 2 concubines to become arrogant in the mansion. Sue looked weak on the outside, but she was very calculating. She couldn't bear to see the 2 concubines showing off in front of her, especially since the concubines were favored and gave birth to sons. So she and her son would no longer have a place to stand in the mansion. So the 2 sides had to fight. Once the fight started, the maid would instigate, and the concubines would have to do something to Sue. He could also secretly poison Sue. When Sue was poisoned to death, the most reckless of the 2 concubines would be the best scapegoat. The reasons were all ready. She wanted to ascend to the throne and become the legal wife. So she poisoned the legal wife. He himself had other intentions. So he was not at ease to leave the whole family to Sue. Taking advantage of the time when he needed to add servants to his concubines, he personally bought servants. The maids, old women, and cooks used by the 2 concubines were all bought by him later. When Sue was in Sweeping Marquis's mansion, she had to compete with the old lady and Zhu. So she received a lot of teachings from Zhao Yuanquan. Although she looks weak and incompetent, she is actually a resourceful person. When Zhao Yuanquan bought servants, not only did Zhu take the opportunity to plant people among them, but Sue also made some moves. Sue didn't know the real intention of Zhao Yuanquan taking a concubine, but the couple is worthy of being a couple, and they think the same way. She also planned to use this concubine as a weapon. After planning for a few days, she asked someone to secretly buy medicine outside and put it in Zhao Yuanquan's midnight snack. Zhao Yuanquan had a strong taste for food, and liked oily, salty, sour and spicy food. His midnight snack was a bowl of sour and spicy noodles made by the cook. Sue had someone put enough medicine in his bowl, but he didn't notice it. That night, Zhao Yuanquan stayed with a concubine named Wu Mei. Wu Mei was the daughter of a criminal official whom Zhao Yuanquan bought from a human trafficker. Her father was a minor official, and her mother was from a brothel. She was beautiful and could read a few words, but she learned the skills of jealousy from her mother. Knowing that Sue was a merchant's daughter, Wu Mei looked down on Sue from the bottom of her heart. In addition, Zhao Yuanquan deliberately guided her to feel that she could take the throne as long as Sue died. So she regarded Sue as a thorn in her side. Sue chose her to set up this scheme, and Wu Mei deserved it. Sue wanted to forge the cause of Zhao Yuanquan's death, so she mixed poison and aphrodisiac together and put them in Zhao Yuanquan's bowl, while Aunt Wu only put aphrodisiac in her bowl. The 2 of them started to act recklessly after having supper. Zhao Yuanquan found something wrong not long after he went to bed. He wanted to ask someone to find a doctor, but no one was outside after he called for a long time. He wanted to open the door, but found it was locked from the outside, and he gradually lost consciousness. When Zhao Yuanquan died in bed, Aunt Wu had already fainted and was only breathing. In Aunt Wu's yard, there were 4 maids besides a rough servant. When the incident happened, the 2 maids who were not on duty went back to the servants' room to sleep, leaving only 2 maids guarding outside. Of the 2 on duty, one was a person planted by Sue, named Chuntao. The other was a very timid and honest person named Xiaoli. When the incident happened, she was given a little drug and fell asleep. Sue's people had been watching and went in to check. They found that Zhao Yuanquan was indeed dead, and Aunt Wu had also passed away. So they went to report to Sue. Sue asked someone to take away the bowl with the medicine and replace it with 2 bowls with only soup base left without medicine, and wiped off the traces of the medicine. She asked someone to go into the room again and wipe off all traces, and then left with the door half closed, in order to facilitate the servants to serve. The master's room was always left with the door half closed. The next morning, 2 maids who were not on duty came to serve. Seeing that the master and Aunt Wu did not get up at noon, they bravely pushed the door. As a result, they saw the situation in the room, screamed, and hurriedly crawled to report to Sue. Sue brought people in, took a look inside the house, and then asked people to guard the yard and bring up the maids, who were on duty last night for interrogation. Chuntao and Xiaoli went back to sleep when the other 2 maids came to change their shifts. When Xiaoli was brought up, she was still in a daze. When she heard that the master and Aunt Wu were dead, and they were going to be held accountable. She was suddenly shocked awake. I don't know anything. It's just that. Aunt Wu asked me to buy a medicine yesterday. She didn't say what it was, but just wrote it on paper, and asked me to buy it at Yuchenfang. Last night, the master and Aunt Wu had supper, and they were tossing around in the room. Later, there was no movement. I didn't hear them calling for water, so I didn't dare to go into the room to serve them. Chanao said. After that, she gave Xiaoli a look. Chapter 505. Cannot report to the police. Xiaoli is younger, and is close to Chun Tao. She always follows Chun Tao's lead. At this moment, she quickly echoed Chun Tao's words. Yes. That's what Sister Chun Tao said. Chun Tao just told her not to tell her about falling asleep last night. She also knew that these masters always like to find scapegoats. If something goes wrong, she and Chun Tao will be beaten to death. The other two who were not on duty last night were also interrogated. They naturally said they knew nothing. They only talked about how they found out about the master's death in the morning. Sue was crying while she was interrogating people. At this moment, she resisted her grief and said, "Mammy, I think we should report it to the authorities." "Madam, this, in my opinion, the master's death is not glorious. If we report it to the authorities and spread it, it will be bad. Otherwise, how about reporting it to the clan leader and the uncle first and letting them make the decision?" Mammy-san suggested. Sue has always given people the impression of being incompetent, weak, and without a strong opinion. She cried and nodded hoarsely. "Okay." As soon as the person she sent left, the housekeeper hurried in. Before the family was divided, Zhao Yuankun was afraid that the housekeeper assigned to him by the mansion would be the old lady and Zhu's people. So he instigated Sue to make trouble with the old lady and Zhu, and insisted on promoting one of her companions to be the housekeeper. After the family was divided, that person became the housekeeper directly. As soon as the family was divided, Zhao Yuankun was busy running for an official position. And after becoming an official, he was busy climbing up the ladder. And he had no time to take care of the family. So he didn't bother to change the housekeeper. When Zhao Yuankun was beaten with a stick and Sue went to the alley to make trouble, the housekeeper was Sue's companion. Later, Zhao Yuankun was lying in bed, recovering from his injuries, thinking about his way out. And he changed the housekeeper as soon as possible. Now the housekeeper is Zhao Yuankun's former follower, and is still very loyal to him. He is about the same age as Zhao Yuankun, and has already married and had children. Last night, his son got an acute illness. After receiving the news, he hurried back to the servant's room at the back to watch over his son. At dawn, his son's fever subsided, and he fell asleep in a daze. He hurried over after receiving the news. "Madam, what's going on?" "I heard from the servant that the master," he asked hurriedly without even catching his breath. Sue's eyes were swollen from crying, and her throat was hoarse, and she couldn't speak. She just pointed into the room. The housekeeper looked back and motioned to the servant who followed him, saying, "Come in with me." First, to give him courage, and second, to be a witness. The two entered the room together. Sue and Nani's son were nervous, afraid that the two would see something, although they asked the Sue family's guards to wipe away all the traces. But they were always worried that something might go wrong. In fact, they didn't know that after the Sue family's guards wiped away the traces, Zhu sent her confidant to wipe them away for her, because she was worried that Zhao Yuankun still had brotherly feelings for Zhao Yuankun. Zhu didn't tell anyone except Zhao Rushi about this matter. Even the old lady didn't know. The confidant she sent was also her companion. The three housekeepers went in for a while and came out, their faces extremely ugly. Zhao Yuankun's body was naked and in an awkward position. The same was true for Aunt Wu. The bodies of the two were already cold. "Madam, what's going on?" The housekeeper looked at Sue and asked. Sue cried and pointed in the direction of several maids. The 4 maids were still kneeling on the ground. Nani's son said for her. Chun Tao said that Aunt Wu had asked her to go to the brothel to buy aphrodisiac for her. Housekeeper. He couldn't say a word of questioning. He knew that Wu's mother was from a brothel. The master didn't like women very much. But for some reason, he was still very fond of Wu, which made Wu's heart grow bigger and bigger. He also knew, if Wu used such a despicable means to consolidate her favor, and then there was a mistake in the process of using the medicine, causing the master to have a stroke and die on a woman. This would also make sense. If he questioned the lady again, it seemed inappropriate. He was silent for a while and asked, "Madam, what should we do next?" Sue finally stopped crying and said hoarsely, "I have asked someone to report to the clan leader and the uncle." The housekeeper frowned. "Madam, we can't let the master go so disgracefully. How about sending someone in to clean up?" the housekeeper said. "This?" Sue hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "No." The master went so unclearly. "Maybe the clan leader and the uncle would report to the police. Although I am a woman, I also understand that if I want to report to the police, it is best not to move anything at the scene." She raised her red and swollen eyes and looked at the housekeeper. "You don't want your master to die in obscurity, do you?" Although the housekeeper sent people to clean up and the traces would be wiped out again. But when the clan leader and Zhao Yuanxuan came, they might focus on the suspected cause of Zhao Yuanxuan's death and insist on reporting to the police. But if it is left as it is, when they come and see the scene, their first reaction will be to cover it up and not let the family scandal be exposed. Instead, they will try their best to suppress the matter and not want to report to the police. So the scene cannot be moved no matter what. The housekeeper was asked by Sue, and it was difficult to say anything. The last doubts about Sue also dissipated. If the master died strangely, Sue would have something to hide, and she would definitely want them to clean up the master. Now she insisted on reporting to the police. It seemed that the master's death was indeed an accident and had nothing to do with the lady. Several people waited patiently for a while, and the clan leader and Zhao Yuanxuan hurried over. The clan leader lived in a house not far away from Zhao Yuanxuan, and it was not a deep house, so it was convenient to call him. So he came first. Zhao Yuanxuan had already gone to the government office. The servants had to report to the Swaping Marquis mansion first, and asked the Swaping Marquis mansion to send someone to the government office to call him back, which delayed the time for a long time. Zhu heard about this and went to the third room in advance. But it was naturally inconvenient for her to see the deceased. So she sat in the corridor with Sue and comforted her. When the clan leader came, he knew that Zhao Yuanxuan had died, and he had a stroke, and his face was quite ugly. He didn't want to take responsibility, so he didn't go in first, and waited until Zhao Yuanxuan arrived before following him in to take a look. Soon he came out and scolded Sue. "It's outrageous. Why don't you send someone in to clean up? You want this scandal to be known to everyone, right?" Sue repeated what he said to the housekeeper. The clan leader was a coward and irresponsible person. He turned to Zhao Yuanxuan and asked, "Yuanxuan, what do you think?" Without waiting for Zhao Yuanxuan to speak, he added, "If we report it to the authorities and spread it out, our entire Zhao family will be too ashamed to go out. You still have to go to the government tomorrow. If Yuanxuan's matter is spread out, your official position will be affected." After saying this, he made a firm decision. "No, we can't report it to the authorities." Chapter 506: The Peaceful Past. Zhao Yuanxuan's mood was extremely complicated. Although his two younger brothers were born out of wedlock, they were still his biological brothers. He was the crown prince, and he had always regarded his two younger brothers as his responsibility until he was young. Later, conflicts gradually arose, and they led to the separation of the family. He and Zhao Yuanxuan signed a severance document, but he still had feelings for his younger brother. Now seeing him die in such a way, he felt bad. Although Zhao Yuanxuan was a civil servant in the Dali Temple, he had been exposed to many files, and he knew more or less how to investigate cases. Although he didn't look closely, he intuitively felt that Zhao Yuanxuan's death was very abnormal. Zhu had slept with Zhao Yuanxuan for more than 10 years and knew him best. The two families had already severed their relationship, and the one who died was her brother-in-law. And the way he died was not glorious. She could have not come. She was just worried that Zhao Yuanxuan would take into account the brotherly feelings and make a wrong decision, which would make her and Sue's plan fail. Although she couldn't be blamed no matter how she investigated. Sue was not a good person, but she felt that someone like Zhao Yuanxuan was not worth her husband running around for. As a woman, she also sympathized with Sue. If she could help her, she would help. So she said before Zhao Yuanxuan could speak, "Yes. If this matter gets out, we will not only be ashamed to go out, but also lose our job as an official. And the marriages of the children in the whole family will be affected." Zhao Yuanxuan was still hesitating, but after hearing the last sentence, he immediately gave up the idea of reporting to the police. If the relationship between the two brothers was still good, he would not only care about the children, but also ignore his brother's grievances. But Zhao Yuanquan was such a disappointment to him. Because of such a person, the marriage of the children was affected. Especially his daughter Zhao Rushi was so promising. If Zhao Yuanquan was criticized and could never get married, Zhao Yuanquan felt that he would definitely vomit to death. He nodded and bowed to the clan leader. Grandpa Qi is right. If this matter spreads, not only will our clan be disgraced, but Yuanquan will also not benefit at all. In this case, just bury him directly. Sue's heart had already been in her throat. When she heard Zhao Yuanquan's words, her heart finally settled down. She suddenly felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away, and she couldn't even straighten her waist. However, she was not needed for the burial of Zhao Yuanquan and Aunt Wu. The housekeeper, the servant and 4 maids went in to burial Zhao Yuanquan and Aunt Wu respectively. She only needed to sit there and cry. Xu pretended to comfort her. Third sister-in-law. Don't be too sad. You still have Ningguo and Shanjier. For the sake of the 2 children, you have to support this family and take care of yourself. Su fell down and lay on Zhu's shoulder and cried, Sister-in-law, why is my life so miserable? My husband is gone. What shall I do in the future? She was not acting, but was really sad. She was sincere to Zhao Yuanquan. But in the end, Zhao Yuanquan wanted to kill her, forcing her to murder her husband. Now she is a widow. Her son is still young, and she is terrified to support the family alone. Mrs. Zhu patted her on the back. Although we signed the severance agreement, we are still a family, and we are not far away. In addition to our family, there are many other people in the clan. If you have any difficulties, just ask someone to find me or the clan leader. We will support you. Yes. The clan leader had to express his opinion after hearing what Zhu said. If you have any difficulties, just tell the clan. You still have Ningguo. Train him well, and when he grows up in a few years, your life will be better. In his opinion, Su has such a house, a rich dowry, no worries about food and clothing, and a son to rely on, although the 3rd house broke up with the 1st house. According to Zhao Yuanquan and Zhu's temperament, they would not stand idly by and watch the affairs of the 3rd house. Su is better than many people. There are widows and orphans in the clan, and their lives are really hard. Zhao Yuanquan has asked Lu Quan to invite a Taoist priest. In the afternoon, the 3rd house held a ceremony. The clan leader saw that the funeral was being handled in an orderly manner under the management of Zhao Yuanquan and his wife. So he returned to the clan. Although Zhao Yuanquan was beaten last time, he was young and strong. And after a period of recuperation, his body was no longer in danger. Except for a slight limp in his foot. There was no root cause of the disease. The clan leader knew that if he didn't explain the reason, the clan members would speculate and spread the news, which would make things worse, especially among the various connections Zhao Yuanquan had made outside. It was inevitable that there were not many true brothers. If they investigated and asked for an autopsy, nothing would be covered up. When he came back from the 3rd room, he called the heads of each family and announced Zhao Yuanquan's death. He also hinted at the cause of Zhao Yuanquan's death and told everyone not to spread the news, and not to tell the women and children in the family. This is related to the reputation of the entire Zhao family, so the clan members naturally won't say anything. Moreover, Zhao Yuanquan has recently changed his previous attitude of not being interested in women in order to make Su's death more natural, and has spoiled his 2 concubines to the sky. Now that he has gone too far and died in this way, everyone doesn't think it's abrupt and doesn't doubt anything. Especially Zhao Yuanquan did not raise any objections to Zhao Yuanquan's cause of death. Although everyone thinks Zhao Yuanquan is a bit incompetent and not as good at scheming as Zhao Yuanquan, but his character is recognized by everyone. The Taoist priests held a 3-day ceremony, and Zhao Yuanquan was buried. Wu Yinyang was naturally not qualified to be buried in the Zhao family's ancestral tomb. The clan leader hated her for causing the Zhao family to lose a young talent, and hinted to Su Shi, asking her to throw Wu Yinyang directly into the mass grave. Su Shi had a guilty conscience. Although Wu Yinyang was not a good person, she died because of her. So she still asked someone to make a thin coffin and choose a piece of land to bury Wu Yinyang properly. After that, the 3rd room performed rituals for a few days before the situation calmed down. Because Zhao Yuanquan's death was not glorious, his funeral was kept simple, and the clan members did not spread the news. Zhao Yuanquan never introduced the connections he had made outside to Su Shi, so that Su Shi could interact with their female relatives. Therefore, those people did not know about Zhao Yuanquan's death until 6 or 7 days after his death, when they did not see him walking around. They sent people to inquire about him, and found out about his death. These friends had nothing more than a relationship of interest with Zhao Yuanquan. They were friends with him because they saw that he was smart and capable, and would be successful in the future. Now that he was dead, they would not waste their money to investigate the cause of Zhao Yuanquan's death, and they would not meddle in other people's business. Therefore, most people just let it go after hearing about it, and would not investigate it further. There were 1 or 2 people who were very close to Zhao Yuanquan, so they sent people to inquire about the Zhao family. In the end, they got the news that he had a stroke, and everyone said the same thing. Although they had doubts and felt that Zhao Yuanquan couldn't have a stroke at such a young age, they had already been buried. So it was not an easy task to ask the government to open the coffin, and the responsibility they had to bear was extremely heavy. Chapter 507 System. I suggest you marry the 5th prince. They are not Zhao Yuanquan's parents or relatives, so it is impossible for them to do that for him. Think about it again. Zhao Yuanquan has no grudges with anyone, and his wife has always been weak and incompetent in Zhao Yuanquan's mouth. So it is impossible for her to murder her husband. No matter how you think about it, there is no reason for Zhao Yuanquan to be killed. If this is ruled out, it can only be an accidental death. Thinking of this, they gave up the idea. So the matter passed peacefully. Su rewarded the people who participated in this incident, promoted them to her confidence, and kept them by her side. Originally, when a wealthy family did this kind of thing, they would kill the people who knew about it, so as to avoid leaking the matter and leaving themselves with a big disaster. But Su was a weak woman after all. She killed Zhao Yuanquan and Aunt Wu because these 2 people forced her to have no way to live. And all those who participated in this incident were her confidants. She felt that they took risks to do things for her, and she couldn't be so conscienceless as to take their lives. She could only keep these people by her side and watch them carefully. Chen Tao and others were also very worried, fearing that they would be silenced. Later, seeing that Su had no such intention, everyone calmed down, and they were grateful to Su and more loyal to her. In the following days, the 3 rooms were peaceful, and their lives were more leisurely and comfortable than when Zhao Yuanquan was there. After a long time, seeing that no one had any other intentions, and that the matter was over, even if they reported it to the police, it would not cause any waves. Su finally put her mind at ease, and taught her son and daughter quietly. Zhao Rushi only heard Zhu mention all this. Hearing Zhu's vague words, she could guess that Su's methods against Zhao Yuanquan were mostly inappropriate for children. She did not ask any further questions. The busy days passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the provincial examination was about to come. Host, do you want me to find out the test questions for you? Zhao Rushi. No, she answered decisively, and then she began to educate him with great pain. Tong, I thought you were just poisoned by the remnants of feudal thinking, but I didn't expect that your values were so distorted. Let's just fight in the palace and the house to collect some information. After all, the points are also earned by my hard work, and this is the benefit of my time travel. But using this to steal questions is too much. Are we worthy of those students who have studied hard for 10 years? Do you know that you are cheating? Let's not talk about the distant past. Look at Su Chongwen. How hard he studied. Has he slept a full night's sleep in these years? And his classmates, whose families are so poor, don't even have thick clothes in the winter, but they still insist on practicing calligraphy with trembling hands. Balabala. The system was so annoyed by her nagging that it quickly stopped her. Stop. 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 I was wrong. Isn't it okay if I was wrong? I just felt sorry for you, because you've been working so hard during this period. I didn't expect that its host was a chatterbox. This attribute was really terrible. Zhao Rushi was too lazy to expose its little thoughts. This guy didn't feel sorry for her, but wanted points. Speaking of the feudal remnants, she asked curiously, by the way, when you first bound to me, you always advised me to learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting, marry a good family, and reach the peak of life. I haven't seen you mention this for a long time now. Am I better than Zhao Ryu now? Am I at the peak of my life? Although you didn't learn the piano and chess, you learned calligraphy and painting, and also studied the 4 books and 5 classics. The content of the study is slightly different, but the form is similar, the system said with a little pride. Your current achievements are indeed higher than Zhao Ryu. But if she marries a good family, such as a prince, her status will immediately be higher than yours. Even if you pass the imperial examination and become the top scholar, you still have to bow in front of the prince's wife. Therefore, I still firmly believe that the key point of success and happiness has not yet arrived. It depends on who you marry. Zhao Rushi. Forget it. I won't talk to you. You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. Zhao Rushi was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot system. Host. I think the fifth prince is good. Really? You see? He is your fellow countryman. And you know him well. You two are both designers. So you have many common topics. If another man takes a concubine or disrespects you, you can't beat him. Because he doesn't realize that it is wrong. But you can beat the fifth prince as you like. He definitely knows he is wrong. In addition, you are cannon fodder. He is also cannon fodder. Two cannon fodders counterattack together. How exciting. Zhao Rushi. If you marry the fifth prince, you will be the fifth prince's consort. Unless Zhao Ruyu marries the current emperor or the future emperor, she will never surpass you. And with her talent and beauty, she can never marry the emperor. So as long as you marry the fifth prince, this is a sure win. Isn't it wonderful? So listen to me. It's right to marry the fifth prince. As it said in a very seductive tone. Do you want to know if the fifth prince is interested in you? If you do, please spend your points. You only need 300 points to know the answer. You will not lose out if you spend these 300 points. But you will be wrong if you don't spend them. Don't miss it if you pass by. The last word O also made a rippling weighty sound. Zhao Rushi. She was too tired to complain. No need. She said these 3 words with gritted teeth. Wake up. Please? My mother is from ancient times. And she keeps nagging me to get married. You came from the modern times with me. I'm only 15 years old. 15 years old. And I'm still a junior high school student in modern times. I will never fall in love too early. So just give up. The system screamed in horror. You can't wait until you're 20 or 30 to get married like in modern times. Right? Please. In ancient times, you could be a grandmother at this age. Zhao Rushi. My heart hurts. Okay. She didn't want to talk to the system anymore. So she stopped it immediately. Don't you want me to spend points? Is it okay if I spend it? The system got excited when it heard it. And made a sound of somersaults. Full of joy. Tell me what you want to ask. I promise to answer you to your satisfaction. We have to agree in advance. I will spend 300 points to ask you a question. If you can answer it, you can deduct my points. If you can't answer it, you are not allowed to deduct points. Otherwise, our partnership will come to an end. Don't worry. Trust my character. I will never cheat anyone. The system patted its chest and assured. Okay. Let me ask you. Does Xiaoling Yan, that is, Xiaoku, have a system? Zhao Rushi asked. System. It never thought that Zhao Rushi would ask such a question. After a moment of silence, it hesitated and said, No. Then it became firm again. No. Chapter 5083 Systems? She said coldly, You better think before you answer. I just spent 300 points. If you give me false information. She didn't say anything else. But it was full of threats. I didn't take your points. The system said confidently. I refuse to answer your question. We are also organized and disciplined. I can't take your points without your consent. Similarly, we can't answer some sensitive questions. Otherwise we will be electrocuted. And in serious cases, we will be wiped out. If I am wiped out, you, the host, will not be able to escape. So I advise you not to touch the bottom line. Zhao Rushi rolled her eyes. Okay. I won't ask questions about the system. Okay. I will pay you 1,000 points and ask you a question. If you know, answer it. If you don't know, just say you don't know. And you can't deduct points. The system was obviously moved. It couldn't remember how long it hadn't made any money. Ever since this woman bought the powerful pills. She has been getting a lot of points every day. But she is stingy. He obviously has 100,000 points. But he is reluctant to spend a penny. He is even more stingy than Grandet. Now he finally spends 1,000 points. It only asks a question, which does not cost him anything. He really does not want to let it go. He rolled his eyes and bargained first. No. Your question must be difficult to answer. If I answer you, I will take risks. At least 3,000 points. Then I will consider it. Otherwise, no deal. 1,000. Zhao Rushi bargained. 3001 point cannot be less. Otherwise we will not talk anymore. The system's tone was very firm. 1000. I can help you avoid risks. System. Is it the risk it was thinking of? Host. You are playing with fire. Do you know? It said. But the tone was not so firm. Don't worry. I just want to see if Qifeng can read. And I'm asking you to make your own judgment by spending points. I am connected with your faith. And I will definitely not joke with my own life. Really? Really? The system was silent for a while. And said, deal? It believes in the host. The host relied on her wisdom and talent to make a good living in ancient times. Not only was she stronger than the original owner in her previous life, but she was also much stronger than the original heroine Zhao Ryu. Didn't you see that Zhao Ryu admired her host very much? Her host has achieved more than the original hero Fu Yunlang. Even if Zhao Ryu married Fu Yunlang, she still couldn't compare to her host. It just said that just now. Just to make the host go to the next level. It really has a keen eye to choose such an awesome host. So since the host said it was okay, it would just believe her. At worst, it would just get an electric shock. So the host could experience the power of the electric shock. I'll call Qifeng over later. And I'll write a number for her. If she doesn't answer correctly, you can say she's so stupid. If she answers correctly, you can keep silent. Do you understand? System. Can it be like this? It cleverly kept silent. Zhao Rushi called Qifeng over and said to her, I'll write a number on a piece of paper. And you read it out. Qifeng didn't know what her daughter was doing. But that didn't stop her from following orders. Before Zhao Rushi chatted with the system, she was practicing calligraphy. So she didn't need to grind ink now. She took a piece of white paper, wrote the word 0 on it, and then looked at Qifeng. Qifeng looked at the word 0. Then looked at Zhao Rushi. Not understanding why. But still said 0. The system didn't react at first. But when it saw Zhao Rushi standing there motionless, it shouted, she's so stupid. After saying this, it waited for a while. There was no discomfort at all. And no electric shock appeared. It was excited all of a sudden. Ah! It can actually be like this? It's really amazing. Zhao Rushi continued to write one. This time Qifeng did not hesitate and read one. She is so stupid. The system also followed immediately. And the cooperation was very tacit. Zhao Rushi did not stop writing. And wrote. 2 again. Looking forward to the system's answer. When Qifeng finished reading, the system was silent. Zhao Rushi's eyes flickered. She thought for a moment and wrote another 3 on the paper. When Qifeng finished reading, the system she's so stupid continued. Zhao Rushi didn't stop and continued to write 4. Although the system still followed up with she's so stupid. Its tone was already a little emotional, anxious, and hateful of iron for not being able to make steel. It was obvious that it didn't think Qifeng was stupid. But the host was too stupid. It had already given the correct answer. So why did the host continue to write? Just now it praised the host for being smart. But now it's in vain. It's clever. But the host is mentally retarded. Right? Hearing its tone, Zhao Rushi finally confirmed that there are 2 systems in this world. So besides her, who else has a system? Is it Xiaoling Yan or Zhao Ryu? Okay. Qifeng, you go out. She sent Qifeng away. After Qifeng left, she pointed at the charcoal pencil on the table and said in her mind, system. Besides me, who else can produce this kind of charcoal pencil? If you can answer this question, I am willing to give you 1,100 points. This is to fulfill the 1,000 points promised to the system just now. She still has questions to ask. But she has to give the points to the system first. And the system will cooperate with her to continue playing this question and answer game. It just so happens that she has a question to ask. Yesterday Zhou Chun came to report that in addition to the charcoal pencils produced by their village, there are also charcoal pencils produced by other companies on the market. Modern pencils are made of graphite. But they are not called ink pens, but pencils, which makes many people mistakenly think that the refill of the pen is made of lead. When she started to paint, she used charcoal, which was not only easy to break, but also made her hands black when she painted. Later, for the sake of convenience and hygiene, she asked the government to sandwich charcoal between bamboo sticks to make pens for her. The refill was still a charcoal stick. The pens used in painting training classes were real charcoal pencils. Later, in order to promote the hard paper made by Xiaoling Yan, she taught Zhao Ming the method of making pens with graphite and asked him to organize people in Zhuangzi to make pencils for sale. But she deliberately did not change the name of the pen, and it was still called charcoal pencil. In order to promote the increase of literacy rate in Dajin, Zhao Rushi tried to reduce production costs as much as possible. Besides, no matter what, these technical things were brought by her and Xiao Lingyan from the modern times, and they did not want to be easily copied by others. So when making them, they would allow the technology to have a certain degree of growth. Even this small charcoal pencil. Therefore, although the charcoal pencil she produced used graphite as the core, it was still made of thin bamboo as the rod, using the natural grooves of the thin bamboo to clamp the graphite strip, and then wrap the thread around it. When the pen tip cannot be used, untie the winding money, push the graphite strip inside forward, and continue to use it. Chapter 509 Accessible System. Although this is a bit troublesome, it is much more time-saving and labor-saving than grinding ink. If you don't write much and only use it for simple shorthand, the piece of pen tip that is pushed out can be used for a long time. Anyway, soft brush calligraphy is still popular in this era. Scholars still use brushes to write. The selling point of charcoal pencils is convenience and cheapness. Because of the low profit, Zhou Chun was surprised when she heard that the same charcoal pencils appeared on the market. She looked at the charcoal pencil Zhou Chun handed over, and found that the core inside was graphite. Even the hardness of graphite was similar. She knew that there was a traitor in the matter. This counterfeit charcoal pencil took a lot of effort on the appearance, such as using sandalwood carving technology. And the wires wrapped at both ends were also colorful silk threads, which made the charcoal pencil several levels higher, and the selling price increased several times. In this capital city that pursues luxury and highlight status, I think such a pen is also very popular. It is not difficult to find the traitor and the counterfeiter. But doesn't Zhao Rushi have to give points to the system? So I just didn't bother and asked it directly. The system was very happy when it heard that Zhao Rushi was willing to spend 100 points to find out about this matter. It followed Zhao Rushi all day long. So of course it knew how capable Zhao Rushi was now. Zhou Chun and the shop assistants could help her find out a lot of things. Not to mention that there was Xiao Lingyan, who was specifically helping Xiao Lingpu collect intelligence. Zhao Rushi made money, and except for keeping 10% for herself, the rest was given to Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan collected intelligence for Xiao Lingpu, and his intelligence network was very wide. It was effortless to check this little thing, so it was reasonable for him to help Zhao Rushi check it. Even if we put aside their friendship as strangers, it was not excessive for Zhao Rushi to ask Xiao Lingyan to help check the news. There was no question of whether to use him or not, From the perspective of the exchange of interests, Zhao Rushi was still the one who suffered the loss. Considering the host's stinginess, it was very good to give it 100 points. Zhao Rushi was not stingy, so it did not bargain and said straightforwardly, "No problem." Then it was silent for a while, and when Zhao Rushi finished practicing the calligraphy, it spoke and told Zhao Rushi the name of a farm servant and the name of Gui Jitong, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Zhao Rushi wrote down the two names. She immediately wrote 2 letters, called Qin Feng in, and handed her one of the German letters. Put it in that room. Although Zhao Rushi didn't say it explicitly, Qin Feng knew that the letter was for Xiao Lingyan, as long as it was placed in the room where they usually passed letters. The guard named Wang Tong would naturally come to pick it up. She replied yes, took the letter out of the door, entered the room, put the letter away, and then came back. Zhao Rushi then gave her the other letter. "This is for Zhou Chun. Ask someone to send it to him." Zhou Chun was in charge of the shop and the farm, so he would not always be by her side like Ma Sheng. There was a traitor in the farm, excluding the possibility of being planted in advance. The only way left was bribery. So Zhao Rushi didn't need to call Zhou Chun. Just tell him the name of the farm servant, and Zhou Chun would naturally find out. After doing all this, looking at the 1,100 points that were crossed off the points, she sighed, as if talking to herself. I really want to know if it's Xiao Lu or Xiao Wu. And I also want to know what it looks like. 1,000 points each. She said it vaguely, but the system understood it, and it was very tempted. It said 1,005. It didn't dare to ask for a high price. Every time it asked for a high price, Zhao Rushi would return it to the floor. So it also learned to be smart, and only raised the price by 500, and was ready for Zhao Rushi to bite the bullet and ask for 1,000. But Zhao Rushi was very happy this time, and said directly, "Deal. Let's use the old method." the system said. Now it finally knew how to take advantage of the loophole. Zhao Rushi called Qi Feng in again and wrote the 3 words Zhao Rui. When Qi Feng read them out, the system said, "She is so stupid." Zhao Rushi then wrote the 3 words Zhao Rui. The system remained silent. Zhao Rushi wrote again, Xiao Lingyan. Qi Feng looked at the 2 names side by side and was horrified. Didn't the 5th prince have a good relationship with his daughter? They exchanged letters every day. Why is he involved with the 6th daughter again? She glanced at her daughter and saw that she had no expression on her face. So she could only read, Xiao Lingyan. The system followed, "She is so stupid." It seems that the system is on Zhao Rui. If Zhao Rui also has a system, how could she be so miserable? After getting the answer, Zhao Rushi had to give points to the system by asking a question that was irrelevant to the system. She asked, "Which faction is Guo Jitong from?" 1,700 points. The system disappeared for a moment and came back, the 3rd prince. Seeing that her points were down by 1,700, Zhao Rushi continued to work hard and wrote a line of words on the paper. Wisdom leads you to a happy life, partial obstacles. System. Qi Feng read the words as Zhao Rushi asked, then looked up at Zhao Rushi with a puzzled look on his face. The girl was really weird today. Zhao Rushi didn't have time to pay attention to Qi Feng, but concentrated on feeling the movement of the system. This time the system hesitated for a moment before saying, "She is so stupid." The tone was no longer as lively and proud as before, and it was a little dull. Zhao Rushi's heart moved, and she picked up the pen and wrote another line of words. Wisdom leads you to a happy life, barrier-free. System. Qi Feng finished reading, and the system was silent. Zhao Rushi looked at the line of words on the paper, and slapped the pen on the table. Qi Feng was shocked to see that her daughter seemed to be very angry, and she didn't know if she had done something wrong just now. She quickly lowered her hands and lowered her head, standing beside her, and didn't dare to breathe. She had been following the girl for so long, but she had never seen her get so angry. Her face turned blue. "Qi Feng, get out," Zhao Rushi said. Qi Feng quickly retreated. Zhao Rushi crossed her arms and asked angrily in her heart, "Why? Why did I get a person with a disability? But she has no disability? This is discrimination. Discrimination against us time travelers. I want to complain to you." The system pretended to be dead and didn't speak. One person can't quarrel. After venting his dissatisfaction, Zhao Rushi thought about it and felt something was wrong. Zhao Rui had approached her many times, but she had never mentioned the topic of system. Judging from her unwilling and simple character, if she had a system, she would have used words to test whether she had a system. But Zhao Rui never mentioned this. Could it be that this system was newly acquired by her? With this thought, she said to the system, "Continue playing games?" Anyway, she had said almost everything that should and should not be said, and this little bit was not a big deal, and there were points to be earned. So the system readily agreed, "Okay." Zhao Rushi called Qi Feng over and repeated the same trick. The two of them asked and answered questions about the system for a long time, and Zhao Rushi finally knew that Zhao Rui's system was acquired on the day of her coming of age. Chapter 510. So that's it. Knowing that the things in Zhao Rui's system were the same as his own, Zhao Rushi held his cheek and thought about it, and finally let the system go. The system breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was quite pleasant to earn points, it didn't take much effort for it. But walking on the edge of the minefield was too tiring, and it was really worried that it would be finished if it was not careful. "Host, you don't dislike me, do you?" it asked pitifully. Zhao Rui's system was the same as its own, but it was barrier-free while Zhao Rushi was barrier-free. Zhao Rushi was still so capable that he could thrive without relying on the system at all. It was worried that its host would dislike it and ignore it from now on. Zhao Rushi laughed dumbly. "No. How could that be? The baby is so cute. It can't be compared with those coquettish bitches. Sister likes you the most." The system could feel that Zhao Rushi was telling the truth and was not lying to it. It was so happy that a series of somersaults sounded in Zhao Rushi's mind. When Zhao Rushi first heard that Zhao Rui had a barrier-free system, she was indeed very angry. There is no harm without comparison. She was brought here by God to become a cannon fodder for a book, and her existence was to highlight the happiness and success of the heroine. That would be fine. But even the bound system was defective compared to others. What is this? Later, she heard that Zhao Rui's system was newly acquired, and then thought about her own system's few remnant, thinking that only marrying a person can bring a happy life. and she understood what was going on. The book she wore was called Ancient Happy Life. Probably in the original author's mind. A woman can only be considered happy if she marries a man of prominent status, and is deeply affectionate and loyal to her. This is the setting of sweet pet literature. But she, a cannon fodder who relied on her own ability and stood out from the crowd, lived a better life than Zhao Ryu, which completely ruined the original author's plot. How could this be possible? If she didn't have a system, it would be fine. But she had a system, which made people think that her success was due to a golden finger, not her own reasons. So the original author also gave Zhao Ryu a system, hoping that Zhao Ryu would rely on this system to lead a more successful life than in her previous life, so that she, a cannon fodder, would still end up as a cannon fodder, trying to save the collapsed plot. After understanding this, Zhao Rushi no longer took these things seriously. Her success was based on herself, not the golden finger. The agility pills and strength pills she bought from the system mall were also earned by her painting and calligraphy practice, which was the result of her hard work. From this point of view, she is not afraid of anyone. She was not afraid of the system's erasure at the beginning, and even committed suicide to shock the system. So now she is not afraid of the original author's plot setting. My fate is determined by me. She wants to live according to her own wishes. Thinking this way, Zhao Rushi quickly put the matter behind him and immersed himself in the idea of writing the article. The next day, when Zhao Rushi came back from the Imperial College, he heard that Zhou Chun had been waiting for a long time. Zhao Rushi did not go in, but found a place to sit in the outer courtyard and asked Yinjiang to bring Zhou Chun over. Zhou Chun bowed and said, "Someone gave 300 taels of silver to bribe Lu Dajiang. Lu Dajiang has many children, and the whole family depends on him to make money." Although the girl was kind and let him participate in making charcoal pencils, and his half-grown eldest daughter also went to the rice noodle shop to help, he was still not satisfied. He felt that his family was still not as good as others. He was lucky and thought that he could not be found out. So he told the man how to make charcoal pencils. According to his investigation, Lu Dajiang was very secretive in doing this. If the girl hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought of investigating this person. Even with the hint, he still spent a lot of effort to investigate just now. He didn't know how the girl knew that Lu Dajiang sold his son. Send him to be a miner, Zhao Rushi said. Since she took over Bailu Manor, the life of the slaves in the manor is not very good. But at least they have enough food and clothing. In addition to food and clothing, every family lives in a spacious and bright house, and has extra income. Children can go to school for free and have the opportunity to go out and do business. And they will not be slaves in the manor for generations. Compared with the previous life, this is a complete change. Lu Dajiang and his wife live with their children, which is much better than other widows and orphans. It's just that Lu's wife is too fertile, often giving birth to 2 children in 3 years. There are a lot of children in the family, and she can't do anything. So life seems to be more difficult than other families. But Qian Duo has tried his best to take care of such a family according to Zhao Rushi's instructions. Of course, it's not giving food and money for free, but letting the older children in their family work after studying to earn some copper coins to supplement the family expenses. However, Lu Dajiang was not satisfied with this, and directly sold the means of livelihood that the servants relied on to supplement their family income to others. Such greedy and selfish people must not stay in the farm. Zhou Chun was still worried that his girl was kind-hearted, and the punishment was too soft to deter others. Hearing the word mining slaves, he was relieved. When other families encountered such things, they would beat the people to death directly, and let everyone in the village come to watch to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The girl was not so cruel, and would not take people's lives easily. But being a miner is only a few years of hardship, and the sporadic torture is more painful than taking his life all at once. Such a punishment is more appropriate. Zhou Chun left, and Zhao Rushi returned to the inner courtyard. As soon as she changed her clothes and came out, Qi Feng hurriedly handed a letter to Zhao Rushi. It was Xiaoling Yan's reply. Yesterday, when playing games with the system, because of the need to avoid thunder, points could not be brushed to the system for no reason. Zhao Rushi took the opportunity to ask the system which faction Gui Jitong belonged to. The system replied that it was from the third princess faction. She immediately wrote a letter to tell Xiaoling Yan. Xiaoling Yan's reply was about this matter, and he directly praised Zhao Rushi, and gave her a gift, which was the new material from his silk workshop. Zhao Rushi, who studied design, is also a sophisticated woman in modern times, and often buys brand-name clothes, cosmetics and bags. In ancient times, the sword of Damocles was always hanging over her head. And in ancient times, being too beautiful was the root of trouble. So she was too lazy to tinker with her clothes and dress up. And she wore whatever Zhu made for her. At most, she would mention the color and style to Zhu. And she would just keep it simple and elegant and in line with her own preferences. But Xiao Lingyan had often sent fabrics, since he opened a silk and satin shop. If she saw any beautiful jewelry, she would buy it and give it to Zhao Rushi. Fortunately, Zhao Rushi had her own source of income and often went out. So she was very independent. And the origins of these fabrics and jewelry could be explained. But most of the fabrics and jewelry sent by Xiao Lingyan were put aside by her. And she only wore those that were not very conspicuous. She was either going to class or giving a lecture. And she was in contact with adult men. She dressed up so gorgeously. Was she trying to cause trouble or rumors? Chapter 511, Provincial Examination. Zhao Rushi didn't take Xiao Ryu's system seriously. After she had been studying intensively for a while, it was time for the provincial examination in August. Candidates from other places had to take the examinations in the county government, the prefectural government, and the provincial capital, which was very tiring. Candidates from the capital didn't have to rush around, as the examination locations were almost fixed. After taking so many examinations, Zhao Rushi, Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu were much calmer. It was still Zhao Yuanxuan who sent Zhao Rushi to the entrance of the examination hall and watched her go in before leaving. Only Ma Sheng's family was left with the carriages to take turns guarding here in case Zhao Rushi suddenly left and went home early. It was still the same place. And there were still so many invigilators. But the invigilators were different. With the example of Zhongli, the imperial court would carefully select the invigilators. And even if they chose an examiner who was not on good terms with Sweiping Bofu or Zhao Rushi, they would not dare to trip Zhao Rushi up in public. The person sent to examine Zhao Rushi this time was Yu Qing, the Minister of Rights. The other three officials were selected from various ministries. Everyone was present. But the time had not yet come. Jiang, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, was idle. So he asked the official of the Ministry of Works, who was on good terms with him. In a low voice, Mr. Qian, have you seen Xue Layman? Mr. Qian shook his head. No. But I heard that he is still very young. Just coming of age. He sighed. Look at other people's children. How can they be so smart and capable? My grandson is 16 or 17 years old. And he just passed the examination to become a scholar. Knowing that I am not very talented and learned, I did not dare to participate in the autumn examination this time, for fear of being embarrassed if I failed. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Master Qian said with a smile, your grandson is pursuing steady progress. It's rare to see such a calm young man. Master Jiang was modest in his words, but his face was full of satisfaction. At this time, there was a voice outside the door, and soon a woman led a 15 or 16-year-old girl in. The girl had bright and beautiful features and a tall figure. After coming in and seeing them, she was not timid at all. She bowed to everyone and said, Student Zhao Rushi, thank you examiners for your help during this period. The provincial examination lasted 3 days, and the room and board were all in this room during these 3 days, with a total of 3 examinations. For Zhao Rushi's reputation, Zhao he deliberately chose older examiners when selecting chief examiners. For example, the chief examiner Yu Qing is over 60 years old this year, 63 years old. The other 3 are also over 50 years old. Yu Qing is a kind old man. He smiled at Zhao Rushi and said, no need to be polite. Sit down. The room is spacious. There is only a table and chair in the middle of the room, which is Zhao Rushi's seat. The 4 examiners' tables and chairs were scattered in the 4 corners of the room. Zhao Rushi walked to the table and sat down. Jiang Zhushi stepped forward and read out the examination room rules. Then he asked 2 maids to lead Zhao Rushi into the inner room to check if she had any hidden items. After the inspection was completed, seeing that the time was almost up, Yu Qing and Qian Darren went out together, brought in the test paper, and placed it in front of Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi picked up the test paper and looked through it, and found that all the questions were complete and the handwriting was clear, and there was no missing or unclear questions. She read the question again, then dripped water onto the inkstone and began to grind the ink. The process of grinding ink is the process of conceiving. The provincial examinations of the Jin dynasty basically tested policy essays. And these policy essays tested the understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics. And some were mixed with knowledge of mathematics and law. For example, the first question of this question selected a sentence from the Great Learning. You are asked to prove it. You must first be familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. Know which book this sentence comes from. And recall the context before you can understand the meaning of the question. Only when you understand the meaning of the question correctly can you write an article to prove it. This writing style is somewhat similar to the 8-part essays of the Ming and Qing dynasties. But it focuses more on practical proof rather than the form of the 8-part essay. For example, the 5th question is about disaster relief. It is said that a certain county encountered a flood. How many victims were there? How much grain was stored in the county? What was the specific situation? And if you were in charge of disaster relief, what would you do? Here, you not only need to calculate whether there is enough food, but also be familiar with the court's legal knowledge on disaster relief and how to deal with the disaster. If the Tongsheng exam and the Yuan exam test relatively basic knowledge, the provincial exam focuses on the ability to handle political affairs. Therefore, if a person gets a high ranking in the provincial exam, he or she will be well known in the local area. And even if he or she is a juror, he or she can become an official, because passing the juror exam proves that you have the ability to handle political affairs. Zhao Rushi looked at the first question and did not rush to write. She slowly ground the ink and read all the questions, thinking about how to set the theme, how to prove it, what to write, and how to write it, striving to have a clear idea of the entire test paper before writing. After grinding the ink, she listed the ideas for each question on the draft paper. After listing, she considered and looked for any omissions. She did not start to draft the first question until she thought she had thought through each question on the test paper. The reason for doing the questions in this way is that the test time is too long, and you have to eat and sleep here, and you can't sleep well. So the first day is the most energetic. The thinking is the most active, and the mind is the clearest. If you don't take this opportunity to think clearly about the ideas and writing methods for all the questions, when you don't sleep well the first night, the second night, feel dizzy, have backaches, and are exhausted, and then think about the last few questions, you will find that your mind is full of mush, and you can't remember what to write at all. Sort out your thoughts and make an outline. Even if your brain doesn't work well at that time, you can write a good article with the clear and complete thoughts written in advance and your usual writing experience. This is the coping strategy that Zhao Rushi summarized after listening to the examination experience of the great scholars. There were soldiers guarding and patrolling the male examination room, so the examiners didn't have to keep a close eye on anyone and could walk around and inspect the room. But in the female examination room, for people with 8 eyes stared at the girl for 3 sessions and 9 days. And the girl with a weak heart was so scared that she dared not move. If everyone walked in front of her and looked at her frequently, she wouldn't have to take the exam. So in their examination room, you couldn't walk around unless necessary. This was really boring. When you have nothing to do, you tend to think about things. Just now, Jiang Zhushi had just finished talking to Lord Qian about his grandson. And now, he was thinking about the benefits of his grandson marrying Zhao Rushi. He was just being modest with Lord Qian. But in fact, he was very proud of his grandson. His grandson was smart, since he was young and very handsome. Although he only passed the imperial examination at the age of 15 or 16, and did not participate in the autumn examination this time. This was the result of their deliberate suppression. Chapter 512 The sound of the piano disturbs the people. For a scholarly family like them, what matters is not whether one passes the imperial examination or not, but the ranking in the examination. His grandson is smart and has a solid foundation. He got the 2nd place in the college examination. He hopes that his grandson can get the 1st place in the next provincial examination and the 1st place in the metropolitan examination. This will show the ability of their Jiang family. Originally, he had no idea about Zhao Rushi. But now, he is sitting here and sees that Zhao Rushi has a good appearance and a very good temperament. Although being watched by 4 old men and 2 women, she did not feel awkward or flustered at all. Her behavior was just like her paintings, which was very grand. Jiang Zhushi was very fond of her, and immediately felt that it would be great if his grandson could marry such a daughter-in-law. Zhao Rushi was born into a noble family, and her father was a 6th rank official, the same rank as Jiang Zhushi. The 2 families were a perfect match. Zhao Rushi could become a master in painting, and was also very good at reading. It can be seen that she was smart. I wonder how cute and smart the child born of two smart and good-looking people will be. When Jiang Zhushi thought about it, he seemed to see a more brilliant future for the Jiang family. The more he looked at Zhao Rushi, the more satisfied he was. He wished that the provincial examination would end quickly, so that someone could come to propose marriage. At the same time, he secretly regretted that he should not suppress his grandson and not let him participate in the provincial examination. If his grandson participated in the provincial examination and passed the top few and became a juror, this marriage would be a sure thing. While Jiang was thinking about random things, Zhao Rushi was writing furiously. And Zhao Jingdan from the second branch of the Zhao family was throwing things around at home. She keeps playing from morning till night. Doesn't she get tired? It's endless. As he said that, Zhao Jingdan stood up and rushed out. Entering the backyard, he said to Zhao Ruyu, who was playing the piano in the room with an unhappy face, "Sixth sister, can you please stop playing? It's from morning till night. Not to mention whether you can bear it yourself. Do my brother and I still need to study?" If they lived in the Swaping Marquis mansion, not only the front yard and the backyard, but also the courtyards in the backyard were separated and would not interfere with each other. After the separation, the second branch of the Zhao family only got a corner of the Swaping Marquis mansion. Now their front yard and backyard are not far apart, and the ancient houses are not soundproof. If Zhao Ryu plays the piano in the backyard, Zhao Jingnan and Zhao Jingli in the front yard will be disturbed. It would be fine if she played occasionally. Although everyone felt it was noisy, it was within the tolerable range. After all, the sound of the piano is quite melodious. But Zhao Ryu played from early morning to night, and only took a short break when she was tired, and then continued to play, which was very disturbing. Zhao Jingdan was stimulated when he learned that Zhao Rushi and Su Chongwen passed the examination for scholars, and vowed to pass the examination for scholars next year, and was eager to work hard. It happened that the teacher of the Zhao family school gave the family school a holiday because his son was going to participate in the provincial examination. Zhao Jingdan had to stay at home to study by himself and could not go to school. Now he was disturbed by Zhao Rushi's noise every day and could not read books. No matter how tolerant Zhao Ryu was, he could not stand it. Zhao Ruru's yard is next to Zhao Ryu, and she couldn't stand it. She raised her opinions to Zhao Ryu several times, but Zhao Ryu ignored her. So she ran to Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jingli to tell them about it. Zhao Yuanliang was a person who didn't care about things, and he just said a few words to smooth things over and let it go. Zhao Jingli liked Zhao Rushi's ability and independence, but didn't like Zhao Ryu's love-mindedness. Now Zhao Ryu rarely had the ambition to make progress, and Zhao Jingli himself either went to manage the shop, the farm, or went to learn mathematics from Gan Luan. He was not at home much, and didn't feel the horror of being dominated by the sound of the piano. Therefore, he said a few words to Zhao Ryu, and that was it. Zhao Ryu continued to do as she pleased. Now Zhao Jingdan, who was the most tolerant of Zhao Ryu, couldn't stand it. Zhao Rurui, who came over to eat melons after hearing the noise, stood on the threshold and said with a gloating look, "I told Ryu a long time ago." But she was like a demon, ignoring me and playing the piano non-stop. I don't know what's wrong with her. Then she said, "Ryu, your family spent a lot of tuition on your going to the Beijing Women's Academy. Now you say you can't go. Stay at home and play the piano all the time. Aren't you wasting money? The family is not the same as before, and we can't tolerate you being such a spendthrift." Hearing this, Zhao Jingdan remembered that Zhao Ryu also had to go to school. It was not a festival, and the Beijing Women's Academy would not have holidays like their school. Zhao Rushi didn't go to school and played the piano at home from morning to night, which was really abnormal. Now he changed from blaming to worrying, walked into the house and sat down, and asked Zhao Ryu, "Did you encounter anything?" Zhao Ryu pulled the corner of her mouth and showed a tired smile. "I'm fine. Really. I just want the teacher who teaches music in our academy to accept me as a disciple. So I practice diligently. Just for this period of time. Just for a period of time. Second brother, I will play gently and not disturb you. Okay?" She showed a pleading look. Zhao Jingdan softened his heart when he saw her like this. He nodded and said, "Okay. Then you play gently. Also, don't play from morning to night. Do you not want your body? Do you not want your arms? Too much is as bad as too little. Don't you understand? You have a good talent in music. And you won the 3rd place in the music competition. As long as you beg, your teacher will definitely accept you as a disciple. She only looks at your perseverance. Don't worry. Take your time. Yes. Zhao Ryu looked very obedient. Zhao Jing'an stood up. Okay. I'll go back to read. Walking to the door, he looked at Zhao Rurui. 4th sister. You should also learn from the 5th sister. If nothing else, it's always good for you to learn some needlework, so as not to know nothing and be despised in the future. He was also very dissatisfied with Zhao Rurui's rejection of the marriage arranged by Zhao Jingli. Seeing that Zhao Ryu not only calmed Zhao Jing'an down with a few words, but Zhao Jing'an also turned around and blamed him. Zhao Rurui was immediately furious. Second brother, do you have a conscience? Compared to Zhao Ryu, who was noisy all day and disturbed your studies, I was always quiet and made soup and tea for you and cared about you. Now it's my fault? You should understand clearly that I am the daughter of the Zhao family. Who is she? Worthy of your protection? As she said that, she pointed at Zhao Ryu and cursed. You are really a foxy woman. Not only did you make the 2nd son of Pingnan Marquis' mansion dizzy, but Jing'an also defended you like a fool. I wonder how long you can be so proud. As she said that, she threw away her handkerchief and turned away. For the past 14 years, Zhao Jing'an had treated Zhao Ryu as his twin sister and loved her. Habits become natural. Even if his background was exposed, he would still subconsciously defend her when something happened. At this moment, he felt uncomfortable after being told by Zhao Rurui. After reflecting on himself, he felt that since they were not related by blood and Zhao Ryu was at the age of marriage, he should stay away from her to avoid being gossiped about. He didn't say anything else to Zhao Ryu and turned away. Chapter 513, Zhao Ryu's Choice. If in the past, Zhao Ryu was scolded like this by Zhao Rurui, she would not only fight back, but also cry and pretend to be pitiful, and flatter Zhao Rurui in front of Zhao Jing'an. But now she looked like she was in a trance, watching the two people leave one by one with a wooden expression, and then sat down in front of the piano again. But she did not play the piano again, but was in a daze. Fu Shu was so angry at Zhao Rurui's words that his face turned red. He was expecting his girl to fight back. Seeing Zhao Ryu like this, her heart sank immediately. It happened again. And it happened again. Since the day she came of age, the girl has become very abnormal. She often daydreams, and then practices the piano desperately. She always thinks that the girl is possessed by a demon, and wants to talk to the eldest master, asking him to invite a Taoist priest to take a look at the girl. But the girl warned her not to go, saying that she was just thinking about her piano skills and hoped to break through herself. But the girl was obviously not right, and she looked like she was possessed by a demon. Zhao Ryu seemed to be in a daze, but in fact she was talking to the system in her mind. On the day of her coming of age, Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jingli also arranged a coming of age ceremony for her. However, it was not as lively as Zhao Rushi's. They only invited 2 female elders from the clan to comb her hair and put on a hairpin, and then had a meal together. Zhao Ryu was not happy that day, but was irritable. In her previous life, Fu Yunlang and her had always been in love. The wife of Pingnan Marquis could not resist the pleading of her second son, and she knew that her second son was useless and many powerful families looked down on him. Zhao Ryu was at least the adopted daughter of the second room of Sweeping Marquis' mansion, and the granddaughter of Wei Qiu, a third-rank official, and she was worthy of the status. The wife of Pingnan Marquis relented and agreed to their marriage before her coming-of-age ceremony. The day after the coming-of-age ceremony, the matchmaker hired by Pingnan Marquis' mansion came to propose marriage. But in this life, Fu Yulang followed the 5th prince all day to take care of business matters, and did not have much time to be affectionate with her. The wife of Pingnan Marquis felt that her second son was becoming more and more capable, and always wanted to marry him a daughter-in-law of noble birth. The Zhao family split up again, and Zhao Ryu's status fell from a noble lady to an ordinary citizen. The Wei family was exiled, and Wei was killed. The wife of Pingnan Marquis looked down on her more and more, and she still refused to let Fu Yulang get engaged to her. Before the coming-of-age ceremony, Fu Yulang came to meet her briefly, gave her a gift, and did not mention marriage. Zhao Ryu knew that this life was completely different from the previous one. She had thought about giving up Fu Yulang and looking for a better man. But looking at the whole capital, although there were many disciples of the rich and powerful, there were few good men. Even if there were, she was not of high status and had no chance to get to know them. So it was in vain. She was just an adopted daughter of an ordinary family. Her appearance was not outstanding, and her talent was only slightly better in piano skills. The identity of a student of the Beijing Women's Academy could increase the value of ordinary people. But it was nothing to the rich and powerful. Zhao Rui's marriage is a lesson for us. If she didn't find a way to marry Fu Yunlang, she would have to marry a newly promoted poor scholar. In the future, she would have no contact with the upper class and nobles. And she would have to live frugally and work hard all her life. After her husband finally got through, she was old and had to watch her husband take in young and beautiful concubines one after another to enjoy wealth and glory. This kind of life was definitely not what she wanted to see. Worried about her future and fate, she was not happy at the coming-of-age ceremony. Unexpectedly, God gave her such a great gift. A system suddenly appeared in her mind, saying that it would help her reach the pinnacle of life. At first, Zhao Ryu was still very scared, but when she saw the goods in the mall on the screen, she cried with joy. That night, she went to the yard to burn incense and thanked God for his kindness to her. She and Zhao Rushi were both reborn. So what if there was one more magical thing now? As long as it could help her get a bright future and let her enjoy wealth and glory, she could accept more magical things. Host, look! In less than 10 days, you have accumulated more than 200 points. After a while, you will be able to buy things in the mall. You will be able to lead a happy life and become a winner in life in the near future. Come on! Host. A very tempting voice sounded in Zhao Ryu's mind. At first, Zhao Ryu was very scared when she heard this voice. But now she has slowly adapted to it. Can you let me take another look at the things in the mall? Take a look, and I will have the strength to play the piano again, Zhao Ryu said. The system immediately unfolded the light curtain for her to see. Compared with Zhao Rushi's mall, this system's mall is a complete contrast between the luxurious version and the simple version. In Zhao Rushi's mall, the entire light curtain was lonely with only one product. After the sale of the powerful pills, there was nothing left. The entire light curtain was bare except for the points. Zhao Ryu's mall had a dazzling array of things, and all the things that Tonzi had reported to Zhao Rushi were displayed on it. However, the prices are slightly different. The cheapest one is the beauty pill, which is priced at 10,000 points, the same as Zhao Rushi's. But the beauty pill has increased to 20,000 points. The agility pill and strength pill that Zhao Rushi had taken are marked at 40,000 points in this mall. The sound identification pill and the color identification pill are still 80,000 points. The slimming pill and the graceful pill are marked at 90,000 points. Although Zhao Ryu is a fake daughter, she also grew up in the Marquis' mansion with luxurious clothes and food. If she needs anything, she only needs to tell the maids and old women. She had no idea that she could bargain when buying things. Even if she knew, she would not dare to think about it when she thought the system was a god. Bargaining is absolutely blasphemy against the gods. Moreover, of all the goods, she wanted the beauty pills the most. The beauty pills are the cheapest now. She can earn 6 points for playing a piece of piano. Playing 20 pieces a day can earn 120 points. In time, it will not be a dream to buy the beauty pills and turn herself into the most beautiful woman in Beijing. Although she was still affected by her status and position after becoming the most beautiful woman in the capital, it was much easier for her to get married. She no longer had to rely on Fu Yunlang. So from the second day after her coming of age, she asked for leave and did not go to the Beijing Women's Academy to study, but practiced the piano at home. Her piano skills were at least third place in the piano competition, and she could earn 6 points for playing a piece. If she worked harder, she could buy beauty pills. She had just come of age. She had not become an old maid, and she had not yet engaged to Fu Yunlang. So everything was still in time. Thinking of this, she withdrew her thoughts and began to play the piano seriously. Seeing that Zhao Ryu was not distracted, and looking at the sky outside, Fu Shu felt that the eldest young master should be back. She walked out of the door quietly, and walked quickly towards the front yard after leaving the yard. Chapter 514 Possessed by a Ghost? Zhao Jingli, who became the head of the family after the separation, became more and more calm. But he couldn't help raising his voice when he heard Fu Shu's words. You mean? You think the 6th girl is possessed by a ghost? Zhao Jingdan was startled and quickly reminded, Brother, please keep your voice down. He went out to check with concern and found that the servants had been sent away and there was no one around. So he was relieved. Fu Shu wiped his tears and said, I am not sure. I just think the girl is possessed by a demon. How can you play the piano without caring about your health? When I talk to her, she often can't hear me. She would be in a daze from time to time, and sit there for a long time without moving. I am so scared to see the girl like this. Zhao Jing'an frowned and said, Didn't she say that she wanted to be a disciple of the teacher in the academy? So she practiced so hard? Sometimes people become a little stupid when they are obsessed with something. It will be fine after a while. When he talked to Zhao Ruyu just now, he didn't feel that Zhao Ruyu was any different from before. So he didn't believe Fu Shu's words. A gentleman does not speak of strange things. 15-year-old Zhao Jing'an also did not believe that there were ghosts in this world. Fu Shu shook his head. The teacher of the academy has no intention of accepting disciples. Although when Empress Xingyao established the women's academy, she had set a rule that students were not allowed to bring servants with them after entering the academy, and they had to do everything by themselves. But the students of the Beijing Women's Academy were of prominent status, and they were all carefully raised by a group of servants. How could they do things by themselves? Therefore, after Empress Xingyao passed away, this rule was broken by a princess. And since then this rule has become a mere formality in the Beijing Women's Academy. When Zhao Ruyu went to the academy, Fu Shu followed her. She knew the situation of the Women's Academy in the capital very well. Her daughter was indeed talented in music and played the zither well. But the two teachers who taught music were flatterers. They would be patient and enthusiastic for princesses or students who were in a powerful position in the family, but for students like Zhao Ruyu, even if they were talented and played the zither well, they would ignore them. When Zhao Rushi worshipped Mr. Ku Mu as her teacher, Zhao Ruyu also thought about worshipping the two music masters as her teachers. Although they were not as prominent as Mr. Ku Mu in status, they were much more prominent than the second branch of the Zhao family after the family split. Both gentlemen were from aristocratic families. But no matter how she courted the two gentlemen, they ignored her. Instead, she was ridiculed by her classmates, who thought she was crazy about climbing up the social ladder. At the same time, they looked down on her. The status of the two gentlemen was not high, and those princesses and daughters of the duke's mansion looked down on them. Zhao Ruyu could not even pay respect to such gentlemen, which further revealed her humble status. Fu Shu saw the difficult situation of his daughter in the Beijing Women's Academy. After hearing Fu Shu's words, Zhao Jingli and Zhao Jingdan looked at each other and did not speak immediately. You go back first. Don't mention these words to anyone again. If it gets out, your daughter will have no way out, Zhao Jingli said. When Fu Shu heard this, her face turned pale. She was only worried about Zhao Ruyu and didn't think about this at all. If a woman is rumored to be possessed by a ghost, will she still have a chance to survive? Not to mention how the masters and others would view the girl. Even the eyes and gossips of the servants in the mansion could kill her. She knelt on the ground with a dong sound and kowtowed to the two of them. Master. Second master. I didn't expect this. I was just worried about the girl. Please, master. Second master. Don't take my words to heart. The girl must be obsessed with wanting to become a disciple. That's why she is like this. She will be fine soon. It's definitely not what I just said. You girl. You are very loyal to your daughter, Zhao Jingli said. Get up. If it gets out, not only will the sixth miss have a bad reputation, but the reputation of the entire second house will also be bad. So don't worry. We won't tell. You should observe her carefully, and be sure to report anything. We won't do anything to harm the sixth miss. Don't worry. Yes. Fu Shu kowtowed again, stood up, and walked away with a staggering step. Zhao Jingli asked Zhao Jingdan, what do you think about this? He never liked Zhao Ruyu. He only cared about her because of Zhao Yuanliang and Zhao Jingdan. He planned to follow Zhao Jingdan's opinion on this matter, and didn't want to interfere too much. Zhao Jingdan shook his head. I still don't believe Fu Shu's words. Brother, we can't invite monks or Taoist priests to come to our house. Otherwise there will be something wrong. And then the sixth sister will have no way to live. Zhao Jingli frowned. It's definitely not okay to invite monks or Taoist priests to our house. I think you should take some time to accompany her to the temple to burn incense. Once you enter the temple, all the demons and ghosts will retreat. Zhao Jing'an's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. He asked the servant to take the perpetual calendar and said, the day after tomorrow is the 15th. So let's go the day after tomorrow. Fu Shu returned to the backyard, and did not dare to tell Zhao Ruyu what she had done. First, she was worried that Zhao Ruyu would blame her and sell her out. Second, if the girl was really possessed by a ghost, If she told Zhao Ryu, wouldn't it be a warning? So when she came back, she quietly stood back in her original position, pretending nothing had happened. Zhao Ryu didn't notice Fu Shu's movements at all. She played the piano very hard. Not only because she had to play continuously, to brush off the points with quantity, but also because she had to ensure the quality. Once she lost her concentration and played poorly, her points would drop, and she would get 2 or 3 points. She especially hoped to have a famous teacher to guide her so that her points could be raised from 6 points per song to 10 points per song. In this way, she can earn points faster. But Zhao Ryu's efforts were interrupted by Zhao Jingyan. The next day, Zhao Jingyan took Zhao Ryu to a famous temple in the suburbs of Beijing to burn incense without any room for negotiation. Looking at Zhao Jingyan's unquestionable and worried eyes, Zhao Ryu, who had been immersed in the system world for a while, suddenly woke up as if she was poured with a basin of cold water. She hurriedly said to Zhao Jingyan, "Second brother, I'm really fine. I just want to improve my piano skills and learn from a famous teacher." In order to dispel Zhao Jingyan's suspicion, she quickly used her usual lively energy and told Zhao Jingyan some old stories from her childhood. Zhao Jingyan listened to her and slowly felt relieved, but still went to the temple to burn incense. After returning, Zhao Ryu restrained herself a lot and no longer dared to play the piano day and night like before. At the same time, she returned to the Beijing Women's Academy to attend classes. Chapter 515 Testing. Zhao Ryu knew that even if she bought the beauty pills, she still had to rely on her connections in the Women's Academy if she wanted to attend banquets and get in touch with the rich and powerful. It was important to earn points, and she couldn't give up the academy. Zhao Jingyan and Fu Shu were relieved to see that she had returned to normal. But because of this, Zhao Ryu's speed of earning points slowed down a lot. Zhao Ryu was doing 2 things at once, but she was still thinking about Zhao Rushi. That day, she counted the days and asked Zhao Jingli, "Brother, has the 5th sister finished the exam?" Zhao Jingli nodded. "I just finished the last exam yesterday." "Then let's go see the 5th sister and comfort her," Zhao Ryu said. Zhao Jingli looked at her suspiciously and said, "She must be exhausted these days. Let's talk about it in a few days." Zhao Ryu had to be patient. 2 days later, Zhao Ryu followed Zhao Jingli and Zhao Jingyan to the main room. The 3 met Su, Zhao Jingning and Zhao Rushan at the gate. "Third aunt." The 3 bowed to Su. Su nodded. "You guys are here to pay respects to grandmother." 2. Su knew that without Zhu's help, it would not be so easy to conceal the matter. She had caused Zhu a lot of trouble in the past. But at the critical moment, Zhu still lent her a hand, and she was very grateful to Zhu. Besides, they were orphans and widows, and if they did not have a good relationship with the eldest wife, and could not live by relying on the eldest wife, I am afraid that someone would soon plot against them. So since the 7th day after Zhao Yuanquan's death, Su had been bringing her 2 children to the Swaping Marquis' mansion to pay respects to the old lady, and Zhu every 3 or 5 days, under the pretext of paying respects to the old lady. "Yes. By the way, I'll also visit my 5th sister. She's had a hard time taking the provincial examination," Zhao Jingli said. "That's right," Su said. The 2 families went to the old lady together to pay their respects to her. The old lady was usually impatient to deal with them. After a few words, she served tea and sent them away. Su led her children to Zhu's, while the 2 women from the 2nd family went to Zhao Rushi's. "5th sister, how did you do in the exam?" Zhao Jinan asked as soon as he entered. Zhao Rushi got the report from the maid and knew that the 3 of them and Su came to pay their respects to the old lady. She had already changed her clothes and was waiting for them. As soon as she heard Zhao Ryu was here, she knew what Zhao Ryu was here for. Zhao Ryu was always impatient. If she hadn't been participating in the provincial examination in the past few days, Zhao Ryu would have come to inquire about the system's news. She put down the newspaper in her hand, made a please sit down gesture to the 3 people, stood there and smiled. "I don't know yet. Wait for the results to be announced." She said this. She was still quite confident about the provincial examination. The intensive training of the teachers in the Imperial College some time ago was not in vain. She felt that her essay had made great progress in terms of both literary style and other aspects. She had also read the essays of the top 10 candidates in the provincial examinations over the years, and she believed that her essay was no worse than theirs. But how high she could rank in the end depended on luck and the preferences of the examiners. "Can I pass?" Zhao Jingli asked. The ancients liked to be modest, and flags should not be set randomly. Therefore, Zhao Rushi said vaguely, I hope so. Zhao Jingdan asked about the questions of the provincial examinations, and when he heard that some questions were mixed with mathematics and legal knowledge, he immediately frowned. This is too difficult. They were talking about the imperial examination questions, and Zhao Ryu stood by and couldn't get a word in. She asked the system in her heart, System. Does Zhao Rushi have a system? She didn't know that the system could get information. Not to mention Zhao Ryu. Even her system didn't expect that she could earn points in this way. It was Zhao Rushi who, facing the system that wanted to earn points from her all day long, didn't want to suffer any loss and always wanted to squeeze it back. So she developed this function. The system's questions were minefields, and Zhao Ryu's questions were naturally answered by her system. It simply ignored her. Zhao Ryu didn't get an answer, but she didn't care. She just asked casually. She just felt that she and Zhao Rushi were sitting face to face. If Zhao Rushi had a system, then the two systems would be in such close contact. Just like relatives meeting. There must be some reaction. That's why she asked. Seeing that the system didn't say anything, she guessed that Zhao Rushi didn't have a system. She saw the newspaper in front of Zhao Rushi, rolled her eyes, stood up and pointed at the newspaper and asked Zhao Rushi, Fifth sister, can I see it? Zhao Rushi was discussing with Zhao Jingdan how to write a provincial examination question. Seeing Zhao Ryu asking about the newspaper, she nodded. Zhao Ryu took the newspaper and read it for a while. When Zhao Jingdan and Zhao Rushi paused in their discussion, she suddenly said two words, System. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but her pronunciation was very clear. She stared at the newspaper, as if she was talking to herself, or reading the contents of the newspaper. But her eyes glanced at Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi was well prepared. She seemed to be talking to Zhao Jingdan, but in fact her attention was always on Zhao Ryu. When she heard what Zhao Ryu said, she subconsciously looked over, her eyes full of doubts, as if asking what Zhao Ryu was talking about. Zhao Jingli was the same. Only Zhao Jingdan was thinking about the question Zhao Rushi said, and did not hear what Zhao Ryu said. Zhao Ryu seemed to feel the gazes of the two people. She put down the newspaper and smiled embarrassedly. I was fascinated by the newspaper and disturbed you. Zhao Rushi waved her hand indifferently, turned around and asked Zhao Jingdan, How is it? How do you solve this problem? Seeing Zhao Jingdan scratching his head and looking distressed, Zhao Jingli said, Second brother, you are still not familiar enough with the 4 books and 5 classics. If you can't even think of the source, you can't solve the problem. And you can't write the article at all. Then you can only hand in a blank paper. So you have to study harder when you go back. Yes, I know, Zhao Jingdan said with his head down. After failing the Tongxing exam, he has been working hard. He thought that he had studied hard in the past 6 months, and had a good grasp of the 4 books and 5 classics. But now, he couldn't even solve the problem, which made him very frustrated. Seeing Zhao Rushi's reaction, Zhao Ryu guessed that Zhao Rushi didn't have a system. Otherwise, she would never have such a reaction when she heard the word system. Thinking of this, she was secretly happy. She didn't know what the golden finger was, but it didn't stop her from hoping that only she had the golden finger. In this way, she could be better than others and more likely to succeed. Zhao Jingli knew that participating in the provincial examination was very energy-consuming and physically demanding. Seeing Zhao Jingnan withering, he knew that the effect had been achieved, and he didn't want to disturb Zhao Rushi anymore. He stood up and said goodbye. Zhao Ryu turned around with her 2 brothers and slowly walked down the stairs, hoping that Zhao Rushi would call her and ask about the system. If Zhao Rushi had a system, she would definitely ask. After all, she had already started it. So Zhao Rushi would naturally ask her if she also had a system. But Zhao Ryu was disappointed. Until they walked out of the gate of Xiazuyuan, there was no sound from behind Zhao Rushi asking her to stay. Chapter 516 Mu Qingqiang's Visit. After leaving the bamboo courtyard, Zhao Ryu breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. It seems that she is the only one in the world who has a system. She was already desperate, and no longer wanted to compete with Zhao Rushi. If someone is 2 steps ahead of you, you will still want to catch up with her. But if someone is far ahead of you, you can only look up to her, and can't catch up no matter how hard you try. So you will naturally give up, and stop competing with her. But now, she has a golden finger, and is a person blessed by the gods. She is full of confidence and feels that in time, she will be better than Zhao Rushi. Marry an excellent husband, obtain a more prominent position, and live a more glorious and happier life than in her previous life. Zhao Jingli and his wife often come to the big house now, and this time, they come to visit Zhao Rushi. Therefore, after leaving the bamboo courtyard, they did not go to Zhao Yuanchuan again, but went directly to the gate and prepared to go back. But as soon as they arrived at the gate of Swiping Marquis's mansion, they saw a luxurious carriage slowly stopped in front of the mansion gate. There was also a sign on the carriage with a big Mu. The word, "Hey, the carriage of the Mu family." Zhao Jingyan was surprised. Who in my uncle's family has any connection with the Mu family? The Mu family is also a noble family. Although they don't have a title, they have a large population and many capable people in the family. Several of them are officials of the third rank or above, 2 of whom are provincial governors, and there are 2 second-rank officials in the court. The women of the Mu family have made countless marriages. There are many nobles in the capital. People rarely look at your family background based on how high your title is, but how much real power you have. The Mu family is a family with real power. Although their status in the capital is not the top, they are also considered to be a middle to upper class of power. Most importantly, the Mu family, like the Peng family, is a neutral party that does not take sides. These days, it is not easy to remain neutral. Many people do not want to follow the dragon, because the risk is too great and the reward is unknown. But they have no choice. If a prince comes to win you over, if you do not follow him, you may be killed, or someone will keep tripping you up. If that prince really ascends the throne in the future, your family will be completely finished. The Mu family cannot take sides, all thanks to the large number of family members, marriages everywhere, involvement with various factions, and can still maintain balance. Facing the Mu family with such a complicated relationship, all the princes have concerns. Even if they want to win over the Mu family, they only express their intentions lightly, and give up if it doesn't work. They dare not force it, fearing that the Mu family will completely fall into the hostile camp. From this point of view, it must be said that the head of the Mu family is a very remarkable person. Hearing what Zhao Jingnan said, Zhao Jingli shook his head. I don't know. While speaking, 2 young women got off the carriage. One of them was wearing a red dress, but her temperament was cold. The other was wearing a light yellow dress, and her behavior was gentle. If Zhao Rushi was here, she would know that these were the sisters Mu Qingqiang and Mu Qinglian. When Mu Qinglian saw Zhao Jingli and the other 2 coming out of the Swiping Marquis's mansion, she looked like the master in her dress. She stepped forward, bowed, and asked Zhao Ruyu with a smile, "This lady, I wonder if this is the Swiping Marquis's mansion. We are Miss Zhao Rushi's classmates, and we are here to visit her." They handed in their invitations yesterday. Today, the maids and servants can just report to the gatekeeper of Swiping Marquis's mansion, and someone will lead them in. But they couldn't ignore the master of Swiping Marquis mansion, no matter if he was a relative or someone else. So they had to ask in person. When Zhao Ruyu heard that these 2 people were Zhao Rushi's classmates, she immediately became jealous. When she first entered the Beijing Women's Academy, she wanted to build connections. All of her classmates at the Beijing Women's Academy were from prominent families, and she could gain great benefits by making friends with any of them. Compared with her, the people Zhao Rushi could make friends with in Baining, whether they were local gentry or daughters of small landlords, were of a far different level. Unexpectedly, the Beijing Women's Academy was a very snobbish place, and people formed their own small circles. She couldn't squeeze into any circle when she went there, and it was not easy to please people. In the end, she could only follow Qi Xian and others as a small follower, and she didn't even receive an invitation to a banquet at the end of the year. In Baining, Zhao Rushi not only worshipped Mr. Kumu as her teacher, but also became close friends with the princess of Qingyang County, and got close to the big tree of Jinan Palace. Now she even has a classmate like the Mu family. This really made Zhao Ruyu jealous and mixed. Who is the daughter of God? These distracting thoughts only lasted for a moment, and Zhao Ruyu quickly restrained her mind and replied with a smile, "It is Swiping Marquis Mansion. My name is Zhao Ruyu, and Zhao Rushi is my cousin." At this time, Nani Ruan, who was waiting at the gatehouse, stepped forward at the right time and saluted to the 2 of them. "You 2 are Miss Mu Qi and Miss Mu Ba, right? Our lady specially sent an old servant to wait for the 2 ladies here." At this time, she introduced the identities of both parties. After the introduction, she made a gesture, "Please come in. Miss Mu, My lady has been waiting for a long time. Mu Qingqiang has always been arrogant and doesn't like to talk to others. Just now when Mu Qinglian greeted her, she stood aside and didn't say anything. Now, hearing Nani Ruan's invitation, she immediately walked in. Mu Qinglian was much more considerate. She nodded to the three people and said, "We will go in first." Then she followed Mu Qingqiang into the sweeping marquise mansion. Zhao Ruyu looked at their receding backs and sighed. How did the fifth sister know the Mu family girl? Shouldn't the Mu family girls all go to the Beijing Women's Academy? Why did you go to Baining? Zhao Jingli was originally a prince, and interpersonal relationships in the capital were one of the compulsory courses for princes. He said, the county magistrate of Baining County is surnamed Mu. In the sweeping marquise mansion, Zhao Rushi had received a report from the gatekeeper and went to the hanging flower room to greet them. After Mu Qingqiang and Mu Qinglian met up with her, they first went to greet the old lady and Zhu, and then followed Zhao Rushi to Xiaozhu courtyard. Mu Qingqiang entered the bamboo courtyard, sat down and said, "Your home is quite quiet." Mu Qinglian quickly explained to Zhao Rushi with a smile. "My eighth sister meant that your home has a good environment, with many flowers and trees planted, and the environment is elegant, and she likes it very much." She was worried that Zhao Rushi would misunderstand Mu Qingqiang's implication that the population of Sweeping Bo's mansion was declining. The ancients paid attention to the prosperity of the population. For example, the Mu family has 70 or 80 masters, not counting those who are officials in other places. Living in the capital is not easy. The Mu family's original status was not prominent, and it was impossible for them to enclose a large piece of land to build a house. So they lived a little crowded. Zhao Rushi can live in a large courtyard by herself, while they are several sisters sharing one courtyard, which is inevitably noisy and sometimes quarrelsome. Mu Qingqiang said that because she really envied Zhao Rushi, but it was inevitable that she would be misunderstood by the other party. After all, it is not a good thing to have a small family, and it is also a scandal that the sweeping marquise mansion split up because of Wei's child exchange. It would be bad if Zhao Rushi misunderstood that her cousin was mocking her. They came to make friends, not to make enemies. Chapter 517 Proposed Marriage? Zhao Rushi waved her hand. I know what Miss Mu Ba meant. We have been classmates for a few months, and I know her personality. Mu Qinglian was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Mu Qingqiang blinked, looked at Zhao Rushi, then looked at Mu Qinglian, with doubts in her eyes and an innocent face, probably not understanding what was so funny. Unable to figure it out, she ignored it and asked Zhao Rushi, I told you to go and play with me. Why didn't you go? Once these words came out, if someone was suspicious, they would definitely be unhappy. Zhao Rushi knew Mu Qingqiang's personality very well. She actually liked to interact with such people, who said what they said and had simple minds. Mu Qinglian next to her seemed to be considerate and gentle, but she was full of little thoughts. In comparison, she would rather be friends with Mu Qingqiang. She was also straightforward, spreading her hands and making a helpless expression. Do you think I have time to play? She counted on her fingers for Mu Qingqiang. She had to paint, practice calligraphy, take the imperial examination, and take care of the farm. The painting training class took up her whole day, and she had no time to rest even on the weekend. Listening to her, Mu Qingqiang showed an envious expression on her face. She sighed and said sadly, I wish I could be like you. Zhao Rushi gave her a sympathetic look. She and Mu Qingqiang were classmates in the North Courtyard of Baining Women's College for a period of time. She knew that Mu Qingqiang was a person who loved reading and had good grades. It's a pity that the Mu family raised their daughter for marriage. When they said they wanted to discuss marriage, they took her back, and she never went back to the college to study. If you want to study, it's the same wherever you go. No matter where you are or what you learn. As long as you can learn, it's a good thing. Look at Madame Cui and Master Xiao. They are talented. Even if their marriages are not going well, they can find their own way, instead of staying in the backyard and watching other people's faces. Zhao Rushi poured her a bowl of thick chicken soup. Mu Qingqiang was startled, raised her head, and looked at Zhao Rushi. And then her eyes slowly brightened. You are right. She gave Zhao Rushi a bright smile. No matter what you learn, if you can learn and learn well, it is a good thing. I will remember what you said. Zhao Rushi looked at Mu Qingqiang's smile, his eyes a little dull. Mu Qingqiang is pretty, but she is only above average. Not the kind of beauty that makes people unable to look away. Her usual temperament is also cold. giving people a sense of arrogance and alienation from a distance. And she rarely smiles. But her smile, just now, was like a rose suddenly blooming in the ice and snow. Gorgeous and beautiful, making people unable to look away. No wonder King Yu of Zhou set fire to the princes, just to make the beauty smile. The beauty's smile is indeed shocking and fascinating. You should smile more often. You look so beautiful when you smile. Zhao Rushi saw that Mu Qingqiang quickly put away her smile, and couldn't help but say with regret. Mu Qingqiang glared at her and ignored her. Didn't you say you would go home to discuss marriage? Have you decided on your marriage? Zhao Rushi asked. Mu Qingqiang shook her head. Not yet. Anyway, I can't make the decision on these. So I simply ignored it and let the elders discuss it. Zhao Rushi was surprised. What if I pick one for you that you don't like? If you don't like it, just stay away from it. I'll just live my own life. As long as he doesn't bother me. He can take a concubine if he wants to. And do whatever he wants. As long as I don't care, I won't be unhappy. Mu Qingqiang said indifferently. Zhao Rushi looked at Mu Qingqiang, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he said nothing and sighed softly. Mu Qingqiang's personality seems cold and heartless. Unreasonable. But in fact it couldn't be more transparent. I think her coldness is also a kind of self-protection. In a family like theirs, marriage is not autonomous. So there is no question of whether you like someone or not. In this way, you can only stick to your own heart. If you don't have too high expectations for marriage and don't care too much, maybe you won't be so painful. Once that person is better than you expected, it may be a pleasant surprise, and life will be better. Have you read the newspaper published by Cui Fuzi and others? If you have nothing to do, you can write articles for the newspaper. You can also join in and do something for the newspaper. Zhao Rushi said to Mu Qingqiang. I read it. Every issue. At this point, Mu Qingqiang showed a bit of embarrassment on her face. I also submitted an article to the newspaper. It didn't pass the first time, but passed the second time. Ah, really? Which article was it? Zhao Rushi asked. Mu Qingqiang then told her the issue of the newspaper where her article was published, and also said her pen name. Mrs. Cui would specially send someone to deliver each issue of the newspaper to Zhao Rushi. And Zhao Rushi directly asked Qi Feng to turn out that issue of the newspaper. Mu Qingqiang felt embarrassed and quickly waved her hand and said, No. You can read it later. Zhao Rushi did not force her. She turned her head and looked at Mu Qinglian. Miss Mu Qi. How are you? Are you engaged? Compared to Mu Qingqiang, she didn't like Mu Qinglian very much. But after all, she was a guest at home, so she couldn't be too cold to Mu Qinglian. Mu Qinglian showed a hint of shyness on her face. I'm engaged. They will be married before the end of the year. Congratulations. Mu Qinglian asked her with a smile. How is Miss Zhao? Is she also engaged? Zhao Rushi shook her head. No. The three chatted for a while. Because Mu Qingqiang was straightforward and had no ulterior motives, Zhao Rushi quickly figured out why they came to visit at this time. The girls of the Mu family were not allowed to go out at will. After Mu Qingqiang returned home, she wanted to come to Zhao Rushi to play several times, but was stopped by the elders of the family. Now that Zhao Rushi has shown her potential, the Mu family suddenly gave in and let Mu Qingqiang and her sisters come to their house to date. They wanted to marry Zhao Rushi, and the person to be married was Mu Qingqiang's cousin, a scholar. The Mu family had no choice but to do this, because all the families who came to propose marriage were rejected by Zhu. Zhu told the matchmaker that Zhao Rushi would not be married until she finished the imperial examination. The Mu family knew that Mu Qi, Mu Ba and Zhao Rushi were classmates, so they simply attacked from the inside, hoping to impress Zhao Rushi through Mu Qi and Mu Ba. Mu Qinglian couldn't help but hold her forehead when she heard her cousin tell her almost everything. But she had to complete the task. Now that Miss Zhao has finished the provincial examination, can she relax for a while? Do you want to ride a horse? Our Mu family has a horse farm in Baining, where we raise many horses, and can also race horses. If Miss Zhao is interested, why don't we go and have some fun together? Mu Qinglian invited Zhao Rushi. If Mu Qingqiang hadn't mentioned her cousin, Zhao Rushi might have agreed. She was actually a playful person and liked riding horses. But with the marriage, if she agreed, she would have agreed to meet the young master of the Mu family. Of course, she couldn't agree. Not to mention that she didn't like the family style of the entire Mu family. Even if Mu Qingqiang had mentioned this matter intentionally, she would have known that this marriage was inappropriate. She could see that Mu Qingqiang's mention of the marriage was not naive and ignorant of the world, but was intentional. She was reminding Zhao Rushi and showing the intention of the Mu family. Chapter 518 1500 points. No. I'm not very good at riding a horse. And I'm not interested in horses, Zhao Rushi said. Besides, after taking the provincial examination, I want to take part in the next spring examination. Our teacher said that learning is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind, and you can't relax for a moment. Even if the provincial examination is over, I have to write 3 articles, practice 10 characters, and do 10 math problems every day. I really don't have much time to play. Mu Qinglian wanted to say that if you are not interested in riding a horse, the Mu family has other ways to play. But before she could say anything, she was stopped by Zhao Rushi's next sentence. She didn't give up. You have to relax and work hard in life. How can you be so tense all the time? This is not good for your health. I will be married soon. When you get married, we will have fewer opportunities to meet. Miss Zhao, if you are free, please go out more often. She glanced at Mu Qingqiang. Mu Qingqiang didn't say anything. After a long while, she blinked at Zhao Rushi and said, I will send you a message when the time comes. If you are free, come to my place and sit down. Zhao Rushi laughed and said to Mu Qingqiang, okay. With Mu Qingqiang's reminder, she would not go. Accepting now would also allow Mu Qingqiang to give an explanation to her family when she returns home. As for whether she would go after receiving the invitation, that was another matter. She would just find an excuse to refuse. After talking about this, everyone talked about the classmates of Binding Women's College for a while, compared with Zhao Rushi, who stayed in Binding Women's College for a longer time. Mu Qinglian, who only studied in Binding Women's College for a short time, obviously knew more about the classmates in Class D there, and talked about them in detail. It was then that Zhao Rushi realized that several of the people who had been admitted to the Women's Academy with her and Su Shui had already married. Most of the others who were not married had also been engaged, and were just waiting to stop studying when they were older, and return home 6 months in advance to get married. This was the current situation, and it was also the reason why Mrs. Cui had always wanted to change it. After all, the 3 of them were not very familiar with each other, and Mu Qingqiang was not a talkative person. After chatting for a while, there was nothing to talk about, and the Mu sister stood up and said goodbye. Zhao Rushi saw them off to the gate. Mu Qingqiang turned around and said to Zhao Rushi, can I write to you later? Zhao Rushi nodded, of course. Let's keep in touch in the future. Mu Qingqiang was happy, smiled at Zhao Rushi, and turned to get on the carriage. The second family's 3 siblings and the Mu sisters came in the morning. After they left, Zhao Rushi accompanied her grandmother, mother, and brother to eat lunch and take a nap. In the afternoon, she painted another picture. When she was having dinner in the evening, she suddenly heard the system broadcast, congratulations to the host. Wisdom value plus 1,500. Zhao Rushi was just reaching for a piece of fish with her chopsticks. When she heard the announcement, she accidentally dropped the braised fish on her chopsticks onto the table. You kid. I told the maid to serve you the food, but you insisted on doing it yourself. Look. It's spilled. Right? Zhu said angrily, motioning the maid to come forward and clean up the table. It's just a piece of fish. If my daughter wants to serve it herself, she can serve it herself. Why are you nagging her? Zhao Yuanxuan immediately protected his daughter. Sister, I'll serve it for you. Zhao Jingtai took a pair of serving chopsticks and served Zhao Rushi a piece of fish belly meat. The old lady drank her bird's nest porridge and watched all this with a smile. I was careless. Thank you, little brother. Zhao Rushi responded hastily, and while reaching for the plate to take Zhao Jingtai's fish, she opened the light curtain. Only she can see this light curtain. As long as the action of opening the light curtain is not abrupt, no one will notice anything unusual. Her points are more than 100,000. Such a large number. Plus she will add points for every piece of calligraphy she practices and every painting she draws. If you meet someone who is not sensitive to numbers, they may not know how many points they have. But Zhao Rushi has a very good memory and can remember it at a glance. She knows exactly how many points she had yesterday, how much she earned today, and how many points she has in total. Now she looks at the total points and finds that she did not hear it just now, but that she has indeed added 1,500 points. Could it be that the ranking of the provincial examination has been announced? Tomorrow is the day to announce the results. It seems that it is indeed the reward for the provincial examination. 1,500 points. Where is she ranked? She only got 600 points for the 6th place in the college exam. The provincial exam is one level higher than the college exam. More difficult and more influential. Even if she is the 6th place, she gets more points than the college exam. So where is she ranked with 1,500 points? Host, do you want to know the ranking? You only need to spend 200 points to check it. The voice of the system popped up in her mind. Zhao Rushi hesitated for a moment, but still refused. No. I'll wait for the results to be announced tomorrow. It's not easy to earn points. But it's just one night. She can afford to wait. Besides, the ranking has been determined. The points have been issued. And there will be no big changes. Whether she knows it earlier or later. It can't change the ranking. So why waste points? The system knows that she is stingy. And no matter how much persuasion, she will not change her initiative. So it muttered, Granette. It didn't say anything else. Here. This ginseng chicken soup. Drink another bowl. I've been tired during this period. And I've lost weight. So I need to make up for it. A bowl of chicken soup appeared in front of Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi looked at the chicken soup, touched her stomach, and said to Zhu, Mom, I'm full. There is a kind of thinness, which makes your mother think you are thin. When she first entered Swaping Marquis' mansion, Swaping Marquis' mansion only had 2 meals a day, and she was still hungry. After the separation, she told Zhu that she was often hungry and asked to change the eating habits in the mansion. Zhu was distressed at that time, and Swaping Marquis' mansion immediately changed from 2 meals a day to 3 meals a day. After that, Zhu took great pains to make delicious food for her and Zhao Jingtai, and forced them to eat every day before letting them go. If she wasn't still growing and working hard every day, she would have grown into a fat girl. Didn't you see that even though Zhao Jingtai was growing taller and taller, he still had a double chin? This is the proof of the effect of scientific pig farming. After dinner, Zhao Rushi went back to Ziyuan. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu called the servant named Xiala, who was particularly smart in reading the list, and gave him a reward of 1 or 2 silver coins, saying, Be smart. If the girl passes the exam, there will be a big reward. Xiala bowed and took the reward, patting his chest and assuring, My lord, madam, don't worry. I will wait at the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall tonight, and I will definitely take a good position tomorrow morning, and report the good news as soon as possible. The girl is a literary star descended from the earth, and she is extremely talented, so she will definitely be the top of the list. Lord, madam, please wait for my good news at home. Zhu was amused by this clever little ghost, and said, You don't have to go tonight. Just go early tomorrow morning to take a position. Chapter 519 Why is there no name? Xiaolo would not refute Zhu. Nodding. He looked obedient. But he had other ideas in his mind. Why did he get rewards repeatedly? It's not because he is diligent, but because he is smart. No matter what the girl's ranking is, he just needs to go tonight and squat at the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall. When the time comes, the uncle and the lady will give him another reward for his hard work. Others work hard for a year and can't see a few taels of silver. He would certainly not miss such an opportunity, as he could get a few taels of reward money if he stayed up all night. As soon as he came out of the main courtyard, he went home, took some cakes, put on a thick coat, took his bedding roll, and went straight to the Imperial Examination Hall. The Jin dynasty had a curfew, but it was a traditional custom for servants from each family to wait at the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall before the announcement of the results. And the Imperial Guards turned a blind eye. They would strengthen the defense of this area. And after the curfew, those people at the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall were not allowed to walk around, but they were allowed to stay where they were. Xiala thought he was the only one who did this, but he didn't expect that there were already a few servants squatting at the entrance of the Imperial Examination Hall. Then a few more came one after another. In the end, there were about a dozen people. During the conversation, Xiala found that the others were sent by the master and mistress of the family, not voluntarily. In his heart, he was grateful for the kindness of his master and begged God to bless his daughter to pass the imperial examination. The top of the list was just a lucky word he said at the time to get a good luck. He felt that although his daughter was smart and had received guidance from the teachers of the Imperial Academy in the past 2 months, She was still far behind the talented people who had studied hard for 10 years. He did not seek to be the top of the list, but only hoped that his daughter could be on the list and pass the examination. The provincial examination has always been a difficult hurdle, and many scholars have failed to pass it in their entire lives. His daughter was able to pass it after only 1 year of hard work, which was really a great honor for the Zhao family. After chatting for a while, they spread out their blankets and slept on the floor, waiting for the announcement of the results the next morning. Xiao Lu was awakened by the cold the next morning. Although he was wearing thick clothes, and his bedding was also quite thick, but there was already frost in the 8th month of the lunar calendar in the north. They slept on the ground, so the cold naturally penetrated their bones. He quickly got up, bypassed the people sleeping in all directions, and ran a few steps around. However, while he was running, his eyes were still on his bedding. First, he was worried that someone would take his bedding away, and second, because the place occupied by his bedding was right below the board. This was the place he had stayed up all night to occupy, and he couldn't let others take it. After running a few steps and feeling warm, he came back, sat down on the bedroll, took out a cold and hard biscuit from his arms, and slowly ate it. The people around him gradually woke up, and everyone looked at the position of the morning star in the sky, quickly put away the bedroll, and more than a dozen people stood against the wall. After a while, the carriages of officials going to court passed by them one after another, until the time for court arrived and no more carriages passed by. They relaxed, stretched their bodies, took out dry food and ate a few bites, waiting for dawn. The sky gradually rose, and people came one after another. Xiala and the dozen people who stayed here last night formed a small circle, occupying the best positions, and were unanimous in being exclusive, not allowing others to squeeze in. When the sun gradually rose, Xiala's thick clothes could no longer fit, and the entrance to the Imperial Examination Hall finally opened. For people dressed as soldiers came out, one of whom held a piece of paper in his hand. Here they come. The crowd that had already blocked this road was in a commotion, and everyone tried their best to squeeze in. Xiao Lu, who was standing at the front, was pushed by the people behind him and almost bumped into the sergeant. Don't push. Don't push. If you push again, your candidate will be disqualified immediately. The two sergeants who maintained order shouted loudly, and pointed out the two who pushed the most fiercely and warned them. The crowd stopped crowding and dared not move. The other two sergeants put glue on the paper and pasted it on the wall. As soon as the two left, Xiao Lu stood in front of the list. He was in a very good position, and could see the whole list clearly at a glance. There are many talented people in the capital, so naturally there are more scholars than in other provinces. There are many people who participate in the provincial examinations each time. About 1,000 people. In recent years, the Jin dynasty has been peaceful, and the number of officials has been stable, with few vacancies. Therefore, not only the admission rate of the provincial examinations, but also the admission rate of the provincial examinations will be lowered. The admission rate of the provincial and municipal examinations in the capital has been around 7% in recent years. Therefore, the number of people on the list this time is about 70 to 80. Xiala looked at the names from top to bottom, one by one, but he didn't see the name he was looking forward to. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and read it again from the beginning, hoping that he had missed it. As a result, he read the 79 names again, but still could not find the 3 words Xiao Rushi. After thinking about it, Xiao Lu frowned. Could it be that his daughter did not write her real name, but used the name Zhao Jiwei? Thinking of this, he read the list from beginning to end again, and then found that not only the 3 words Zhao Rushi were not on the list, but also the 3 words Zhao Jiwei were not on the list. While Xiala was looking over and over again, a group of Yamen runners came to the Zhao family's residence near Swaping Marquis' mansion to announce the good news by beating gongs and drums. The Zhao family members went out to look. The gatekeeper of Swaping Marquis' mansion knew that today was the day for the provincial examination to be posted, and that his daughter had participated in the provincial examination, and that Sheila was sent to see the list. Hearing the noise over there, the old gatekeeper quickly sent the young one out to inquire. After a while, the young gatekeeper came back and said, "It's the grandson of the old master Xiao Wu who teaches in the school who passed the imperial examination." The Yamen runners came to announce the good news. Passed the exam? Oh, what a happy event. How many places did you get? 75. The old doorman waved his hand. It doesn't matter how many places you get. As long as you pass the exam, you will be a Jiren, can be an official, can participate in the imperial examination, and have a bright future. The young doorman said expectantly, it would be great if our girl could also pass the exam. Of course, she will pass, another person said. As soon as the man finished speaking, there was another sound of gongs and drums announcing the good news. This time, the old man didn't need to say anything. The young man ran out and came back and said, the fourth son of Mr. Wang in the front street has won the 53rd place. After saying that, the two looked at each other with some worry in their eyes. Whether it is the college examination or the provincial examination, the good news starts from the last place. And the higher the ranking, the higher the ranking. Of course, those who failed will naturally not have good news. So when you hear that others have received good news but you don't, there are only two results. One is that the ranking is higher than him, and the other is that you didn't pass. The anticipation and anxiety in your heart while waiting is really indescribable. Chapter 520, Jiayuan. Zhao Yuanxuan. Zhu had already sent people to inquire about the news. Hearing the news of the two successful candidates, they were extremely uneasy. Although Zhao Rushi ranked very high in the prefectural and academy examinations, both in the top 10, it stands to reason that she is still very confident in the provincial examination. But this is the provincial examination, and many people failed at this stage. You should know that the son of Lord Wang in the front street is already in his early 40s this year, and he finally passed the examination and became a Jiren. Even if Zhao Yuanxuan and his wife have a double filter for their daughter, they think she is extremely smart. But after only 1 year of study, they still couldn't imagine that Zhao Rushi could pass the exam and even rank very high. Now they haven't received the good news yet. And there is only one result. That is, failure. Zhu said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, our Shijie doesn't rely on studying to fight for her future. Her painting level is comparable to that of a master, which is better than many people. Jinshi is a batch every 3 years, and there is a champion every year. For many years, there is only our Shijie, who is a master of painting who can be compared with Mr. Kumu. Yes. 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 Zhao Yuanxuan also quickly joined in. And it's better if she didn't pass. If she did, the child would have to work hard for the imperial examination. I feel sad just thinking about it. Isn't it good for a girl as delicate as a flower to eat, drink and play at home? As long as she is good at painting, it is enough for others to look up to her. Why does she need to work so hard? It's better if she didn't pass. It's better if she didn't pass. Instead of comforting each other, the couple comforted themselves. After saying this, the feeling of loss in their hearts had just dissipated a little, and the old lady sent someone to inquire again. The two hurried to the old lady's yard and told her what they had said. Sheila looked at the list several times, but didn't find his daughter's name. He was no less frustrated than Zhao Yuanxuan and his wife. Not to mention that the daughter didn't pass the exam. She couldn't expect the 10 taels of silver reward. Because of Zhao Rushi's relationship, he got more than 20 taels of reward this year, and he could buy 2 or 3 acres of good land in the suburbs. He was grateful in his heart. Even if there was no reward, he hoped that the daughter would be good and pass the exam. Thinking of this, he sighed, stopped looking at the list, and turned to look at the friends who had spent the night with him last night. Some people were ecstatic, dancing with joy, and it was obvious that they had won. Some were as depressed as him. Of course they didn't win. Some were still unwilling to give up, and their eyes were eager to get close to the list, looking at the names one by one. At this time, it was so crowded everywhere that Xiaolu could hardly move even if he wanted to, let alone squeeze out. And since it was not good news, he was not in a hurry to go back and report it. He patted Wu Mo, the servant of Lord Lu, who slept next to him last night and had the best relationship with him, and asked, "What's wrong? Your son didn't make the list either?" Wu Mo nodded, looking frustrated. His son had taken the provincial examination once before, but failed. The chances of passing this time were quite high, and the whole family held out hope. In the end, his son's name was still not on the list. Knowing that his son's level would not make the top prize, Wu Mo still held on to the last glimmer of hope. He said, "Not necessarily. There is still a red list that has not been posted. Maybe my son is in the top 3. Not failed." Xiaolu was stunned. "What?" He turned his head to look at the list, then pointed at it and said, Isn't this the list of all the successful candidates? Wu Imo looked at him as if he was a fool. Your family sent you to look at the list. Didn't you ask about the rules of posting the list? The Yamen runners reported the good news from the end to the beginning when they came home. Leaving suspense, the list was also divided into two parts. One was the red list, and the other was the white list. The white list is from the fourth to the last place, and the red list will be posted later, which only has the top three. He patted Sheila's shoulder comfortingly, although the hope of being on the red list is very slim. What if our master is determined to do well? Right? As long as the red list is not posted, we still have hope. Really? That's great. Sheila's dim and depressed eyes suddenly burst into a light of hope, and the corners of his mouth also curved. This is the first time I've seen the list. I didn't know that the provincial examination was posted like this. There is no such rule for the prefectural exam and the academy exam. Wu Imo patted his shoulder, but in his heart he felt that Xiao Lo was a fool. Heard that there was a red list, so he was so happy. But that was a red list, with only 3 places, and they were the 3 most powerful ones. The son of Xiao Li's family is just the son of a minor official, and he has no reputation. Is it possible for him to pass the exam? Go back and sleep and dream faster. Because of the prefectural exam and the academy exam, there was a lot of noise. And because of Zhao Rushi's relationship, the prefectural governor of the capital, Zhongli, was dismissed. Therefore, when Xiela was chatting and bragging with everyone last night, he didn't dare to say that his master was Ji Wei Jusher, female, and didn't even dare to mention the 4 words sweeping Bofu. He only vaguely mentioned Zhao Yuanxuan's official position, for fear of causing trouble for Sweeping Bofu and Zhao Rushi. The capital is very large, and there are many officials of all ranks. When everyone heard that it was a 6th-rank official of the Dali Temple with the surname Zhao, they thought about it and found that there was no such person. So they didn't care, and subconsciously thought that Xiela was the book boy of this young master. Xiaola had no idea that Wu Imo saw him this way. He went from being extremely frustrated and disappointed to having great expectations, hoping that the soldiers would stop procrastinating and quickly post the red list. His daughter ranked 2nd in the county and prefectural exams, and 6th in the academy exams. During this period, she also received guidance from the teachers of the Imperial Academy. Maybe she could pass the provincial exams in one stroke, not to mention the 1st place. She still had a good chance of getting 2nd or 3rd place. Fortunately, the soldier seemed to have heard his voice. After posting the 3 white lists, they went back to the Imperial Academy, took out a piece of red paper, applied some paste on it, and posted it in front of the white list. Sheila was standing in a good position and had a sharp eye. He saw at a glance that the 3 words Xiaorushi were written at the top. He was ecstatic and patted Wu Mo's shoulder vigorously, laughing and jumping. "Ah, it's won. My daughter won the 1st place. Ah, it's amazing. It's won." There were only 3 names on the red list, and he could read them all at a glance. Before Wu Imo had time to feel depressed for his son, he was patted on the shoulder with great force. He almost fell down, and then he heard Sheila's scream. He was stunned for a while, then looked at Sheila in disbelief. "What? When? Your daughter? Not your son? Are you crazy?" "Haha. Not crazy. Not crazy. It's my daughter. My daughter is Zhao Rushi, also known as Zhao Jiwei, a famous painter in Beijing, a disciple of Mr. Kumu, the one who sold a painting for 25,000 taels of silver." Sheila didn't hide it at this time, and shouted out everything he wanted to say for a long time. Chapter 521, rushing to announce the good news. The names are all on the list. This champion is inevitable. There was a big commotion because his daughter won the 1st place in the county exam. Winning the 1st place in the provincial exam is no less than an earthquake for Dajin. Since everyone will know, he might as well shout it out now, so that he can say everything he had been holding back last night and feel relieved. He couldn't say anything last night when he heard everyone bragging about his master, but he was so frustrated. Now his daughter is the 1st place winner. Haha. She is the 1st place winner. Better than all the men who participated in the provincial examination, who can still show off in front of him. When he shouted like this, the people who looked at the list were shocked. What? How is this possible? Everyone looked at the name at the top of the red list, which clearly read Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi? It should be the same name, right? Yes. It must not be that Ji Wei Jusher. Wei Jusher is a teenage girl. I heard that she was brought back from the road. She didn't even have a school to go to in the countryside. How could she pass the provincial examination and become the top scorer? Isn't it? If you are good at painting, you may be said to be too talented. If you don't study hard for 10 years, no matter how smart you are, you can't pass the provincial examination and become the top scorer. Everyone denied it in unison. But there was a weak voice saying, I heard that there was a woman who participated in the provincial examination. It seems to be Zhao Jiwei. However, this person also knew that this statement would easily anger everyone. So he did not dare to speak loudly, but only grumble quietly, which did not cause any big waves. No matter whether they passed the exam or not, no one was willing to admit that they or their masters were not as good as a little girl. They all denied Zhao Rushi and finally reached a consensus. Since everyone thought it was impossible, it must be impossible. Everyone was comforted and wanted to make trouble for the boy who just shouted. But they did not expect Xiela to be smart. He had already made up his mind to slip away quickly when he was shouting. Before he finished speaking, he took advantage of everyone's daze and got out of the crowd. After the red list came out, the dust settled on those who passed and those who didn't. Many people rushed back to report the news. Some people walked out, and some squeezed in. The crowd was no longer as crowded as before, and it was much looser, which gave Xiela a chance. Even Wu Mo, who was most concerned about him, didn't grab his collar. When he came to his senses, he found that Xiela was gone. No one cared about not finding Xiela. Who has the energy to care about other people's affairs when they can't even take care of their own joys and sorrows? The Yamen runners are rewarded for reporting good news. Moreover, the capital is no different from other places. There are many wealthy families here. When the noble families are happy, it is common to give dozens or hundreds of taels of reward money, which is not comparable to the country people. Reporting good news is definitely a good job. Therefore, except for the on-duty Yamen runners in the capital, all the other Yamen runners were dispatched. They got the news as early as when the white list was posted, and divided the work into different areas to report the good news to the people who passed the exam with the highest efficiency and the fastest speed. The more houses you visit, the more rewards you get. When Xiela squeezed out of the crowd and ran to Sweeping Marquis's house, the 3 fastest teams of Yamen runners had already divided the task of reporting the good news among the top 3. When Xiela ran to the alley near the Marquis's house, he saw the Yamen runners coming this way. Xiela knew that if he reported the good news before the Yamen runners, the reward would definitely be different. But if he reported it later, the Marquis and his wife would give him a reward for his hard work all night. But the reward would not be too much. He suddenly became anxious and ran forward desperately. Finally, he entered the mansion before the Yamen runners and rushed forward. The gatekeeper saw him coming back and wanted to ask him something. But he saw Xiela running in with a grin. Hey, this kid. The gatekeeper was immediately happy. Looking at Xiela, there might be a happy event in our mansion. Another gatekeeper was about to speak when he heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from the alley. Who passed the provincial examination again? Is there anyone else in our area who took the provincial examination? He asked. His companion ignored him, pointing at the Yamen runners, who were getting closer and closer, and stammered, yes. They are coming to our house. The Sweeping Marquis's house and the neighboring houses are both quite large, and there are only a few families in this alley. I haven't heard of any other families participating in the provincial examination. And only his daughter has just finished the examination and is waiting for the results to be announced. Considering Xiela's appearance when he entered just now, what else does the gatekeeper not understand? He stood up and said, You stay here. I'll report to the Marquis. Madam. Before he finished speaking, he had already run far away. The remaining gatekeepers cursed, You bastard. You only know how to take advantage of others. There is a reward for reporting the good news at this time. After cursing, he muttered, No matter how fast you run, you can't run as fast as Xiela. It is reasonable to say that a servant like Xiela is not allowed to enter the second gate without the master's message. But today is special. The maids guarding the Chuehua gate all know that Xiela went to see the list. Seeing him running back with a smile on his face, the maids knew that there was good news. And they also knew that the master and the lady were eager to know the news. So they did not dare to stop him and let him run in. However, someone was still sent to follow, so as not to be held responsible in case of any trouble. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu comforted each other, and then went to comfort the old lady. but they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Both of them stayed in the old lady's courtyard, not thinking about anything else, and chatted with each other. At this moment, they heard the maid's surprised cry at the gate of the courtyard, and vaguely heard Sheila's voice, and both of them stood up excitedly. The old lady was drinking tea at this moment, and she was so anxious that she almost choked. It was only when Daimao took the teacup in her hand and patted her back that she felt better. The old lady stood up and looked towards the door, and saw Sheila running in. But because he ran too fast, he was out of breath and couldn't speak at all. Zhao Yuan and Zhu kept asking him, "How is it? Did the girl win?" Sheila nodded fiercely. "Won? Really?" Sheila nodded again. "Uh-huh. I won." Zhao Yuan was so happy that he didn't know what to do. Zhu's eyes were red, and she covered her mouth with a handkerchief, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yes, it's Jie Yuan." Sheila finally caught his breath. "Our girl is the first Jie Yuan." "What? What did you say?" Zhao Yuan grabbed Sheila's shoulders. "What did you just say? Jie Yuan? The girl got the first place." "Jie Yuan?" Sheila nodded again. This, I am not dreaming. Am I? "Madam, pinch me," Zhao Yuan said in disbelief. Zhu was about to reach out her hand when she heard a maid running in quickly, shouting, "Madam, Lord, Madam, the Yamen runners are here to report the good news. Our girl got the first Jie Yuan." Chapter 522 Surprise. Jie Yuan. It's really Jie Yuan. Zhao Yuan was so excited that he didn't know what to do. He raised his head and shouted to the roof to vent his joy. Zhu, who had been crying, stopped crying and quickly wiped her tears. She called Zhao Yuan to greet the Yamen runners together. But the old lady sat back in her chair and cried. Her granddaughter passed the provincial examination and became Jie Yuan. This was something she never dared to dream of. She felt more honored than when she saw her son coming back wearing the 6th rank official uniform. That was the provincial examination, an imperial examination that many scholars could not pass in their entire lives. Her granddaughter, however, won the first place. How could the old lady not be excited and sigh? A maid had already run to Xia Ziyuan to announce the good news to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi was quite surprised to hear that she was the first place, although she had received the points a long time ago. 1,500 points. Almost catching up with her own painting method. You know, she created a new painting method, and the system only awarded 2,000 points. She won the first place in the last painting competition, and only got 1,000 points. So with 1,500 points, she knew that her ranking in the provincial examination would definitely not be low. While Zhao Yuan and the others were worried, she had nothing to worry about. For so long, the system has never made a mistake. But she really didn't expect that she would be the first place. You know, she didn't get the first place in all the exams. She knew how competitive the provincial examination was, whether it was fictional or not. In all dynasties, there were so many levels in the imperial examination, and the provincial examination was the most competitive and the most difficult one. Even if a jurin can become an official, it is obvious that the number of jurin is not too large, and it has always been controlled within a certain range. So it is not easy to pass the exam. She didn't expect that she would get the first place in this test. Not to mention Zhao Rushi's family. Even Qin Ke, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, who served as the chief examiner, was surprised to hear this news. The names of the candidates in the provincial examination were sealed on the spot, and then handed over to the transcriber for transcription. After transcription, it was handed over to the examiner for correction. When the examiner graded the papers, he had no idea who the candidates were, and only judged based on the essays he liked. Finally, the rankings were determined based on the scores of the 5 examiners. After the test papers were handed in, the soldiers opened the sealed papers, checked the test papers and names, and then posted the list. Therefore, even the chief examiner and the examiners did not know who was selected without seeing the list posted. This avoided favoritism and fraud in the imperial examination to the greatest extent and ensured the greatest fairness. This also led to the chief examiner knowing that the winner was Zhao Rushi after the list was released. Upon hearing the news, several examiners quickly rechecked the sealed test papers and found that Zhao Rushi was indeed Mr. Kumu's apprentice Zhao Jiwei, the only female candidate. They didn't know what to do. "Sir Qin, what should we do?" the deputy examiner asked. "What else can we do? No matter who it is, Once the list is posted, it cannot be changed. Qin Ke smiled bitterly. He really didn't know that Zhao Jiwei was so powerful. With so many male candidates, he couldn't beat a female candidate. It was really embarrassing. I don't know anything else. I just know that this provincial exam we presided over will become famous. He shook his head. Everyone smiled bitterly. One examiner said, Zhao Jiwei won the first place. Which is well deserved. You didn't see her essay. It was really well written. It would be unfair not to give her the first place. The other examiners nodded. That's true. Thinking of the storm caused by Zhao Jiwei during the county exam, Qin Ke thought for a while and said, I'll go to the palace to meet the emperor. That's good. The other officials agreed. In any case, they presided over the examination impartially. The provincial examination and the imperial examination were both extremely serious examinations. Once the results were posted, they could not be changed, and Zhao Jiwei's essay could withstand verification. So they did not feel guilty. But considering the turmoil caused by the county examination, it would be better to report this to the emperor. Qin Ke took out his pocket watch from his bosom, and seeing that it was time to leave the court, he handed in a sign to the palace and asked to see the emperor. You mean? Mr. Ku Mu's apprentice Zhao Jiwei won the first place in the imperial examination? Xiao He was very surprised to hear the news. He immediately looked at eunuch Xie. The provincial examination is held every 3 years. The metropolitan examination is held every 3 years. And the student examination is held every year. As an emperor, Xiao He has long been unconcerned about this. He only discusses with the ministers when selecting the chief examiners for the provincial and metropolitan examinations, and shows up at the final palace examination to meet the champion and others. But this time, because of Zhao Jiwei, he paid attention to it and told eunuch Xie to pay attention to the announcement of the results. He wanted to know whether Zhao Jiwei passed the exam under the guidance of the teachers of the Imperial College, and what place he ranked. He was just curious. But he didn't expect Zhao Jiwei to give him such a big surprise. When eunuch Xie saw the emperor looking at him, he hurried forward to salute and said, I sent someone to see. Zhao Jiwei is indeed the first place. At the top of the list, Xiao He didn't know what to say for a moment. He was silent for a while, raised his eyelids and looked at Qin Ke. What do you want? Qin Ke said, the imperial examination is a very serious matter of the court. Not a joke. Once the red and white lists are posted, they cannot be changed. I am just worried that the ministers in the court will have some ideas. So I came to report to the emperor. Xiao He nodded with satisfaction. That's right. No matter who gets the top spot. Since there is no cheating and everyone agrees, there is nothing to question. The imperial examination is such a serious matter, and the rules cannot be changed just because Zhao Rushi got the first place. The court rules and the imperial examination rules are not a joke. If there is nothing else, you can leave, he said. There will definitely be people talking about this matter. But it was just a discussion, and no one dared to raise objections. Otherwise, it would not be questioning Qin Ke, the chief examiner, but also expressing dissatisfaction with the court's regulations that allowed women to participate in the imperial examination. Emperor Xingyao brought high-yield crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes to everyone, so that the people could have enough food, and also made glass and other items. They could not enjoy everything that Empress Xingyao brought. But after her death, they denied the rights she had fought for women. When a woman passed the examination, the entire court panicked and hurriedly changed the rules of the imperial examination, or denied the results of this provincial examination. How embarrassing would it be for the men? Is he afraid that the woman is really better than him, so he feels guilty? If all the court officials are like this, Xiao He thinks that it is not a matter of changing the rules of the imperial examination, but that all the officials in the court should be replaced. He can't afford to lose face if all his subordinates are like this. And things turned out as Xiao He expected. The court officials and the people talked about Zhao Rushi's success in the examination, but no one dared to question it, and no one proposed to change the rules of the imperial examination. This kind of conversation was going on inside and outside the court. Chapter 523 Reactions from all sides. Have you heard? The top scorer in the provincial examination is the female apprentice of Mr. Ku Mu. Oh, I heard about it. You said that these candidates, one by one, are older than others, have studied longer than others, and are all carefully taught by famous teachers at home. So how can they not pass the exam better than a girl? It's embarrassing. That's right. Don't say anything about the advice of the teachers of the Imperial College. How many of the candidates are students of the Imperial College? They studied with these great scholars for several years. But how long did Zhao Shiwei receive the guidance of the great scholars? He couldn't even pass the exam. So he is really ashamed to say so. I have read Zhao Shiwei's article. It is really well written. Indeed, it is not bad. Alas, this girl is smart. Mr. Kumu really picked up a treasure. Then the Sweeping Earl is the one who picked up a treasure. You have heard about Wei Qiu's story, right? Zhao Shiwei was originally intentionally swapped with Wei Qiu's daughter. She grew up in the countryside before she was 13 years old. It has been less than 2 years since she was brought back. And she has brought so much glory to the Sweeping Earl's mansion. How come I don't have a granddaughter like this? It makes me jealous just by looking at her. Isn't it? My grandson also took part in the provincial examination this year and ranked 15th, compared with Zhao Shiwei. He is really far behind. After seeing Zhao Shiwei's essay, he felt ashamed and is studying hard now. Ha ha ha. This is a good thing. It's time to make these children tighten their strings. Don't think that you are proud and complacent just because you have a family background and you are not stupid. And always think that you can do well in the exam. Now that he is suddenly defeated by a 15-year-old girl, he has to admit that he must work hard to improve himself? Yes, I said so too. Besides, Zhao Shiwei is an anomaly after all. For many years, she is the only woman who has done so well in the exam. She may not become an official in the future, so she has no great influence on the government. It is a good thing to motivate these little bastards to work hard. Such conversations are everywhere in and outside the court. Even among the people. The content of everyone's discussion is roughly the same. The provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the county examination are different. The essays of the top 3 candidates do not need to be posted. After the list is posted, the bookstore will come to ask the candidates, and after they pay a certain fee, they will print their essays and sell them. All candidates would buy it as a model essay to learn from. Zhao Rushi's essay was guided by great scholars, and it was extremely mature in terms of words, writing style, and quoting classics, coupled with her own novel ideas and unique insights. It was not surprising that she stood out from many candidates and became the champion. The candidates were also convinced after seeing her essay. This also made the candidates work harder, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Especially the candidates who will participate in the joint examination next year. They are aiming to surpass Zhao Shiwei, and vowed not to be suppressed by Zhao Shiwei in the joint examination. Kong Shilin, Princess Shangda and Madame Cui also sent servants to check the list when it was announced. And they received the news not much later than the Sweeping Marquis mansion. Everyone was so happy to learn that Zhao Rushi had passed the first place. Especially Princess Shangda and Madame Cui. They were so proud. You said Shiwei did so well in the exam, which brought honor to us girls and Biting Girls Academy. What should we reward her with? Princess Shangda walked around the room happily and asked Madame Cui, because she was concerned about the results. She came to Biting Women's Academy early in the morning to wait. Mrs. Cui's eyes were red, and she was excited. When she heard what Princess Shangda said, she was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. What do you think about me giving her another manor? Princess Shangda asked. She didn't really want to ask Mrs. Cui for advice. She also knew that Mrs. Cui was not good at expressing any opinions in this regard. She asked this just because she was hesitating and considering. Mrs. Cui said, "That's good. But I'm afraid Shiwei will be embarrassed to accept it." Princess Shangda waved her hand and said, "You have to accept it even if you are embarrassed. I dare not refuse the gift given by the elder." Since she gave the manor last time, she saw that Zhao Shiwei still liked this kind of tangible things. Later, she also sent someone to see that Xiao'ao Manor was managed very well by Zhao Rushi. Some time ago, Zhao Shiwei sent someone to give her some canned food made by Xiao'ao Manor, and she liked it very much. Later, she asked someone to secretly buy a lot. Now the noble ladies in the capital are all in fashion to eat canned food. If there are no canned food on the table at a banquet, it will look shabby. Zhao Shiwei is not only good at studying, but also very good at household affairs. With this in mind, she made up her mind and asked the housekeeper to bring the book. She planned to carefully select which farm would be the most suitable to send. In the palace, concubine Jean was using a silver fork to pick up the yellow peaches in the can and put them into her mouth. While she asked lazily, Today is the day for the provincial examination to be announced. Right? What place did Zhao Jiwei take? She cared less about the imperial examination than Xiao Qi. But who asked Zhao Jiwei to take the provincial examination? Deep in her heart, she hated the woman who changed her fate. But it was not visible on the outside. Last time, because of the exam, Princess Pingyang targeted Zhao Jiwei. The emperor was angry that she did not discipline the people below him strictly. So he favored the newcomer when he was unhappy. From then on, she was no longer the emperor's favorite concubine. With the newcomer laughing, how can we hear the old one crying? During this period, the emperor came to her palace less and less frequently. Sometimes when he came, he would not stay overnight, but would just sit for a while and then leave. This made concubine Jean more and more panicked. Her family was not as good as the Sun family. For so many years, she and her son had lived better than all the concubines and princes. All because of the emperor's special favor for her. What else could she have after losing the emperor's favor? She also knew that the loss of favor had little to do with Zhao Jiwei. The matter of Zhao Jiwei was just a prelude. The key point was that the young concubine took advantage of the emperor's dissatisfaction with her to seek favor. Concubine Sun also took the opportunity to target her, causing her to fall ill and leaving her with no time and energy to save the situation. But she still deeply hated Zhao Jiwei in her heart. She would not do anything to Zhao Jiwei. Concubine Sun and the newly promoted concubine he were watching her. Once she did something, they would definitely make a fuss about it and make the emperor dislike her even more. But this did not prevent her from caring about and hating Zhao Jiwei in her heart. The eunuchs in concubine Jin's palace also knew this. They had already asked people to pay attention to the announcement of the results today, fearing that concubine Jin would be angry with them if they could not answer. Since the emperor stopped favoring concubine Jin, the queen's temper has become worse and worse, and it has become more and more difficult to serve. When they were asked at this moment, they quickly answered, "I heard that Zhao Jiwei passed the exam and became the first place." What? Concubine Jin sat up straight with a fork. The eunuch gritted his teeth and repeated the words again. Chapter 524 Another wave of marriage proposals. Seeing the uncertain expression on concubine Jin's face, all the palace maids and eunuchs held their breath, fearing that they would anger their master. Fortunately, concubine Jin knew that she couldn't get angry about the news about Zhao Jiwei. Otherwise it would be passed on to the emperor, and the emperor would definitely be even more displeased with her. She asked, "What do the court say?" The young eunuch said, "It's a matter of discussion. But the rules of the imperial examination are very strict, and the list cannot be changed after it is posted. Moreover, the essays of the top candidates have always been widely circulated as model essays. Everyone is very impressed by Zhao Jiwei's essays, so there are not many negative comments." He knew that the queen might not like to hear this, but the queen always asked them to report the facts and not to mix their subjective emotions. He could only tell the truth. "Okay. I know. Leave," Jean Fei said expressionlessly. She knew that no matter how angry she was, or how much she disliked Zhao Jiwei, she could not do anything. The rules of the imperial examination were no joke. Even her son, the third prince, could not touch this matter. In addition, even if Zhao Rushi was embarrassed, what good would it do her? It was just a way to vent her anger. Concubine Sun and concubine he were watching her. Any movement here would be reported to the emperor. And the emperor obviously had a great liking and appreciation for Zhao Jiwei. Therefore, not only could she not do anything that was unfavorable to Zhao Jiwei, even if she said a word of dissatisfaction with Zhao Jiwei, she would probably not get any good results. By making things difficult for Zhao Jiwei, she gained very little and suffered great losses, which was not worth the loss. Therefore, she could only hold back her anger and keep this account in mind. Once her son ascended the throne, she would make things difficult for those people she disliked. The lady who took over the management of the Beijing Women's Academy from Princess Pingyang was trembling with fear after hearing that Zhao Rushi had passed the imperial examination, fearing that concubine Jin would order her to deal with Zhao Rushi. The lesson of Princess Pingyang was still before us, which showed how much the emperor valued Zhao Jiwei and his apprentice. She didn't want to deal with Zhao Jiwei and follow the footsteps of Princess Pingyang. Fortunately, after waiting for a few days, there was no news from the palace. So she relaxed. The news spread, and Zhu was very busy. Relatives and friends came to the Sweeping Marquis's mansion to congratulate him in waves. Many people came under the banner of congratulations. but in fact they came for marriage. There were also many people who came to propose marriage. The Mu family and the Jiang family were among them. What surprised Zhu was that the Jingping Palace also sent official media to propose marriage for the fourth son of the palace. This fourth son was the legitimate son of the princess of the county. And there was no bad reputation. The official media was worried that she had misunderstood the fourth prince, and also told the intention of the Jingping Palace. She first said that the fourth prince liked painting, especially the paintings of Jiwei Layman, and admired Jiwei Layman very much. This marriage was what he asked his mother for. The princess of the county thought that Zhao Jiwei was very smart because she could pass the Jiyuan after studying for 1 or 2 years. She was also a master of painting and had enough fame. Although the Sweeping Marquis's mansion was a little worse, Jiwei Layman himself was excellent enough to make up for this shortcoming. She probably thought that the Sweeping Marquis would not refuse this marriage proposal. And the official matchmaker was paid by the government. So she was not afraid of offending the Sweeping Marquis. On the contrary, the Sweeping Marquis would have to beg her. So she spoke very frankly, and was not afraid of any dissatisfaction from the Sweeping Marquis. Zhu smiled and said, "It is her blessing that the prince's mansion can take a fancy to our Shijia. But I can't make the decision on Shijia's marriage. I have to discuss it with the old lady and the lord. I will send someone to reply to you when there is a result." The official matchmaker thought that the Sweeping Marquis would be flattered to agree to the marriage proposal from the prince's mansion, seeing that Zhu was very calm after hearing the news, and was not as surprised as she expected, and even said that she wanted to discuss it. She was a little unhappy. However, this kind of thing is indeed not something that can be done just by talking. Many families who love their daughters, in addition to being reserved and raising their daughter's value, will also inquire about the details of the proposed marriage. After all, many marriages look glorious on the outside, but are somewhat dirty inside. And she dared to propose marriage so directly. She was confident that the marriage of Jingping Prince's mansion was not afraid of people from Sweeping Marquis Mansion to inquire about it. She stood up with an arrogant attitude. "Okay. Then you discuss it. But you have to be quick. Otherwise, if they are unhappy, this marriage may fall through." Zhu didn't care. Zhao Rushi was not at home at the moment. Before she left, she reported to Zhu that the autumn harvest was in Bining Manor, and she had been bored at home for several days. So she wanted to go out and relax in the manor. After sending the official matchmaker away, Zhu couldn't find Zhao Rushi to discuss it. So she simply went to the old lady and told her about this matter. She said, "If it were in the past, I would have grinned from ear to ear when I heard about such a good marriage. Isn't this the marriage we have been dreaming of? The reputation of Prince Jingping's mansion is not bad. It is not that messy. The fourth son is also a legitimate son, and he has no bad reputation. At first glance, this marriage is not bad." The old lady nodded, without commenting. She knew that her daughter-in-law had it but after her. But, when I heard about such a marriage, my heart was not moved at all. It's not that I look down on the Jingping Palace, but our Shijie is too capable. If she just gets married and raises children, I feel it's a pity. She is more capable than other boys. Why must she stay in the back house, live under the man's wishes, and give birth to children for others? The old lady nodded. I have the same idea as you. Our Shijie is so capable that she can definitely support the family. Look at our family. It was getting worse and worse in the past. Look at it now. Even the palace has come to propose marriage. Under the guidance of Sister Shi. The children all have their own things to do, and their future will not be bad. I really want to keep Sister Shi at home. She looked at Zhu. Tell me, in this capital, are there any boys aged 16 or 17 better than our Sister Shi? They all rely on their parents, and have to ask their parents for every penny, and are disciplined by their parents. Even if some boys pass the imperial examination, they also spend their family's money, and they are forced by their families to make progress. Look at our Sister Shi. Not only is she better at studying than them, but she is also good at managing the farm and doing business. Which one is not outstanding? How can those boys match this? Such a good child. Married to someone else. Gave birth to children for others. And then had to look at the face of the mother-in-law and endure the anger of others. My heart aches when I think about it. I really don't want our Shijie to get married. As she said this, she sighed deeply. Who says it's not true? Your thoughts are the same as mine. Mrs. Yu also sighed. She knew that their thoughts were wrong. It was too selfish to think like this. They couldn't keep Zhao Rushi at home forever. Chapter 525. talking in the pavilion. But Zhao Rushi was married off like this, to a man who was inferior to her in every way. Those men were like children who had not been weaned, and they had to act like spoiled brats in front of their parents and ask for money every day. They were not even a little bit inferior to her sister She, and she felt uncomfortable. Let She sister make the decision on this matter, the old lady said. If she wants to marry, she can marry. If she doesn't want to marry, we shouldn't force her. Why would she marry when she knew that life after marriage would not be as good as at home? But if this happens, when Shijie gets older and can't find a suitable marriage partner, won't she blame us? Zhu hesitated. After she said this, the old lady also hesitated. Finally, the old lady made the decision. This is Shijie's own choice. She won't blame us. Besides, even if a year or two passes, Shijie is so outstanding that she won't have trouble finding a husband. At worst, we can just pick a newly promoted Jinshi. Shijie is capable. Even if that man doesn't have much family background, Shijie can support the family. Besides, we are still here. After Shijie gets married, she will still be ours. How can we let her suffer any injustice? Hearing this, Zhu's eyes lit up. Many poor men are reluctant to get married in order to study and find a better marriage after passing the imperial examination. There are many 19, 20, or even 20-year-old Jinshi who have not yet arranged a marriage. They will carefully choose the most outstanding one, with a simple family and even no mother-in-law to serve. This kind of family has no confidence and dares not do anything to Shijie. Secondly, the rules are not that strict, and there will not be too many restrictions on Shijie. It is more suitable for Shijie than the Jingping Palace and those aristocratic families. Good. This is a good idea. Zhu felt relieved and flattered her mother-in-law. Mother, you are still thoughtful. As expected, you eat more salt than I eat rice. Your idea is particularly good. The old lady laughed. After the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discussed, they discussed how to reject the marriage proposal from the Jingping Palace. Although this marriage still had to be decided by Zhao Rushi. Based on their understanding of Zhao Rushi would definitely not agree to this marriage. So it was better to make preparations early. While the Sweeping Marquis's mansion was busy with Zhao Rushi's marriage, Zhao Rushi sat in a house in Baining, drinking tea face to face with Xiao Lingyan. Yesterday, she received a letter from Xiao Lingyan asking for a meeting. She thought about how they hadn't met for so long, and the first political storm was about to come. In the original book, Fu Daong and Fu Yunke would both die on the battlefield this winter. The second prince Xiao Lingpu was sent to rescue, but also died at the border. Xiao Lingyan, as a young prince who had never been to the battlefield, was not sent. But he fell ill and died when the news of Xiao Lingpu's death came. Although they were all prepared, the 100,000 soldiers led by Fu Daong and Fu Yunke would not suffer from hunger and cold at the border due to lack of food and clothing, and would not be annihilated by the enemy because of the weapons provided by Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingpu would try to avoid risks with Xiao Lingyan's reminder. Xiao Lingyan, as a time traveler, did not have such deep feelings for Xiao Lingpu, and would not fall ill because of Xiao Lingpu's death. But no one can say how the wheel of fate will turn and whether they can reverse their fate. If it cannot be reversed, she may not have the chance to see Xiao Lingyan again. Thinking of this, she immediately agreed to meet Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan didn't know where he found the empty house. There was a pond in the house. The scenery was beautiful. The autumn breeze was cool. The two of them sat in the pavilion in the middle of the pond and drank tea. It was quite comfortable. Are the food and grass ready? Are the catapults and crossbows ready? Zhao Rushi asked. Yes. Xiao Lingyan nodded. Everything is ready and shipped over. During the time when Zhao Rushi was busy with the imperial examination, he was almost busy. He had people pretend to be traveling merchants and bought a large amount of rice in batches in different regions in the south. He hid the crossbows and catapults he made in the food and grass and quietly transported them to the border, because he was worried that there were spies around Xiao Lingpu and Fu Yunke. He did not tell them, but sent his own death squad to do it. The food and grass were also hidden in a secret place. They would only play a role at the critical moment. He buried chess pieces around Guo Jitong and several other people he suspected, and let the death squad secretly watch them. He sent people to watch the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. Once they made any move, he would use the same trick to expose them to Xiao He and kick them out of the reserve team for the crown prince. Although Xiao He was not a good father, he was barely a wise ruler. If the prince tried to seize the throne at the cost of the lives of 100,000 soldiers and the safety of the border, he would never allow it. He would put him on the blacklist directly. The pavilion where Zhao Rushi and Xiao Lingyan were located was surrounded by a body of water, instead of buildings and tall trees. The only entrance was the winding wooden bridge. The surrounding scenery was in full view, and anyone approaching them would be known at a glance. Because the pond was quite wide, and the pavilion was far from the shore, they did not have to worry about being overheard. Xiao Lingyan said, "The only thing I am worried about now is next year. The coup next year will be a plot in which, except for my second brother and me, the other princes will kill each other, and Xiao Lingheng will benefit in the end. But if one of them is killed this year, the coup next year will not happen. If Xiao Lingheng hadn't been the one to let him stay this year, he would have pointed the finger at us without the prince as a raft, and the situation would have been more complicated." Zhao Rushi had also considered this. She sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. You and your second brother can't sacrifice your lives for the development of the plot. Even if it's a pretense, there are still the Fu family father and son and 100,000 soldiers. There's no way around this. You can only deal with the situation carefully by yourselves." She looked at Xiao Lingyan seriously. "I have been thinking about this problem for you during this period. I think after passing this level, instead of passively taking the beating, you should take the initiative and treat others in their own way. You can always take the initiative and achieve your desired goal by being deliberate and unintentional." "Haha. That's what I planned too." Xiao Lingyan laughed. He said that just to win sympathy in front of Zhao Rushi. But this woman is too smart and has to think the same as him, so she can't pretend to be pitiful. Zhao Rushi rolled his eyes at him. "You have a plan. But you are still playing the victim? Really? Who knows if it will succeed? This kind of thing. If you don't succeed, you will die. There is no third way." Xiao Lingyan sighed. He looked at Zhao Rushi. "What are your plans?" Xiao He said that as long as you pass the provincial examination, he will give you an official position. Now that you have passed the provincial examination, if you want to be an official, he will definitely agree to your wish. Do you plan to be an official now and leave? Or take the joint examination and the palace examination before leaving? Chapter 526 Marrying me has many benefits. Zhao Rushi has been thinking about this issue these days. According to her original idea, she would naturally like to go to Jiangnan to be an official now, although she could only be a minor official with the title of Juren. Her original intention of participating in the imperial examination was to lead her family to Jiangnan for a legitimate reason. Now the three elders of Sweeping Marquis Mansion love her very much. If she wants to go to Jiangnan to take up a post, they will definitely not feel at ease to let her go alone. Zhao Jingtai is still young, and the literary style in Jiangnan is flourishing. Instead of letting him study in the clan school, it is better to let him go to Jiangnan to take a walk, see, and study in the academy in Jiangnan to increase his knowledge and make friends. Whether in terms of interpersonal relationships or academic studies, there will definitely be great progress, which will only benefit him. The only difficult thing is Zhao Yuanxuan. He has just become a 6th rank official, which is his lifelong dream. He will never give up his official position and go to Jiangnan with her, unless he is also transferred to Jiangnan. With Wu Huixi around, it's not impossible to do it. But, does she really want to leave the capital like this? With her current level, she will at least pass the examination, regardless of her ranking. The scene when Madame Cui asked her to take the imperial examination was still vivid in her mind. Is she going to forget Madame Cui's earnest expectations in order to avoid risks that will not involve herself? Thinking of Princess Shangda and Madame Cui working hard to run a newspaper and open a textile factory, Zhao Rushi hesitated. Another reason for her hesitation was her master and fellow apprentices. The political turmoil this winter mainly involved border soldiers and the 2nd and 5th princes, who had close ties with the Fu family, and had little impact on other officials in the court. The 3 fellow apprentices and Kong Yannian were all officials in the court, and this political turmoil would not affect them, so she could not persuade them to leave. The master was old and should not travel too much. Besides, if there were any changes in the capital, he would also keep the capital in mind. With him in the capital, the fellow apprentices had an extra layer of protection. So whether from the perspective of the brothers or from her side, she couldn't persuade the master and brothers to go to Jiangnan at this time. If she went to Jiangnan at this time, she probably wouldn't be able to run back to Beijing to persuade them to leave next year. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, it was not a good time to go to Jiangnan now. Besides, she raised her eyes and looked at Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingyan and she had traveled together from the modern times. Although they had quarreled in the past, it was just fun. The two of them not only did not have a deep hatred, but also formed an inexplicable friendship. Otherwise, she would not have made up her mind to help Xiao Lingyan. This winter is the moment when Xiao Lingyan's life and death are at stake. Can she really stay in Jiangnan and live her life in peace? When Xiao Lingyan saw her looking at him, he immediately raised his eyebrows and gave Zhao Rushi a charming smile. What? Can't you let me go? Get out. Zhao Rushi kicked his foot that was stretched in front of her. Don't be so self-indulgent. She glanced at him. I just thought that if I passed the provincial examination and got the first place, I would not participate in the imperial examination. Otherwise, it would be a great disappointment to Princess Shanda and Madame Cui. Xiao Lingyan nodded, looked at her meaningfully and said, no need to explain. I understand. You know nothing. Zhao Rushi couldn't help but swear. Xiao Lingyan didn't talk back, but suddenly straightened his clothes, sat up straight, and said seriously, Sushi, you are also old enough to discuss marriage in ancient times. There are many people who come to propose marriage these days. Unless you are a widower, it is impossible to stay single for life here. What do you think about this issue? Zhao Rushi didn't know why he changed the subject so suddenly. She looked at him suspiciously and replied, no hurry. I'm only 15 years old. It's not too late to consider it next year or the year after. I can still withstand this little pressure now. Xiao Lingyan coughed, his eyes wandering, looking at the surface of the pond and said, how about we make do with it? Without waiting for Zhao Rushi to speak, he hurriedly explained, I'm not talking about getting married now. Just getting engaged. Just getting engaged. We won't get married until the coup next year is over. Speaking of this, seeing Zhao Rushi still looking at him suspiciously, and not refuting immediately, he turned his gaze back to Zhao Rushi, and said very sincerely, listen to my analysis. There are many advantages to getting engaged to me. It can be said that there are only advantages and no disadvantages. He counted on his fingers. Look, first of all, in the past year or so, until the coup is over, those marriage proposals will not come to your door, and you don't have to suffer the pressure of your family to get married. Secondly, he looked at Zhao Rushi with a sad look on his face. If my fate is irreversible and I die this winter, if you want to be single for the rest of your life, then choose to be a widow. No one will make things difficult for you. If you want to get married, anyway, I'm dead and you haven't married yet, so there is no problem of being a widow. You can get married if you want, and no one will criticize you, because you can postpone the marriage for a year because of mourning for your husband. The time is just right. You don't have to take the risk of marrying the wrong family that will be liquidated, and you don't have to mourn for too long and waste your youth. At this point, he suddenly became depressed. He turned his head to look at a clump of waterweed in the pond next to him and stopped talking. Zhao Rushi originally thought that he wanted to win sympathy by acting, and wanted to scold him. But seeing him like this, her heart was touched, and she didn't know what to say. After a long while, she asked, but what if you didn't die? People say that good people don't live long, but evil people will harm others for thousands of years. I don't think you will be short-lived, and you will definitely live a long life. If you are alive, what should I do? What should I do? Marry me. Xiao Lingyan also calmed down and turned to say something, but his eyes were full of seriousness and a little bit of trepidation. But he quickly concealed the seriousness and trepidation, and said in a brisk tone, marrying me will also have many benefits. He stretched out his slender fingers again and analyzed to Zhao Rushi. If I can survive, Xiaolingpu must have become the emperor. I am a prince. What kind of existence is a princess in the capital? You can see the old princess in the Jinan palace. Jinan prince is still a county prince, and the old princess is a transcendent existence among the women in the capital. Even if the concubines in the palace are of high status, they can't go out. Concubines then became the queen mother and won't make things difficult for you. As a sister-in-law, the queen can only win you over. Outside the palace, you are above all the imperial edicts. You are higher than everyone else. And when others see you, they can only bow to you and flatter you. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want, and no one will control you. Chapter 527 Because I like you. And I. He patted his chest. I was born in New Xia country, grew up under the red flag, and received higher education. I am a good socialist youth. I have no idea of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. I will only marry you in my life. And I will not take concubines or mistresses. We will work together in Dajin to develop the Industrial Revolution, and use the current technical means to improve the productivity of Dajin as much as possible. What do you think? I think there is no marriage more suitable for you than this. Speaking of this, he looked at Zhao Rushi, his eyes full of expectation. Zhao Rushi looked at him, silent, and did not speak. This made Xiaoling Yan more and more uneasy. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi suddenly smiled at him. And when he was stunned, she said, Xiao Ku, did you have this idea before you traveled through time? Xiaoling Yan uncomfortably withdrew his gaze and looked at the pond. His tone a little vague. I just think it's interesting to argue with you. If you marry someone else, I won't be able to argue with you all day long. It's not convenient for us fellow villagers to meet each other. Is that so? Zhao Rushi touched her chin. In that case, I promise you. Before Xiaoling Yan's face was full of joy. She continued, I won't argue with you anymore. I'll give you a buffer period, so that you won't be uncomfortable when I get married in the future. The expression on Xiaoling Yan's face suddenly cracked. That won't work. He blurted out the denial. You can only marry me. Zhao Rushi raised her eyebrows. Why? Because I like you. After saying this, Xiaoling Yan scratched his head vigorously twice, seeming a little annoyed. Zhao Rushi had been looking at him with wide eyes when she heard his confession. Seeing him like this, she pursed her lips, leaned back on the chair, and said sarcastically, Look at you like this. Are you annoyed? Did you say something wrong? Okay. I allow you to take it back. Don't be annoyed. Xiaoling Yan had a trace of shame on his face, and said in a hard tone, Who is annoyed? I'm telling the truth. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Rushi, his eyes firm, but with a hint of uneasiness. Looking at Xiaoling Yan, who was so awkward, Zhao Rushi suddenly puffed, laughed. Xiaoling Yan's face turned red and white. He suddenly stood up and walked quickly towards the winding wooden bridge. Seeing that Zhao Rushi behind him didn't call him, he felt annoyed, turned around and walked in front of Zhao Rushi, and asked, Isn't it funny? He glared at Zhao Rushi angrily. I have been chasing you from modern times to ancient times, and even risked my life. I confess to you. But you still laughed at me. Sushi. You are such a heartless woman. He sat back on the chair angrily. Zhao Rushi turned her head and looked at his face, which was more handsome than in his previous life. People say that girls change a lot when they grow up, and boys are no exception. If this face still had a hint of boyish childishness a year and a half ago, it is now replaced by a handsome nose, deep eyes, a strong body, and the hormonal smell of an adult man. This is a face that can make all the women in Beijing obsessed. Even though Zhao Rushi had seen countless handsome young men in movies and TV shows in her previous life, she had to admit that Xiaoling Yan in front of her was much better than them. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and lift his chin with her fingers, saying frivolously, Brother Ke, you have successfully attracted my attention. Okay. I promise you, I will get engaged to you. With a snap, Xiaoling Yan slapped her hand down and gritted his teeth and said, Be serious. Zhao Rushi took back her hand and sighed, I am serious. Xiaoling Yan suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Zhao Rushi turned her head and looked at him. I'm just very curious. Why didn't you confess directly in your previous life, and had to take such a big detour and let my aunt arrange a blind date for us? She didn't react when she traveled through time. Now that Xiaoling Yan confessed, she thought back and realized that Xiao Ke probably liked her in modern times, but just didn't confess. Xiaoling Yan's ears blushed slightly, and he said uncomfortably, Aren't we fighting all day long? I'm worried that if I tell you, you won't accept it, but will laugh at me. He glared at Zhao Rushi, just like before. Actually, if you had said it in your last life, I might have agreed to it just like before, Zhao Rushi said. Really? Xiaoling Yan's eyes lit up. Zhao Rushi nodded. She didn't have that feeling in her last life, and didn't think about love. But thinking back, she did have feelings for Xiao Ke. If she could agree to Xiao Ke in this life, she would have agreed to him before she traveled through time. It was just a matter of time. This nod made Xiaoling Yan smile. He knew Zhao Rushi would not lie to him on this issue. They were both proud people with their own bottom line and dignity. If they liked someone, they liked him. If they didn't like someone, they didn't like him. They would not deceive each other for some purpose or benefit. They were the same kind of people. I regret it. He stretched out his slender palm and held Zhao Rushi's hand in his palm. If I had confessed earlier in my previous life, we wouldn't have encountered a car accident and traveled through time. Thinking of the grief-stricken aunt who stayed in that world, Zhao Rushi felt a pang in her heart. She did not withdraw her hand and sighed. I can only say that fate arranged for us to come to ancient times to do something. Yes. Fortunately, we traveled through time and space. And we can still be in the same time and space, leaving me with no regrets. Xiaolingyan said. The two held hands and sat quietly for a while. And Xiaolingyan said, let's talk about our relationship next year. I advised you like that just now, because I was worried that you would run away with someone else. Zhao Rushi readily agreed, okay. Needless to say, they both knew very well that their relationship was not suitable to be made public. It was not that Xiaolingyan was afraid of implicating Zhao Rushi, or Zhao Rushi was afraid of being implicated by him. It was that the more hidden their relationship was, the more beneficial it would be to these two political struggles and Xiaolingpu's later struggle for the throne. Before, Xiaolingyan had to spend a lot of money to buy food and grass, make weapons, and train capable subordinates and loyal soldiers. It would cost more in the future. However, he and Xiaolingpu were too ambitious, and their every move was closely watched by others. It was inconvenient for them to do anything, and the obstacles they encountered were extremely large. It was impossible to make money by doing business. Xiaolingyan's auction house and the silk shop he opened seemed to be doing well. But the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince secretly caused him a lot of trouble. All the money he earned went into these troubles, and he had to spend energy to quell various endless incidents. Although the Xin family would go all out to support Xiaolingpu in his bid for the throne and give them financial support, but the more support the Xin family gave them, the more Xiaolingpu would be constrained by the Xin family after he ascended the throne. This was something the two brothers did not want to see. Zhao Rushi's hidden line was very important to them. Chapter 528. Do you have a system? With the money provided by Zhao Rushi, Xiaolingyan can do things that even the Xin family doesn't know about. The secret of Zhao Rushi's workshop in Binding has never been discovered. It's not that she is particularly secretive and confidential, but that others don't know that she has a relationship with Xiaolingyan and don't bother to investigate. Otherwise, what can't be found? This is also the reason why Zhao Rushi doesn't want to meet Xiaolingyan more often. If they meet too much, there will always be a time when they are caught by others. Once this relationship is exposed, her peaceful life will be completely over, and she will be caught in the swordplay. Xiaolingyan's source of income will also be cut off. They can't even meet too often, let alone get engaged, which would expose their relationship to everyone. Fortunately, both of them are determined, committed and very rational people. They both know what they want and what they don't want. Now that they have opened their hearts and confirmed the relationship, they won't change easily. It doesn't matter whether we are engaged or not. It's just a formality for others to see. Then we can't see each other often? Xiaolingyan said with a displeased look on his face. Zhao Rushi glanced at him. Do you want to see each other often? Yes. But I can't. Xiaolingyan still had a strong desire to survive, and quickly said, I can't bring you danger. If the love between two people lasts for a long time, why should we be together day and night? We want to be together for a lifetime. Maybe in the next life. Temporary absence is for the sake of long-term future. I can endure loneliness. Zhao Rushi was satisfied. That's right. You can fall in love, but don't be love-brained. Then can we write letters frequently? Xiaolingyan said. From one letter every 15 days to one letter every 10 days. Is my request not excessive? Without waiting for Zhao Rushi to answer, he raised his hand and swore, I will let Wang Tong be extra careful. Okay. Although Zhao Rushi did not approve of him doing this, she agreed to it after seeing his pitiful appearance. After thinking for a while, she said, if you want to know some important news, but you can't find it yourself, or it costs a lot to find it, you don't have to do it yourself. Just write to me. Xiaolingyan raised his eyebrows and looked at her, not quite understanding what she meant. Because he controlled Xiaolingpu's intelligence network, Zhao Rushi had written to him to ask if she wanted to know anything. Why is he saying this now? Don't ask why. Just remember this, Zhao Rushi said. Xiaolingyan had read online novels in modern times, remembering that the protagonists in online novels all have systems. He rolled his eyes and asked, do you have a system? As soon as he finished speaking, the system popped up in Zhao Rushi's mind, host. The secret cannot be leaked. If you let him know, We will both be wiped out. Don't worry. I won't let him know. Zhao Rushi comforted the system in her mind. After comforting it, she looked at Xiaolingyan. Don't guess blindly. Just remember what I said. The two are rivals in modern times, so they know each other very well. Zhao Rushi is a straightforward person. Not to mention that now they are boyfriend and girlfriend, rounding up to a family. If she didn't have a system, she would deny it directly instead of saying it. Since she didn't deny it, it must be true. But she is restricted and can't say it. He nodded very understandingly and asked in a different way, Cece, are you the heroine now? Zhao Rushi kicked him lightly. What's Cece? So cheesy. You become my sweetheart, so I have to call you by a nickname. If you feel you're at a disadvantage, you can call me Kiki. I don't mind. TSK. So cheesy. Zhao Rushi moved her chair further away. She didn't answer Xiaolingyan's question about the heroine. Xiaolingyan looked at her meaningfully and didn't ask any more questions. The projects we've been working on are all money-making machines. And there's enough money. You don't have to take risks to make money anymore. Just focus on the imperial examinations. Although studying is hard, I know that if you want to do it, you must do it well. I won't persuade you, he said. In addition, if you want a title, I will help you get it when the time comes. You are a lord first, and a princess second. If I don't do well, you can kick me and still be your lord. I understand all this. Hearing this, Zhao Rushi gave him a sweet smile. Kiki, you are so nice. After saying that, she quickly rolled up her arms. Emma, she herself can't stand it. Don't use this trick in the future. Xiaolingyan enjoyed it very much. But this guy is a pushover. His purpose is not to listen to a nice word. He leaned his face closer. Just a reward for this sentence? Nothing else? Zhao Rushi looked at him vigilantly. What else do you want? She raised her chin to the distance. Your subordinates are still watching. Xiaolingyan came over, and his guards naturally followed. Although they were far away, they must have been paying attention to the movements here. Zhao Rushi is a straightforward person and a modern woman. Since she has agreed to accept Xiaolingyan, she doesn't mind the kisses, hugs and lifting. But she is not happy to do these things in front of outsiders. Xiaolingyan said pitifully, I don't know when we will meet next time. Can't you give me a little sweet treat? He even gestured with his fingers. A little bit. Zhao Rushi stretched out her hand to push away the handsome face in front of her, and coughed lightly. No. After saying this, she ignored Xiaolingyan's sad look and stood up. I've been out for a long time. It's time to go back. She said this without looking back, and went straight up the wooden bridge. Xiaolingyan finally got the beauty back. Even if he didn't kiss her, it would be good to say a few more words. He stood up and wanted to hold Zhao Rushi. But before he reached out, he saw that Zhao Rushi had already walked to the middle of the wooden bridge, far away from him. He measured the time and distance, and looked at Zhao Rushi's back, stunned. After returning to Sweeping Marquis's mansion, Zhao Rushi was called to the main courtyard by Zhu and told about the marriage proposal from Jingping Prince's mansion. Zhu was very efficient. In just 1 hour, she had found out the situation of Jingping Prince's mansion and the fourth prince. She told Zhao Rushi, there are 4 princes in Jingping Prince's mansion. The second and third princes are both illegitimate. Only the prince and the fourth prince are born to Jingping Princess. Jingping Princess is sensible and capable. She manages the mansion in an orderly manner. There are no messy things in Jingping Prince's mansion. The fourth prince is half a year older than you. He has been studying and likes painting very much. He watched you participate in the painting competition and liked your paintings very much. The official matchmaker came to propose marriage, which was also the result of his repeated requests to the princess. Chapter 529 By a pill. Refuse. Zhao Rushi said. Refuse all these marriages. She looked at you, mother. You don't have to worry about my marriage in the future. I promise you that I will get married when I am 17. And I will never let you worry too much. Her words made Zhu feel uneasy. She hurriedly said, It's okay. Mother just asked you, and didn't mean to force you to get engaged. It doesn't matter if you don't find someone you like at the age of 17. Your parents are still reluctant to let you get married. Don't just find someone to marry just to save us from worrying. If you do that, Mother will be uneasy for the rest of her life. This made Zhao Rushi feel very warm. She took Zhu's arm and rubbed her shoulder like a spoiled child. Mother, you are so kind. Zhu patted Zhao Rushi's arm, motioned her to sit down, and said, in addition to the marriage proposal today, Your Aunt Sue also came over and said that your brother Chungwon is engaged. Ah? Zhao Rushi was surprised and happy to hear this, and asked, which family is it? She is your 7th uncle's granddaughter. Zhao Rushi was a little surprised. She had heard from Zhu that someone in the Zhao family had taken a fancy to Su Chungwon and wanted to marry the two families. Xia also had this intention. But she never expected that the one who took a fancy to Su Chungwon was actually the 7th uncle's family. This 7th uncle was one of the teachers of the Zhao family school. He had passed the imperial examination and served as a minor official for several years. But he was already 47 years old when he passed the imperial examination and was not in good health. Probably because of his personality. His career was not smooth during the years he served as an official. And he had no chance of promotion. After serving as an official for 7 or 8 years, he simply resigned and came back to teach in the clan school. Although his family's financial situation could not compare with that of the Swaping Marquis mansion. They also had 200 or 300 acres of land and 2 or 3 small shops, which was much better than the Su family. In addition, the cousin who passed the imperial examination with Zhao Rushi was the grandson of his 7th uncle. Zhao Rushi really didn't expect that his 7th uncle's family would take a fancy to Su Chungwon. After all, there was still some difference between the two families. Marrying a daughter to a rich family and marrying a daughter-in-law to a humble family was the consistent principle of marriage in the world. Now the 7th uncle's family married their daughter off to a lower class. Zhu said, your aunt said so. Your 7th uncle was attracted by the Su family's loyalty, kindness, friendliness and harmony. He was also attracted by your brother Chungwon's diligence, intelligence, filial piety and understanding. The 7th uncle's family loves their daughter, Zhao Rushi said with emotion. They are also very discerning. The Su family is simple. Su Yongyi and Xia are both loyal and kind people, and will not treat their daughter-in-law badly. Su Shui is sensible and capable. Su Chungwon has a very good personality, and is diligent and sensible. In addition, as Su Chungwon's husband, the 7th uncle is also very optimistic about Su Chungwon's future and believes that he will definitely pass the provincial examination next time. The Su family's business is also very good. The family's financial situation is not as good as the 7th uncle's family at present, but it will gradually get better. In short, the 7th uncle's family loves their daughter and also sees the potential of the Su family. How old is the 7th uncle's granddaughter? What is her appearance? Zhao Rushi asked again. 2 months older than you. Her appearance is very good, and your aunt likes her very much, Zhu said. The Swaping Marquis mansion didn't interact much with the clan members. Zhu had only met the granddaughter of her 7th uncle once. But Su Yongyi and Xia were not foolish people. They would not let their son marry a person with bad character and appearance just to marry her 7th uncle. I think this Miss Zhao is a good girl. That's good. After the marriage, my uncle and aunt will live more comfortably here. Zhao Rushi was very happy to see this marriage. After Su Yongyi and Xia made money, they bought the house of Mrs. Zhao Shi. However, this is the place where the Zhao family lives together, and it is generally not allowed to be sold to outsiders. When Mrs. Zhao Shi sold the house, there were some complaints from the family. It was only because Su Yongyi's family had a good relationship with Swaping Bo's mansion that they did not speak out strongly against it. But there was no good face, and they would say a few sour words from time to time. Now that Su Chungwon married the granddaughter of his 7th uncle, the Su family's foundation here is stable. Zhu nodded and said, yes, this is the best. Even if you have money, your uncle and aunt will buy a house somewhere else. It is better to live here in peace. Zhao Rushi asked again, what does your aunt think about Shishua's marriage? She was busy reviewing some time ago, and sometimes Shushua came to see her and talk a few words. And the two met occasionally. Zhao Rushi and Xia sure haven't seen each other for a long time. Your aunt said that the Zhao family did have a crush on Xiaoxua, but your aunt didn't like her. She wanted to choose again. Xiaoxua is younger than me, so there's no rush to choose, Zhao Rushi said. Zhu Shi sighed. The 4 people in the second room are all of marriageable age, but there is no movement, which is really worrying. She had feelings for Zhao Jingli. Among the 4 children of the second wife, the only one she was willing to worry about was Zhao Jingli's marriage. She didn't want to care about the other 3. Zhao Ruwei and Zhao Ryu were both troublesome, and Zhao Jinan had a grudge against Zhu because of Wei's affairs, and Zhu was unwilling to help. But Zhao Jingli's conditions were not even comparable to the grandson of his 7th uncle. So how easy was it to marry someone with good conditions in all aspects? But in Ju's eyes, Zhao Jingli was still the excellent child he used to be. And she was unwilling to let Zhao Jingli marry a girl from an ordinary family. Do you think any of the classmates from Binding Women's Academy are good? If there are any good ones, how about you help your elder brother find some? Ju said. She knew that the girl from the Mu family had visited Zhao Rushi a few days ago. But the girl from the Mu family was not someone Zhao Jingli could match. Even a girl from a concubine's house, like Mu Qinglian, was a tool for the Mu family to form a marriage alliance. And the head of the Mu family would definitely not look down on Zhao Jingli. This, Zhao Rushi was a little embarrassed. I am more familiar with the teachers in the academy, but not so familiar with my classmates. At this point, Hiyuchi's figure flashed through her mind. But she shook it off immediately. In her previous life, she had many suitors. But she just didn't have the heart to fall in love. In this life, she has just gotten out of being single. So she shouldn't think of being a matchmaker and bringing people together. She really doesn't have this talent. What's more, Hiyuchi's family seems to be quite complicated. And the second branch of the Zhao family is also so complicated. It must be more troublesome to arrange this matter than writing 10 articles. So let's forget it. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, and then went to the old lady's courtyard to eat together. Zhao Rushi then returned to her own bamboo courtyard. She said Qi Feng and other maids out, clicked on the system screen, and stared at the points on it for a while. I want to buy pills for Shaolin Yin. Is that okay? She asked the system. System. Seeing that the system didn't speak, Zhao Rushi said, don't you always want me to marry into a wealthy family? Prince's wife. Is there anything more luxurious than this? Unless Zhao Ryu marries the emperor. She will never be better than me. But if Shaolin Yin dies, all this will go to waste. Besides, I wanted to buy the recovery pills for my master, grandmother, and father. And you didn't seem to say that you didn't allow it. Did you? It stands to reason that I can buy them for Shaolin Yin. Right? Chapter 530 Flavor Identification Pills. The system wanted to say no. But after hearing the last sentence, it reluctantly said, okay. Okay. For some reason, it had persuaded Zhao Rushi to marry Shaolin Yin. When Zhao Rushi wanted to save points to buy recovery pills for the elderly, it was also very happy. But now Zhao Rushi is really with Shaolin Yin, and she wants to buy pills for Shaolin Yin. All the points spent can be put into its account. It should be happy. But it feels unhappy for no reason. It always feels like it's going to fall out of favor. It tried its best to shake off this feeling of loss and focus on the points it was about to earn. What kind of pills do you want to buy? It asked. If I buy more than 2 pills, will I get a discount? Zhao Rushi asked. The system immediately became alert. No discount. The price I gave you is already very favorable. Look at modern shopping malls. Which one doesn't get a discount if you buy more? Buy more and you get wholesale prices. And more than 2 are sold in bundles. Zhao Rushi said. If you don't offer a discount, I will only buy agile pills. If there is a discount, I will buy flavor identification pills and recovery pills. When the system heard that Zhao Rushi wanted to buy flavor identification pills and recovery pills, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Flavor identification pills were priced at 80,000 points, and recovery pills were originally priced at 100,000 points. Later, Zhao Rushi bargained with it and reduced the price to 90,000 points. If Zhao Rushi wanted these two, it would instantly earn 170,000 points. But your points are not enough. The system's heartbeat was like a drum, and it was so nervous that it stuttered a little. Zhao Rushi only had 120,000 points on his account now, and he was still 50,000 points away from 170,000. So you can give me a discount, and I'll work hard to earn points for a while, and I'll get enough. Zhao Rushi said. It's not much. Just give me 20% off. The system immediately made a small calculation in its mind. 170,000. 20% off. That's 136,000 points. No. 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 It immediately shook its head like a rattle. Then I'm at a big loss. Right? I want to buy the flavor identification pills for 60,000 points. At this point, it realized that it had let the cat out of the bag, and quickly stopped talking. Zhao Rushi dripped some water into the inkstone, grinding ink while saying, forget it. Then help me buy an agility pill. The system was silent. At the beginning, it was really difficult for the host to score points, and it wanted to make some money. Agility pills were sold to the host at a very low price, and it made almost no profit. Now if the host buys agility pills again, it is still working for nothing. Moreover, it was extremely painful to see so many points lying in the account every day and not being able to take them for itself. It might as well sell the flavor identification pills and the recovery pills. The total price of these two is high. Even if discounted, it will definitely make more than just selling the agile pills. It and Zhao Rushi have bargained back and forth many times, and everyone knows what kind of person they are. It also knows that it has revealed its bottom line. And if it doesn't lower the price at all, that stubborn girl might really buy only the agile pills. Therefore, it said in a very firm tone, flavor identification pills and recovery pills. One price. 155,000 points. Not a point less. Spending these points to save Xiao Wu's life is a good deal. Host, you won't save him just to save some points. Right? Zhao Rushi. The system is smart and can't be fooled. It can also use provocation. Okay. I don't have enough points, so I'll buy the flavor pills first, she said. But if I don't have enough points, you have to sell me your information at a lower price. The system nodded excitedly. That's no problem. I definitely can't let you get into trouble. Right? Zhao Rushi was satisfied. In the novel, Xiao Lingyan fell ill after hearing the news of Xiao Lingpu's death. But Zhao Rushi felt that things would not be that simple. Xiao Lingpu, Fu Deong, and Fu Yugai were dead, and the third prince would never keep Xiao Lingyan as a trouble. Xiao Lingyan's illness was probably because he was poisoned, not because of sadness. She bought a flavor identification pill to prevent someone from poisoning Xiao Lingyan to the greatest extent. Even if someone poisoned him, Xiao Lingyan would be able to tell if it was wrong as long as he tasted it. And naturally, he would not be poisoned again. Even if she was caught off guard, she would not die immediately with a recovery pill. In short, these two pills were Xiao Lingyan's life-saving medicine. There were still 3 months before the coup, which was enough for her to earn tens of thousands of points to buy the recovery pills and save some to buy news. At this moment, the system had happily bought the flavor pills. After a while, the icon of the flavor pills appeared on the previously bare screen. Zhao Rushi did not buy it immediately, but wrote a letter to Xiao Lingyan. After she bought it, she watched Xiao Lingyan swallow the pill immediately. She had spent half a year to earn points, so she couldn't afford any mistakes. Soon Xiao Lingyan received the letter. He was so happy to see Zhao Rushi asking him to meet. Sure enough, he should have confessed earlier. See? They had just confirmed their relationship. And she treated him differently. In the past, she would dislike him for being too nagging if he wrote one more letter. But now, after only 1 or 2 hours, she began to miss him and asked him to meet. Oh my! How come his Cece is so cute and nice? He quickly arranged the time and place for the meeting. The meeting place was in the house where Zhao Rushi used to build a warehouse in Baining. There was a house next to Xiao Lingyan that was connected to it by a tunnel. This house was a 2-entry house. When the time came, the servants would stay in the outer courtyard and not be allowed to go in. The guards would stay around and near the house and not let anyone get close. When the time came, there would be only him and Cece in the inner courtyard. No one could see them. His Cece would not be shy. Right? Thinking of this, Xiao Lingyan was so excited that he almost couldn't sleep that night. The next day, he arrived there half an hour earlier with dark circles under his eyes and waited. Zhao Rushi came in and just waved to him and said hello. Then told Qi Feng, go to the kitchen and boil a pot of water. I want to make tea myself. Xiao Lingyan hurriedly said, no need. He looked at Wang Tong, have some vision. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Wang Tong. Wang Tong glanced at Qi Feng and saw her blushing and lowering her head. He felt sweet in his heart and hurried to boil water. He would never be single for the rest of his life. He was single earlier than his master. Although he and Qi Feng did not make their relationship clear due to rules, he knew that they were interested in each other. You know. Later, worried about affecting Qingfeng's reputation, Miss Xiao Wu changed the place where she sent the letter to an empty house in Ziyuan, Suiping Marquis' mansion. But he would always stay there for a while, and would leave after seeing Qi Feng pick up the letter, because he was worried about the letter. Chapter 531 Distinguish. Although they didn't talk much, they mostly just met and looked at each other. And then he left Suiping Marquis' mansion. But people don't necessarily have to use words to express their friendship. In order to express his feelings, He would bring some small gifts to Qi Feng from time to time. Qi Feng didn't refuse him, but accepted the gift silently. It can be seen that she also liked him. When the fifth prince and Miss Xiao Wu got married, he would get married immediately. Hee. Thinking of this, Wang Tong even felt more energetic to light the fire and fetch water. When Xiaoling Yan saw Wang Tong leave, and Qi Feng was still standing there without Xiao Rushi's order, he couldn't help but feel a little disgusted and ordered Qi Feng, "Go and see. Wang Tong may not even be able to light a fire." Xiao Rushi also saw Qi Feng's blushing and shy look just now. She was just thinking about Qi Feng and Wang Tong. When she heard Xiaoling Yan's words, she hurriedly said to Qi Feng, "Go." Qi Feng bowed and went to the kitchen. As soon as she left, Xiao Rushi's hand was caught by Xiaoling Yan, holding the soft little hand in his big palm. Xiaoling Yan was satisfied. He said, "Once we get married, let them get married." Xiao Rushi looked at him in surprise. "Did you know that they were interested?" Humph. Every time he sent or received a letter, Wang Tong had a sultry face. Xiaoling Yan said dissatisfiedly. What he didn't want to say was that every time he saw Wang Tong like that, he felt very unhappy. He spent enough time with Su Shi. Right? It's been 2 lifetimes. But he still couldn't win Su Shi's heart. Wang Tong had only met Qi Feng a few times, and he didn't even say a few words. But he got the beauty. It's simply unfair. Maybe this is the difference between the pursuits of ancient people and modern people. The ancients all wanted to pass on their family line. Only he and Su Shi pursued spiritual harmony. Thinking of this, Xiaoling Yan was not satisfied with just holding hands. His people had already been arranged by him. When Zhao Rushi entered the second courtyard, he only brought Qi Feng with him. Now that the 2 annoying people had left, there were only him and Zhao Rushi in the second courtyard, which was the best time to do something. He looked at the graceful Zhao Rushi and said, "Cici, I want to hug you." Zhao Rushi glanced at him sideways. After the hug, "Do you want to kiss me?" Xiaoling Yan immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes. Yes. Yes." "Go away." Zhao Rushi pushed his head aside, walked into the main room and sat down. "I have something serious to tell you." Xiaoling Yan had no choice but to go in and sit down on the other side, waiting for Zhao Rushi to talk business. Zhao Rushi opened the bag he brought, took out the tea set inside, and placed it on the table. He took out another can of tea. "What good tea is worth your solemnity?" Xiaoling Yan curiously opened the can and took a look at the tea inside. He immediately raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this the tea I gave you?" he asked. As the 5th prince, he naturally ate the best. He knew in his previous life that Zhao Rushi liked to drink tea. So from time to time he asked Wang Tong to send some tea from the palace to Zhao Rushi. It's not that he was reluctant to send more at once. But tea is best when it is newly made in spring. If you want to drink good tea in autumn, you have to keep it properly. The palace's internal affairs department naturally keeps tea better than the sweeping marquis's mansion. So he asked someone to go to the internal affairs department to get some every month, and then send half to Zhao Rushi. In his previous life, he liked to drink coffee. Later, because Zhao Rushi liked tea, he also started to drink tea and devoted himself to studying tea culture. In ancient times, there was no such thing as coffee, and because he wanted to find good tea for Zhao Rushi, his research on tea became more in-depth. Therefore, he knew at a glance that the tea in Zhao Rushi's jar was the tea he gave her. "Yes, it's the Guju Zisan you gave me," Zhao Rushi said. Xiaoling Yan looked at her in confusion. "Are you trying to show me your tea art?" Zhao Rushi twitched her lips. "No. As a science and engineering girl, I don't have that kind of performance talent." Fortunately, Wang Tong and Qi Feng worked together to boil the water very quickly. At this time, Qi Feng had boiled the water and put it in a pot and brought it over. "Okay. All of you go out and guard the outer courtyard," Zhao Rushi said, seeing that both of them had gone out. Although they failed to hug and kiss successfully, Xiaoling Yan was still very satisfied. He looked at Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi pointed at the air twice, and a pill suddenly appeared slowly in the empty air. Zhao Rushi took the pill in her hand and stretched it in front of him. "Eat it." This is... Xiaoling Yan pointed to the place where the pill appeared just now, and then pointed to the pill in Zhao Rushi's hand. "Don't talk nonsense. Eat it first," Zhao Rushi said. Although Xiaoling Yan didn't know what Zhao Rushi was holding, it was always right to listen to his wife and follow the party. He took the pill and put it into his mouth without hesitation. He was thinking about whether to pour a glass of water to take it, but who knew that the pill would melt in his mouth? Before he could react, there was nothing in his mouth. Zhao Rushi asked him with a smile while fetching water to wash the tea set. Aren't you afraid that I will give you some poison or something? No worries. I've already been poisoned by your love poison, so I'm not afraid of another one. Xiaolingyan patted his chest and said, Zhao Rushi, this guy is so slick. Guju Zisen is a green tea. Very easy to brew, without the complicated brewing process like Puru Oolong and other teas. Zhao Rushi washed the teapot, poured the tea, and then rinsed it with water. After a while, he poured a cup into the teacup and handed it to Xiaolingyan. Try it. Xiaolingyan didn't understand. But even if he didn't understand, what Zhao Rushi asked him to do was never meaningless. Even if you don't have it, you have to listen. Being a boyfriend means you have to have the consciousness of a boyfriend. He took the teacup, blew it, and took a sip. Immediately, his eyes widened. This is... He pointed at the teacup and asked in surprise. Is this the tea I gave you? Yes. Zhao Rushi was also a little curious and asked him. What's the difference between your drinking and usual? Very different. Xiaolingyan frowned, looked at the teacup in his hand and said, When I usually drink tea, I only distinguish between good and bad. As for whether it tastes good or not, I really can't tell. But now, I feel the tea in my mouth. Fresh, bitter, sweet, and every taste can be clearly distinguished. Zhao Rushi poured another cup of tea and handed it to Xiaolingyan. Take another look at this cup. Xiaolingyan took it, blew it, tasted it carefully, and then frowned. Is it added lotus leaves? At this point, he looked at the table in confusion. There was only a tea can on the table, and only a pot of tea that Zhao Rushi had just brewed in front of him. There were only 2 teacups. Originally, Zhao Rushi and he each had one, but now both teacups were used by him. Chapter 532 moves. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Rushi. Did you grind the dried lotus leaves into powder and put it in this teacup? He raised the teacup in his hand. Smart. Zhao Rushi praised. I put it in when you weren't paying attention while I was washing the teacup. If this thing is colorless and tasteless, and also poisonous, you would have been poisoned by now. She took the agility pill, and her movements were extremely agile. She put lotus leaf powder in the teacup in front of Xiaolingyan, and Xiaolingyan couldn't see it at all. Xiaolingyan's heart shuddered. He also remembered what Zhao Rushi had told him about the fate of the original owner. In fact, ever since he knew the fate of this cannon fodder, he has been very careful about what he eats. Try to let someone you trust do it, and try to avoid it through other people. But sometimes it is hard to guard against. After all, there is intention against unintentional. If someone really wants to harm him, even if it is not easy, there are ways. For example, his subordinates may be pawns planted by others a long time ago. They usually look very loyal, and even try their best to protect him when he is in danger. But in fact they are all trying to gain his trust. At the critical moment, someone might have drugged him. All the fights for the throne are thrilling. With the pills Zhao Rushi gave him, he could tell if there was any slight difference in the food he ate, and his life would be protected. Once he tasted the slight difference in the food, he could stop eating. Even if he was poisoned, it was only mild, and he could be saved. In the original book, the original owner was ill and unable to recover. Not dead. It can be seen that even if the drug was administered, it was chronic and long-term, not life-threatening all at once. If the current plot still developed according to the original book, he would at least not be affected if he had the taste-identifying pill. Does the little pill you gave me increase the sensitivity of taste? He asked. Zhao Rushi nodded. It's worth 80,000. When I came here, I practiced 1 point for each word. And then I practiced well and slowly increased it to several dozen points. After 2 years of hard work, I finally saved some points. Except for the 2 cheap pills I bought. The rest are all for you. In order to avoid triggering taboos, she tried not to mention the names of pills and systems. Xiaolingyan's heart was immediately warmed. He did not doubt Zhao Rushi's words. This kind of heaven-defying thing is not so easy to get. Besides, Sushi had no need to lie to him. Does the kind you eat make you walk very fast and light? He asked. Zhao Rushi nodded and looked at Xiaolingyan expectantly. Do you know martial arts? Let's have a try. I'll see how it works. After she took the agility pill and the strength pill, she couldn't try it because she didn't dare to show it to others. Usually she had to hide it. Even Ma Sheng and his wife didn't dare to let them know. although sometimes when she was in a bad mood, she would walk faster than usual, and the two maids Qin Feng and Yinjiang would notice something unusual. But they would only think that she was secretly practicing martial arts, and would never think of anything else. Okay, let's try it. Xiao Lingyan stood up with great interest. The royal family is very careful in educating the princes, and they train them in both civil and military aspects. Old Masterson has a plan in mind. He not only tied the Fu family to the second and fifth princes, but also specially trained the two princes to lead troops to fight. The second prince really lived up to expectations. Not only did he have good martial arts, he was also familiar with military books since he was a child. When he was 15 years old, he followed the Fu family father and son to the border, led troops and fought in battles. This is where he is better than all the princes. Xiao Lingyan's original body was no worse than his brother in martial arts. When Xiaoke crossed over, he got a good martial arts for free. He knew that the identity of a prince was the most dangerous, and if he had some martial arts skills, he might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Therefore, after crossing over, he did not slack off in martial arts training, but worked harder than before. His martial arts skills were no worse than those of Wang Tong and other guards. Feeling the magic of the taste-identifying pills, he became more curious about the pills that Zhao Rushi had taken. He wanted to know which one was more powerful, Zhao Rushi's golden finger, or the martial arts that he had obtained through hard work and practice. Although there were 2 trees planted in the yard outside, the area paved with blue bricks was still quite large, which was the best place for them to compete. Both of them stood up and went out to stand in the yard. Zhao Rushi said, "You attack me, and I'll see if I can dodge. Then you be careful," Xiao Lingyan said, and stretched out a palm towards Zhao Rushi. Fearing that he would hurt Zhao Rushi, he controlled his speed and strength. Seeing Zhao Rushi turn his body to the side, he easily avoided the palm, and he followed with a second palm, and kicked with his feet. Unexpectedly, Zhao Rushi dodged again, and he didn't even touch Zhao Rushi's skirt. This time Xiao Lingyan got excited, and he reminded, "I'm going to speed up." Before he finished speaking, he had already sent out several palms, and the speed was so fast that if someone was watching the fight nearby, they would be able to see the afterimage. But Zhao Rushi dodged, and he still didn't touch Zhao Rushi's skirt at all. "You can go faster," Zhao Rushi said. After 2 rounds, her breathing was still very stable, without any signs of panting. She had never practiced martial arts, and didn't know any moves. But the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. After taking the agility pill, not only did her physical agility improve, but her eyesight and reaction ability were also much more agile than before. Xiao Lingyan's punches and kicks might be very clever in the eyes of others, with powerful moves and excellent coordination. If you don't have martial arts that match or are higher than his, you can't escape his attack at all. But in Zhao Rushi's eyes, his punches and kicks are still slow, and she can completely avoid his punches and kicks in the gaps between his moves. Not only could she avoid it, she could also see the flaws between his moves and fight back. Xiao Lingyan heard this, and sped up again. At first, he used 2 points of speed, and kept 8 points. Later he changed to using 8 points, and keeping 2 points. Now he was going all out. He used all his strength. And Zhao Rushi was a little flustered. Xiao Lingyan was experienced, but Zhao Rushi had no experience fighting with others. Whether in modern times or ancient times, she had no experience of fighting with others. This time, Xiao Lingyan attacked with all his strength, and she was hit twice by Xiao Lingyan in a short while. Fortunately, Xiao Lingyan did not use much force, so she was not injured. But this meant that she lost. "Okay. Stop. Stop. Stop," she called. The two jumped back and withdrew from the attack circle. Xiao Lingyan looked at her and was very surprised. "It's great, Su Shi. You didn't spend any effort at all, and you became a martial arts master directly." Zhao Rushi was about to ask this question. She blinked and asked, "What level do you belong to in dodging with your level?" "Martial arts master? Chapter 533 still need lessons?" Xiao Lingyan nodded, "Yes. The master who taught me martial arts is the top master in dodging. Both of us brothers have a talent for martial arts, and have been forced to practice martial arts since we were young. So we are pretty good. Although I haven't practiced with many people, I have practiced with several guards. The master who taught me martial arts said that my level is also considered to be the top one. But I lack some practical experience." He looked at Zhao Rushi with envy, You don't have to suffer at all. And you can tie with me. It turns out that the golden finger is worthy of being a golden finger. Of course not. Zhao Rushi raised her chin and said proudly. The aura is a must for a heroine. She and Zhao Ryu now have the same system. Although her system has a problem. It also shows that she has turned from a cannon fodder into a heroine. Otherwise, how can a passerby cannon fodder have the nerve to own a system? Didn't you see that the guy in front of him didn't have a system? Although he didn't have a golden finger. His girlfriend had one. And was willing to spend points to buy flavor pills for him. Xiao Lingyan was already very satisfied. He asked, what did you feel when you fought me just now? Tell me in detail, and I will analyze it for you. Maybe you can improve. Zhao Rushi told him how he felt. Xiao Lingyan touched his chin and asked in confusion, since you saw the flaw, why didn't you fight back? Zhao Rushi scratched his cheek. I was afraid that I would hit you and hurt you. Xiao Lingyan. Seeing Xiao Lingyan's face full of shock and confusion, Zhao Rushi looked around and saw a fist-sized stone under the tree. She went over to pick it up, put the stone in her palm and crushed it hard. And the stone turned into powder. Xiao Lingyan. Shocked. I took 2 kinds of pills. The previous one increased agility. This one increases strength. Zhao Rushi explained. Xiao Lingyan was immediately envious. He subconsciously wanted to ask Zhao Rushi if she could buy him 2 of these pills. But thinking about what Zhao Rushi said about the difficulty of earning points, he swallowed the words back. Pills are not easy to get, so they should be spent on the most appropriate place. As a prince, he couldn't be alone. And he was always protected by imperial guards and assassins. His martial arts skills were a life-saving measure. But being even stronger didn't mean much. On the contrary, the conspiracies and tricks against him and Xiaolingpu were endless, making it hard to guard against them. The flavor-identifying pills that Zhao Rushi bought for him were the most suitable for him. Zhao Rushi was just the opposite. She had no martial arts skills and no powerful guards, but not many people targeted her. At most, some people were jealous of her. Or like Princess Pingyang. They couldn't stand her and used some mean means on her. With the agility pill and the strength pill, she became a martial arts master. And she had the ability to protect herself when she encountered danger. It is most appropriate to use the points that are hard to earn in the most needed places. He said, in terms of earning points. If there is any place where I can help, just ask. Zhao Rushi waved her hand. You can't help with this. And no one can help. Xiao Lingyan was very disappointed. He thought for a while and said, you now have agile reactions and a lot of strength. But you can't use them well, which is a complete waste. When I have time, I will draw my martial arts moves for you. And you can learn by watching. When you learn by imitating, I will teach you twice in person. This may not help you practice martial arts well, but it is better than now. In addition, you should also control your strength and try to use it in martial arts moves. He said again. Zhao Rushi nodded, okay. Although she felt that there were not many opportunities to use this martial arts, it was still necessary to have an extra life-saving skill. Otherwise, she would not have been so eager to buy the agility pill and the strength pill. Seeing that there was still some time, Xiao Lingyan gave her 2 punches, explained the boxing techniques, and analyzed them carefully in combination with Zhao Rushi's characteristics. It was not until Wang Tong could not help but urge him that Xiao Lingyan left. He had things to do in the government office. After Xiao Lingyan left, Zhao Rushi stayed in the house for a while before leaving. She came here on horseback in disguise. After circling around Baining City for a few times and making sure that no one was following her, she went into a house to change clothes and took the carriage parked there back to Green Banana Courtyard. After getting off the carriage in front of the Green Banana Courtyard, she did not go in, but took Chi Feng and Luo to the academy. Mrs. Cui was surprised to see Zhao Rushi. I said I would take some time to visit you. You just came. Is there anything? If you have something to do, just send someone to call me. Why do you need to run? Zhao Rushi said. Mrs. Cui was already busy enough with the academy, now with the newspaper. Mrs. Cui was even busier. But she enjoyed it, and didn't want to let others share the burden. So she had to bear the burden. Mrs. Cui didn't say anything, but took Zhao Rushi to the courtyard where she rested. After they sat down, she asked, have you not been to the Imperial College these days? Zhao Rushi knew what she was asking about. She nodded, yes. I haven't been there since I participated in the provincial examination. It has been 10 days since the provincial examination results were announced. In these 10 days, Zhao Rushi did go to the Imperial College once, bringing a heavy gift to thank the teachers who had given her advice. But she never went there to ask for advice on her articles again. Mrs. Cui became serious. Princess Shanda asked me to ask you. Did those teachers hint that you should not go again? Zhao Rushi waved her hands quickly. No. No. But they didn't tell me to go again. I wanted to rest for a while. So I didn't go again. Hearing rest for a while, Mrs. Cui's heart was relieved a little. In fact, she was not asking about the teachers of the Imperial College, but whether Zhao Rushi would continue to participate in the Imperial examination. But she didn't want to ask directly, and didn't want to give Zhao Rushi a chance to refuse. Zhao Rushi is so talented in studying. She doesn't want Zhao Rushi to live up to this gift given by God and stop at the provincial examination. If you want to continue to let them teach me, Princess Shangda said that she will go to ask the emperor again. She said. Zhao Rushi frowned. I really need someone to teach me. But the teachers in the Imperial College usually have their own things to do. They can take time out to teach me in the first 2 months, which is extra hard work. Now there is still half a year before the spring examination. It is definitely not appropriate for them to teach me like this. Furthermore, I won the first place in the provincial examination, and some people have already insinuatedly accused several teachers. How can I let the teachers fall into the condemnation of public opinion because of my own reasons? So this class must not be passed. Zhao Rushi won the first place, and many people who were unwilling to be defeated by a woman did not dare to say that the examination was cheating, but could only blame the teachers of the Imperial College, saying that if they had such energy, why didn't they train the students of the Imperial College well, but taught Zhao Jiwei? Isn't it a waste of resources to carefully train a woman who is about to get married? Chapter 534 Help from All Sides. After hearing what Zhao Rushi said, Madame Cui was completely relieved. It seemed that Zhao Rushi would still take part in the Imperial examination. It was just that she did not want to let the teachers of the Imperial College be criticized again. So she did not go to the Imperial College for classes. Madame Cui also felt that the problem Zhao Rushi mentioned was a bit difficult to deal with. When people live in the world, they must always think about others and not be too selfish. Although Princess Shangda went to the palace to ask for help, the emperor might agree to let the teachers of the Imperial College guide Zhao Rushi again. But forcing someone to do something is not what a gentleman does. Once Princess Shangda opens her mouth, the emperor and the teachers of the Imperial Academy will certainly have a much lower impression of Zhao Rushi. Don't worry, Master. I had expected this situation to happen after the provincial examination. So I asked all the teachers about the problems I encountered. Without their guidance, perhaps my ranking in the Imperial examination would not be too high. But it should be no problem to pass, Zhao Rushi said. In fact, the format of the questions in the provincial examination and the Imperial examination are similar, both of which are about writing policy essays. It's just that the depth and breadth of the policy essays involved in the court affairs are different. The palace examination after the joint examination is just a formality. As long as you pass the joint examination, you can basically become an official. Therefore, the questions in the joint examination will involve the court affairs of the time, and you need to put forward your own opinions and suggestions on a certain court affairs. Zhao Rushi originally only lacked a little in the form of writing articles. After all, she was not a person who wrote classical Chinese since childhood. Although she memorized the 4 books and 5 classics because of her good memory, she did not have a wide range of ancient Chinese, and was slightly lacking in the use of allusions. In the past 2 months, several teachers in the Imperial College listed some books for her to borrow and read in the Imperial College to make up for her shortcomings in this area. They also pointed out her faults in her writing style and words. Therefore, she was able to write an impeccable article in the provincial examination. After making up for the missing knowledge in this area, she had no major problems in writing articles. The only shortcoming was that she was not familiar enough with the government of the Jin dynasty. For example, if the examination questions were asked, they would discuss water conservancy issues. Zhao Rushi had no knowledge of the water conservancy of the Jin dynasty, so she could not raise specific questions and then solve them. The articles she wrote were very empty. So in the past 6 months, she did not need the gentleman to teach her how to write articles, but should pay more attention to the political affairs of the Jin dynasty. In order to reassure Madame Cui and Princess Shangda, Zhao Rushi told Madame Cui about these problems. Madame Cui was immediately in trouble. She and Princess Shangda did not care about current affairs, and could not help Zhao Rushi at all in this regard. The teachers at the Imperial College couldn't answer these questions for Zhao Rushi. After all, they didn't participate in the government. Zhao Yuanxuan was only a 6th-rank official, not qualified to attend court, and he had only been an official for a short time, so he couldn't help Zhao Rushi in this regard. Kong Sherlin couldn't help him either. Your 3 senior brothers are all officials in the court, and they attend court every day. They must be very familiar with these. Why don't you ask them? She suggested. Zhao Rushi shook her head. That's not a good idea. These questions can't be explained in a short time. The 3 senior brothers are all busy. How can they have time to explain these to her? I wonder if Her Royal Highness the Princess has any books or materials about the various aspects of Dajin and the court reports in recent years. If there are no books, court reports are also the best way to understand the situation in Dajin. Mrs. Cui was excited. Okay. I'll talk to Her Royal Highness the Princess, and I'll ask someone to help you find out if there are any books on this subject. The court reports should be no problem. When they were running the newspaper, they also specifically found a few issues of the court reports to study. She knew that Princess Shanda had the court reports in her hand. Zhao Rushi nodded, and seeing that there was nothing else to do, she stood up and said goodbye. 2 days later, the court reports collected by Princess Shanda and Madame Cui had not been delivered yet. But Zhao Rushi received a large stack of information sent by Wang Tong. In addition to the articles of the top 20 in the past 4 provincial and imperial examinations, these materials also included every issue of the court reports in the past 5 years, as well as articles written by ministers when submitting memorials to the emperor. Xiao Lingyan said in the letter that he went back and asked the people who were preparing to take the imperial examinations, and knew that Zhao Rushi might need these things. He asked someone to collect them and send them to Zhao Rushi, hoping that they would be helpful to her. Zhao Rushi was immediately very happy. It was different to have a boyfriend. It felt like she didn't have to worry about anything. That person took her to heart and would think of everything before her. She wrote back and praised Xiao Lingyan greatly. She hoped that he would continue to work hard. Then she received some books and court reports sent by Princess Shanda and Madame Cui. These books included agricultural books, theories of the study of things, miscellaneous notes, and travel notes, all of which recorded the various aspects of the situation and customs of the Jin dynasty, which were also helpful to Zhao Rushi. She was reading happily when Kong Sherlin called her over. Kong Sherlin said, Lord Peng sent someone to ask why you didn't go to the Imperial College during this period. Several gentlemen there asked about you. Asked if you would not participate in the Imperial examination. Zhao Rushi felt warm again. There are still many good people in the world. She told Kong Sherlin about her concerns and plans. Kong Sherlin nodded. You are right. They are wholeheartedly good to you, and you can't ignore them. He thought for a while. How about this? I will tell them that they will give you a copy of the questions they give to students for the exam and send it to me. You write the essay according to the questions and send it to me, and I will send it to Master Peng for you to correct and guide you. Then the teachers can say to the outside world that they can't refuse because of my face. They don't specifically want to guide you. This way, the impact on them will be smaller. Zhao Rushi was grateful and stood up and bowed deeply to the master. Thank you very much. Master, your 3 senior brothers should have a lot of books and articles on their respective government offices. I'll ask them to sort them out and send them to you. Zhao Rushi was overjoyed and bowed again. Thank you. Master. Zhao Rushi didn't know much about the court's policies and practices on employing people. For example, the official avoidance system. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, there was the 3 mutual law. In the book of the later Han Dynasty biography of Kai Yong, there is a record that 3 mutuals refer to the marriage family, and the people of 2 states cannot exchange officials. The existence of this kind of constraint caused some county officials to not be selected in time. But to a certain extent, it was helpful to get rid of the interference of the personal relationship of the administrators on politics and promote political clarity. Most of the dynasties that followed this principle. But the degree of strictness varied. Was the Jin dynasty the same as the Eastern Han dynasty in this regard? Or was it different? If she didn't understand, she would be completely at a loss when she was asked this kind of question during the examination. No matter how well you write your article, if you don't know the court policy, you can't write it well. Chapter 535 Winter is coming. Another example is the corvée system of the Jin dynasty. If you are asked whether the current corvée system is reasonable, what do you think about it? If you don't understand the system in this area, you will also be at a loss. Wu Huixi is the Minister of Personnel. and his information in this area is unmatched by others. With his information, she will at least not fall behind in this regard. Gong Chung can understand the current productivity of the Jin dynasty, and Wu Zong can understand the criminal law and laws of the Jin dynasty. In short, with the help of the information from the three senior brothers, plus the information said by Xiaoling Yin and Princess Shangda, she should have no problem dealing with the imperial examination. A few days later, Kong Sherlin asked someone to use a carriage to bring half a cart of books and articles to Zhao Rushi. This scene alarmed everyone in Sweeping Marquis' mansion. Watching the servants moving piles of books into Xiuzhu courtyard, Xu grabbed Zhao Rushi, who was busy directing the servants, and said, "What's going on? I need to read some books for the imperial examination. The senior brothers helped me collect these so that I can understand the policies and laws of Dajin in all aspects." Zhao Rushi asked Xu for help. "Mother, these books and articles are very valuable. We can't just put them on the ground. My bookshelf can't hold them. Please ask someone to go to the warehouse to see if there are any bookshelves. If not, I have to ask someone to make a few." Zhu responded and said repeatedly, "Yes. Yes." Turning around, she told Madame Ruan, "Take someone to move the bookshelves, and move as many as you can for the girl. If it's not enough, ask someone to make some for the girl." The Sweeping Marquis family was born into a military family, not a family of scholars. Although there are bookshelves, there are not many. Even if all are moved in, there are only 5 or 6. That's why Zhu said this. Turning back, she looked at Zhao Rushi with a complicated expression. "Why do you have to read so many books to participate in the imperial examination?" She thought that participating in the imperial examination was nothing more than writing an essay. She didn't expect to have to read so many books. She felt distressed when she thought about it. That would be so tiring. Zhao Rushi told him the problem she was facing. Zhu sighed. "Your master and senior brother are so good to you. No matter what happens in the future, you must remember their kindness." "Mom, I know. Don't get tired. Take it easy. Health is the most important thing." "It's okay. Mom, I'll just read these books and articles to understand the situation. No need to memorize them all. Anyway, there is still half a year. Enough for me to read. And I won't get tired. If I didn't have these books, I don't know how to study next." Mrs. Zhu nodded. "Hey, why didn't they move to Ziyuan? Where did you put the books?" Mrs. Zhu found something wrong again. "No one is using the Guangmu Hall now," I asked Madame Ruan. "Except for some tables and chairs. The room is empty. I put the books there. These books are valuable. I have to return them to my senior brothers after I finish reading them. This opportunity is rare. I plan to let Brother Chongwen and Brother Jing'an come to read the books. Putting them in the outer courtyard will make it more convenient for them to come in and out. I want to read them and move some back to Xiuzhu courtyard," said Zhao Rushi. Zhao Jingli usually asked her questions and often went in and out of Xiuzhu courtyard. But she and Zhao Jingli are cousins. No matter how close she is to Su Chongwen, they are not related by blood. And Su Chongwen is still an outsider here. If he goes in and out of Xiuzhu courtyard to read books all day, people will inevitably gossip about him. Zhao Rushi also feels that it is inconvenient to have people coming and going in her yard all day. So she simply puts all the books in the outer courtyard. Anyway, she has to exercise every day, so she doesn't think it's troublesome to go out and move a few books and put them back after reading. Zhu sighed again. "You are really thoughtful. It's not your fault that everyone treats you well. It's you who treats others well first. Think of Su Chongwen, Zhao Jing'an and others when you have the chance. They will definitely be very grateful to Zhao Rushi. Think of Zhao Rushi's 3 senior brothers. If there was no safe, everyone would feel that they took advantage of Zhao Rushi. And even if they helped for the sake of the master, how could they do their best? It can be seen that people are mutual. If you treat others well, others will treat you well. Vice versa." In the following days, Zhao Rushi was like a mouse in a rice jar, reading books with great pleasure. Since she crossed over, she has been busy making money. Now Xiaoling Yan told her not to develop new money-making projects. So she was free. Apart from the imperial examination, she seemed to have nothing to worry about. In the original project, the printing machine and clocks were to be shipped from the south as imported goods. So Zhao Rushi had already delivered them directly to Xiaoling Yan, asking him to find someone in the south to make these 2 things, so that they would not have to be shipped back and forth, which would not only increase costs, but also make it easy to be exposed. As for the popular jade jewelry in the market, Zhao Rushi had already asked someone to cut a small part of the raw stones and handed them over to Xiaolingyan. Whether he transported them to the south for carving or processed them secretly somewhere in the capital, it was none of her business. Scarcity makes things valuable. Even though she had transported several ships of raw stones at the beginning, she still controlled the quantity within a very small range, preventing the flooding of jade from depreciating. This operation not only raised the quoted price, but also controlled the risk. So she didn't cut many raw stones, and didn't have to worry about this at all. In addition, the safe and spinning machine were all in partnership with the emperor, and they were completely open. The silver shop she opened sold ordinary gold, silver, pearls and jade jewelry, and occasionally some jade jewelry, which was also said to be imported from the south. But it was just gold-inlaid jade or small jade pieces such as ring faces, and even jade bracelets were rarely sold. Such a silver shop was not conspicuous in the capital. These businesses were all in the open, and the management was very mature, with Zhou Chun and Ma Sheng watching over them. Zhao Rushi basically didn't need to spend any more energy except checking the accounts at the end of the month. The two Zhuangzis were on their own track, so she didn't have to worry about them. So Zhao Rushi could stay at home peacefully, reading books and writing articles. When she was tired, she would draw pictures, practice calligraphy, and earn some points. When she was bored, she would go to Kong Mansion to meet and chat with her master and senior brothers. Xiao Ruodong, Su Shui, and Mu Qingqiang would come to see her occasionally. The quiet time passed especially quickly. Autumn passed in the blink of an eye. When the first snow fell over the capital, it indicated that winter was coming. At dinner that day, Zhao Yuanxuan's expression was not as relaxed and happy as usual. Alas, the capital is fine. The temperature in the north dropped sharply, and I heard that a large number of cattle and sheep died outside the border. This winter, the border will not be peaceful. He sighed to Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi asked Zhao Yuanxuan to tell her everything he knew about the court on the grounds that she needed to participate in the imperial examination. Zhao Yuanxuan developed the habit of talking about political affairs with his daughter at the dinner table. Zhao Rushi paused while eating mutton, and her face became solemn. It seems that the first coup has slowly begun. Chapter 536 Avoiding Risks. Zhao Yuanxuan saw his daughter's face change, and quickly comforted her. Whenever there is a disaster outside the border, the people over there will come to harass our border, and there will be some minor friction every year. Our border soldiers are not vegetarians. They have sufficient food and grass, excellent equipment, and are prepared. We don't have to worry too much. Zhao Yuanxuan was born in a military family. Although he was unable to take on important tasks due to physical reasons, he was still familiar with border affairs. He has also been familiar with military books since he was young. Even though he is now working in the Dali Temple, he still pays special attention to information from the border. But what if they rob or burn the soldiers' food and grass? Zhao Rushi asked. No, Zhao Yuanxuan said. General Fu will not let people pile up food and grass in one place, and will also send heavy troops to guard it. How could he let the enemy rob or burn it? This is life-saving stuff. Even if there is an emergency, nearby cities will definitely have support. And they will not just wait for the court to send people to deliver it. The heavy snow blocked the road. If we really waited for the capital to send food and grass, hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the border would have starved to death. He said again. Zhao Rushi nodded, thinking. In her previous life, she didn't know how those people forced 100,000 soldiers into that situation. After eating absent-mindedly, she returned to Xia Zuyuan and wanted to write a letter to Xiaolingyan. But after thinking about it, she gave up. Xiaolingyan was trained as a general together with Xiaolingpu. They naturally knew what the situation was at the border, and they had prepared and responded. She asked in the letter that if Xiaolingyan's reply fell into the hands of someone else, and happened to meet someone who could read German, she would really ruin Xiaolingyan's plan. Instead of worrying about it here, she might as well earn more points, so that she could get more information for Xiaolingyan at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Zhao Rushi picked up the pen and practiced calligraphy again. Her calligraphy was already 80% of Master Ming Song's. Practicing calligraphy could earn 82 points. Practicing calligraphy was more convenient and faster than painting, so she practiced calligraphy whenever she had some free time. She had already saved enough points to buy the recovery pills some time ago, and she made an appointment with Xiaolingyan and gave him the pills. Now she still had more than 4,000 points, which was enough to get information. Although Zhao Rushi did not write to Xiaolingyan, Xiaolingyan took the initiative to write to Zhao Rushi, telling her about the situation at the border and briefly explaining his arrangements. Perhaps these things were more important and could not be missed. So he wrote this letter very carefully, alternating between 4 foreign languages: German, French, Japanese and English. Zhao Rushi immediately wrote back to him, asking him not to tell her about the border anymore. This kind of thing, whether written or oral, as long as the message is passed, it may be leaked. If you want to be foolproof, try to keep it to yourself and only give instructions to your subordinates when necessary. Anyway, she can't help Xiaolingyan no matter what the situation is like at the border or the factional struggles in the palace and the court. Why must she know his arrangements to increase the risk of secret leaks? She just needs to stay at home quietly reading books and wait for this political turmoil to end. As long as Xiaolingyan is safe, nothing else matters. She did remind Xiaolingyan in the letter that if there is any news that she needs to check, just ask. When Zhao Rushi gave the letter to Wang Tong bowed deeply to Zhao Rushi. Miss Zhao Wu, the political situation is tight now, and many people are watching your highness. I used to be a guard beside your highness, and my every move is also closely watched, in order not to bring danger to you. It will not be me who will send letters to you in the future. As he spoke, he put his finger in his mouth and made a short and slight whistle. Then, a man jumped in from the window. The man bowed to Zhao Rushi and did not speak. Wang Tong now, his name is Wu Wei. He is the secret guard beside the prince and has never shown his face in public. He will be the one to deliver the letter to the girl in the future. As he spoke, he motioned Wu Wei to raise his head and let Zhao Rushi and Qi Feng take a look. Wu Wei raised his head and showed an ordinary face. This face has no features. No one would notice it even if it was placed in a crowd. Even if someone has seen him, they will forget about him soon after seeing him. He has the most suitable appearance for a secret guard. Wu Wei greets the young lady. Wu Wei bowed and jumped out of the window at Wang Tong's signal. Wang Tong then said, in order not to expose the young lady's existence, His Highness asked me to tell the young lady that he will not send letters to you frequently if there is nothing else. During special times, it is best to be careful. Please understand? Young lady. Okay. I understand. Tell him to rest assured that as long as he is fine, I will be fine, Zhao Rushi said. She knew that Xiaolingyan's arrangement was the wisest. Once her relationship with Xiaolingyan was exposed, and people knew that Xiaolingyan had a special relationship with her, or simply knew that Xiaolingyan liked her, she would not only be in danger, but those people might also use her to threaten Xiaolingyan. By that time, neither she nor Xiaolingyan would survive. If the young lady has no other instructions, I will take my leave now. Wang Tong bowed his head and saluted. Zhao Rushi glanced at Qi Feng and saw that she also bowed her head and did not make eye contact with Wang Tong. She could not say anything on behalf of Qi Feng, and said to Wang Tong, "It's okay. You go." Wang Tong clasped his fists and jumped out of the window. Qi Feng then raised her head and looked at the empty window. Her expression was dazed. "Has he ever expressed his feelings to you?" Zhao Rushi asked. Qi Feng was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly turned red. People say that things resemble their masters, and the same is true for servants. When Qi Feng first followed Zhao Rushi, she was still relatively rigid and orthodox. But after following Zhao Rushi for a long time, her personality has changed a lot. Since Zhao Rushi asked, she didn't hesitate, and said openly, "I did." He said that if he is still alive and well by this time next year, he will come and ask me to marry him. Speaking of this, she didn't care about being shy and asked worriedly, "Miss, why did he say that? Is His Highness in danger?" "Don't worry. It will be fine," Zhao Rushi said. "We can't help. All we have to do is wait quietly and not cause trouble for them." Qi Feng nodded. In the next month, Xiaolingyan really didn't send any more letters to Zhao Rushi. "Dad, didn't you say the border was dangerous? How is it now?" Zhao Rushi had no choice but to ask Zhao Yuanchuan. Zhao Yuanchuan shook his head. "I haven't heard more news. It should be fine." He comforted his daughter. "Don't worry. Our great Jin has 200,000 troops stationed there, and foreign enemies are nothing to us. The old lady is the wife of a military general. When Duke Sui was in power, she led troops to fight. She also said, isn't it? Our great Jin is strong. No matter how powerful those people on the border are, they can't attack us. Chapter 537 Everything is under control. As a mother, Zhu thought too much. She knew Zhao Rushi was not a timid person, but she had been asking about the border affairs for a long time, so she had to think too much. After dinner, she took Zhao Rushi out on the pretext of taking a walk and asked her quietly, "Are you worried about General Fu?" Zhao Rushi widened her eyes in surprise. "Mother, why do you think so?" No, really not. I rejected General Fu 800 years ago." Zhu was suspicious. "Why do you care so much about the border affairs? Aren't I going to take the imperial examination? What if the imperial examination asks such questions? I can't be completely clueless about the border affairs and have no idea where to start." "Right," Zhao Rushi said confidently. "Yes." Zhu was convinced. She thought that although Zhao Rushi rejected Fu Yunkai at the beginning, she still fell in love with Fu Yunkai later. It turned out that she didn't realize that now Fu Yunkai was in danger at the border. This girl was restless. It turned out that it was not the case at all. She was overthinking. "I'll ask your father to help you find out, and I'll tell you if there's any news," she said. Zhao Rushi waved her hand quickly. No. This is none of our business. If Dad asks around and people misunderstand him, it will be bad. After all, border affairs are sensitive, so it's better for us not to get involved. If things really develop as the original plot, Zhao Yuanxuan, who has nothing to do with it, asks around about border affairs, maybe someone will be so crazy that he will take the blame, saying that he colluded with foreign countries, which led to the annihilation of 100,000 soldiers, and that would be troublesome. Even if she inquired about the situation at the border, even if she knew that Xiaolingyan's situation was not good, what could Zhao Rushi do? If Zhao Yuanxuan got into trouble because of this, and put dozens of people in the mansion in danger, that would be bad. Xiaolingyan still had to spare his energy to help Sweeping Marquis's mansion solve the problem. If she wanted to know Xiaolingyan's situation, she could just spend points to buy information from the system. Zhao Rushi was worried, and specifically told Zhu, "Tell Dad to be careful during this period and don't ask too much about the border. The border is tight, and the princes in the court are all grown up and have a lot of thoughts. Although the emperor is still in good health, maybe someone will take this opportunity to cause trouble? So please persuade Dad to be more careful in the government office." Zhu was flustered by what Zhao Rushi said, and nodded quickly. "Don't worry. I will persuade your father." Separated from Zhu, Zhao Rushi returned to Xia Zuyuan and asked the system, "I want to know the situation of Xiaolingyan and the border. Can you tell me?" The system was silent for a while. "It can't be explained in a few words." "How many points?" "You tell me," Zhao Rushi said. The system thought about it and quoted a price, 3,000. Last time, the host did not bargain with it, so it earned 20,000 points. It was grateful for the host's kindness. The current political situation is complicated. If Xiaolingyan died, Zhao Rushi would never marry a prince again, even if she has achieved some success now. A lonely woman without a husband and family is ultimately incomplete, and her life is not a happy life. Marrying someone else is naturally not as good as marrying the fifth prince, who is deeply in love with her and has a high position and power. Therefore, both in public and private, the system did not ask for too much this time, and gave Zhao Rushi a realistic price. It also needs energy to get information, and 3,000 points is just a little bit of hard work. Zhao Rushi can earn 1,000 points by practicing a dozen or so articles. An article has 30 words, and she has a lot of time now, so she can easily earn more than 1,000 points a day, and she still has more than 4,000 points on hand. So she agreed very straightforwardly, "Deal. I'll deduct the points first and go get the news. You'll probably have to wait a day or two," the system said. "Okay." Zhao Rushi nodded. In the next 2 days, except for the points Zhao Rushi earned from practicing calligraphy and painting, the system didn't make any sound. It wasn't until the 3rd day, when Zhao Rushi was ready to go to bed, that the system's voice rang, "Host, I'm back." Zhao Rushi suddenly woke up and asked, "How is it?" "Host, don't worry. Everything is under the control of the 2nd and 5th princes," the system said. Then it told Zhao Rushi the situation. Zhao Rushi was completely relieved after hearing it. Xiaolingpu was not to be mentioned. He was the 2nd prince, and was privately cultivated by concubine Sin and the Sin family as the crown prince. Naturally, he was full of tricks and methods. Although the 5th prince was young before he traveled through time, A child who grew up in the palace would not be a simple and harmless child. His memory was inherited by Xiao Ke, who is also a man full of tricks. The combination of the two is not the best, but only more sophisticated. These two knew what was going to happen next. So how could they not set traps and dig holes everywhere? The second and fifth princes together are not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In addition, the Xin family and the Fu family are tied to the same boat. And the third prince and the crown prince are particularly wary of them, and have always regarded them as strong enemies to eliminate. Because the Fu family and Xiaolingpu are good at fighting, they have been waiting for a big battle at the border in recent years. At that time, let someone do something to the Fu family father and son, and then let someone push Xiaolingpu out in the court. At the border, Xiaolingpu's life and death will be decided by them. If Xiaolingpu dies, Xiaolingyan will not be a threat. Now the war at the border has finally come, and the third prince and the crown prince are planning to take action. Although the fourth prince did not take the initiative to intervene, he also intends to add fuel to the flames and take advantage. The third prince and the crown prince are digging a pit, wanting to bury the second and fifth princes in the pit. But unexpectedly, the second and fifth princes also took the opportunity to dig a pit. Not only will they not jump into the pit, but they also plan to let Xiao He see how his three good sons framed their brothers and sisters, and how they played with the lives of the soldiers at the border. Is such a person qualified to be a king? The system did not explain it in detail, but Zhao Rushi roughly guessed the layout and intention of Xiaolingyan and the others from what the system said. And she was really not worried at this moment. As a modern independent woman, she was used to participating in everything and controlling everything in her own hands. Now that she was suddenly excluded from the whole incident, she felt a little panicked, always worried that Xiaolingyan and the others did not do their job well, leading to the final failure and loss of life. Now that she knew that there was no problem with the layout of these two people, she just needed to wait for the development of things. She knew it in her heart, and was not worried anymore. If she had that much time, she might as well read books and practice calligraphy, and earn some points. The next day, she was practicing calligraphy peacefully when Itsue came in and reported, "Miss, the Princess of Qingyang is here. Please come in." Zhao Rushi didn't even raise her head until she finished writing the last few words. Then she put down her pen and stood up to greet her. Chapter 538. A Word Awakens the Dreamer. I didn't expect Xiao Ruodong to be so quick and come in now. She looked at Zhao Rushi's handwriting and screamed, "Oh my god! Is this your handwriting?" She ran over and looked at Zhao Rushi's handwriting carefully from the front, raised her head and asked in surprise, "When did you practice it?" Zhao Rushi was her student, because they met in the silver shop before class. She paid special attention to Zhao Rushi's handwriting when she was in class. At that time, Zhao Rushi's calligraphy was not even as good as that of ordinary people. It was completely unstructured and ugly. One could tell at a glance that she had never practiced calligraphy. But now, Zhao Rushi's calligraphy has already had 80% of the flavor of her master. What's more rare is that she has also mixed a little of her own style, and has formed her own unique charm. Zhao Rushi's personality is free and easy, wise and transparent, and her paintings fully reveal this characteristic of her personality. Now, this characteristic is also reflected in her calligraphy. Mr. Ming Song's calligraphy is handsome and elegant. When Zhao Rushi copied his calligraphy, he learned the essence of this elegance and grace, and added a sense of freedom and unrestrainedness. But Zhao Rushi didn't seem to realize this. When practicing calligraphy, he tried his best to follow the rut of Mr. Ming Song and resembled him as much as possible. He didn't dare to release his own style. Wasn't my original handwriting very ugly? I was ashamed to see it. So I practiced calligraphy whenever I had time. After I became my master, I practiced more diligently, for fear of embarrassing my master and ruining a painting when I wrote on it. You gave me a copybook, and then Princess Shangda found me a copybook of Mr. Ming Song. I practiced whenever I had time. Now I have practiced for 2 years, so I must have made some progress. Xiao Ruodong. Practiced for 2 years. It's been a long time, and I have only made some progress. If those scholars knew about this, I would be beaten to death. You have completely understood the essence of my master, so you don't have to stick to his copybook anymore. Write freely, and show your own style. Xiao Ruotong pointed out. Look at your paintings. Only if you have your own style can you become a master. The same is true for calligraphy. If you only copy others' works without your own style, people will only say that your handwriting is good and looks like a master. but they will not admit that you are a master. Xiao Ruodong's words really woke people up. Zhao Rushi slapped her forehead. I was confused. Fortunately, Sister Ruodong reminded me. She was confused by the system's points. The reason why she was not confused in painting was that she used modern painting techniques at the beginning, and there were no points. She had to combine them with ancient painting techniques and form her own style to get points, which made her work hard to create her own painting method. But she had never practiced calligraphy in modern times, and she had no foundation in ancient times. At that time, the system told her that if she could practice to the level of Mr. Ming Song, she could earn 100 points for one piece of calligraphy. Then she started from scratch, climbing up 1 point, 2 points at a time. Her goal was not to create her own style, but to achieve the effect of calligraphy that resembles Mr. Ming Song. So even though she had mastered the essence of Mr. Ming Song's calligraphy, she still didn't dare to go her own way. She was still bound by Mr. Ming Song's rut, aiming to earn 100 points for each piece of calligraphy, and diligently moving forward in Mr. Ming Song's inherent pattern. If Xiao Ruodong hadn't reminded her, she would probably think about innovation only when she reached 100 points for each piece of calligraphy. But if it really came to that time, it would be a bit difficult to break out of the inherent rut. Of course, if there was no such goal as bait, she wouldn't have been able to practice to this extent before turning around. It is possible that you will let yourself go after practicing for 2 or 3 minutes. That way you may have your own style, but your foundation is not stable, and you will never become a master. So everything is just right. Thinking of being able to innovate and earning 100 points for one article, Zhao Rushi became excited. She said to Xiao Ruodong, "Then let me write now." Xiao Ruodong nodded, her face full of expectation. Zhao Rushi took away the paper that had just been filled with 30 words and took another piece of paper. The size of the paper she used for calligraphy practice was deliberately cut by her, and Qifeng also pressed folds for her, so that she could practice 30 characters before stopping. But at this moment, in order to find that unrestrained state, she directly took a piece of uncut and uncreased paper and planned to write a random passage from the 4 books and 5 classics that automatically came to her mind. The reason why Zhao Rushi is a top student is that in addition to her high IQ, another characteristic is that she has a very strong concentration. She spread the paper, but did not pick up the pen to write immediately, but began to grind the ink. Xiao Ruodong watched from the side, and saw that Zhao Rushi had only been grinding ink for a while. And then she completely entered a state. It was as if she was the only one left in the world, and everything around her was directly blocked by her, leaving only her and the words she was about to write. Xiao Ruodong saw Zhao Rushi like this, and suddenly she had a glimmer of enlightenment. At this time, Zhao Rushi put down the ink stick, picked up the pen, and began to write. Qifeng had to obey the girl's call at all times, so Zhao Rushi didn't ask her to go out. So she stayed in the room at this time. She just stood in a more remote position, reducing her presence and trying not to affect Zhao Rushi and Xiao Ruodong. At this time, she clearly felt that the girl's writing was different from before. She used to be very serious, and even entered this state of selflessness. But she wrote seriously and slowly, and every stroke was very fixed, as if she was restricted by some rules and regulations. Her expression was always tense, and she would not relax until she finished writing. But Zhao Rushi at this time was like the boxing she practiced in the yard in the morning. She was very relaxed and casual, just like the clouds in the sky, gathering and dispersing with the wind, unrestrained, and even a little lazy. Because of her casualness, Zhao Rushi wrote more than 30 words in this paragraph, and she stopped only after writing 40 or 50 words. Xiao Ruodong was worried about disturbing her, so she just walked to a place far away from Zhao Rushi and sat down. Seeing her put down her pen and recover from that state of selflessness, she walked over, got close to Zhao Rushi, and looked down at the words she had just written. "Wow, it's great," she exclaimed. The words on the paper were light and graceful, unrestrained and uninhibited. The feeling of freedom and ease that came over her was as if she was about to ascend to heaven and escape from the mundane world. It made people applaud and yearn for it. Zhao Rushi had no time to appreciate the words she had just written. She was shocked by the points reported by the system. Congratulations to the host. Wisdom value plus 156. Chapter 539. Let's improve together. Gosh, Master Ming Song can only get 100 points for one piece of calligraphy, but she got 156 points for one piece. Doesn't that mean she is better than Master Ming Song? Wait, She lowered her head and began to count the total number of characters in the piece of calligraphy she just practiced. If she wrote 60 characters, then 156 divided by 2 would only be more than 70 points per piece of calligraphy, which is not as good as her copying master Ming Song's calligraphy. She counted 2 articles back and forth, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had just written 48 words. After breathing a sigh of relief, she had a new doubt. Are the points now calculated according to the number of words written? If so, then her points will not be much higher. She was about to practice with a paper that could only write 30 words. And then she heard Xiao Ruodong said, "Xiao Shi, I want to write a word." There was some urgency in her tone. Zhao Rushi looked up at Xiao Ruodong and found that her eyes were surprisingly bright. But her pupils were not focused. There was a fanatic light in her trance. She knew that Xiao Ruodong had seen the word she had just practiced and had an epiphany. She quickly took away the piece of calligraphy she had just written, spread out a new piece of paper, and gave the position to Xiao Ruodong. "Come on. Write quickly." Xiao Ruodong did not speak, picked up the ink stick and rubbed it twice, then picked up the pen and started writing. Zhao Rushi had also seen a lot of Xiao Ruodong's calligraphy during this period, and was very familiar with her style. At a glance, she found that Xiao Ruodong's calligraphy today was different from the past. It seemed that she had released her nature, and was more unrestrained and free. The 4 words spirited were the most appropriate to describe it. She smiled with her lips pursed. Zhao Rushi likes the feeling of learning, improving and achieving together with her friends. It's great. Zhao Rushi is now staying in her study, which is different from the study of ordinary people, because Zhao Rushi wants to paint. The study is a connection between 2 rooms, and the area is relatively large. In addition to the place where Xiao Ruodong is writing now, there is also a large table by the window on the other side, and large sheets of paper and various paints are placed on the shelf next to the table. That was where Zhao Rushi was painting. Now Xiao Ruodong was writing here, and Zhao Rushi could go over there and write a 30-character calligraphy to verify her guess about the points. But seeing Xiao Ruodong state, Zhao Rushi did not leave. She had just realized her own style from her epiphany, and naturally did not want to learn anything more from Xiao Ruodong. She was just happy for her friend and wanted to share this success and happiness with her. Unlike Xiao Rushi, who only wrote 30 characters, Xiao Ruodong wrote more than 100 characters at once, and she stopped only after she finished writing an article. "Huh?" She exhaled lightly, put down her pen, and stepped back to admire her calligraphy. Zhao Rushi also stood beside her. Both of them smiled with joy at the same time. "Great," Xiao Rushi praised. "It's more and more elegant and lively. Sister Ruodong, congratulations." Xiao Ruodong had a big smile on her face. "This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have understood it." She is different from Zhao Rushi. Although she is not very old, she has long been separated from the influence of her master and master's master, and has her own style. So she has become a famous calligrapher, and is sought after by the world. But once you have formed your own style, just like Kong Sherlin, you will continue on that path. It is difficult to change or improve. But now, Xiao Ruodong has improved all of a sudden, and she feels that she has improved more than that. Her state of mind has changed a lot. Her family gave her a carefree and worldly growth environment, allowing her to achieve certain achievements in calligraphy when she was young. But since she got married, the constraints imposed on her by her husband and her in-laws, and the pressure of not being able to have children, gradually bound her. Although she later chose to divorce, the marriage and the unfriendly attitude of the world towards divorced women were still in her heart. She looked peaceful and happy on the surface, but she was depressed deep down. But Zhao Rushi's calligraphy made her escape from the troubles of the world and relieved her state of mind. The original depression was relieved and disappeared. At this moment, she felt unprecedented clarity and ease, as if her mind had been cleansed and purified, and she was completely different from before. This kind of purity is different from the pure state of mind she had as a child. This is the great enlightenment after experiencing the world, the clarity and transparency after seeing so many things. This state of mind will not only affect her future lifestyle, but also have a great impact on her calligraphy. "Susie, thank you." She turned around and hugged Zhao Rushi, her eyes full of gratitude. In modern times, Zhao Rushi has come into contact with many foreigners in addition to Chinese people. Those people are passionate and unrestrained, and they have to hug each other when they meet. But in ancient times, the ancients were always introverted, and they had never experienced such a way again. At this moment, she was suddenly hugged by Xiao Ruodong, and she couldn't react for a while. Seeing the innocent and cute look on the face of Zhao Rushi, who was always smart and wise, Xiao Ruodong laughed. I want to drink tea and eat snacks. She blinked at Zhao Rushi, revealing the lively breath of a girl. Okay. Zhao Rushi turned around and told Qi Feng to prepare, and asked Xiao Ruodong, where are we going to drink tea and eat snacks? Do you have a warm room at home? It's the best to be in a warm room. No. Zhao Rushi was speechless. Is Sweeping Marquis' mansion still very poor? How can it compare to Jinan Palace, which spent a lot of money to build a warm room? In the middle of winter, the floor heating and the fire wall are turned on, and sitting inside is like spring and summer. Outside the large glass floor-to-ceiling windows, there is a beautiful snow scene in the garden and plum blossoms blooming in the white snow. This kind of enjoyment, not to mention in ancient times, even in modern times, is not easy to enjoy unless you are a local tyrant. Although there is heating and a large glass window, we can only see the gray sky and the windows of the neighbor's house not far away through that small window. In the end, the two of them sat in the main room of Zhao Rushi's yard and drank tea. Zhao Rushi's main room was specially modified by her. She asked someone to make 2 sofa-like benches, covered with thick cotton pads, and added a solid wood long table, and placed them in front of the glass window. When guests came, everyone sat face to face in front of the window, brewed a pot of tea, and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, which was more comfortable and relaxing than the formal tables and chairs in the ancient main room. Although this main room did not have floor heating and fire walls, it placed 2 burning braziers, and the door was ajar, leaving a gap for air to flow in. So the room was also very warm. Chapter 540. I'm attracted to Wuzong. Sure enough, Xiao Ruodong sat on the sofa and drank a cup of tea brewed by Zhao Rushi. And she felt different. Hey, why do I feel more comfortable here than in my warm room? She sighed, looking at the furnishings in the house. No, I'll decorate the main room in my yard like this when I go back. Anyway, the guests in my yard are sisters or friends of similar age, and everyone is very casual. It couldn't be more comfortable to decorate the house like this. She pointed at the sofa and said, your chair is comfortable to sit on, not too high, and the backrest is not too tiring. Who did you ask to make it? You can lend me the carpenter for 2 days. Okay. It's okay for you to take him back later. It's cold anyway, and we don't do any carpentry work at home now. This sofa was made by the carpenter of Sweeping Marquis' mansion. This is how noble families are. No matter if they are needed or not, all kinds of skilled workers have to be supported. For example, carpenters, gardeners, masons, embroiderers, cooks, etc. After drinking 2 cups of tea on the sofa, Xiao Ruodong put down the teacup and looked at Zhao Rushi opposite. There are some things that I never planned to say in this life, but today your words gave me a lot of inspiration, and my mood suddenly became cheerful. I want to talk to you about these things. Zhao Rushi was eating a piece of cake. Hearing this, he quickly put the cake down, and his expression became serious. I like your third brother, Xiao Ruodong said. Zhao Rushi. She was very glad that she had put the cake down just now. Otherwise she would have been choked. She stared at Xiao Ruodong with her eyes wide open in disbelief. But then she felt that it was not surprising. She never liked gossip, and she felt that the friendship between her and her brothers was just a simple friendship between brothers and sisters. The affection and relationship between everyone was more maintained by the master, and other things should not be involved too much. Therefore, she never asked people about the family affairs of her brothers, except for the sister-in-law of Kong Yinyan's family. She had never seen the other 3 sisters-in-law. The 3 brothers never mentioned family matters in front of her. It was not until she heard the conversation between the master and Wuzong last time that she learned that although Wuzong married Sun Song's cousin had died of illness 5 years ago, when Zhao Rushi became his disciple. He was a widower with a 12-year-old daughter and had no intention of remarrying. People in this era get married early. So even if his daughter was 12 years old, he was only 30 years old at the time. 2 years have passed, and now brother Wuzong's daughter is 14 years old, and she is at the age of marriage. That day, Kong Shilin was concerned about Wuzong's daughter's marriage, and Zhao Rushi learned that brother Wuzong was a widower. Wuzong was very handsome, a man in his prime at 31. At 32, he looked young and acted very maturely. From the looks of him, he and Xiao Ruodong were a good match. In terms of personality, Wu Zong was a very capable and responsible person. And he was a very good person. There were not many men of the same age and appearance that Xiao Ruodong could get in touch with. And Wu Zong was so good and outstanding. It was not surprising that Xiao Ruodong would fall in love with Wu Zong when she was forced to marry by her family. However, Wu Zong has a 14-year-old daughter. Although his family is also a noble family with decent family background. It seems to be a large family and has not been divided. There are many people in the family. He is also 7 or 8 years older than Xiao Ruodong. Such conditions are probably not favored by the Princess of Jinan. The Princess of Jinan has always been upset about the fact that Wei Zheng, the son of the Duke of Ying, betrayed her daughter. If Xiao Ruodong married someone who was far inferior to Wei Zheng, she would definitely be unwilling. Does my senior brother know? What does the princess say? Zhao Rushi asked. Xiao Ruodong shook her head. No one knows. I have never mentioned it to anyone. Even Madame Yun beside me doesn't know what I am thinking. Zhao Rushi blinked and didn't speak for a while. I know I am not worthy of your senior brother. With your senior brother's conditions, it is not a problem to marry any lady. If he has a son, I would like someone to ask about this marriage. But he has no son. So I can't open my mouth about this marriage. Xiao Ruodong said. If I hadn't been influenced by your calligraphy today, I would have kept this matter in my heart and never said it. But now, I want to fight for it. She lowered her head and sighed. My mother is urging me to get married again. Then, do you want me to ask my senior brother for you? Zhao Rushi asked. Xiao Ruodong nodded. If you have a chance to meet him, please ask him for me. If he doesn't want to, I'll give up. It's not good to mention this to anyone. Only you can help me. Okay. I'll ask for you when I go to Master's house in 2 days. Zhao Rushi said. She still hoped to make this happen. Wu Zong is very good. Xiao Ruodong is also very good. The two are really a good match. If they get married, they will definitely be very happy. Now they have their own things to do. And they don't go to Baining anymore. Kong Sherlin is old. And it's tiring to go to Baining. It's still winter now. And it's not safe to go on the road with snow. At Kong Yinyan's request, Kong Sherlin resigned from the position of teacher of Baining Women's Academy before Zhao Rushi participated in the provincial examination. Knowing that the master prefers to be active rather than quiet, the 4 brothers and sisters agreed to go to the master's house for a gathering every 10 days. The Northern Painting School also held some activities in the capital from time to time. So Kong Sherlin was not too bored. 2 days later, it was the day for the brothers and sisters to gather at Kang's house. Zhao Rushi decided to find an opportunity to mention this to Wu Zong at that time. When did you fall in love with my senior brother? Zhao Rushi asked gossipingly. Was it when you were learning sketching and biting? Only at that time did Xiao Ruodong and Wu Zong have any intersection. Otherwise, they don't even see each other. Xiao Ruodong nodded, her face slightly red. I don't talk to him much. I think he is very good to you and cares about you. So I think he is a very good person. Zhao Rushi. Should she be glad that Xiao Ruodong didn't think too much and still saw the good in Wu Zong? That's right. My master asked him to help me. And he enthusiastically helped me to set up the farm and lent me his house for training classes. My senior brother is a good man. She gave Wu Zong a good man card without hesitation. After saying this, she pushed the dessert plate in front of Xiao Ruodong. Come, try another one. This is a new dessert developed by me and my cook. And it tastes very good. If you like it, take some back later. She didn't want to continue this topic with Xiao Ruodong, because she didn't know what Wu Zong thought of Xiao Ruodong. It would be inappropriate to say anything now. If it were in modern times, she would encourage Xiao Ruodong to pursue boldly. But in this era where one person's behavior can affect the reputation of the entire family, she dared not say such words. Of course, she couldn't pour cold water on Xiao Ruodong. So let's not talk about this topic anymore. The only thing she could do was to help Xiao Ruodong convey her feelings 2 days later. Chapter 541 Matchmaker Zhao Rushi. 2 days later, Zhao Rushi went to Kong Sherlin's house. Siusi, come quickly, and see how your senior brother's painting is going. As soon as Zhao Rushi arrived, she saw Kong Sherlin waving at her. She ran over quickly. It turned out that Gong Chung had painted a picture of winter plums a few days ago and handed it in for homework. Kong Sherlin was now idle and felt that the achievements of the 3 male apprentices were a little behind those of the female apprentices. So he began to urge them and stipulated that they should hand in at least 2 paintings a month. And everyone would appreciate and evaluate them together. hoping that they would make progress in painting. Gong Chung and Wu Zong were fine, although they were also pursuing official careers and had many things to do in the government. They at least did not give up their painting skills and would paint from time to time. Wu Huixi was miserable. Since he became the Minister of Personnel, he had no leisure to paint. His painting skills were the worst among the 4 brothers and sisters. At the beginning, he worked hard on his official career because his painting talent was not as good as his 2 junior brothers. He vowed to be a higher official than his 2 junior brothers, so as not to lose the reputation of the eldest brother. Finally, he did it. But he didn't expect that after he succeeded in his career, he would have to go back and practice his painting skills. This was too unfriendly to him. Zhao Rushi and his 2 senior brothers commented on Gong Cheng's works, and naturally they were all praises. Gong Chung was best at painting flowers and birds, and he was famous in this area. But he was not a master. But since he learned sketching, it seemed like a new world had opened up. He found that the flowers, birds, insects, fish and flowers he saw in daily life were 3-dimensional, but they were flat when drawn on paper. So after the training class in Backnin, he quietly changed his painting method, trying to make his paintings of flowers, birds, insects, fish, flowers and plants more 3-dimensional and vivid. Now, his paintings have made a qualitative leap. This made Kong Sherlin very happy. Not to mention Wu Zong. He was originally good at drawing figures. When he was in the Backnin training class, everyone learned figure sketching. When he was studying, he began to think about how to make his figures more 3-dimensional and vivid. After such a long period of thinking and improvement, the figure paintings he draws now are almost the same as those of the Chinese painting masters who learned Western painting methods that Zhao Rushi had seen in modern times. It is also a qualitative leap. After seeing Wu Zong's paintings, Kong Sherlin looked at Wu Huixi. "Where are your paintings?" Wu Huixi: "No paintings." He didn't want to come today. But he had already made excuses twice and asked for leave twice. And he couldn't escape today anyway. There was really no other way. So he had to bite the bullet and come empty-handed. He felt that it would be better to be spit on by the master than to put his paintings that were far inferior to those of his junior brothers and sisters in front of his master, making his master angry and making him lose face in front of his junior brothers and sisters. He explained sincerely, "Master, you also know that at the end of each year, our Ministry of Personnel has to evaluate the performance of officials and adjust the officials whose terms have expired. We are so busy that we don't even have time to sleep. How can I have time to paint? Besides, you also know that I can't paint. Anyway, I am far behind my junior brothers and sisters. Don't have any expectations of me. So you just gave up? You have been learning painting from me since you were 12 years old. After so many years of learning, you just gave up." Zhao Rushi saw that the master began to lecture the eldest brother. Gong Chung took the opportunity to go to the painting studio. Wu Zong had the same idea as Gong Chung and slipped towards the studio to avoid embarrassing the eldest brother by staying here. She grabbed Wu Zong's sleeve and whispered, "Third senior brother, I have something to talk to you about." She pointed outside the room. The master was angry. If he knew they sneaked out to play, he would definitely be furious. But if they went to the Tibetan painting studio to look at paintings and study painting skills, the master would not be angry, but would praise their spirit of striving for perfection. So Wu Zong didn't want to go. He looked at the junior sister and saw Zhao Rushi nodded firmly, as if she was determined to pull him out, and she didn't give him a chance to refuse. After nodding, she went out first. He glanced at his master, and seeing that he didn't notice them, he quickly followed him out. "Junior sister, why can't we talk about it in the corridor? Why do we have to come here?" Looking at the garden covered with snow without any green, Wu Zong was speechless. "Isn't it nice to stay in the warm painting studio? Why do you have to come here to blow the cold wind? At worst, you can find a corner to avoid the wind." "Qi Feng, stay away. I have something to tell my senior brother," Zhao Rushi said to Qi Feng, who followed him. Qi Feng had to stand further away. "It's cold, so I'll keep it short," Zhao Rushi said to Wu Zong. She also knew that in the middle of winter, this was not the place to talk. Besides, this was in the Kong family, and it was a very unwise act for her to pull Wu Zong to the garden to talk, which would easily make people think too much. But she had no choice. Xiao Ruodong's thoughts could not be known to a third person except her and Wu Zong. Otherwise, if it got out, Xiao Ruodong would never be able to see anyone. No matter how much the princess of Jinan loves her daughter, she will not let her go out and be criticized by others. Brother, what do you think of the princess of Qingyang County? She went straight to the point. Wu Zong raised his eyebrows in surprise. What do you mean? It means, if you can marry her? What do you think? Zhao Rushi decided to speak more tactfully. She didn't know where she felt that Wu Zong didn't have that intention towards Xiao Ruodong. So she thought that if she spoke more tactfully, even if Wu Zong refused, Xiao Ruodong wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Wu Zong was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His face suddenly darkened. Staring at Zhao Rushi for a while, he asked, "Is this what you mean? Or what she means?" Zhao Rushi. She wanted to be more tactful. But Wu Zong hit the nail on the head, pointing directly to the core of the problem, leaving her no chance to be tactful. She could only say, "It's what she meant. She asked me to ask you." Wu Zong's expression finally eased a little. He said, "I don't think it's a big deal. You tell her that we are not suitable for each other." After a pause, he added, "It's not her problem, but my problem. I don't plan to marry again in this life. If I wanted to marry, I would have married a few years ago." When Zhao Rushi heard this, he felt sorry for Xiao Ruodong. Wu Zhengjin is a very considerate person, even though she mentioned this matter so suddenly, and he was obviously unhappy after hearing this. But even so, he was still worried about hurting Xiao Ruodong, and took the responsibility on his shoulders. Xiao Ruodong was different from ordinary people. The reason why she divorced the Prince of England was that she couldn't have children. If Wu Zong directly refused, she would definitely think too much, thinking that Wu Zong despised her for not being able to have children. You know, Wu Zong didn't have a son. Chapter 542. Where do you want to be an official? Seeing Zhao Rushi in a daze, Wu Zong gritted his teeth and said in a somewhat aggressive tone, "Did you hear what I just said? Just tell her like this. This matter ends here. I will pretend that I didn't hear it just now." After saying that, he turned around and left quickly. Zhao Rushi looked at his back and tilted her head. She couldn't understand. Shouldn't Wu Zong be happy to hear that someone liked her? And that it was a beautiful lady like Xiao Ruodong, who was of noble birth and had talent. Even if he felt that the two were not suitable, he shouldn't have changed his face all of a sudden. Right? He was not the kind of person who would look down on Xiao Ruodong because she couldn't have children and get angry. She touched her chin and couldn't figure it out. "Girl, it's cold. Let's go back quickly." Qi Feng saw Wu Zong leave, and his girl was still standing in the cold wind, and couldn't help shouting, "Oh, here you come." Zhao Rushi came back to her senses and hurriedly walked towards the studio with Qi Feng. "Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it." Anyway, she knew that her senior brother had no interest in Xiao Ruodong. She should worry about how to explain to Xiao Ruodong now, instead of worrying about why Wu Zong was unhappy just now. She didn't worry about it. But when she returned to the studio, she could clearly feel that Wu Zong was in a low mood. Wu Zong used to be a talkative and cheerful person. Among the 4 senior brothers and sisters, only he and Zhao Rushi were like live treasures, always having endless fun. With the two of them, the atmosphere in the studio was always happy. Even if Wu Huixi was scolded by the master, the atmosphere would quickly improve with the two of them making jokes. But today Wu Zong was very quiet. So quiet that the master and senior brothers looked at him several times. After staying in the studio for only a while, Wu Zong left first, using the excuse that he had something to do at home. Gong Chung was not a talkative person, and he didn't like gossiping. But he couldn't help it and quietly asked Zhao Rushi, "How did you offend your third senior brother?" "Just now." The master was busy scolding the eldest senior brother, and the eldest senior brother lowered his head to be scolded. So neither of them noticed. But he saw clearly from the window of the hidden studio that the two of them left the yard together and went somewhere unknown. After returning, Wu Zong had a gloomy face and was absent-minded. Zhao Rushi shook her head, then nodded. "Isn't my father in the Dali Temple? Someone is making things difficult for him. My senior brother knows about it, and just asked me to go out and ask me." He was very unhappy after hearing it. He is now dealing with this matter. Although this is a cover-up, it is the truth. Although Zhao Yuanxuan entered the Dali Temple, Zhang Chanshan and Wu Zong were not his direct superiors, and they did completely different things. Zhang Chanshan and Wu Zong not only had to manage their subordinates, but also had to personally try cases. They were so busy that they often couldn't even stay in the government office. So they had limited care for Zhao Yuanxuan. Zhao Yuanxuan had a colleague of similar rank, who, for some reason, would often embarrass Zhao Yuanxuan. Zhao Yuanxuan was transferred from a military position to a civil position, and was directly promoted from a low-ranking official to a sixth-rank official. He was always worried about gossip, so he worked very hard. When this person made things difficult for him, he was unwilling to go to Zhang Chanshan and Wu Zong for support, and wanted to solve it himself. In order to avoid worrying his family, he did not even tell them at first. Later, Zhao Rushi realized something was wrong and asked him, and he told Zhao Rushi about it, and asked Zhao Rushi not to tell Wu Zong. Zhao Rushi also tended to solve the problem by herself as much as possible. After all, this was working in the government office, and getting along well with colleagues was also a manifestation of ability. If you always ask for external help, you will definitely be looked down upon and labeled as incompetent. She sped points to ask the system and found that the man was the prince's man, and his ass was not clean. While she was speechless, she directly asked Zhao Yuanxuan to set a trap to expose the man's problem. After Zhang Chanshan knew about it, he severely reprimanded the man and transferred him to another department. Wu Zong didn't know that Zhao Yuanxuan was embarrassed until then, and he was so angry that he scolded Zhao Rushi. But that was all about the last meeting. Last time, Wu Huixi and Gong Cheng were busy and didn't come. Wu Zong scolded her again after leaving the gate of Kong Mansion. Zhao Rushi took advantage of Gong Cheng not knowing about this matter, and used this matter to evade Gong Cheng. This explanation made sense, so Gong Cheng did not doubt it. He asked about the situation and found that the man had been transferred, so he was relieved. If you have anything, just tell me. Don't treat me as an outsider, Gong Cheng said to Zhao Rushi seriously. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that your sketch has helped me and your third brother a lot, and we are grateful to you. It's just a small favor, so you can't be polite to us anymore. Otherwise, I will be angry like your third brother. Let's not talk about painting techniques. Just look at the safe made by the junior sister. How much money did it make for them? Gong Cheng was grateful to Zhao Rushi from the bottom of his heart. Gong Cheng's situation was different from Wu Huixi and Wu Zong. His father was from a poor family. After passing the imperial examination, he went to the capital to serve as an official. That's when he had the opportunity to worship Kong Shilin as his teacher. He himself passed the imperial examination, and with the help of his master and senior brother, he got his current official position. His family was not rich, and his father took 2 concubines and gave birth to a group of children. His grandmother was still alive, and the whole family of dozens of people lived in a small and spacious house, and they were unwilling to split up. Although Gong Cheng also sold paintings, he could not sell them at a high price if he sold them too frequently, and he was also looked down upon by others. He could not hide the sale of paintings from his family, and had to hand them over to the public. He had no private property at present, and had to hand over most of his monthly salary to his family, so he was not well off. With Zhao Rushi's dividends, he was much better off, because the money was not visible. He was not honest enough to hand it all over to the public, but secretly saved it, waiting for the future division of the family to buy some houses and land. Therefore, the tens of thousands of taels of silver that he received gradually meant a lot to him. Okay, if you have any difficulties, I will definitely tell my second senior brother. Zhao Rushi smiled. What are you two talking about? Are you saying bad things about me behind my back? Wu Huixi suddenly spoke up, which scared Zhao Rushi, who had something to hide. She quickly explained, it's about my father's matter. It's just a small matter, and it has been resolved long ago. Wu Huixi nodded. If you have any difficulties, you can also find the eldest senior brother. Don't be polite. Okay. I won't be polite with you. I will annoy you to death when the time comes. I am a troublemaker, Zhao Rushi said teasingly, as a person who is responsible for livening up the atmosphere together with Wu Zong. She is quite naughty in front of her master and senior brothers. Gong Cheng and Wu Huixi both laughed. Junior sister is the most sensible and never causes trouble, Gong Cheng said. Wu Huixi walked to a chair and sat down. You are going to participate in the spring examination, right? I read your essay for the provincial examination. There should be no problem in the joint examination, and even less problem in the palace examination. Come on. Come and tell the senior brother where you plan to be an official after you pass the imperial examination. When the time comes, the senior brother will help you speak well in front of the emperor and help you achieve your wish. Chapter 543 What a Big Melon. Zhao Rushi's eyes lit up immediately, and she ran over to pour a cup of tea for Wu Huixi, respectfully holding it in front of him. After he got the teacup, she smiled and said, "Big brother, I want to go to Jiangnan." Because of premeditation? Zhao Rushi has been talking about how prosperous Jiangnan is in front of her master and brothers from time to time in the past 2 years. And she wants to go and see it. So Wu Huixi was not surprised to hear her say this. Then you have to work hard. Get a good grade in the spring examination. And let those jealous people see that our Jiwei layman is not only good at painting, but also better at studying than them. So that they won't say that you got the first place by luck. He said, "Okay. I will work hard." Zhao Rushi looked very well behaved, but he kept complaining in his heart. Although Wu Huixi was about the same age as Zhao Yuanxuan, or even older than Zhao Yuanxuan, he was his senior brother. Why did he speak like an elder, teaching and encouraging the younger generation? Maybe she was embarrassed by her master's teachings just now. So she wanted to show off to save some face? It must be. After leaving Kang's house, Zhao Rushi hesitated for a while, and finally decided to go home instead of going to Jinan Palace to find Xiao Ruotong. If it was good news, she would definitely go to Jinan Palace to report the news immediately, but now it was bad news. And it was not good for her to run to the door eagerly. Xiao Ruotong would definitely have a bad premonition in her heart if she couldn't wait for her to go. So she would not feel so disappointed when she got the exact news. The next day, Xiao Ruotong couldn't hold back any longer, and went to Sweiping Marquis' mansion to inquire about the result. He said he didn't plan to marry again. Otherwise he would have married again a few years ago. Zhao Rushi told Wu Zong what he said truthfully, and deleted the 3 words unsuitable. Anyway, the meaning of rejection was clearly expressed. So there was no need to say those 3 words to make Xiao Ruotong suspicious. Xiao Ruotong probably had a premonition, and didn't react much to Zhao Rushi's words. She was silent for a while, and said, "What was his original words? Please repeat them to me carefully." "That's what you said just now," Zhao Rushi said. "Nothing else." Xiao Ruotong lowered her eyelids and stared at the teacup on the table. "I know Sister Lin, and I'm very familiar with her, because she and my cousin are very good friends." She raised her eyes and looked at Zhao Rushi. Before she got married, she had a man she liked. And later, she married Lord Wu under pressure from her family. Their relationship after marriage was not good. Later, Sister Lin died of depression, which was also related to this. She didn't let go of her former crush even after getting married. Fuck. Zhao Rushi was shocked. All of a sudden, she felt so sorry for her third senior brother. It was so tragic. Wu Zong had talent, family background, good looks, a good personality, and a kind heart. He was really a rare good man. How blind must that woman surnamed Lin be to still be obsessed with her old lover after getting married, abandoning such a good man, and finally losing her own life? Who is her crush? Zhao Rushi asked curiously. She wanted to see who was better than the third senior brother. The prince? Xiao Ruotong said. Fuck. Zhao Rushi couldn't help but swear. Seeing Xiao Ruotong raised her eyes, and looked at her silently, she quickly pointed to the snow-covered place outside the door and said, "I just said a plant. Don't think wrongly. Xiao Ruotong, I believed your lies." Zhao Rushi didn't care whether her ladylike image was ruined or not, and was busy digesting the big melon she had just eaten. After thinking about it, she felt something was wrong. How old is the prince this year? She didn't know the prince well, and the original book didn't say how old he was. He was just a figurehead. But because of Xiaoling Yan, she knew how old Xiaoling Pu was. Xiaoling Pu was 19 years old this year, because the girl from the Sin family was young. They had to wait until she was 16 to get married. So the second prince got married later than most people. If the prince wanted to be the ideal person of Miss Lin, he had to be about the same age as her. Right? Even if Miss Lin got married early, she should be 30 years old now. The crown prince can't be more than 10 years older than the second prince. Right? Xiao Ruotong looked at Zhao Rushi in surprise. You don't know? The crown prince is 31 this year. How can he be so much older than the second prince? Zhao Rushi asked curiously. Xiao Ruotong looked outside the door. As early as when they were talking, the servants were sent out. She and Zhao Rushi were the only ones in the room. Qi Feng, Madame Yun and others were guarding outside. But when it comes to this topic, Xiao Ruotong is still a little worried. Zhao Rushi hurriedly said, "Don't worry. There is no one around. Ever since she took the agility pill, she has been extremely sensitive to the movements around her. If someone is hiding around this room peeping or eavesdropping, she can feel it. Xiao Ruodong lowered her voice and said, the late queen was worried about giving birth to a son, and wanted to have another son to consolidate her position. Therefore, after giving birth to the eldest prince, no one in the palace got pregnant for 3 or 4 years. Occasionally, someone got pregnant, but she miscarried in the end. Later, concubines entered the palace and lost a child. After they died, she became pregnant with the second prince, Zhao Rushi. The palace is really not a place for people to stay. Does the prince like Miss Lin? He won't target my third brother because of this. Right? Zhao Rushi asked. Xiao Ruodong shook her head. He probably doesn't like her. Otherwise, Sister Lin would have married him at all costs. After eating a big melon, Zhao Rushi was satisfied. She asked curiously, how do you know so much? Xiao Ruodong used to be a fairy who didn't care about worldly affairs, and only fell into the mortal world after the divorce. Zhao Rushi really didn't expect that she would chat with Xiao Ruodong about gossip. And Xiao Ruodong looked like she knew everything. I just ignored it before. But it doesn't mean I didn't know. My mother often talked about this with my grandmother, and always pulled me to listen. Sometimes she would tell me specifically to prevent me from saying the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing, and making a big mistake without knowing it when I went to the palace to attend the banquet. Zhao Rushi nodded. So, this is the foundation of a noble lady from an aristocratic family. Seeing that Zhao Rushi asked a lot of questions, but didn't get to the point, Xiao Ruodong had to bring the topic back. So, I think Lord Wu's statement that he doesn't want to get married again because of his wife is completely an excuse. Zhao Rushi thought about it and didn't speak. If Wu Zong was hurt by love, hated women, and didn't want to get married, it's possible. But she couldn't tell Xiao Ruodong this. Anyway, she didn't instigate or stop the matter between Wu Zong and Xiao Ruodong, since Wu Zong didn't want to. Who knew whether Xiao Ruodong would be happy after facilitating this matter? She was hurt once, and she couldn't get hurt a second time. The same is true for the third senior brother. She hopes that both of them will be happy. Whether the two can be together depends on fate. Chapter 544 Dilemma. It was almost the end of the year, and the 3 senior brothers were all busy. So Zhao Rushi had no chance to see Wu Zong again. Xiao Ruodong was also busy attending a banquet with the Princess of Jinan, and did not come to Sweeping Marquis' mansion again. We received more invitations this year than last year, and several county princes' mansions have sent invitations. That day, Zhu brought a large stack of invitations to Zhao Rushi. See if you want to participate selectively, or not go at all. If you don't go, you have to have a reason. The reason from last year can't be used again. Last year, because of the conflict between concubine Jean and Princess Shamda, Zhao Rushi didn't want to cause trouble, and was too lazy to socialize. At that time, the old lady asked her to use the excuse of attending to the sick and turned down all the invitations. It would be bad to use this excuse again this year. First, it would be bad for the old lady. And second, the excuse would sound fake. I know. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't use last year's excuse, Zhao Rushi said. It's unlucky. She frowned and said, I can't find any other good excuse. She was afraid of trouble, so she didn't want to go to these invitations, and she didn't have the mood to go. But if you don't want to offend people, you have to find a good excuse. But what excuse can you find? Zhu took out an invitation from the invitation. Do you want to go to the banquet of the Jinan Palace? If you go to the banquet of the Jinan Palace, you have to go to the banquet of the Jingping Palace. Otherwise, it's really unacceptable. The Jinan Palace and the Jingping Palace are both princes, the same level. Zhao Rushi went to the Jinan Palace banquet, but refused the Jingping Palace. That was a step on the face of the Jingping Palace, which was very hateful. But Zhao Rushi had no interest in the 4th son of King Jingping, so she definitely couldn't go to this banquet. But if she didn't go to the appointment at the Jinan Palace for this reason, it would be hard for Princess Jinan and Xiao Ruodong to justify it. In the past year, Princess Jinan has been very kind to Zhao Rushi, and she would send some silk and food to Zhao Rushi from time to time. If she saw good jewelry, she would also send her 1 or 2 pieces. The things were not particularly expensive, but they showed a sense of intimacy and respect. Although Zhao Rushi returned the gift, she had to attend the banquet. Zhao Rushi frowned even more after hearing this. Mother, let me think about this for a while, she said. Zhu nodded. left the invitation to Zhao Rushi, and then returned to the main courtyard. As soon as Zhu left, Zhao Rushi asked in her mind, "System, what is the situation at the border? Is it more urgent?" The system quoted first, 1,000 points. Originally, Zhao Rushi asked it to inquire about the situation at the border, and it had already received 3,000 points. Now that it has added some information, it dare not quote a high price. 1,000 points is more reasonable. Okay. Zhao Rushi agreed straightforwardly. The system knew that the host agreed so readily because of its realistic offer. If it quoted a higher price, it would definitely not earn even 1,000 points. Wait a minute. The system said one sentence and stopped talking. Zhao Rushi began to practice calligraphy. That day, Xiao Ruodong taught her calligraphy and gave her her own style. She also found that she earned 156 points by writing 40 or 50 words. After Xiao Ruodong left, she tried it and found that she could earn more than 150 points by practicing 30 words. She was so surprised at that time. Master Ming Song's calligraphy can only get 100 points if it is 100% similar. How can she score so high for her own calligraphy? The system explained to her, no matter how similar you are to Master Ming Song's calligraphy, it is still someone else's work. You are just copying others. You will never become a master. But if you add your own style and make it your own, that is innovation. Just like your original painting method. As long as you practice calligraphy more maturely, you can become a master. The points are naturally different. Why do I only earn 100 points for a painting now? She said, unconvinced. That's because there are more painting methods from others. And you just mix them together. Zhao Rushi. Okay. She always thought that the upper limit was 100 points. But now she found that as long as she innovated, the upper limit was unlimited. So she practiced more diligently. When painting, she also tried to use more of her own painting methods. And her points began to rise. This time the system didn't let her wait long. When Zhao Rushi finished practicing 3 pieces of calligraphy, and was about to stop writing to read a book, the system's voice rang in her mind, "Host, our army's food and grass at the border have been burned. And the food reserves in the nearby cities have also been burned." Zhao Rushi was shocked. It has finally come to this. She asked, "Have you sent someone to ask for help?" The system continued. The messenger sent by the Fu family to ask for help was ambushed halfway. Fortunately, the people sent by the 5th prince rescued him. So he saved his life. But he was seriously injured. The Fu family sent another team of cavalry to ask for help. This team was also extremely dangerous. Of the 20 people sent, only 5 are left. They will probably arrive in the capital tomorrow. Although Zhao Rushi was waiting for this news, she also knew that once this news came out in the court tomorrow, the situation of singing and dancing in the capital would change. The soldiers at the border were fighting bloody battles and had to endure hunger. The wealthy families in the capital were still holding banquets, feasting and drinking. Not only would Xiao He be so angry that he would chop off people's heads, but the people would probably be very dissatisfied. So she didn't have to worry about whether to go to the banquet or not. But she couldn't be happy in her heart. She also knew that those who achieved great things were not particular about trivial matters, and temporary sacrifices were for the final victory. If she and Xiao Lingyan hadn't known the plot, 100,000 soldiers would have died this winter. If Xiao Lingpu and Xiao Lingyan hadn't taken this opportunity to trap the crown prince and the 3rd prince. When the 3rd prince ascended the throne, most of the aristocratic families in the capital would have been purged, and the politics in the future would not have been clear. Therefore, these necessary procedures had to be followed, and there was no way to avoid a small number of sacrifices. Moreover, these people were sent by the 3rd prince to pass on information to the foreign enemy, so that they were sent to kill. It was all the 3rd prince's fault. She didn't need to take these lives on herself and Xiao Lingyan. But she still felt bad when she saw things develop to this point. Are the food and winter clothes prepared by the 5th prince still in good condition? She asked again. Yes. No one has discovered it, the system said. Zhao Rushi's mood finally eased a little. Okay. You help me pay attention to these things, and deduct points when the time comes, Zhao Rushi said. Before the system could think of any crooked ideas, she dispelled its idea. Don't think of deducting points randomly. I know how many points are required to find out what information. I didn't bother with you too much during this period because it's easier for me to earn points than before, and I want to treat you better. If you're not honest, I won't buy the news. You should know that all of this is under Xiao Lingyan's control. And I'm very confident in his IQ. I just asked about it. Just to care about state affairs and gossip. Okay. Okay. The system was taught a lesson just when it wanted to think of something wrong. And it felt guilty. And repeatedly promised that it would not deduct points randomly. Zhao Rushi let it go. Chapter 545. If you don't obey, I'll kill you. The next situation was exactly as the system said. The next day, the court heard the news that the border grain was burned. And the capital was in an uproar. Xiaoxi, I heard from the people in the government that the border sent people to ask for help from the court, saying that the border grain was burned. When Zhao Yuanxuan went down to the government to eat dinner, he said to Zhao Rushi with a worried look on his face, the old lady and Zhu Shi both stopped eating. How could this happen? Didn't you say it wouldn't be burned? Didn't you say there were grain reserves in nearby cities? How could it come to this? Zhu asked in surprise. Zhao Yuanxuan shook his head. I don't know the details either. After all, this is a secret of the court. If it weren't for the ragged soldiers entering the city yesterday, the news wouldn't have spread. Look at how smart my she is. You said she was worrying too much at first. But now you know you're wrong. Right? Zhu said. After Zhu said this, everyone turned to look at Zhao Rushi, with a look of wonder on their faces. When Zhao Rushi asked this question that day, everyone thought she was overthinking. But now think about it. Zhao Rushi didn't ask anything else. Just this question. And the food and grass really did get burned at the border. If it's a coincidence, this is too much of a coincidence. Right? If Zhao Rushi asked a lot of questions, they wouldn't think too much. But Zhao Rushi only asked that question, which made her feel like she hit the nail on the head, and her words came true. Sister Shi, did you have a bad feeling at that time? The old lady asked. Zhao Rushi scratched her cheek. I think so. Anyway, I was very worried about this at the time. But I didn't expect it to happen. It should be a coincidence. In order to let everyone go to Jiangnan with her, she didn't object to everyone imagining that she had the potential to be a charlatan. Sister, can you help me predict my test results? Zhao Jingtai approached Zhao Rushi. Zhao Rushi reached out and rubbed his head. The premonition is not good. You should be prepared to be beaten. Zhao Jingtai suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around and saw the dangerous eyes of his parents. He turned around and looked at Zhao Rushi pitifully. Sister, you cheated me. Shu slapped him on the shoulder. What did I cheat you? You didn't do well in the exam, and you want to blame your sister? No. Mother. Zhao Jingtai sighed sadly. If he didn't do well in the exam, he could still find a way to hide it, or use other things to divert the attention of his parents. But now that his sister exposed him in public, if he didn't do well in the exam, he would definitely be beaten. Didn't you ask it yourself? Zhao Rushi looked at his brother innocently. I'm telling you the truth. What did I do to you? Zhao Jingtai. It turns out that he asked for it. He shouldn't have asked nonsense. If you don't play around normally, would you worry about not doing well in the exam at this time? I told you to study more. But you never listened. Look at your sister. She is not only smart, but also hardworking. If it weren't for Nani Yuan and Qi Feng reminding her, she would not rest every day with a book in her hands. Look at yourself. You start looking around after reading for less than a quarter of an hour. Balabala. Listening to his mother's endless scolding, Zhao Jingtai deeply regretted his bad mouth just now. The soldiers from the border came to ask for help. Many people saw it when they entered the city, and the news could not be blocked at all. In just a few days, everyone knew about it. Zhao Ryu has been paying attention to the movement of the border. Although she had other thoughts, she was still reluctant to give up Fu Yunlang. So she met Fu Yunlang in the tea house from time to time and asked Fu Yunlang for news from the border. They usually meet once every 5 days. If there is a special situation, a servant will be sent to notify the door. Yesterday was the agreed meeting time, but Fu Yunlang broke the appointment and did not send a servant to notify her. This has never happened before. Zhao Ryu felt that something was wrong. She sent a servant out to inquire and found out that something happened at the border. Her mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she hoped that things would be the same as in her previous life, so that she and Fu Yunlang could have a happy ending. In this way, she would not have to take the risk of marrying someone she didn't know the background of and walking a completely unfamiliar road. But on the other hand, she felt that it was immoral to hope that the Fu family father and son and 100,000 soldiers would die at the border and make the people at the border homeless. So she was very conflicted. Host, If you want to know the news at the border, you can ask me. I can spend energy to help you find out. The system suddenly spoke. At the beginning, it was not proficient in the business, and did not know how to exchange information for points. But now Zhao Ryu is eager to know the situation at the border, and it can get information when it is bored and wandering around. It discovered this way to make money. Zhao Ryu was overjoyed when she heard it, and asked hurriedly, "Really? Okay. Help me find out the specific information about the border. It's far away, and it's all confidential. It's not so easy to find out. The host needs to spend 6,000 points." The system said. "What?" Zhao Ryu almost screamed. "Why don't you go and rob?" 6,000 points. Just the number of points she had worked so hard to save during this period of time. Her hands were sore from playing the piano, and she had finally earned these points. She couldn't spend them all on these border news that everyone would know sooner or later. Right? Host, if you speak rudely to this system again, this system will kill you and replace you with a new host. The system warned sternly. Zhao Ryu immediately backed down. "Yes. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I apologize to you." "Humph." The system snorted coldly and ignored her. Zhao Ryu didn't know that the system couldn't kill her. She felt like she had found a treasure when she got this system, and felt that this should be her greatest reliance in this life. So she didn't dare to upset the system, let alone disobey the system's opinion. Normally, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely spend some points to calm the anger of the system. But it was not easy for her to accumulate these 6,000 points, and she was reluctant to spend them from the bottom of her heart. Her beauty pills and her happy life depended on these points. After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it. System. I'll keep these points to buy beauty pills. Anyway, even if I know the news at the border, it can't change anything, and it's not much use to ask about it. Have you thought it through? If you ask me to get information again, it won't be this price," the system said unhappily. "Besides, some things need to be taken advantage of. One step late, all steps late. You must think it through." After hearing this, Zhao Ryu thought seriously for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. She understood what the system meant. If she wanted to change her mind, she would prepare as early as possible. After thinking for a long time, she said solemnly, "I have thought it through. Let's buy the beauty pills first." Chapter 546. Each has his own plan. After Zhao Rushi was reborn, she became a different person. With superpowers, she did change a lot of things, such as the Princess of Ping'an was removed. But Zhao Ryu felt that no matter how powerful Zhao Rushi was, she could not change the situation at the border and save 100,000 border soldiers. So there was no need for her to panic because of this. Besides, even if she gave up the Fu family and found another way out, she had to rely on the beauty pills. Otherwise, why would anyone fancy her? She knew what was important and what was not. The system heard the determination in her words, snorted coldly, and stopped talking, rejecting the system's proposal. Zhao Ryu turned around and sent the servant she usually used to send a letter to Pingnan Marquis Mansion to Fu Yunlang and ask him to meet with Fu Yunlang. She could get the news from the border without spending a single point, since Fu Yunlang knew that the border sent people to ask for help. He was almost crazy. Although he complained about his father and brother from time to time, he never thought of letting them die. After discussing with Xiaoling Pu and Xiaoling Yin, he began to contact ministers close to the Fu family, hoping that these people would speak for the Fu family in the court. The court would naturally send people to deliver food to the border. There is no doubt about that. But all the food and grass at the border were burned, and even the nearby cities were not spared. The soldiers who asked for help were intercepted halfway. All these signs showed that it was definitely not as simple as an invasion by the enemy. Without internal and external cooperation, this would not be possible. So stopping these people and delivering the food and grass safely to the Fu family army was what he and the second and fifth princes needed to do. In addition, with such a big incident at the border and such danger, would anyone take this opportunity to put a big hat on his father and brother? After all, so much food and grass was burned, and Fu Daong and Fu Yuntai had to bear a lot of responsibility. A single failure to supervise was enough to get them fired. If they were accused of dereliction of duty, they would lose their heads. If the incident at the border was not serious, it would be fine. If it was serious, his father and brother would also have to bear the responsibility. In other words, His father and brother either died under the sword of the enemy or died in the court's disposal. And then the Fu family would be executed. How could he not be anxious? Even if his father and brother were not guilty. Fu Yulang did not think that if his father and brother died, he could replace them and become the most prestigious person in Pingnan Marquis's mansion. Some time ago, the fifth prince analyzed to him that if he lost his father and brother, he would not be able to lead troops to fight, nor could he do civil service. Pingnan Marquis's mansion was originally a new noble, with a very shallow foundation and a small family. Even if the second and fifth princes helped, it would quickly decline. Because of his father and brother, he was looked up to wherever he went. Without his father and brother, he was nothing. So he was so anxious these days that his mouth was full of blisters. At this time, Zhao Ryu wanted to make trouble for him and repeatedly asked to see him. He asked someone to explain to Zhao Ryu, but she still insisted on seeing him. "Tell her that I am busy now," he said impatiently to the servant who came to deliver the message. "Such a big thing happened at home. How can I have the mood to see her?" Zhao Ryu was furious when she heard what the servant had reported. In the previous life, Fu Yulang had always been centered around her. It was the same situation back then. Fu Daong and Fu Yunkai had an accident at the border. When Fu Yulang heard about it, he came to her immediately and told her about his worries and panic. She was anxious to see him now, although she also wanted to inquire about the news at the border, but also to comfort him. In the end, he didn't appreciate it at all. She remembered that Fu Yulang's feelings for her in this life were far less than in the previous life, and he followed the fifth prince to do business all day long. She was not in a hurry to get married, and she did not have the courage to fight to the death with the wife of Pingnan Marquis in her previous life. So she was more determined in her choice. She went to the piano room and played the piano. She must earn enough 20,000 points when the news from the border came. As the night slowly fell, the palace gate was about to be closed, and Xiao He finally ended the discussion with the ministers, sat on the dragon chair tiredly, rubbed his eyebrows, and closed his eyes. In the past few days, he was busy preparing food and grass and deciding on the escort personnel for the food and grass. He only slept 2 or 3 hours a day. His body was fine, but he was mentally exhausted. Fortunately, Fu Daong was smart. He wrote 2 letters for help. One letter was carried by one of the leading soldiers. The other letter, which he wanted to deliver to the emperor, was hidden in a very secluded place by an inconspicuous confidant soldier, with the obvious letter to attract attention. The real letter for help could be safely brought to the capital and delivered to the emperor. In the letter, Fu Daong recounted everything that happened at the border and pointed out several suspicious points. He also listed the names of the soldiers who were suspected of selling information to foreign enemies and deliberately opposing him in the army, thus causing the destruction of food and grass. The 4 names made Xiao He extremely frightened. In addition to Fu Yunkai, there were only 5 major generals at the border, including Fu Daong. As a result, in Fu Daong's letter, the other 4 seemed to have their own selfish intentions and plans. They all tripped up Fu Daong to varying degrees, which made the situation at the border so bad. Although Xiao He did not completely believe Fu Daong's words, from the results, he knew that there must be something wrong with the border generals. Otherwise, all the food and grass would not be burned by the enemy, and even the food reserves in the nearby cities would be destroyed. This is definitely not something that an external enemy can do. In the past 2 days, he also asked people to check the details of the 4 generals. If you do it, there will be traces. Although these relationships are hidden deeper, as long as you check carefully, you can still find them. Then he found that one of the main generals was related to the prince, and the other 2 were related to the 3rd prince and the 4th prince. There is one person left who climbed up step by relying on military merits. He was born in a humble family and seemed to have no relationship with anyone. He seemed to be in the same group as Fu Daong, because he was promoted by Fu Daong, but he was on the list listed by Fu Daong. Fu Daong wrote clearly about his suspicious behavior and certain suspicions in the letter, although he didn't find out who this person was related to. Xiao He knew that there must be something wrong with this person, because this kind of person has few ties and is the easiest to be bribed, because he was promoted by himself. Fu Daong always regarded him as a confidant. He also has a much greater chance of doing bad things than the other 3. As for the 2nd prince Xiao Lingpu and the 5th prince Xiao Lingyan, Xiao He had no doubts. The Fu family father and son are on the same side as Xiao Lingpu and Xiao Lingyan. Xiao Lingpu and Xiao Lingyan will only protect them, and will not ruin their business. Only the other princes have motives. They took this opportunity to kill Fu Daong and Fu Yunkai, cut off Fu Lingpu and Xiao Lingyan's arms, and make them lose their support for the succession. It makes perfect sense. Chapter 547. Should I give up my throne to Xiao Wu? Xiao He was just going over all the questions in his mind when he heard Eunuch Zhang whisper, "Your Majesty, the fifth prince wants to see you." Xiao He opened his eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "Announce." Not to mention that Xiao He was exhausted and tired. Even if the border affairs involved the princes, he didn't want to see any of his sons now. Normally, he wouldn't see Xiao Lingyan. But Xiao Lingyan came to see him once a month for more than a year, giving him the dividends from the auction house, and sometimes even exchanging the dividends for paintings or shops that he liked very much. His words and actions were very pleasing to Xiao He, compared with the other princes who were scheming and coveting the position under him. Xiao Lingyan, who looked very good and well-behaved, had no ambition to seize the throne, and loved making money, seemed very pleasing to the eye. In addition, a month ago, the fourth prince also got married and left the palace to build a mansion. Now, except for the young sixth prince, Xiao Lingyan was the only one left in the palace living in the prince's residence. This made Xiao He, the old father, feel empty all of a sudden. He also cherished the time he spent with his son more and more. Therefore, Xiao He still planned to meet Xiao Lingyan. "Father." Xiao Lingyan came in and bowed to Xiao He. Seeing Xiao He's tired face, he said, "My son has learned massage techniques very well. My mother's insomnia is almost cured by me. Father, do you want to try my skills?" Xiao He glanced at Xiao Lingyan, and saw that there were guards and eunuchs standing around him. If Xiao Lingyan tried to murder him, it would not be good for Xiao Lingyan. He nodded and said, "Okay. Then you try it." Xiao Lingyan asked Xiao He to lie on the couch, and he sat at one end of the couch and began to massage his head. Eunuch Zhang and others stared at Xiao Lingyan nervously. The reason why Xiao He didn't let the eunuchs massage him even though he was so tired was not because they were not motivated, but because the emperor didn't allow others to do anything to him. If someone had bad intentions, they only needed to press hard, and the emperor would be doomed. At this moment, he was his own son, and with them watching, the emperor was relieved to let the fifth prince massage him. When Xiao Lingyan was in modern times, his mother often suffered from headaches, so he learned massage skills. After traveling to ancient times, concubine Sin was very kind to him, and she also suffered from headaches and insomnia. Thinking of his modern mother, his heart softened, and he would massage concubine Sin from time to time, so his skills were not lost. At this moment, Xiao He was very comfortable with his massage, and all the fatigue in his body was swept away, and he fell asleep unknowingly. Seeing this, Xiao Lingyan quietly stopped, made a hushing gesture to Eunuch Zhang and others, and asked someone to bring a blanket and cover Xiao He. Xiao He slept very soundly. When he opened his eyes again, it was already time for the court the next day. The fatigue of the past few days was swept away, and his mind was clearer than ever before. "Hey, this kid is really good." He smiled at the eunuch Xie, who came over. "The fifth prince is kind-hearted and filial to the emperor." Eunuch Xie echoed, "Alas, among my sons, he is probably the only one who does not covet the position under me." Xiao He said, "He has been a prince for many years, and an emperor for many years. His ability to judge people is beyond doubt. He knew that one should not judge people by appearance. For example, his fourth son, because of his mother's status, had a very low sense of existence and seemed to have no intention of competing for the throne. But Xiao He knew that he was just hiding it. He was the weakest, so he dared not show it, for fear that his brothers would find out and get rid of him first. He looked down on this kind of scheming coward who clearly wanted it but was very cowardly in his heart, hiding his thoughts deeply and waiting for the opportunity to jump out and bite someone. So the one he disliked the most was his fourth son. The reason why he liked his third son was because of concubine Jean, but more because the child probably had never been suppressed. So his emotions were revealed on his face. His desire for the throne was clearly revealed. He wanted to compete openly. As for the crown prince, it goes without saying that he had a good hand, but he played it badly. Xiao He was very disappointed with this son, who had been carefully nurtured and had high hopes for him. Since the death of the crown prince's mother, the crown prince has been suspicious and no longer trusts his father. He always feels that he is being manipulated by concubine Jean to harm him, and is extremely wary of him. The crown prince is immoral, incompetent, unable to use his subordinates well, and unable to distinguish right from wrong. The second son, Xiao Lingpu, is extremely calm, brave and resourceful, and is the most suitable one among his sons to be the emperor. But he has the Xin family behind him. Even if he has no ambition, he will be pushed forward by the Xin family. Now the Jin dynasty has been established for a long time, and there are many aristocratic families, which are intertwined and have reached the point of restricting the royal family. Xiao He will never allow the Xin family to become a descendant. At that time, he doesn't know whether the world will be ruled by the Xiao family or the Xin family. So among the princes, he prefers the third prince the most. He does not object to the princes fighting for the throne. As a prince, if he does not even have the desire for power, such a person is not suitable to be an emperor. He cannot bear the long-term high-intensity fatigue that the emperor needs to bear, and cannot bear the heavy burden on his body. He would be lazy and evade, because he felt that this was not what he wanted. So he turned a blind eye to the prince's open and secret struggles. But if the princes made a fuss about the lives of 100,000 soldiers at the border and the peace of the Jin dynasty, this would completely touch Xiao's bottom line. As long as it was found out that these princes really bribed the border generals and made some tricks in this matter, Xiao felt that these princes could be eliminated. And if the second prince Xiao Lingpu handled this matter improperly, he would also let him out. The fifth prince had no ambitions, only because he had an elder brother, and because he was kind-hearted. Xiao He thought that if there was no other choice, it would be good to give up the throne to the fifth prince. As for the Xin family, for the sake of his son and the Xiao family, he could be a tyrant and kill the head of the Xin family and several powerful people before he died. In this way, the Xin family would not threaten his Xiao Wu. After thinking it over, Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief, washed up, had some snacks, and went to court. After the court session, he did not summon the ministers directly as usual, but summoned Xiao Lingyan in and asked him, "Why did you ask for an audience so late last night?" Xiao Lingyan spent some time with Xiao He and got to know his temper. Xiao He likes to speak and act straightforwardly. People with strong abilities hate those who are evasive and submissive. He said bluntly, "I saw that the ministers were arguing in the court, and each faction wanted to send its own people to deliver food and grass to the border. What is his intention? I think the emperor knows it clearly, so I don't need to say more. I am selfless. I just want the food and grass to be delivered to the border safely, and I also want people to investigate the border affairs clearly. So I dare to recommend someone to the emperor to go to the border." "Oh, who?" Xiao asked with interest. "Zhang Chanshan, the minister of the Dali Temple." Chapter 548, Deciding on the Candidate. Xiao Lingyan said, "This man has never taken a faction. He is upright and honest, and is loyal to you, the emperor. He is also very good at investigating cases. I think those evil spirits will show their true colors when they go to the border." Xiao Qi asked, "But he is the minister of the Dali Temple. If he leaves, who will take care of the big things in the Dali Temple?" In the past few days, while preparing for food and grass, the ministers of various factions have been doing their best to do their own things for the benefit of their own faction, trying to squeeze their own ministers in as leaders, transporting food and grass, and investigating the situation. This is especially true for the people on the side of the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. While Xiao He watched their performance quietly, he was also thinking about who would be the best person to send to the border. The people from those three sides must be sent. One person from each side. If they are not sent, how can we see their next wonderful performance? But Xiao He knew that in order to save the lives of 100,000 soldiers at the border, and to prevent the border from being breached, the leader sent to the border must be a royalist, impartial, and must be able to convince the public. Although he had several candidates in mind, when it came to the decision, he suspected whether they had been secretly bribed by various factions, or were promised huge benefits or threatened before departure. So he could not make up his mind. Seeing that the food and grass had been prepared, and the food delivery team was about to set off, the personnel had not been decided, and Xiao He was so worried that he could not sleep. His good sons were able to disregard the lives of 100,000 soldiers in order to get rid of the second and fifth princes, so they might do something to prevent the food and grass from being delivered. This concerns the lives of 100,000 soldiers and the peace of the border, and there can be no mistakes. He had naturally considered Zhang Changshan. He was a man of upright character and could not tolerate any injustice. Because of his outstanding ability and irreplaceability, he was not polite to the forces that came to bribe him, and he was the best candidate. Xiao He was very relieved to send him, but he would be gone for several months. Once he left, the Dali Temple would be leaderless, and no one would be able to deal with the chaos. Therefore, he was very hesitant. Xiao Lingyan said, Wu Zong, the right secretary of the Dali Temple, can do the job. Xiao He frowned. How can this be possible? Although there are many officials in the capital, Wu Zong is only a 5th rank official, and he always stands at the end of the line when attending court, and has little say. But Zhang Changshan is only a 3rd rank official, and Wu Zong is also a well-known figure in the Dali Temple. Xiao He still has a good idea of the capable people in each government office. In addition, Wu Zong is Kong Shilian's 3rd apprentice, so he naturally has an impression of Wu Zong. He was a very capable young man, and he had the style of Zhang Changshan. Zhang Changshan also valued him very much, and even trained him as his successor. But Wu Zong was still too young. The most important thing was that his superiors who were higher in rank than him, the 4th rank left and right Shaoqing of the Dali Temple, were still there. Even if Zhang Changshan left Beijing, it would not be Wu Zong's turn to take charge of the Dali Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Father should have considered sending Lord Zong to the border. Right? Why couldn't they decide? It's just that the 2 junior officials of the Dali Temple can't handle the affairs of the Dali Temple. Although we in Dajin also value seniority when being an official, it's more about ability. Right? Especially the Dali Temple, where people who just sit there and do nothing are not tolerated. The junior officials are incompetent, but they have been in high positions for many years because their families are powerful in the court. Dajin is the world of our Xiao family, and it's not something their family can control. It was fine before, but now we have to send Zhang Changshan out, and they can't handle the affairs. So one of them must make way for Wu Zong. Hearing this, Xiao He smiled bitterly and pointed at Xiao Lingyan and said, You are really a child. Do you think I want to be held hostage? It is true that the Jin dynasty is ours, but the aristocratic families made a lot of efforts when the country was established. Now they have been operating for many years and have complicated roots. How can they be dismissed just like that? No, they can be transferred. The apparent promotion is actually a demotion for them. Left Shaoqing Tang Guanming is also old. He is in his 50s and almost 60 years old, and his energy is not good. He has long been unable to handle cases. I think he would have no objection if the emperor promoted him by 1 or half a level. Xiao He frowned and thought deeply, then nodded, Okay. I will consider what you said. If there is nothing else, please leave. Yes, I will take my leave. Xiao Lingyan bowed and left without hesitation. After he left, Xiao He did not immediately summon the ministers who had been waiting outside for a long time to meet him, but thought for a long time in the hall before summoning people in. Soon after, Zhang Changshan was summoned by the emperor, and soon there was news that he was appointed as an imperial envoy to lead several ministers and 500 imperial guards to deliver food and grass to the border. Tang Guanming, the former left junior official of the Dali Temple, was transferred to the Ministry of Rites, and Wu Zongxing, the left secretary of the temple, was promoted to the left junior official, acting as the Dali Temple. Although this result was unexpected, it was also reasonable. After all, such a big thing happened at the border. It was impossible for the emperor not to suspect something. It was normal to send a neutral and capable person like Zhang Changshan to the border to deliver food and investigate the situation. As for the Dali Temple, everyone knew who was capable and who was in a high position just because of family and seniority. The emperor's arrangement was very reasonable. Only a few princes were restless. Zhang Changshan was a stubborn person in the Dali Temple. If anyone from the royal family or officials committed a crime, he would fight back no matter who came to intercede for them and deal with them as he should. If someone made trouble for him or threatened him, he would only sentence that person more severely and would never give in. If he went to the border, with his ability, he would definitely find out something. Wouldn't what they had done be exposed by then? Or, let's give Zhang Changshan. The prince's staff made a beheading gesture. Another staff denied it, saying, There are so many guards. Can we do this without alerting anyone? If someone finds out, and you are guilty of murdering an official of the imperial court, Can your highness still sit on the throne? What is your intention? Are you sent by another prince to harm your highness? How can you talk like that? I think you are the one. Where did you go the other day? I saw you sneaking around and whispering with the third prince's people. Is this the reason you want to turn the tables and remove me from his highness's side? Looking at the two aides quarreling, the prince was furious and wanted to hit them. Get out of here, he shouted. Your highness. The two people who were quarreling turned around and looked at the prince. Get out. The two had no choice but to bow and leave. After leaving the door, they glared at each other, snorted coldly, and left in different directions. Chapter 549, Short of a Point. The prince took a deep breath, suppressed his frenzy, and ordered the eunuchs around him, tell those two to pack up and get out of the East Palace. Your highness. The eunuch called out in embarrassment. The prince had almost driven away all his staff during this period, now that he encountered such a big thing. But no one helped him to make suggestions. What should he do? Shall he naturally guess the prince's thoughts? These people even used the safety of 100,000 soldiers at the border and the entire Jin dynasty as a weight to fight for power and profit. It was not surprising that they killed Zhang Chanshan on the road. Since he had sent people out, he naturally couldn't just ignore it. He called Zhang Chanshan into the palace, called 4 imperial guards, and said to Zhang Chanshan, these 4 will protect you closely. And there are 4 secret guards to protect you secretly. This journey is hard and dangerous. Please take care of yourself. My dear. Zhang Chanshan kowtowed to thank him. And when he led the 4 imperial guards out of the palace, Xiaoling Pu, Xiaoling Yan, and Fu Yunlang were waiting for him at the palace gate. Master Zhang, please come to Prince An's mansion for a chat. Xiaoling Pu bowed to him. Zhang Chanshan never got close to the princes. But he had no choice now. Except for the 2nd and 5th princes. All other princes were suspected of the border affairs. He also became the target of those princes who had something to hide. If he didn't choose to stand with the 2nd and 5th princes at this time, he would have no choice but to die. He didn't think that the 8 guards given to him by the emperor could protect his safety. When Xiaoling Pu left the palace to build a mansion, he was named Prince An. Prince An's mansion was his residence outside the palace. The group went to Prince An's mansion and exchanged pleasantries. Fu Yunlang also gave Zhang Chanshan a great gift, asking him to deliver the food and grass on time, find out the truth, and clear his father and brother's name. Your Highnesses and Mr. Fu, rest assured, I am loyal to the emperor and will naturally obey his majesty's orders, Zhang Chanshan said, looking at Xiaoling Yan with a smile. I heard that it was the 5th prince who recommended me to the emperor. Xiaoling Yan apologized quickly and said, I propose this to my father, not only because I know your integrity and ability, but also because I can ensure your safety. As he said this, he made a gesture, and 10 gray-clothed men came in from outside the door and saluted Xiaoling Pu and Xiaoling Yan. These are the death squads. They will secretly protect your safety. Your food is also under their supervision, Xiaoling Yan said. Xiaoling Pu clapped his hands twice, and 2 more people came in from the outside, who were obviously martial arts masters. He said to Zhang Chanshan, these are my guards, who have been with me all year round. They will be placed in the open, and together with the imperial guards sent by your father to protect your safety, they will also play a role in mutual supervision. With these 2 groups of guards, one in the open and one in the dark, and the death squads, Zhang Chanshan's uneasy heart was finally put down. He knew that among the guards sent by the emperor, there might be hidden pawns from other factions. But the guards and assassins sent by Xiaoling Pu and Xiaoling Yan had no ulterior motives. These should be the subordinates they carefully trained. In this world, apart from his family, the 2 princes and Mr. Fu, who were most reluctant to see him in trouble, are probably the 2 princes in front of him and Mr. Fu. I won't refuse in vain. In this case, thank you 2 princes. He stood up and said. It was not until this time that Fu Yunlang said, Mr. Zhang has been running around for my father and brother. If our Fu family does not show any appreciation, wouldn't it be heartless? But the Fu family didn't have anyone with higher martial arts than the one given by the 2 princes, so they could only offer their limited help. He waved outside, and 4 soldiers came in. He said to Zhang Chanshan, these 4 are very familiar with the terrain of the border, can speak various dialects of the border, and are familiar with the customs and habits of the local ethnic groups. If something happens, and you want to hide in the homes of the people at the border, just tell them, and they will protect you from the team and the dangerous situation. Zhang Chanshan thanked him sincerely again. The guards and soldiers sent by the two princes and Fu Yilang were so practical. With these people, he believed that he would be able to come back alive and safe. After leaving the palace, Zhang Chanshan was taken to Prince An's mansion by Prince An. Not long after, he came out with 6 more guards around him. 2 of them were always with the second prince, the other 4, judging from their temperament and dress, seemed to be people from Fu Dayong's army, and he sent them to the capital to protect his family. This situation was soon reported to the palace. Other princes and ministers in the capital. Xiao He was very pleased to hear that the second and 5th princes and the Ping and Marquis mansion had sent guards to Zhang Chanshan. He was also watching the reactions of Xiao Lingpu and Xiao Lingyan. If the two did not express their feelings to Zhang Chanshan, or only expressed their feelings verbally, then he would naturally be disappointed with these 2 sons. It seems okay now. He ordered the imperial guards, go and check and see how the other princes reacted after hearing the news. The imperial guards left after hearing the order, and came back 2 hours later to report. The 3rd prince did not react much. I don't know if the crown prince was angry because of this, and he directly smashed his favorite set of tea sets. He paused. When the 4th prince heard the news, he hurried out of Prince Qian's mansion, and seemed to want to enter the palace. But he changed his mind when he reached the palace gate and turned back to Prince Qian's mansion. The 4th prince, Xiao Linghan, was named Prince Qian after he left the palace and built a mansion. Xiao He sighed, my prince is completely useless. The 4th prince is useless. The imperial guards, and the eunuch Xie and Zhang who were standing beside him did not dare to respond. The 3rd prince did not have no reaction. He was gathering his men to discuss countermeasures. Your Highness, what should we do now? The staff of the 3rd prince asked. Should we proceed as planned? Their original plan was to let Gui Jitong create some trouble before departure, so that the food and grass could not be collected on time, let alone set off on time. But now the emperor has sent Zhang Chanshan out, and it is obvious that he has suspected several princes. If they act according to the original plan, their actions may be exposed to the emperor. Although the matter does not involve the 3rd prince, it is also very painful to destroy a chess piece that has been buried for many years. The 3rd prince looked up at the other staff members. What do you think? Your Highness, we have been planning for many years. Now is the time to put the blame on the crown prince and remove the arms of the 2nd and 5th princes. I think it is worth it even if we have to destroy a chess piece. The other staff members agreed. The 3rd prince nodded. Okay. Then do it. Providing food and grass for 100,000 soldiers for a month is not a small amount. In the past few days, the officials of the Ministry of Revenue have been busy calculating the amount of food needed, weighing the grain in the treasury and the fodder needed by the horses. The Ministry of War is responsible for arranging the vehicles and personnel to transport the food and grass. Seeing that the food and grass were ready to be loaded, it was found that they were short of weight in the end. 8 of the vehicles sent by the Ministry of War were empty, and the amount of food and grass was wrong. Chapter 550 Is the data wrong? Xiao He was furious and called the Minister of Revenue Qi Shugu to ask, who calculated the grain and grass? Why is it so short? Qi Shugu frowned. He reported, it was Gui Jitong. Lord Gui. Because there are many and complicated things. I assigned the task of calculating the grain and grass to Lord Gui and asked the other 2 colleagues to work with him. When he heard that it was Gui Jitong, Xiao He gritted his teeth. But he also knew that Qi Shugu's arrangement was correct. Gui Jitong was the most proficient in mathematics among the officials of the Jin dynasty. Who else could be assigned to such a task if not him? Besides, the other officials of the Ministry of Revenue had not rested during this period, and they were busy all the time, because there had not been a large-scale war for many years. The capital did not have so much reserve grain. In order to ensure that the grain could be transported to the border as quickly as possible and save time, the Ministry of Revenue adopted a variety of methods to raise grain. In addition to temporarily confiscating all the grain reserves of all grain merchants and major farms in the capital, they also sent officials to the north to count and confiscate grain in the cities that they would pass by, then transport the grain from the grain merchants in the southern prefectures to the capital. So the Ministry of Revenue has been so busy during this period that it can't spare more people to do statistics. But now the grain and grass from the capital haven't been sent out yet, and such a big mistake has occurred. The grain and grass in the northern prefectures may not be guaranteed in quantity. Is there any extra grain and grass in the north that can make up for this gap? Xiao asked. Qi Shugu shook his head. I have set people to count the grain and grass in the northern prefectures. Because the speed must be fast. All the grain and grass that can be requisitioned have been requisitioned. These are the newly harvested grains of the people in autumn. And the collection limit has been reached. After this matter is done, we will transfer grain from the south to fill this gap. But it will take time. We must leave them with 1 or 2 months of food. Otherwise they will starve to death. Because they are in a hurry. They have 5 days as a limit. And they try to transport as much grain and grass as possible from the southern city. The shortage will be made up by the grain from the northern city. The transportation in ancient times was not convenient. And now it is snowing. And the road is extremely difficult to travel. They only transferred grain from the city closest to the capital, and could not spend time collecting grain from the people. Therefore, this part of grain was very limited. And it was all supplemented by grain from the northern city. The area north of the capital was not a major grain-producing area, and the weather in the second half of the year was not good. So the grain harvest was poor this year. When the surplus grain was requisitioned, the people in the northern city were crying and unwilling to hand over the grain. The governor and the prefect directly arrested some people who did not cooperate and put them in jail, and then beheaded 1 or 2 rich households and grain merchants who wanted to hide the grain, and barely made up the amount of grain. If we try to take away their remaining food at this time, the people there will really riot. Shao He naturally knew about these situations. He was the one who issued the order for the Ministry of Revenue and local governments to transfer food and deal with the resisting people. He knew that Qi Shivu was helpless. After thinking for a while, he turned around and told eunuch Zhang, "Go to the prefect of the capital and convey my oral order, and ask the yamen runners to beat the gongs on the streets. Collect food in the east, south and west of the city, and ask the rich and powerful to donate all their stored food, and record the names and the amount of donated food. Those who donate more will be rewarded, and those who don't will be punished according to the situation." Eunuch Zhang hurried away. Shao He rubbed his brows. Although the gap of 8 carts of grain is not large, the wealthy families can more or less fill this hole. But we are not afraid of mistakes. But we are afraid of someone playing tricks. The entire demand for grain was calculated by Guojitong. The amount of grain collected in the capital and the south, as well as the amount counted in the north, were all handed over to Guojitong for statistics. If Guojitong is determined to make trouble, the small mistakes in the capital may just be an appetizer. When the grain transport team went to the northern city to transport grain, they found that the gap was very large. Even if Guojitong was beheaded, it would not make up for this mistake. The soldiers at the border were still eagerly waiting for the grain to be transported. It was snowing heavily in winter, and the road was extremely difficult to travel. If there was another mistake on the road, even if 10 Guojitongs were beheaded, it would not make up for this mistake. First transport this batch of grain to solve the urgent problem. Set off tomorrow. Tomorrow you will ask people to go to the south to transfer grain, not only to fill the gap of the people in the north, but also to transfer more grain. And then send another group of people to transport it to the border." He said. "Yes." Qi Shivu bowed and hurried out of the palace to do his work. "Call Guojitong here." He turned and told the eunuch. Not long after, Guojitong was brought in. Before he had time to bow after entering the door, Guojitong saw the emperor throwing an account book directly at him. He didn't dare to hide, and the account book hit him on the forehead. "Guojitong, tell me why there are still 8 carts of grain and grass missing. How did you calculate it?" Guojitong was shocked and knelt on the ground, shouting, "Your Majesty, I didn't make any mistakes. I have calculated clearly how much grain is needed in total, and how much grain the capital can raise. Now there is a shortage of 8 carts of grain. Is it because the amount of grain raised is wrong? Or was there a mistake when loading the carts? Or someone tampered with the data I calculated? In short, it is not that my calculation is wrong. Please remember that the emperor should investigate it clearly." After he said this, Shao He also became confused. Guojitong is also an old man in the Ministry of Revenue. He has been in the Ministry of Revenue for more than 7 or 8 years. He must be aware of the responsibility of calculating the data wrongly at this time. If he delays the military intelligence, his entire family will be punished. Therefore, he should have calculated the data over and over again, and there should be no mistakes. "Do you still remember the data you calculated?" Shao asked. Guojitong nodded and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I remember. I remember." Shao waved his hand. The eunuch next to him took out a small notebook and a charcoal pencil and handed them to Gui Jitong. Gui Jitong knelt on the ground and wrote down the data he calculated on the paper one by one. While writing, he kept wiping the sweat. Xiao Gu signaled Unit Zhang to look for the memorial submitted by the Ministry of Revenue among the pile of memorials. The memorial contained the total amount of grain that needed to be collected from various places. The amount of grain that could be loaded on a cart regulated by the court was definite. If one cart was missing, it would be fine. Maybe other carts had too much grain. But if 8 carts were missing, the total amount of grain that could be collected in the capital was not much. So this number was definitely wrong. They now wanted to see if the data written by Gui Jitong was consistent with the data in the memorial. If they are consistent, then it is a matter of raising food and loading soldiers. This is a serious matter. And Gui Jitong is a person who deals with numbers. He will not forget the numbers he has just calculated. So he handed in the written data soon. Xiao Yi checked it and slammed the table hard. Gui Jitong, I want to ask you, are you sure that the numbers you wrote are correct? Chapter 551. Who is the best student? Gui Jitong nodded vigorously. Yes. I remember it very clearly. There won't be any mistakes. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that the data on the memorial is different from the data I calculated? Without waiting for Zhao's answer, his pupils suddenly widened, as if he thought of something. But he quickly lowered his head to cover up his previous gaffe. But Xiao was sitting on top and saw it clearly. He asked, Master Gui, did you remember anything? Gui Jitong shook his head. No. I just think that the officials who collected grain may have made a mistake in the weight. But there is no real evidence. So it is not good to say nonsense. Xiao's eyes narrowed, turned around and ordered, let Qi Shigu hand the matter over to someone else, and ask him to come immediately. Hearing this, Gui Jitong knelt there with his head down, his eyes rolling, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Qi Shigu came. Xiao directly threw the memorial and the small book written by Gui Jitong in front of Qi Shigu. And before he could see the number of words on it, he scolded, look at what's going on? Why are the data from the Ministry of Works different from the data on your memorial and Mr. Gui's data? He was speaking to Qi Shigu openly, but his attention was on Gui Jitong. Gui Jitong was obviously relieved when he heard this. Qi Shigu was shocked when he heard this, and quickly picked up the memorial on the ground and the small notebook written by Gui Jitong and read them. There were 2 memorials. One was submitted by their Ministry of Revenue, and the other was a memorial from the Ministry of Works to prepare vehicles. The military situation was urgent. Not only the Ministry of Revenue was busy raising food these days, but other departments were also busy. The Ministry of Works was responsible for preparing and inspecting the vehicles for transportation, while the Imperial Guards were preparing to select the teams to deliver the grain. The number of vehicles that the Ministry of Works had to prepare was based on the amount of grain calculated by the Ministry of Revenue. The data from the Ministry of Revenue matched the data that Gui Jitong had just written. But the number of grains and vehicles that needed to be transported in the memorial from the Ministry of Works clearly did not match. Gui Jitong also wanted to take a look, but because he was kneeling and Qi Shigu was standing, he couldn't see even if he stretched his neck, and he couldn't lose his manners in front of the palace. He had no choice but to look away and kneel there obediently. Qi Shigu knelt down. I don't know why the data is wrong. I wrote the memorial based on the data written by Lord Gui, and the vehicles in the Ministry of Works should have been determined based on my data. Now something went wrong. I don't know what the problem is. I hope the Emperor will investigate it thoroughly. Gui Jitong was suspicious when he heard that the number of vehicles didn't match. Hearing Qi Shigu's words, he immediately understood where the problem was. He gritted his teeth and said, It's Zhou Zhao. It must be Zhou Zhao. He said that the data I calculated was wrong, and that I must determine the grain and vehicles according to his data. I was impatient to listen to his noise, so I asked him to send the data I calculated to the Ministry of Works. Calculate how much grain a vehicle can carry, and let him calculate the data of the vehicle clearly, and supervise the Ministry of Works to prepare the vehicle. I really didn't expect that he would be so bold as to tamper with the data. Xiao asked Qi Shigu, Who is Zhou Zhao? He is the official who assisted Lord Gui in calculating the amount of grain. Qi Shigu said, There is also a person named Gu Shanwei. As he spoke, he also became nervous. If Zhou Zhao had a problem here, he, the Minister of Revenue, would also be implicated. After all, he was the one who sent Zhou Zhao to assist Gui Jitong. Shall he order the Imperial Guards, go and call them. First interrogate them separately, and then bring them here. Zhou Zhao and the other men were in the Ministry of Revenue, which was not far from the palace. Not long after the imperial guards went out, they interrogated the two and brought them in. Gu Shanwei was in his 40s, an 8th rank official, and would never see the emperor in his life. Now, he was brought to the emperor in this situation, and he was so nervous that his whole body felt like sifting chaff. Zhou Xiao was only in his 20s, very young. He was a 9th rank official, younger than Gu Shanwei, and although he looked very nervous, compared with Gu Shanwei, his performance was quite good. The imperial guard pointed at Zhou Xiao and said, "Your Majesty, this Lord Zhou said that he felt that the data calculated by Lord Guo was wrong. The number of vehicles in the Ministry of Works was prepared based on the data he calculated." Xiao He heard this and slapped the table hard bold. Gu Shanwei was so frightened that he trembled more and more. Those who didn't know would think that he had done something wrong. Zhou Xiao was not in a hurry, and saluted to Xiao He and said, "Your Majesty, I think the data calculated by Lord Guo is wrong, and I have reminded him many times. But Lord Guo not only ignored it, but also wanted to send me back home on the grounds that I disturbed his work. I didn't want him to cause trouble to the soldiers at the border, so I took a risky move." Guo Jitong scolded, "Lord Zhou, how old are you? It's good enough that you can do the abacus smoothly. I have been in the Ministry of Revenue for 7 or 8 years. How can you question my mathematical ability? What evidence do you have to prove that your calculations are correct and mine are wrong? What harm to the soldiers at the border? You slandered your superiors, but you will be punished. Besides, if you think you are wrong, shouldn't you report to Lord Qi? Why did you tamper with the data without authorization?" Xiao He and Qi Shugu also nodded. "If you think Guo Jitong is wrong, just report it. How can you act without authorization? I need to see Lord Qi to do this." Zhou Xiao spread his hands helplessly. Lord Qi is so busy that he is nowhere to be seen, and Lord Guo is eyeing him covetously. I am worried that I will die unexpectedly before I can see Lord Qi. I had no choice but to pretend to be smart and ask for this job in the Ministry of Works to seek an audience with the emperor. Guo Jitong laughed angrily. "Then you really have good intentions." He turned around and bowed to Xiao He, "Your Majesty, I have been in the Ministry of Revenue for 7 or 8 years, and the data I calculated has never been wrong. The military situation at the border is serious. If I make a mistake in the calculation, it will be a serious crime that will punish the entire family. How dare I not be cautious? The data calculated by me must be correct." Xiao had heard about Guo Jitong's style of doing things from time to time. Xiao Lingyan would mention him from time to time. Xiao had a very bad impression of him. At this time, Guo Jitong was swearing, but Xiao didn't dare to believe his words. He had just become suspicious of Guo Jitong. You know, according to the data calculated by Zhou Xiao, the capital was short of 8 carts of grain, and this was under the eyes of him and Qishigu. If the amount of grain in the northern city was short, the difference would be even greater. Wouldn't it be a big mess if all the food and grass were transported to the border? They thought that the food and grass at the border were sufficient in Beijing, but it was not enough at all. It was cold, the journey was long, and the war situation was tense. It would inevitably delay the opportunity to send the letter from there, and then send the food from Beijing. The soldiers at the border would be in great danger by then. He couldn't put the safety of the entire border on Guo Jitong alone. This person had a bad character and a very bad reputation. If he believed Guo Jitong, he would be a sinner for all eternity if something happened at the border. He turned around and asked Qishigu, "Who else in Dajin is good at mathematics and can calculate these data very quickly?" Chapter 552. Changes are not as simple as just calculating how much food and grass the border needs. It is necessary to calculate the maximum amount of food and grass they can take out based on the grain production of the northern cities in previous years. After transporting the food to the border, the food and grass must be distributed. Which food and grass will be consumed soon and which are for storage, how much food and grass should be stored at each storage point, and how much loss is there during transportation and storage, etc. All kinds of situations need to be calculated. In previous years, Guo Jitong had calculated the grain and grass at the border, so he was familiar with the process. Even so, he took Zhou Xiao and Gu Shanwei and spent a day and a night to calculate the data and hand it over to Qishigu. Now he needed to find someone else to calculate it. He was not familiar with the algorithm, so the speed was more than a little slower. Unfortunately, time waits for no one, and everyone hopes that the grain can be transported in batches, so that manpower, material resources, and military forces can be concentrated for transportation and reduce risks. Therefore, time is very urgent. This, Shishivu hesitated. I know someone who is very good at mathematics. But I have never seen him, and I don't know who he is. I don't know if it is appropriate to give such a confidential matter as the amount of grain and grass to this person. Xiao He did not ask who this person was, but turned to Guo Jitong and said, think carefully about whether you want to confess what you did. If you confess, you may still be able to survive. But if someone calculates that the data you calculated is wrong and the same as Zhou Xiao's, not only will your entire family be executed, but you may also be implicated. For a moment, Guo Jitong broke out in cold sweat, and countless thoughts ran through his mind. In his plan, the border was short of food, and the job of calculating food and grass data must be assigned to him. This was also what he usually did, and he had never made any mistakes. No matter how disgusted Shishivu was with his character, he would not question his ability in this regard, let alone suspect that he would do something in this regard. After all, the consequences were so serious that no one could bear it. Even if Shishivu would send 2 officials to assist him, he was not afraid that they would hinder his plan in any way. Therefore, Zhou Xiao calculated the correct data and pointed it out to him, questioning his data. But he didn't take it seriously. When Zhou Xiao entered the Ministry of Revenue, he asked the third prince to check Zhou Xiao's background. The result of the investigation was that Zhou Xiao had no background and was only from a middle-class family in Beijing. He was able to enter the Ministry of Revenue purely because he was the most outstanding student in mathematics in the Imperial Academy. The Ministry of Revenue was in need of people in this field, so they made an exception and recruited him for such a big thing. Even if Zhou Xiao had doubts, he didn't dare to report it without him, and he couldn't find anyone to report it. Everyone in the Ministry of Revenue was busy, and everyone had their own things to do. How could they care about Zhou Xiao's little minions? Besides, even if they received Zhou Xiao's report, no one would believe him as a rookie, and would doubt me as an expert in mathematics. I had never made a mistake before, and this algorithm was complicated. Zhou Xiao was a newcomer who knew nothing. How could it be easy to gain everyone's trust? Everyone in the government office had their own duties, and no one would get involved in matters that were not their own. This was a big taboo. Otherwise, if something went wrong, no matter if you were wrong or not, you would be held responsible. This is the world of adults, not a naive place like the Imperial College. No matter how much Zhou Xiao jumped around, the court would still collect food and grass according to the data he calculated and send it to the border. And this batch of food and grass may not be transported to the border. Even if the food can be transported to the border smoothly, the war at the border is tight, and the number of soldiers is changing, and will not stay in the same place as before. Then the rations will also change accordingly. Therefore, even if the amount of food and grass they received is less than before, they will not find anything wrong. Even if the war is over and someone finds something wrong with the food, they can't put the blame on him. After all, he didn't make any mistakes in the calculations before. People would first suspect that there was something wrong with the transportation process, or that the soldiers at the border didn't keep it properly, or that someone tampered with the food like before. In short, there is a very small chance that he will be found out. Even if he is very unlucky and someone finds out something, the third prince will arrange for him to fake his death and leave the capital after receiving the news, and hide in a different appearance. When the third prince ascends the throne in the future, it will be his time to return in glory. He will be made a marquis and a prime minister, and be envied by others. So doing this trick is not risky, but the benefits are not small. He really didn't expect Zhou Xiao to be so bold that he directly skipped him and changed the data. And it was successful. Now he said that there was no one behind Zhou Xiao, and he would never believe it. Maybe someone deliberately arranged for him to enter the Ministry of Revenue. But the arrangement was too covert. Even the third prince's ears and eyes were hidden. But what should I do now? Should I tell the truth or deny it? If I tell the truth, I will be beheaded and my property will be confiscated. If I deny it, maybe the third prince still appreciates his talent and is willing to find a way to rescue him. These thoughts went through Guo Jitong's mind in a flash. To outsiders, after Xiao He asked the question, he only paused and kowtowed, saying, "Your Majesty, I really did nothing. I still calculated it according to the previous method. I also believe that I did not make any mistakes. If I am wrong, I am willing to be punished." He was also optimistic about this. thinking that no one in Dajin would be able to calculate the correct data in such a short time. He knew who Chishigu was talking about. Isn't it the student that Gonlun was hiding and didn't dare to bring to the public? Regardless of whether there is such a person, even if there is, he may not be able to calculate it immediately if he is not familiar with these things in the Ministry of Revenue. He bought himself at least 2 or 3 days. Seeing that he had no intention of repenting, Shao He ordered the Imperial Guards, escort the 3 people to the Dali Temple, and hand them over to Lord Wuzong, so that he can judge them personally. At this time, he was extremely glad to accept Xiaoling Yan's proposal and hand over the Dali Temple to Wuzong for management. Otherwise, he would not be at ease handing these 3 people to the Dali Temple. Gui Jitong was shocked and cowed out again. Your Majesty, I did not make any mistakes. Really? I definitely did not make any mistakes. Gu Shanwei was already very scared, and he almost fainted when he heard that he was going to the Dali Temple. Zhou Zhao was honest and did not cry. He was taken away by the Imperial Guard silently. When the hall was quiet, Xiao asked Chishigu, who did you just talk about? The incident was serious, and Chishigu did not dare to hide it. He told the story of Gonlun running to the Ministry of Revenue to show off that day. Announce Gonlun. Xiao said to Xie Gongdong. Let him bring his student with him. Chapter 553 Staying in the Palace. Originally, it was not necessary for a senior eunuch like Xie Gongdong to pass on the message. But the matter was of great importance, and he was afraid that the young eunuch would not be able to explain it clearly. So he simply went there himself and passed on the oral order to Gonlun's mansion. It was very cold, and Gonlun did not go out. He was shocked to see Xie Gongdong. After hearing Xie Gongdong's words, he did not dare to hide it, and directly told Zhao Rushi's mathematical ability. Is it Miss Zhao Wu? Eunuch Xie was surprised. He still couldn't believe it, and confirmed it again. Are you talking about the Jiwei layman in Swiping Marquis' mansion? Yes. Eunuch Xie still didn't quite believe it. He had been with the emperor for so many years, and had seen countless talents. He knew that those who were good at painting and writing poetry were generally not good at mathematics, and were not sensitive to numbers. It was rare to find someone like Zhao Rushi who was good at painting, writing, and mathematics. He didn't dare to delay time. So he asked Gonlun to enter the palace, and he went to Swiping Marquis' mansion to announce the decree. Zhao Rushi was practicing calligraphy to earn points, and was quite surprised to hear the summons. The matter was of great importance, and she knew that this was an opportunity to expose the conspiracy of the Third Prince's group, since the emperor had found her. As an insider and with the ability, she naturally had no choice but to do it. Besides, this kind of thing was not up to her to decide whether she was willing or not. She immediately changed her clothes and followed Eunuch Xie into the palace. Zhao Yuanxuan went to the yamen at this time. When the old lady and Zhu learned about this, they were very worried. It's a good thing that Sister Shi's mathematical ability is favored by the court. Don't be afraid. The old lady patted the back of Zhu's hand. Zhu nodded, still worried. When Zhao Rushi followed Eunuch Xie into the palace, Gonlun had already arrived in front of the emperor. What? Zhao Jiwei? Are you sure? Xiao He was also surprised. That's right. Xiao He was dazed for a moment and nodded. There are many extraordinary people in the world, and there are even more people with amazing talents. Although it is unbelievable that Zhao Rushi is so outstanding in everything, he does exist. It is a blessing for the Jin dynasty to have such a person. It's a serious matter. Don't put pressure on her. When she comes, you don't need to bring her to the imperial court. Go to the side hall first and calculate the numbers. Xiao He ordered. Master Gon, you and Master Qi, list all the aspects that need to be considered when calculating, so that Zhao Jiwei can refer to it when calculating. Yes. Gonlun and Chishigu bowed and went to the side hall. The grain and grass originally collected by the capital had been loaded onto the trucks, and the grain and grass that were later supplemented by the shortage were also handled by the prefect of the capital, and Chishigu did not need to keep an eye on it. However, this matter is extremely important at the moment. Not only is the amount of grain and grass in the capital wrong, but it may also involve the amount of grain and grass in the major cities in the north. Therefore, Xiao He kept Chishigu in the palace. Gonlun has been in the Ministry of Revenue for his whole life. The Ministry of Revenue sends grain and grass to the border every year. He knows all the aspects that need to be considered when calculating. Chishigu, as the Minister of Revenue, also climbed up from a small official in the Ministry of Revenue. so naturally he knows what needs to be considered when calculating. When Zhao Rushi arrived, he saw the two of them writing and discussing head to head. Shi Wei. Come on. Calculate these numbers. When Ganluan saw Zhao Rushi enter the side hall, he pushed a stack of papers over. Zhao Rushi said hello to Qi Shigu and Ganluan, sat down and started calculating. There were palace maids and eunuchs waiting in the side hall. At this time, someone came up to pour tea for Zhao Rushi. Eunuch Xie received the emperor's order, so he did not leave, but sat down in the corner. He will follow these three people throughout the whole process. First, to take care of their living needs, and second, to play a supervisory role. At this time, Xiao Lingyan naturally sent people to keep a close eye on Xiao He. As soon as Zhao Rushi entered the palace, the news was reported to him. After thinking about the situation in the capital and various aspects, Xiao Lingyan ordered, send 10 more secret guards to protect Miss Shiwei's safety. As soon as Zhao Rushi took action, these data were naturally calculated. But she ruined the good things of the third prince, and maybe the third prince would take action against her. The number calculated by Gui Jitong was huge, and the situation was complicated, so all aspects had to be taken into consideration. Even though Zhao Rushi had a strong calculation ability, she and Ganluan and others calculated in the side hall until the hour of Su before they calculated the final number and handed it to Eunuch Xie. At this time, Xiao He had already fallen asleep. Hearing that Eunuch Xie came to report, he quickly got up and said in surprise, so fast. When he summoned Zhao Rushi to the palace, it was already noon. It was only half a day. How could he not be surprised? You know, Gui Jitong, the old hand, also took a day and a night to calculate it. Eunuch Xie smiled and said, this is because Lord Qi and Lord Gan made mistakes in their considerations and asked Miss Shiwei to calculate again and again. Otherwise it would be faster. Xiao He did not say anything. He compared the final data calculated by Zhao Rushi with the data on the memorial from the Ministry of War, and found that they were exactly the same. This is not just one data, but a group of 20 or 30 data. There is the total amount of grain, the amount of grain collected by the cities in the north, and the amount of grain delivered to the major grain storage points after being transported to the border. Even if Qi Shigu took a look at this memorial, Xiao He believed that he might not be able to remember these data clearly. Moreover, during the calculation process, there was also Eunuch Xie watching. Now the two sets of data are the same, and they are completely different from the amount of grain and grass calculated by Gui Jitong. Gui Jitong's grain and grass are missing 8 carts in the capital, and each prefecture in the north is missing a certain amount. The total amount is huge. Xiao He slammed the table and said angrily, damn it. He turned to ask the imperial guards, I asked you to find out the master behind Gui Jitong. Have you found out? So far, we have found that he has some connection with the prince. The imperial guard said, it will take some time to investigate further. When Xiao He heard about the prince, his heart sank. He had no expectations for this son. But when he heard it, he still felt uncomfortable. Investigate. Continue to investigate. I want to see what they are planning, he said in a deep voice. Yes. Xiao He raised his eyes and looked at Eunuch Xie. Where are Miss Xiao and the others? The keys to all places in the palace have been taken. I arranged for Miss Shiwei to go to Concubinesen, and Lord Qi and Lord Gan went to Yungai Palace. Xiao He nodded and praised. This is a very good arrangement. Except for the 2nd and 5th princes. The other princes are all involved in the border affairs. If Zhao Shiwei is placed somewhere else, she might be found dead at dawn. It is safe to send her to Concubinesen. Firstly, there is no interest relationship. And secondly, if she is handed over to Concubinesen, she will be responsible for her safety. Concubinesen has been in charge of the central palace for many years, so it is no problem for her to protect Zhao Shiwei. At this time, Zhao Rushi suddenly saw Xiao Lingyan's mother in Dajin, her future mother-in-law, and was still a little confused. Chapter 554 Concubinesen. This is Miss Shiwei, right? She is not only good at painting, but also very pretty, and has a good temperament. Concubinesen saw Zhao Rushi standing there in a daze, walked over, took her hand and smiled. Concubinesen's appearance is similar to Zhao Rushi's. Both are bright and generous. And from the way she speaks, it seems that even her temper is similar. Zhao Rushi fell in love with Concubinesen at first sight. Zhao Rushi meets the concubine. She lifted her skirt and was about to bow, but was immediately supported by Concubinesen. No need to be polite. Concubine Sin said. You've been here for a long time. Are you tired? As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a maid came forward immediately. This is my maid. You can call them Aunt Jiyun and Aunt Jishua. Just ask them if you need anything. I have asked someone to prepare your clothes for you. After dinner and bathing, you can rest. There is no need to rush to get up early tomorrow. The emperor will hold court in the morning. You must stay until the emperor finishes the court, and report to the emperor before leaving the palace. Just take a rest. After Concubine Sin finished her instructions, she smiled and said, I wanted to accompany you more, but I was worried that you would feel uncomfortable. I will go back first. If you need anything or have any questions, please tell Jiyun and the others. Don't be polite. After she finished her instructions neatly, she planned to leave. Zhao Rushi thanked her hurriedly and sent her out of the hall. No need to send me off again. Go back. Concubine Sin said. Jiyun, Jishua, take good care of Miss Zhao. After the two maids saluted and responded, Concubine Sin had already walked down the stairs surrounded by a group of maids and eunuchs and went to her main hall. Miss Zhao, it's cold outside. Let's go into the palace. Jiyun smiled. Don't worry. The imperial concubine is the most amiable person. She especially appreciates those who are talented. When your paintings were exhibited in front of the imperial college, she disguised herself to see them and came back to praise you. Zhao Rushi was stunned again. Is there such a thing? Can the concubines of the Jin dynasty enter and leave the palace at will? She couldn't ask this question, so she said a few humble words to Jiyun. When she entered the door, she saw that in just a short while, the eunuchs and palace maids had filled a table with delicious dishes. Young lady, please have your meal. The weather is cold, and the heat will soon fade, Jishua said with a smile. Young lady Qifeng and young lady Ginjiang, please have your meal too. Sister Jiyun and I will serve you here. She pointed to a small table next to her, on which were 6 or 7 dishes. Although the ingredients of these dishes were not as expensive as those on Zhao Rushi's table, they were also excellent. Zhao Rushi was not one to be polite. She was also hungry at this moment. After telling Qifeng and Ginjiang, she sat down to eat. Although there were snacks and tea on the table when she was calculating data with Ganluan and others in the side hall, she really couldn't take care of these when she was busy. She was really hungry at this moment. Eunuch Xie especially sent someone to the imperial kitchen to say hello. And Concubine Sin also really appreciated Zhao Rushi's talent. So the dishes made by the imperial kitchen were very attentive. Zhao Rushi and her servants had a great feast. After eating and taking a bath, Zhao Rushi lay down in the warm bed and fell asleep. Qifeng and Yinjiang lived in the compartment next to them. The next day, after Zhao Rushi had breakfast, Concubine Sin called her to the main hall and said to Zhao Rushi, Miss Zhao, do you want to walk around the palace? If you want to, I will ask someone to prepare a sedan chair. This way you won't be cold and your shoes and socks won't get wet. Without waiting for Zhao Rushi to answer, she added, don't be afraid of someone causing trouble for you. You are a distinguished guest invited by the emperor, and with me accompanying you, no one dares to feel uncomfortable. Zhao Rushi shook her head. Thank you, my lady, but I don't need to bother you. It was a time of trouble for the Jin dynasty, and she had ruined the plans of concubine Jin and her son. It was freezing outside, and she was a fool to wander around the palace. Besides, the emperor might summon her when he left the court. Concubine Sin listened, but she didn't try to persuade him. Her impression of Zhao Rushi became better. She also didn't approve of Zhao Rushi wandering around. Zhao Rushi asked, I wonder if Lord Qi and Lord Gan are still in the palace. Lord Qi went to court early in the morning. Lord Gan also left with him. Concubine Sin knew what she meant by saying this. Seeing that Ganluan and the others had left, she couldn't stay in the palace any longer. So she wanted to say goodbye and leave. They are officials appointed by the court and officials of the Ministry of Revenue. Even if Lord Gan has retired, it is his job to calculate these numbers. You are different from them. The emperor specifically asked you to stay. The emperor will definitely come with Lord Qi and the others after leaving the court, and he may summon you at that time. You can stay here with peace of mind, and there is no need to rush back home. Zhao Rushi knew that Xiao He wanted to keep her here just to encourage her and give her some gifts. So she waited at ease. Concubine Sin brought out good tea and snacks to entertain her, and the two sat and chatted. Zhao Rushi was a jewelry designer, and Concubine Sin had been good at dressing up all her life. The two chatted about clothes and jewelry, and they got along better and better. At the end, Concubine Sin took out a few pieces of jewelry and fabrics, and insisted on giving them to Zhao Rushi, saying, "I have always wanted a daughter so that I can dress her up well. Unfortunately, we were not destined to have a daughter, and only raised two naughty boys." Seeing Jiwei now reminded me of this thought. These jewelry and clothing materials are not suitable for me to use. I am not old enough. Giving them to you is a good way to give them a good place. Zhao Rushi refused again and again, but she couldn't refuse, so she had to accept it. "Fifth Prince? Why are you here?" The voice of the palace maid came from the palace door. Concubine Sin and Zhao Rushi were surprised and looked at the door, and saw the palace maid come in and report, "My queen, the fifth prince is here." Concubine Sin glanced at the clock in the room, then glanced at Zhao Rushi, and smiled. "Please ask him to come in." After a while, Xiaolingyan came in. "You don't have to go to court? Why come here at this time?" Concubine Sin took a handkerchief and wiped the snow off Xiaolingyan's shoulders and asked. "Someone suggested in the court that the second prince should deliver the grain, and I took it directly. Today I will live directly outside the city and leave tomorrow. I came to the palace specially to say goodbye to you, Mother." As he said that, Xiaolingyan glanced at Zhao Rushi. Concubine Sin and Zhao Rushi were both surprised. Concubine Sin said anxiously, "Why do you want to go? Your grandfather and uncle didn't speak for you in the court? They said what they wanted to say. If you don't agree, they can't do anything. Why risk your life? It's useless to say it. The Fu family is tied to us. Now they are in trouble at the border. If we don't show up, there will always be people in the court who use this to attack us. If we say too much, my father will have some thoughts in his mind. In this case, I will go to the border. The most important thing is that I also want to go. So I took the initiative to ask for it." Chapter 555 Farewell. "Don't worry, Mother. I will take care of myself. Nothing will happen. Don't worry." Concubine Sin's eyes suddenly turned red. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, shook her head and said nothing. The three masters in the room, not to mention Xiaolingyan and Zhao Rushi. Even Concubine Sin was a politically minded person. She knew that the crown prince and the third and fourth princes saw that the original plan had failed and could not use it to get rid of Xiaolingpu and the father and son of the Fu family. Zhang Chanshan would also investigate the matter clearly when he went to the border. Therefore, they simply used public opinion to force Xiaolingpu to go to the border to muddy the waters. Once something happens to Xiaolingpu, the border will be in chaos. Not only can they take advantage of this opportunity to kill the Fu family father and son, or put the crime of poor protection and harming the prince on their heads, but they can also make Zhang Chanshan unable to concentrate on investigating the matter, so as to get away with it. As a good brother of Fu Yunkai and the prince, who is best at leading troops in battle among the princes, as long as someone mentions this, Xiaolingpu has no choice but to stand up and ask the emperor to allow him to go to the border. Once Xiaolingpu leaves Beijing, he will inevitably be in danger, and the chance of survival is extremely small. It is not necessarily safe for Concubine Sin and Xiaolingyan to stay in the capital. In order to break this plan, Xiaolingyan had to volunteer to make this trip for his brother. If Xiaolingpu stayed alive in the capital, it would be meaningless for the other princes to kill Xiaolingyan. After all, it was Xiaolingpu, not Xiaolingyan, who was competing with them for the throne. Taking a big risk to kill Xiaolingyan would also easily expose them, anger the emperor, and Xiaolingpu and the Sin family would counterattack frantically, which would be completely unprofitable. Concubine Sin thought all this very clearly. But Xiaolingyan was young and had never suffered. If he suddenly went to the border in this cold winter, not to mention that others would harm him, even if he caught a cold and could not get timely treatment, he might never come back. The tears she had been holding back finally flowed down. Zhao Rushi looked at Xiaolingyan and advised Concubine Sin, "Your Majesty, since the situation cannot be changed and time is urgent, why don't you ask someone to find two trustworthy and skilled doctors to follow you, and prepare some good medicine, just in case. In addition, prepare some warm clothes and supplies, and bring some good guards to the fifth prince. At this time, the imperial doctors in the palace are not trustworthy, but the doctors in the Sin family can be used. The Sin family is powerful, and the guards in the mansion are probably no worse than the imperial guards in the palace. With a few more people around, Xiaolingyan's safety will be more guaranteed, since the Sin family wants their grandson to fight for the world. If they don't help now, when will they? Yes. 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 Concubine Sun was at a loss. After Zhao Rushi's reminder, she realized that she couldn't sit here and cry. And it was not the time to blame her son. She still had a lot of things to do, and a lot of things to prepare. She apologized to Zhao Rushi. Yan Gur is leaving Beijing. And I have a lot of things to do. So I don't have time to entertain Miss Zhao. No problem. The emperor has left the court. So I think I can leave the palace too. Zhao Rushi waved her hand and smiled. I'll stay in the side hall first, and wait for the emperor to summon me. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the eunuch come to report that the second prince had arrived. Zhao Rushi hurriedly said goodbye and went to the side hall. After sitting down in the bedroom of the side hall, Zhao Rushi's heart was still pounding, and she was very uneasy. Although she was in Dajin, and saw that the people here were all alive, she could no longer treat them as paper people as she did when she read novels. It was her duty to help the soldiers at the border. But she felt that she was still selfish and cold-hearted. She didn't want to get involved in this kind of sword-fighting struggle for the throne. So she wanted to go to Jiangnan with her family. Now she naturally didn't want Xiaolingyan to go to the border in person and take a big risk. System. Are Xiaoku and I dead in modern times? If we die here, can we return to modern times? She asked expectantly. This system has not been upgraded, so it cannot know the situation in the modern plane. I'm sorry that this system cannot answer you this question. Zhao Rushi, speak properly. The system changed its serious tone just now and became pitiful. Really? I really don't know. Host, you don't let me upgrade again. It's so pitiful. Zhao Rushi was in no mood to argue with it. She glanced at Jishua standing at the door, covered her face and gently opened the light curtain, and saw that it had just reached 40,000 points. She bought both the agility pill and the strength pill without hesitation. Fortunately, it was easy for her to earn points now. So she saved 40,000. She wrapped 2 pills in a handkerchief, turned to Jishua and said, when I was calculating the data last night, I found a problem that might be helpful to the 5th prince. Can you call him over so I can talk to him alone? Jishua is already 27 or 28 years old. She was sold into the palace to be a maid when she was just over 10 years old. She followed Concubine Sun and gradually became the head maid. Xiaolingyan and his brothers called her and Jiyun aunt. They watched Xiaolingyan grow up. She had long given up the idea of leaving the palace to marry and devoted herself to serving Concubine Sun. When Concubine Sun died, Xiaolingpu and Xiaolingyan would take them out to take care of them. They all hoped that Concubine Sun and the 2 princes would be well. When they heard what Zhao Rushi said, how could they not agree? They hurried over to pass on the message. Xiaolingyan was just planning to find a chance to say goodbye to Zhao Rushi. He had received the order suddenly, and he had many things to prepare, and many things to do. Although he and Zhao Rushi had only expressed their feelings for a short time, their feelings were not comparable to others. And Zhao Rushi was not something that everyone could appreciate. He was very sure that unless he died, Zhao Rushi would definitely wait for him to return. The most important thing for him now was to return safely from the border alive. This was not the time for sentimental love. He believed that Zhao Rushi understood this point as well as he did. Therefore, if he did not have time, he would not have gone to Suiping Marquis' mansion to meet Zhao Rushi. At this time, he could not send a message to Zhao Rushi, lest Zhao Rushi be targeted and fall into danger. The best way to meet was to meet Zhao Rushi while she was here. This place is full of Concubine Sun's people. Concubine Sun has been in the palace for many years, and is in charge of the central palace. Her palace couldn't be safer. Hearing Aunt Jishua's words, he was overjoyed and hurried over to Zhao Rushi, saying, Meet Miss Zhao. I wonder what Miss Zhao wants me to do. Zhao Rushi glanced at Jishua, Qi Feng and others, and they hurriedly retreated. Zhao Rushi stuffed the pills into Xiaolingyan's mouth without saying a word. However, she was afraid of the effect, so she didn't dare to stuff them all at once, but stuffed one after another. Fortunately, this pill melts in the mouth, so there is no need to worry about Xiaolingyan being swallowed. Xiaolingyan was stunned at first, but he reacted immediately and cooperated to swallow the pills. Chapter 556 Farewell. Zhao Rushi whispered, one is an agility pill, which increases agility. The other is a power pill, which increases strength. You should pay attention to controlling your speed and strength, and don't hurt anyone. Xiaolingyan was surprised and nodded vigorously. If he had an 80% chance of surviving at the border because of the arrangements he had made earlier, Now with these 2 pills, he felt that he could be 100% sure to come back alive. He took a look outside, pulled Zhao Rushi into his arms, kissed her long-coveted red lips, and said, I have already ambushed 500 people and many weapons and food at the border. Originally, I was thinking about how to command, but now I can command in person, which avoids many problems. Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. I didn't marry you in my last life, and I will never let you go in this life. Zhao Rushi kissed him back. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back and marry me. She knew that time was running out. Zhao He would send someone to summon her at any time after the court session. She didn't want to waste time flirting with Xiaolingyan. She stared at Xiaolingyan and said seriously, leave a few people to keep in touch with me. You know what I have. As she spoke, she looked at Xiaolingyan without blinking. Xiaolingyan nodded solemnly. I understand. Zhao Rushi then continued, I will pay attention to your movements. If I find out any news, I will send someone to inform you. You don't need to ask someone to tell me what's going on there. I'll know. Okay. Xiaolingyan reached out and stroked her cheek. Zhao Rushi didn't react to his rebellious hand, and continued to instruct, bring all your guards, who are still in training. If not now, when will they be useful? If it's really dangerous, you can escape back, and we'll change our appearance, and find a place to live in seclusion. Anyway, it's still easy to hide your identity in this era. Xiaolingyan, although he was very happy and thankful to have a wise girlfriend, who could keep a clear head at critical moments and give him advice for his safety, but in his heart, he still hoped to see a lover crying and reluctant to let him go. Okay, I got it, he said. He said seriously and solemnly, don't worry. I will definitely come back alive. When all this is over, I will marry you, and we will be a pair of immortal lovers. Zhao Rushi nodded vigorously. Okay. Suddenly, Jishua's voice came from outside. Miss Jiwei, the Emperor has sent someone to summon you. Zhao Rushi was startled and responded, okay. I'll come. She turned to look at Xiaolingyan. She was about to leave, but Xiaolingyan grabbed her and kissed her hard on the lips, then turned behind the curtain. Zhao Rushi watched him hide, then turned around and opened the door to go out. Xiaolingyan looked at Zhao Rushi's back through the curtain, and secretly swore in his heart that he must come back alive. In 2 lifetimes, he only loved the woman in front of him. He spent 2 lifetimes pursuing her. Now they can be together in 1 year. He really can't bear to leave her. He doesn't want to go to the border. He is not afraid of death, but he is worried that he will be separated from her. But for their future, he must do these things. Temporary separation is for staying together forever. Xiao He probably didn't expect things to turn out like this. He had just doted on his son Xiaolingyan and had the idea of passing the throne to him. But Xiaolingyan had to go to the border in this cold weather, and he was forced to go. The anger in his heart was about to break through the sky. Although the border issue had not been investigated clearly, he knew that it was the work of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. And the ministers of these 2 factions were the ones who squeezed the 2nd and 5th princes in the court today. They definitely did it on purpose. It was really unreasonable. At this moment, the balance in Zhao's heart was completely distorted. As an emperor, he could naturally deny these proposals directly, and not let Xiaolingyan go to the border. But the situation in the court was clearly seen by concubine Sun. As an emperor, he naturally knew it even more clearly. Perhaps it was because of this, and because they thought Xiaolingyan would not stand up for his brother, that those people squeezed Xiaolingpu in the court, and wanted to force Xiaolingpu to go to the border. Once Xiaolingpu left Beijing, Xiaolingyan would be in greater danger. Even if Xiao He was an emperor and lived in the palace with Xiaolingyan, he could not guarantee that he could 100% guarantee the safety of his 5th son. As a father, with the Sun family watching closely below, he could not say in the court that Xiaolingyan should not go and Xiaolingpu should go. Zhao Rushi had made great contributions last night, and Xiao He originally wanted to summon her, give her some encouragement, and give her a batch of rewards as a reward. After being disturbed by Xiaolingyan's incident today, he was in no mood. Therefore, he hurriedly met Zhao Rushi, said a few words of affirmation, rewarded her with a lot of things, and sent Zhao Rushi away. Zhao Rushi was full of thoughts, and didn't care about these. She thanked the eunuch, and was about to leave when she saw a young man hurried into the hall. His appearance was 6 or 7 points similar to Xiaolingyan. She heard the eunuch call him 2nd prince. This should be Xiaolingpu. Before leaving, she vaguely heard Xiao He asked him, Who do you think is better to lead the team? Should we change a general to lead the team? Zhao Rushi could not stay and followed the eunuch to leave. But she felt much more at ease. Xiao He, as the emperor, cared about Xiao Lingyan, and Xiao Lingpu was trying every means in Beijing. Xiao Lingyan himself had arranged a series of measures at the border. He had trained his loyal men during this period. And Zhang Chanshan, a master of investigation with sharp eyes and meticulous mind, was by his side, which could make all those who wanted to make small moves dare not act rashly. In addition, with the 4 kinds of pills she gave Xiao Lingyan's trip should not be dangerous. At least, there is no problem in saving his life. After leaving the palace and sitting in the carriage, Zhao Rushi began to recall all the descriptions of the coup in the original book. The original novel is a romantic novel. The original heroine is Miss Zhao Lu, who lives in Sweeping Marquis Mansion. And the original hero is Fu Yunlang, an idle young man who does not care about political affairs. They are far away from the political center. Even if the war involves the Fu family, the book does not describe the coup in detail. The result of the coup is only mentioned from the perspective of the male and female protagonists. And the focus is on describing the psychological process of the male protagonist Fu Yunlang's transformation after the death of his father and brother. Zhao Rushi gave up without any useful information. She had used up all her points. Only a few were left. Xiao Lingyan would leave tomorrow, and would have to travel a long way. Her top priority now was to earn points, and let the system inquire about news from all directions to help Xiao Lingyan overcome the difficulties. Chapter 557 News from the Border. Zhao Rushi did not return home overnight after entering the palace yesterday. Although the palace and the Ministry of Revenue sent people to the mansion to inform the people in Sweeping Marquis Mansion that Zhao Rushi helped the Ministry of Revenue to calculate the amount of grain and grass, and would not be able to return home until today. The old lady, Zhao Yuanshuan, and Zhu were still worried all night. Seeing Zhao Rushi coming back with a bunch of rewards, everyone was relieved. Hearing that she did not sleep all night last night, everyone felt very distressed. The old lady said, "Hurry up and eat, and then go to sleep." Zhao Rushi was exhausted physically and mentally. She asked the servants to bring her food to the bamboo courtyard. She ate a little and then left. She didn't sleep after eating. She practiced more than a dozen pieces of calligraphy in the study. She felt that her wrist was about to break, so she stopped. The next day, Xiao Lingyan and Zhang Chanshan set off with the newly collected 15 carts of food and grass, and the original food and grass. After they left the capital became quiet. The ministers who usually loved to confront each other in the court did not come out to make trouble. And the lively banquets held by the wealthy families at this time every year were no longer held. Everyone was anxiously waiting for news from the border. The banquet was cancelled, so Zhao Rushi naturally didn't have to worry about whether to attend the banquet. She didn't go anywhere every day, and tried to earn points as much as possible. Zhao Rushi used to read books to prepare for the imperial examination when she was tired of reading. She practiced calligraphy and painting to earn some points. But now it's the other way around, mainly earning points. When she was tired of writing and painting, she read books. She asked the system twice a day, have the princes taken any actions that are unfavorable to Xiao Lingyan? Is Xiao Lingyan doing well at the border? The system also knew that if something happened to Xiao Lingyan, its host might not marry in this life. Even if she married, how could she marry a prince with such high status? So it tried its best to help find out information every day. If there was no valuable information, it would not charge Zhao Rushi's points. The information collected was also determined by the energy spent on obtaining the information. And the price was very reasonable. Half a month later, it said a valuable news, host. Someone wanted to put drugs in the 5th prince's food. But before it was delivered to the 5th prince, it was caught by the 5th prince's secret guards. The 5th prince has arrived at the border. Today, someone pretended to be a refugee, trying to win the 5th prince's sympathy and get close to him to harm him. But Lord Zhang Chanshan saw through it and captured him for questioning. But that person should be a deadly warrior. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he bit the poison and committed suicide. This was the news more than a month later. Today, a royal guard saw that the 5th prince was finally alone and wanted to attack him. But he was captured by the 5th prince's secret guards as soon as he made a move. This was because the 5th prince's guards found that the man was not right and deliberately lured him to attack. The guards sent by the Tsin family to the 5th prince were very regretful, saying that they had no chance to take action. This was news half a month later. In addition, As soon as the fifth prince arrived at the border, he called on craftsmen to start casting crossbows day and night. And the newly made catapults were also transported to the battlefield. Fu Yunkai won a great victory today. The enemy army directly lost 7,000 people. But our army did not lose a single person because of the use of catapults and new crossbows. Fu Daong has already recommended the fifth prince for merit in the victory report. Zhao Rushi listened to the news one by one, and her originally uneasy heart gradually calmed down. She knew that those crossbows and catapults were made by Xiaoling Yan a long time ago. Now he pretended to get inspiration and remade them. Of course, he had his own intentions. These new weapons were to be used on the battlefield, so the credit could not be taken away by others. Moreover, the people around Xiaoling Yan were very capable, and the pills he took did not seem to be used. This was a good thing. In addition to telling her about Xiaoling Yan, the system also followed her instructions to find out about the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. If there was important news, Zhao Rushi would put a pot of flowers on the windowsill of the room where Qin Feng was delivering the news. And Wu Wei, the ordinary-looking secret guard left by Xiaoling Yan, would appear, and Zhao Rushi would hand him a letter written in several foreign languages. However, considering that Xiaoling Yan was in a good situation at the border, Zhao Rushi would not write to him unless the news was particularly urgent. It was particularly inconvenient to send letters at this time. It took more than 20 days to send letters from the capital. This is still the case when everything goes smoothly. If there is a snowstorm or other things on the way, the delay of the letter is not a big deal. It is hard to say if the soldier who delivers the letter died on the way. Zhao Rushi didn't need to send someone to deliver the letter to Xiaoling Yan. Xiaoling Yan was at the border, so Xiaoling Pu naturally needed to keep in touch with him at any time. So Zhao Rushi's letters were sent along with Xiaoling Pu's letters. Zhao Rushi asked Wu Wei curiously, "How did the fifth prince explain my letter to the second prince?" She knew that the emperor was a very suspicious creature. Xiaoling Pu was not yet an emperor, so he might not have this problem. But when he ascended the throne one day, he would definitely feel uncomfortable when he remembered that when Xiaoling Yan was at the border, someone avoided him and wrote to Xiaoling Yan in other languages. Xiaoling Yan was the same type of person as her. He was meticulous and also liked to look ahead 10 steps. Before he left, he must have handed over the original intelligence collection system to Xiaoling Pu. Only her letter was different because it was written in a foreign language. She wanted to know how Xiaoling Yan explained it. His Highness told the second prince that he had a girl he liked and would send him a letter from time to time. When the time comes, please ask the second prince to send this letter to him as well, Wu Wei said. So the second prince is extremely respectful of the girl's letter and has never opened the envelope to read it. Does the second prince know that I wrote the letter? Has he checked me? She asked again. This question she not only asked Wu Wei, but also asked the system to check it in her mind. He probably doesn't know. Our people didn't find out that the second prince was investigating the girl, Wu Wei said. Zhao Rushi also got the information found by the system in her mind, and the answer was the same as Wu Wei's. Zhao Rushi was relieved. She asked Wu Wei again, "If I get the news that someone wants to harm the second prince, I want to pass the news to him. If I pass it through you, will he find out that it was me who passed the news?" After that, she added, "I don't want to expose myself. As a secret guard and a death warrior, Wu Wei only served his master all his life. Other things were not within his consideration. Now his master asked him to swear allegiance to Zhao Rushi. So Zhao Rushi was his only master. He didn't care what Xiaoling Pu was like. Zhao Rushi raised this question, and he only considered it in this direction. He said, "Don't worry, young lady. In order to prevent others from discovering the relationship between you and His Highness, we have passed the message in a roundabout way. The same is true for your letters. No matter how others follow the clues, they can't find the young lady." Chapter 558 back. That's great. Zhao Rushi nodded. Please have someone tell the second prince that someone will put drugs in his food at the palace's annual banquet in 7 days. Wu Wei suddenly looked up and looked at Zhao Rushi, his face full of shock. I have my own source of information. You just need to pass the message. Zhao Rushi's face was calm. Go. Wu Wei realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly lowered his head. Agreed, bowed respectfully, and jumped out of the window. Although Xiaoling Pu built the intelligence collection system himself, it was perfected by Xiaoling Yan. Wu Wei turned around and picked an intelligence line established by Xiaoling Yan's confidant. Mixed this news with various news, and let it be reported layer by layer. After the news spread, Zhao Rushi let it go. The new year is coming soon, and Zhao Rushi can no longer ignore everything and brush points. During this period, she brushed points frequently, and the system deducted them reasonably. So she still had a few thousand points left, and she had to spend some time on general affairs. Because she is good at math, Zhu no longer does her own accounting, but instead recruits men to work. Zhao Rushi also has to look at the accounts of her own properties, although she doesn't need to do the detailed accounts, as there are several capable maids such as Qi Feng and Yanjiang. She still has to look at the accounts herself. After the accounts are settled and the year-end benefits are distributed, it will be the new year. Shijia, the second and third rooms have come to ask your grandmother to celebrate the new year together. What do you think? Zhu came to ask Zhao Rushi. Originally, the matter should be decided directly by the old lady, Zhao Yuanshuan, and Zhu, and there was no need to ask Zhao Rushi, a junior. But Zhao Rushi's words that something happened at the border, and there might not be a New Year's banquet were still ringing in his ears, further proving Zhao Rushi's ability to predict the future. So without Zhao Rushi's nod, the three elders always felt uneasy. Zhu came to ask Zhao Rushi. It depends on what Grandma thinks. If Grandma is willing, we can celebrate together. Zhao Rushi had no objection. The most troublesome Wei and Zhao Yuanquan in the second and third houses are gone, except for Zhao Ruyu and Zhao Rurui, who are a little annoying. The others are pretty good. It's also nice to have a meal together during the new year. Zhu reported Zhao Rushi's words to the old lady. The old lady thought about it and said, "Okay, then let's celebrate the new year together." She used to be annoyed when she saw the people in the second and third houses. Now that the family has been separated, the life of the first house is thriving, and her life is also very comfortable. She no longer has the slightest concern in her heart, especially the third room. If they didn't agree to celebrate the new year together, the third room would be just an orphan and a widow eating New Year's Eve dinner alone, which was quite pitiful. So on New Year's Day, the Sweeping Marquis mansion set up 2 tables in the hall, one for men and one for women, separated by a screen in the middle, and had a lively New Year's Eve dinner. After the meal, everyone sat for a while, and then went back. Zhao Rushi still practiced 2 pieces of calligraphy under the light before going to bed. The Sweeping Marquis mansion was full of joy, but the palace was in chaos. Xiaolingpu took advantage of the situation and captured the man directly. The imperial physician also checked his tea and found that someone had drugged him. Xiao He was furious and sad at the same time. He had also been through the struggle for the throne, and knew that the road was full of thorns, and sometimes it was either you or me. But he still hoped that his sons could live in harmony, if one of them took the throne. Even if he could not tolerate the other brothers, at least he would not take their lives. Even if he could not tolerate it, he had to wait until he was on his deathbed, when the struggle for the throne was in full swing. But at this time, his body was still very strong, and he felt that he could live for another 20 or 30 years. At this time, the crown prince and the third and fourth sons were eager to take Xiaolingpu's life. In front of him, they repeatedly forced Xiaolingpu into desperate situations. This was really unbearable. Investigate. Investigate it for me. Find out who it is, and I will never let him off easily, he said fiercely. Call the people from the clan and Dali Temple to investigate thoroughly. Your Majesty. As soon as Xiao He finished speaking, the imperial guards came in and reported. The man just committed suicide. Xiao He sat down dejectedly. This is also the reason why those people dared to drug Xiaolingpu blatantly. Their layout will be very meticulous, and those who do it will find ways to commit suicide if they are caught, leaving no chance for forced confession, as long as there is no evidence to prove that it must be one of them who ordered it. There is nothing we can do about them. After all, there is more than one person who has the motive to kill Xiaolingpu. Investigate. Continue to investigate for me. Xiao He was determined to investigate to the end. Xiaolingpu was waiting for Xiao He's words, because he had received intelligence. He was prepared. Although he accidentally killed someone, he still had evidence. Zhao Rushi didn't want to know the details of the swordplay in the palace. If Xiaolingpu still died despite her reminder, it could only be said that this person was incompetent. When she got up the next day, she only asked the system one question: is Xiaolingpu still alive? Alive, the system said, and deducted Zhao Rushi 50 points in a familiar way. Zhao Rushi nodded and stopped caring. After the new year, the border's victory reports came frequently. The fifth prince was worthy of having stayed in the Ministry of Works for more than a year. As soon as he went to the border, he improved the crossbow and catapult. When the Fu family father and son were fighting on the front line, he took a small team to the enemy's rear to rob a batch of food and grass. Without food, they could not fight on the battlefield, and the enemy surrendered directly. Ha ha ha. It's worthy of being my little fifth. It's really amazing. Xiao Yi laughed when he saw the memorial, and directly promoted Xiao Lingyan to the title of King of Qi, and rewarded him with the Qi Palace. Normally, princes would only be given a mansion and title after they got married, and left the palace to build a mansion. Xiao Lingyan was honored to have received these in advance. Then the enemy sent envoys to the capital to deliver compensation. Fu Daong was still stationed at the border. Xiao Lingyan, Fu Yukai, and Zhang Chanshan returned victoriously. Xiao He gave them generous rewards. Your Majesty, Zhang Chanshan stayed and handed Xiao He a thick stack of memorials. This is the result of my investigation at the border. My dear minister, you have worked hard. Leave the memorial for me to read slowly. You can go back and have a rest first, Xiao said, watching Zhang Chanshan leave. Xiao stared at the memorial, reluctant to open it. In fact, he knew what was written in it without reading it. Summon Wu Huai Temple to meet the emperor. He ordered and opened the memorial. The next day, Xiao issued a series of decrees at the morning court. Some ministers in the capital changed their positions, and several generals at the border were dismissed and beheaded. Not only the northwest border, but also several generals at the southeast border were transferred away from there. Instead, they were all Fu family confidants and some neutral generals. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the emperor was extremely dissatisfied with the crown prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince, and was deliberately suppressing them, the second prince and the fifth prince's faction. On the other hand, were gaining popularity and were valued by the emperor. After the court session, the crown prince and the third prince returned to their mansions and smashed their cups. There was no movement in the fourth prince's mansion, but his presence in the court was even lower. Chapter 559 Meeting, Mississippi. After dinner, Qi Feng hurried into the study and said to Zhao Rushi, "Please go over there. I have something to tell you." When Zhao Rushi saw Qi Feng pointing to the room where messages were usually delivered, she knew that either Xiao Lingyan came in person or he sent someone to deliver a letter to ask her to meet. She put down her pen and went to that room. The room was empty. Zhao Rushi looked around the room and was about to turn around and ask Qi Feng, who felt that she was standing outside, when she saw a person floating down from the beam. Who else could it be but Xiao Lingyan? After going to the border, he grew taller and became more mature. His facial features became more three-dimensional and deep, and he looked like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and dazzling. He stood there with a smile on Zhao Rushi's face and opened his arms. Zhao Rushi was not shy. She ran over and threw herself into his arms, hugged his waist, and buried her face in his arms. "I'm back." Xiao Lingyan's voice was a little hoarse. Zhao Rushi raised her head when she heard the voice, and was about to ask him a few questions, but Xiao Lingyan's lips pressed down, blocking the words she was about to say. This kiss was not as brief as when it left, but went straight in, conquering the city, kissing Zhao Rushi until her eyes were blurred and she was almost suffocated. And he let her go. "I miss you so much," he said. Zhao Rushi didn't say anything, just hugged his waist tightly. Although she was worried, it was okay. After all, she could get news about him from the system every day. She knew that he later avoided an attack with the agility pill and tasted the drugged soup with the flavor identification pill when he led his trusted men to pretend to steal food. They were all freezing because they had to ambush in the snow. Several soldiers who were stronger than him fell ill, and he recovered without taking any medicine after having a stuffy nose for a long time. At that time, the doctor of the Tsin family sighed repeatedly, saying that the fifth prince did not look very strong, but his resistance was better than that of ordinary people. "I can come back, thanks to you." Xiao Lingyan let her go, looked at her steadily, and then put her hand on his chest. "This life is yours. Take it." Zhao Rushi laughed out loud. She hit him. Who cares about a dog's life? Xiao Lingyan covered his chest as if he was shot by a bullet, pretending to be dying, sad. "Stop. Sit down." Zhao Rushi pulled him to the chair next to her and sat down. The room was originally empty, and Zhao Rushi had never decorated it. There were 2 armchairs, a coffee table, and a long table in it. Zhao Rushi pushed Xiao Lingyan to sit on a chair, and was about to sit on another chair. But Xiao Lingyan pulled her, and she fell into his arms. Don't move. Just talk nicely. Xiao Lingyan hugged her tightly. The two of them snuggled together. And Xiao Lingyan told Zhao Rushi about what he had done at the border during this period. Even though Zhao Rushi knew about it, she didn't stop him and listened to Xiao Lingyan quietly. Some things were obviously dangerous when Xiao Lingyan experienced them. But in Xiao Lingyan's description, they became interesting things with ups and downs and no danger. With so many things happening, what is your emperor father's plan? Zhao Rushi asked. Xiao Lingyan shook his head. It should remain the same. He explained, he is naturally dissatisfied with the crown prince and the third and fourth brothers. But it is not easy to depose the crown prince. And it is impossible to kill the third and fourth brothers directly. In this case, it is better to maintain the status quo. This is also good for us. If he makes the second brother the crown prince, the second brother will become a target. Not only will he be subjected to the crazy revenge of the crown prince, but also to the more fierce attacks of the third and fourth brothers. Zhao Rushi nodded. Indeed, the emperor is in good health, and it is better to maintain the status quo and keep the balance. I don't know if the coup will happen next winter, but I have a feeling that it will happen. We didn't die this time, and we have many advantages. We are stronger than them all at once. With the increasingly extreme character of the crown prince and the arrogant temperament of the third brother, they will definitely not be able to endure it for too long. They can't wait until the emperor dies. Zhao Rushi nodded. They can now blatantly give Xiaolingpu drugs in front of Xiao He, which shows that they are really. If you want to destroy him, you must make him crazy. The characters of the two people are becoming more and more incomprehensible as the plot line extends. This time it's a life and death struggle, and the next coup will only be more intense. Xiao Lingyan said, your father has been in the Dali Temple for half a year, and his performance is not bad. I will find a way to let him go down to take up his post recently. This way, when you go down after the spring examination, it won't seem too deliberate. Zhao Rushi nodded. Okay. But I won't go. I'll stay in Beijing to accompany you. This time, they were thousands of miles apart. Even if she knew someone was targeting Xiao Lingyan, she couldn't inform him. She felt so uncomfortable. The coup next year would only be more intense. If she stayed in the capital, she could also help Xiao Lingyan. At least she could remind him to avoid risks. No. Xiao Lingyan shook his head. If you stay here, I will be distracted. If others know our relationship, they will take you hostage. You know, in my heart, you are more important than my life. If someone really wants to threaten me with you, they will succeed. Others won't know. Zhao Rushi said. They will know. If I'm really in danger, can you sit at home? You must run around to find a solution for me. Won't this expose me? You're in danger. Do I still care whether I'm exposed or not? In your eyes, am I so selfish? Zhao Rushi said angrily. That's not what you said. Xiao Lingyan looked at her with a serious look. Compared to us princes, you have almost no ability to protect yourself. You have to admit this. I guess you don't want me to give you half of my imperial guards and secret guards. Right? Zhao Rushi shook her head and sighed in her heart. This is the difference in status. She is not short of money, but it is almost impossible for her to train death squads like Xiao Lingyan. Although the sweeping marquis mansion is inconspicuous, it is under the eyes of all the powerful people in the capital. If she moves a little, the emperor and several princes will find out. Isn't this the end? Xiao Lingyan continued to persuade her. You have no ability to protect yourself. Once you are exposed, we will both be finished without waiting for the danger here to occur. Zhao Rushi also knew that he was telling the truth. Then after the spring examination, arrange for me to be closer to the capital. You also know a certain ability of mine. Once I can get any information, I can also pass it to you in time. Okay. Xiao Lingyan agreed. He knew that Zhao Rushi had saved his second brother Xiaolingpu's life. Otherwise, he would have drunk the bowl of soup at the palace's annual banquet and become cannon fodder according to the original plot. The current situation is all thanks to the information given by Zhao Rushi. Chapter 560. A County Lady? Originally, Zhao Rushi spent only half a day to calculate the border grain and grass when Guijitong made a big mistake. And she made a great contribution. At that time, although Xiaoqi rewarded her with some gold, silver and silk, everyone knew that this reward was far from enough compared with her great contribution. Now that the border war is over, Not only the border soldiers and ministers such as Zhang Chanshan need to be rewarded according to their merits, but Zhao Rushi's merits also need to be rewarded again. The next day at noon, Kong Shilin sent someone to tell Zhao Rushi to go to his house. Zhao Rushi guessed that it was this matter and hurried to Kang's house. Shi Wei, you made great contributions before the new year. Today, after the court session, the emperor called me and asked me what I wanted. He wants to make you a county lady. What do you think? Kong Shilin asked. This is exactly what Xiaolingyan and Zhao Rushi guessed last night. Zhao Rushi waved his hand and said, I just did a little thing for the court. How can I have any merit? I would never dare to accept the position of county lady. Kong Shilin laughed. Everyone has this mentality. I can give it to you, but you can't take the initiative to ask for it. If you take the initiative to ask for it, it means that you are blinded by greed and are too purposeful in doing things. Such people are often not liked. Kong Shilin is a person of true temperament, but he knows the emperor's mentality very well. He knows that the emperor must like to hear Zhao Rushi's answer. The emperor is a wise monarch and is always rewarded according to merit. Others are rewarded for their merits. But when it comes to my apprentice, he doesn't want anything. This is not acceptable. The emperor specially called me here because he values you and me. Don't refuse if he gives it to you. Think about it quickly. Do you want the position of county lady or something else? Zhao Rushi lowered her eyes and looked like she was thinking. Although these titles are generally given to women of the royal family, if women from the folks make great contributions to the court in some aspects, the court will also give them. If the woman gets married, she will be named Mrs. So-and-so. This is a special honor for women and also a guarantee for their survival. With these titles, when she gets married, her husband's family will not dare to negotiate with her at will. Otherwise it will be a contempt for the royal family. Zhao Rushi has always wanted to be a rich family, so she has always hoped to get a title. But she doesn't want this kind of title with female characteristics, but wants to be a male title such as Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Man. As a modern independent woman, she was placed high hopes by Princess Shangda and Lady Cui in ancient times. Since she has the ability, she wants to fight for women to be treated equally with men. So even if it wasn't for Zhao Yuanxuan, and she didn't have the title of future Princess of Qi, she was unwilling to accept the title of County Lord. She raised her eyes. Master, I want to pass the imperial examination and become an official with my own ability. If I get the title of County Lord and then become an official, others will think that the official position and status I got are all from the royal grace. They cooperate with me and work together not because I have that ability, but because of the emperor. This is not what I want. So I appreciate the emperor's grace and kindness. Kong Shilin frowned when he heard this. He himself was a person without utilitarianism. Otherwise, he would not have refused when the late emperor conferred a title on him. Zhao Rushi didn't want the title of County Lord, but he didn't care. He felt that as long as a person had ability, even if he didn't have a title, people would look up to him wherever he went. There were so many poor people in the capital who only had titles. Zhao Rushi saw this and knew his dilemma. So he quickly said, if the emperor gave others a reward and didn't give me a reward, and I think it's inappropriate, then I will shamelessly ask you, Master, if you think it's okay, please talk to the emperor for me. If it's not appropriate, just pretend I didn't say anything. Kong Shilin's brows relaxed and he nodded. Just tell me what you want. My father has always been ambitious and capable. It's just that he is weak and chose the wrong path to become a military commander, which delayed him. I think the emperor and Lord Zhang know how he has done in the Dali Temple over the past 6 months. If you think he is capable and can stand on his own, I would like to ask the emperor to let him serve in the local area for 2 years, which can be regarded as fulfilling his career ambition in this life. Of course, if you think he is not capable enough, forget it. After all, we have to consider the local people and cannot joke about local public office for our own selfishness. Alas, you are a filial child. Kong Shilin looked at his little apprentice and was very moved. He felt that the little apprentice refused the title of County Lord. Although there were the reasons she said, it might be more for her father. With a daughter like this, Zhao Yuanxuan didn't know what kind of incense he burned in his previous life. And he, Kong Shilin, was also a blessed person. Zhao Rushi treated his father like this, so he would definitely treat his master well. Okay, I'll mention it to the emperor, Kong Shilin said. He didn't think it was a big deal. Xiao He was a good emperor. If Zhao Yuanxuan was not competent for the position of local official, he would definitely not let Zhao Yuanxuan take up the position. If Zhao Yuanxuan was capable, even if Zhao Rushi didn't mention it, Zhao Yuanxuan himself was willing to help Zhao Yuanxuan. As for Zhao Rushi, although she was young, she was a very understanding and sensible person. If Zhao Yuanxuan didn't have the ability, she wouldn't say it even if Zhao Yuanxuan asked her. Since she mentioned it, it means she understands her father's ability and thinks he can do it. With these two people, this matter can be accomplished. You, or your father, do you want to go somewhere? He asked again. Since it is a favor to Zhao Rushi, Zhao Yuanxuan's official position must be promoted, and he must go to a place that both father and daughter like. Naturally, he will not be sent to a poor and remote place. I always think Jiangnan is a good place with a flourishing literary style. It would be good if my brother could go with me to see the world when my father takes up his post, Zhao Rushi said a little embarrassedly. After that, she quickly added, but that place is too good. No matter what position you take, it's a good job. It's fine if there is a suitable place. If not, you can be sent anywhere. My father is old and in poor health. Going out to work for 2 or 3 years is just to fulfill his heart and not let him have any regrets. Kong Sherlin nodded. That's fine. I will convey your meaning to the emperor. In the evening, Kong Sherlin went to the palace and told Xiao He what Zhao Rushi meant. He was able to gain the trust and love of 2 emperors, so he must be very good at talking. Not only did he put forward Zhao Rushi's request, but he also made Xiao He feel that Zhao Rushi was particularly humble and sensible, and felt that it was her duty to work for the court. And she did not make any requests. Even if she made some small requests, it was all out of filial piety. Chapter 561, Tompan of Gusu Prefecture. As an old father who has been deeply hurt by his sons recently, Xiao He was moved and had a better impression of Zhao Rushi. Naturally, he was willing to satisfy her wish. He called Zhang Chanshan and Wu Zong to ask about it, and found that Zhao Yuanxuan's ability was not bad. Although he was not qualified to be the main local official of a place, he could still be an auxiliary official. He immediately called Wu Huixi over and asked him to see if there were any vacancies in the Jiangnan area that could be arranged. Jiangnan is a rich place, and it is where every official wants to go. It is impossible to say that there is a vacancy, but things are in the hands of people. Wu Huixi, as Zhao Rushi's senior brother, took tens of thousands of taels of silver from the dividends of the safe business of the junior sister, and he has long wanted to repay the junior sister a favor. Yesterday, the emperor moved 2 officials of the Ministry of Personnel under the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, and he immediately promoted Zhao Rushi's uncle Zhu Huyu. The emperor had already issued an edict in the hall during the morning court today, which can be regarded as a little bit of favoritism among his officials. If their abilities are similar, and they have no factional inclinations, who he promotes and who he does not promote is naturally based on personal relationships. If it weren't for Zhao Rushi, Zhu Huyu would not have gotten a chance. But even if he didn't get a chance, he was not far from the opportunity. So this favor was not a big deal. Now Zhao Yuanxuan, the real boss, has come to the door. From what the emperor and the second apprentice brother just said, this is the emperor's compensation for the younger apprentice sister giving up the title of county lord. So even if there is no vacancy in Jiangnan, he has to make room for Zhao Yuanxuan. Gui Jitong was executed. I think Mr. Zhou Qing of the Ministry of Revenue is an upright official, and his calculation ability is also ranked first in the Ministry of Revenue. I suggest that he fill the vacancy of Gui Jitong. Mr. Yu Mingsheng, the doctor of the Zhujiang Qingli Division, can fill the vacancy of Mr. Zhou. Mr. Yu's position needs to be filled by an official who is familiar with the situation in Zhujiang. Lu Zining, the Tompan of Suzhou, has been an official for 10 years, 3 years in Hangzhou and 4 years in Suzhou. He has outstanding ability and is qualified for this position. He bowed to Xiao He. Mr. Zhao Yuanxuan is both a nobleman and has served in the Dali Temple. I think it is most appropriate to take over the position of Mr. Lu Zining. I wonder what the emperor thinks. The position of Tompan is to assist the prefect in government affairs, and is responsible for grain, salt, and police, etc. The official rank is the 6th rank, which is very suitable for Zhao Yuanxuan in terms of rank. Zhao Yuanxuan has only been an official for a short time, and he started from the 6th rank. Now that half of the time has passed, it is no problem to promote half a level. After all, It is common sense for a Beijing official to be transferred to a local official. But if he is promoted too much, it will be a big problem. The court is most concerned about order. If the order is disrupted, the court will be disrupted. In addition, Zhao Yuanxuan has been in the Dali Temple for half a year, and he used to work in the Wuqing Bingmasi. And police is also his old profession. Grain and salt are both lucrative jobs with great power. This position is perfect for him. Most importantly, the Tompan is directly appointed by the emperor. Although he is a deputy to the prefect or prefect, he has the power to report directly to the emperor. When the prefect or prefect issues an order to his subordinates, it must be signed by the Tompan before it can take effect. So although the Tompan is a subordinate of the prefect or prefect, he does not need to look at his superior's face. Wu Huaixi took great pains to arrange this position for him. Hearing Wu Huaixi's arrangement, the others looked at Xiao He. When Xiao He went to court yesterday, he dealt with a group of officials, all of whom were from the faction of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Before dealing with him, he discussed the successor with Wu Huaixi and several other ministers. Only the position of Wu Jitong, who should be replaced, has not been decided. The person who takes over this position, not to mention the calculation ability of Wu Jitong, at least can't be too far behind him. Otherwise, the Ministry of Revenue will be in big trouble. Qi Shigu has set his sights on Zhao Rushi, hoping that Zhao Rushi will come to the Ministry of Revenue to take over this mess. But Zhao Rushi is only a Jiren now, and her qualifications are insufficient. Even if she is very capable, she cannot be directly appointed as a 4th or 5th rank official, and must start from an 8th or 9th rank official. However, Zhao Rushi was the first place in the provincial examination, and she would definitely be a Jinshi in the spring examination. At this time, she was not allowed to participate in the imperial examination, and was asked to work in the Ministry of Revenue as a minor official. Moreover, because of her Jiren status, she can only stay below the 7th rank for the rest of her life. This is not to appreciate her or support her, but to strangle her. Qi Shigu could not do such a conscienceless thing, and Xiao He could not do it either. What's more, Zhao Rushi has the protection of his senior brother. Even if the two wanted to do this out of selfishness, Wu Huaixi would not agree. Therefore, these vacancies in the Ministry of Revenue have not been filled. As the Minister of Personnel, Wu Huaixi must be able to come up with a response plan when the emperor asks, and list the advantages and disadvantages of each official, so he knows the character and ability of all officials above the 5th rank. He knows who can take Wu Jitong's position. However, since the Ministry of Revenue is Qi Shigu's territory, it is his due right for him to promote someone to be his capable subordinate. Even if Wu Huaixi was the Minister of Personnel, he would not easily reach out. But now that it involved the father of the junior sister, Zhao Yuanxuan, Wu Huaixi did not hesitate to bring out his favorite candidate, Zhou Qing, and directly arranged the vacancies in the Ministry of Revenue. His protective heart for the junior sister was obvious, and everyone present knew it. And Xiao He, Zhang Chanshan, Wu Zong, Wu Huaixi, all of them were shareholders of Zhao Rushi's safe business. In addition to the monthly dividends, they also owed Zhao Rushi a favor in other ways. This arrangement is very good. Xiao He nodded and said, I will tell Lord Qi. Although the arrangement of the Ministry of Revenue officials still needs to be heard from Qi Shigu, the Minister of Revenue. But Xiao He felt that as long as Qi Shigu knew the reason for this arrangement, he would definitely not object. Not to mention that the Ministry of Revenue relied on Zhao Rushi to get through the difficulties before. Even if the Ministry of Revenue encounters problems in the future, it may have to go to Zhao Rushi for help. Qi Shigu, the young man, wanted to do Zhao Rushi a favor, but he didn't have the chance yet. So how could he stop Zhao Rushi's father from becoming an official in Jiangnan? It's the truth that if you help others, you will also help yourself. Sure enough, after Wu Huaixi and others left, Shaoqi called Qi Shigu over and said something. And Qi Shigu immediately agreed without hesitation. He said, Your Majesty, the spring examination will be held in 3 months. Let's make it clear first. No matter how Jiwei Jishe performs in the examination, if she wants to take up an official position, you must give priority to the Ministry of Revenue. As an emperor, Xiao He never made promises easily, so as not to be pestered by others. He smiled and said, It depends on the girl's intention. We are grown men, the emperor and the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, with a combined age of nearly 100 years. We can't force the girl. Right? Qi Shigu touched his chin and decided to ask Gan Luan to do some ideological work on Zhao Rushi. Chapter 562, Surprise or Joy? Zhao Rushi, who was being targeted by Qi Shigu, was sitting in the hall of Swaping Marquis' mansion, listening to the praises of Zhu's aunt and second aunt with a confused look on her face. That's right. Our sister, she is beautiful and intelligent, with outstanding natural beauty. Not to mention the capital. Even the women in the world can't compare to her. Even Zhu, who had a 10-centimeter thick filter for her daughter, couldn't listen anymore. She interrupted her sister-in-law's endless flattery and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's the matter with you coming here today?" "Nothing. I just thought that the spring exam would be coming soon, and my niece was studying too hard, so I brought some supplements to nourish her." Meng, the wife of Zhu Huyu, smiled. Xiao, the wife of Wu Huai, added, "Yes. Besides, spring is coming soon, so we brought some fabrics to make some spring clothes for our niece." Zhao Rushi looked at her mother helplessly. After the Swaping Marquis' mansion was divided, she and Zhao Jingli took their respective positions, and Zhu took her to the Zhu family. In the past 2 years, she also went back to the Zhu family with Zhu to pay New Year's greetings. Compared with the Swaping Marquis mansion before the separation, the Zhu family was relatively harmonious. Zhao Rushi had a good impression of her 2 uncles and aunt. The Zhu family was not the kind of snobbish people. Compared with power and money, they valued family affection more. But she became busier and busier later, and Zhu didn't have the heart to take her back when she went back to her parents' home. In addition, Zhu's uncle had many sons, and even if there were 2 cousins, they were all married, and there were no girls of the right age to interact with her, so she didn't have much contact with the Zhu family. Zhao Rushi really found it strange that the 2 aunts came at this time and looked like this. Finally, Mrs. Meng revealed the answer. She smiled at Mrs. Zhu and said, "We came here today to tell you that your eldest brother has been promoted. When we have a day off, I want to invite the old lady and your family of 4 to have a simple meal together, which can be regarded as a celebration for him." Mrs. Zhao also said, "A few days ago, my husband wrote a few articles and sent them to Lord Peng with other friends. I don't know why, but Lord Peng specially called my husband a few days ago to help him with some advice, and also told him that if he has any problems in the future, he can come directly to his house. If he has time, he will definitely read it." As she said that, she turned around and looked at Zhao Rushi with a smile. "We don't have much contact with Lord Peng. Your second uncle also handed articles to his friends before, but there are so many scholars in the capital. Even if Lord Peng has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't read them all. We think that it is probably because of our niece that we can be guided by Lord Peng this time." Hearing what her sister-in-law said, Meng also hurriedly said, "Sister Shi, your eldest uncle is the same. He has been in the Ministry of Personnel for who knows how many years, but he has never been promoted. In terms of ability and background, all the officials in the Ministry of Personnel are better than him. This time he was promoted, probably because of Sister Shi." Zhu was very happy to hear these words, but she still said, "Don't say that. Big brother and younger brother have the opportunity. It has nothing to do with Sister Shi. I can't say this anymore. We don't know the importance of it," Meng said hurriedly. "I dare only say this to you. We dare not say this in front of outsiders. Otherwise, wouldn't it cause trouble for Shang Shuwu and Lord Peng?" Mrs. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that my sister-in-law knows." The 2 ladies of the Zhu family sat for a while, then went to greet the old lady and personally invited her to the banquet before leaving. After seeing off her sister-in-law and sister-in-law, Mrs. Zhu returned to the old lady and saw her daughter sitting opposite the old lady. The 2 of them were drinking tea and eating snacks, looking very comfortable. She said, "Have you gone to greet Shang Shuwu and Priest Peng?" Zhao Rushi waved her hand quickly, swallowed the snack in her mouth, and drank a sip of tea. "This is none of my business. Didn't you say that? The opportunity for the 2 uncles has come." Zhu sat down, took the tea handed over by the maid, and snorted and laughed. "Don't I know whether they have the opportunity or not? If you say it's not thanks to you, I don't believe it." Zhao Rushi looked at her, then looked at the old lady, and said, "If you say it's thanks to me, there is one thing that is inseparable from me. I'll tell you 2 first, so you won't be unprepared." Zhu wanted to drink some tea, but when she heard her words, she put down the teacup that she had just handed to her mouth. Her expression became serious. "What's the matter?" The old lady also looked at her granddaughter nervously. They all knew that Zhao Rushi had a great vision. She didn't care about the little things, such as Zhu Huyu and Zhu Haohui being promoted and getting advice because of her. And she didn't think it was her own credit, and she didn't need to be complacent. Now that Zhao Rushi brought it up so seriously, it must be a big deal. Zhao Rushi told the two about how Kong Shilin asked her to go yesterday. Shao He planned to make her the county lady, and she asked for an official position for Zhao Yuanxuan. Before she finished speaking, Zhu slapped her. You child. Why are you so stupid? She then wanted to scold Zhao Rushi for giving up the position of county lady. But as if she realized something, she glanced at the old lady and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. In her opinion, it didn't matter whether her husband was an official or not, but her daughter's status and position were the most important thing. But the old lady may not think so. In the eyes of the elderly, the future of their sons and grandsons is the most important. She was afraid that her mother-in-law would be unhappy if she said too much. But she didn't expect the old lady to lecture Zhao Rushi as soon as she opened her mouth. You silly girl. How could you do such a foolish thing? Your father is old and in poor health. How high can he be promoted as an official? At most, he can be a county lady for 2 or 3 years to satisfy his desire. You can be conferred the title of county lady, which will benefit you for a lifetime. If it doesn't work out, you can ask the prince to restore the original title of our family. What's the point of being an official like that when you don't have enough food or clothes and it's hard? Mrs. Zhu. Well, she felt very lucky after hearing the first half, thinking that her mother-in-law had really changed completely. But after hearing the last 2 sentences, she became expressionless. In the old lady's heart, granddaughter is important. But the title of the Zhao family is also very important. Can it be changed now? Before the imperial edict is issued, you should go to your master and ask him to talk to the emperor. The old lady urged Zhao Rushi anxiously. Well, it can't be changed, Zhao Rushi said. The border war subsided, and the previously busy system stopped. It happened that she mentioned this matter to Kong Shilin yesterday. So the system went to find out the result, and just told her the news for free. She just mentioned it to the old lady in Zhu. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would never make a fuss if the matter was not done. If it was not done, wouldn't it be a waste of joy? Of course, this news was good news for her. But it was more of a surprise than joy for the old lady in Zhu. Chapter 563 figured it out. The old lady's reaction was also within Zhao Rushi's expectations. From a cost-effective perspective, it is indeed more economical to give the title of county lord or to upgrade the earl's mansion to a marquis mansion. That would benefit her for a lifetime, and the Zhao family for 2 lifetimes. Especially the latter, which is really more cost-effective. Zhao Yuanxuan was promoted to marquis. When it comes to Zhao Jingtai, he can still be an earl. If they can find some more officials to do, the Zhao family can continue for 2 lifetimes without being kicked out of the noble circle. This is a rational choice. So Zhao Rushi was not sad about the old lady's words. If it wasn't for avoiding disaster, Zhao Rushi's thinking would be the same as the old lady's. I mentioned it to master. I want dad to go to Jiangnan to be an official, Zhao Rushi said. Since it can't be changed, why don't we discuss going to Jiangnan? Go to Jiangnan? The old lady and Zhu looked at each other. They hadn't thought of this at all. I won't go. The old lady was immediately angry. I'm not going anywhere. I have lived in the capital all my life. When I am old, I have to leave my hometown and go to other places. What if I die outside? I don't care where you go. But I won't go. Mrs. Zhu was in a dilemma. If things were really as her daughter said, her husband would soon go to Jiangnan to take up his post. The mother-in-law still decided not to go. Then, as a daughter-in-law, she couldn't abandon her elderly mother-in-law and follow her husband to take up his post. Right? Not to mention whether others would poke her in the back. Even her own conscience would not let it go. But if she stayed in the capital to serve her mother-in-law, she couldn't leave her husband. Zhao Yuanxuan's health was not very good. What if he fell ill due to the unfamiliar climate and the fatigue of official work? It would be difficult to live without someone who understood her. Since she gave birth to a son, Zhao Yuanxuan stopped going to his aunt's room. Did she have to take a concubine for her husband and let her accompany him to take office? She was angry just thinking about it, let alone taking action. The old lady also thought of this. She grabbed Zhao Rushi's hand. Sister, she. Grandma begs you. Please go and tell the emperor that we have changed our minds. Okay. Grandma can't leave Beijing. Your father is not in good health. Who will take care of your mother? Aren't you making our family embarrassed? Why do you want to go out of town? Can't our family stay in Beijing? Zhao Rushi's expression became serious. Grandma, listen to me. I asked my father to go to Jiangnan, and I will go there after I participate in the spring examination. This is what I specially arranged, just to avoid disaster. If our family stays in the capital, we may not be alive at that time. The old lady was shocked and asked, What do you mean? Zhao Rushi sent all the maids out, and asked Qi Feng to guard the door, and lowered her voice. Didn't you see that the border war is urgent this year? What is the reason? Although the cause is that the foreign tribes suffered a disaster and entered the Jin dynasty to rob food, it is actually a fight for the throne among several princes. As she said, she told Xiaolingpu and Xiaolingyan about the several crises they encountered. We are not participating in the fight for the throne, and no one in our family is a high-ranking official. But how can the eggs remain intact when the nest is destroyed? I have a feeling that the most intense struggle will be next year, and our family will also be in danger. Let's go out and avoid the limelight for a year or two. When the fight for the throne in the capital is settled, we will come back, Zhao Rushi said, and patted the back of the old lady's hand. Grandma, you are in good health, and Jiangnan is not far from here. Just take it as a way to relax. I promise that within 3 years, I will definitely let the whole family return safely. Do you believe me? The old lady stammered, unable to speak for a long time. Don't you believe it? The granddaughter's eyes were sharp, and she had never predicted anything wrong, since she knew so many things in the court. Even the prince was plotted against. How could her judgment be wrong? But you can't just leave the capital after living there all your life, especially for an old person like her. She is really afraid of dying outside and not being able to return to her roots. Grandmother, not only the Zhao family, but also your Tang family, are not authentic Beijing people. Right? We were able to move to the capital back then. So why can't we go somewhere else now? My hometown is where my heart is. As long as the family is together, what does it matter where we go? This sentence really touched the old lady's heart. She not only thought of her ancestors, but also of her father and brothers who were exiled, as well as the children and nephews of the Tang family. Her father and brother had died in other places a long time ago and were buried there. Her nephews and grandchildren also settled down in other places. Strictly speaking, the Tang family is not a real Beijinger. Counting 3 generations from her, their ancestors all followed the founding emperor to build the country, and finally rose to high positions and stayed in the capital. So after her father and brother died, they did not tell their descendants to carry the coffin back to the capital and bury it in the capital, but buried it in their place of residence. In this case, why should she insist on this and make her son and daughter-in-law embarrassed? Although she married into the Zhao family, she was destined to be buried with Duke Suigui after her death. But the couple's feelings were not deep at the time, and Duke Suigui had let her down a lot. So even if they were not buried together, it didn't matter. If she is unwilling, she can just let her children and grandchildren carry the coffin back to Beijing for burial. It's no big deal. After thinking it through, the old lady nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wherever you go, I'll go. Seeing that her mother-in-law was convinced by her daughter, Zhu was relieved. But there was one thing she hadn't had time to ask. She turned to look at Zhao Rushi. Aren't you going to participate in the spring examination? If the emperor issued an order, your father would soon take office. What would you do? Transportation was inconvenient in ancient times. Many people from other places need to rush to Beijing half a year or a year in advance to take the exam. They would rather rent a house in Beijing early to adapt to the environment than leave just before the exam. Although Jiangnan is not far from Beijing, it is less than 3 months away from the spring examination. It is really inappropriate for Zhao Rushi to travel back and forth. I will stay in Beijing, Zhao Rushi said. You will follow Dad to take up the post. She glanced at the old lady. If Grandma is reluctant to leave Beijing all of a sudden, you can stay in Beijing with me. Mother, you and Tiger will go to Jiangnan first. After I finish the spring examination, we'll go together. Mrs. Zhu looked at the old lady and suddenly laughed. We are discussing this seriously here. Maybe the emperor has no intention of letting your father leave Beijing. As soon as she finished speaking, a man suddenly strode in from outside the door, shouting, Mother, Madam. Who else could it be but Zhao Yuanxuan? At this time, his face was flushed. His excitement was overflowing, and his voice was unprecedentedly high. Mother, Madam, Just now Lord Zhang said that the emperor plans to send me to Jiangnan to take up a post. I'm going to Jiangnan to take up a post. Mrs. Zhu. The slap in the face came so quickly that it was simply unexpected. Chapter 564 Taking Office. The old lady's expression was very complicated. She looked at Zhao Rushi. And once again, a kind of inexplicable feeling surged in her heart. There was admiration, awe, and great luck. They didn't know which ancestral grave of the Zhao family was smoking to have such a smart granddaughter. At this moment, she had a little reluctance in her heart, but it completely disappeared. Once again proved that her granddaughter was as good as a god. It can be seen that the capital is really going to be in chaos. In this case, temporarily leaving the capital to avoid the limelight is also the best move. Zhao Yuanchuan thought that his mother would definitely oppose him leaving the capital. After all, this is the situation at home. And he knows his mother's thoughts very well. Therefore, after the excitement passed, he looked at his mother with uneasiness in his heart. Unexpectedly, the old lady nodded with a smile on her face and said, finally, "It's what you wished for. Mother is happy for you." There was no unhappy emotion at all. Zhao Yuanchuan was very surprised and turned to look at his wife. Zhu motioned him to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, and then smiled. Mother is the most open-minded. She only cares about you and does good for you. My husband is in a good mood. So where did this official come from? Why didn't the old lady object? She should not discourage him. Did you say when you will leave? She changed the subject and said, how will we be arranged? Zhao Yuanchuan was immediately led away by his wife. He shook his head. The imperial edict has not been issued yet. It will probably be issued after the morning court is summoned tomorrow. He looked up at the old lady. Mom, are you going to take up the post with me? Or, although his mother did not object to him leaving the capital to take up the post, he did not think that his mother would go with him. He knew his mother's persistence in the capital and this house. Ever since Zhao Rushi finished talking about the two alternative plans, the old lady had been thinking about this problem. At this moment, she said decisively, Zhu will go with you first. I will stay in the capital. When Zhao Yuanchuan heard this, he became anxious and was about to interrupt his mother's words. But he heard the old lady continue. When Shijie passes the spring examination and goes to work as an official in other places, I will go to your place. As for Tiger, you can do whatever you want and ask for his opinion. If he thinks the clan school is good and wants to stay in the capital, then we can leave together when we leave the capital. If he wants to go with you to take up the post, then we can go together. Shijie and I will stay here. Zhao Yuanchuan. He now deeply admires his mother. So decisive. So rational. In just a short while, not only did she make a decision, but she also arranged everything clearly. The most important thing is that his mother is willing to leave the capital. This is amazing. He was about to speak when he heard his wife say, that's good. We go first. Set up the house and arrange everything properly. Then you can go, so that you don't have to rush around and it will be inconvenient for you. Anyway, his daughter said that the uncle was going to Jiangnan to take up a post. Jiangnan is not far from here. For example, Gusu Prefecture is only 7 or 8 days away from the capital by carriage. Riding a horse is faster. Only 3 or 4 days. And traveling day and night only takes 2 days. If the old lady is not feeling well, she can come back to take care of her. The old lady nodded. Zhao Yuanchuan stared, looking at this and that. His eyes blank. Always feeling that his mother and wife were too calm and accepted the news too quickly. As if they knew it would be like this. So they had already arranged it. He opened his mouth and was about to ask, but heard his daughter speak again. I don't know where Dad will be appointed. I bought houses and shops in Hangzhou and Gusu. The house has 3 courtyards, which is enough for our family to live in. The shop is a silk and satin shop, and the profit is not bad. Zhao Yuanchuan, old lady, Zhu, who has been managing the general affairs and business of the Bo Mansion, has a little understanding of Zhao Rushi's income. She knew that her daughter had a lot of money, but she really didn't expect that she had so many properties in Jiangnan. She couldn't help asking, when did you buy the house? Did her daughter make plans long ago and let them move to Jiangnan? Last summer and autumn. Zhao Rushi said. This house and shop. One was given to her by Xiaolingyan, and the rest were bought by her at Xiaolingyan's request. Even the silk business in the shop was bought from Xiaolingyan's silk shop. All these were purchased in the early spring of last year. It would be easier to explain if the time was more recent. Zhu, Old lady. Last summer and autumn. Sister, she had a premonition that the political situation in the capital would change. So she was prepared early? Immediately. The two of them confidently removed the word ma. Her daughter, granddaughter, is so amazing. Zhao Rushi didn't want to talk about this. And said to Zhu, it's almost time to go home from school. Do you want to call Tiger back to discuss it? The imperial edict will come down tomorrow. And maybe Dad will have to take up his post soon. Everyone has to pack up their usual things. And time is still quite tight. Although there is a deadline for taking up a post. Especially in ancient times, when transportation is inconvenient. But Zhao Yuanxuan was taken care of by the emperor and Wu Huixi. And he could only show his positive attitude and satisfy the bosses if he took up the post immediately. In addition, he had to settle down there with his family, which also took time. Zhu turned around and looked at the clock in the room, got up, and went out to tell the maids to go to the clan school to call Zhao Jingtai back. Zhao Jingtai would play with his classmates after school, and would not come back immediately. Hearing the servants calling him, he hurried back. As soon as he entered the yard, he threw the school bag to the maid, lifted the curtain and came in and asked, what's wrong? What happened? If nothing happened at home, he would not be called back. So he was worried all the way. Zhu told him about Zhao Yuanxuan's assignment outside the home and asked him, what are your plans? Zhao Jingtai was completely stunned. He looked at Zhao Yuanxuan, then at his grandmother and mother, and was speechless for a long time. It was too sudden. He was not mentally prepared. Seeing his son like this, Zhao Yuanxuan finally felt better. This is the normal reaction of a person. On the contrary, the reactions of his mother, wife and daughter were not right. Zhao Jingtai blinked, thought for a moment, and said, I'll go with Dad to take up the post. Although he was reluctant to leave his classmates in the clan school. As a 12-year-old boy, he wanted to go out and take a look, especially the prosperous Jiangnan. Zhu stood up, you each go and see what you need to bring. And I will go back and make a list of things to bring. In addition, we are going out. And I guess our relatives will have to see us off. There are many things to do next. So everyone should hurry up. Chapter 565 Zhao Ryu has become more beautiful. Seeing Zhao Rushi also stand up, she hurriedly said, since you are staying in the capital with your grandmother, you don't have to worry about the family affairs. Just read books. The spring examination is not far away. You should work harder and strive to pass the examination and get a first-class Jinsher. Originally, Zhu Shi neither supported nor opposed Zhao Rushi's participation in the imperial examination. She felt that for a family like theirs, Zhao Rushi was a girl, and participating in the imperial examination and getting a good ranking was just icing on the cake. But for this, she had to pay such hardship and effort, getting up early and going to bed late, which she really couldn't bear and felt unnecessary. But now she hoped that her daughter could pass the imperial examination, so that Zhao Rushi could realize her dream as soon as possible. Be an official for a year or half a year. Get married and have children, so that she would not have any regrets. Zhao Rushi did not bother to be polite to her mother and nodded in agreement. She had important things to do. Besides, there were so many servants in the mansion, and the masters did not need to help with packing things and luggage. Zhu just gave instructions and did not need her help. Sure enough, after the morning court the next day, the imperial edict came down. Zhao Yuanxuan was appointed as the Tompan of Gusu Prefecture and was required to take up the post within half a month. If Zhao Yuanxuan was the only one leaving, this half-month deadline would be very relaxed. It was nothing more than packing some luggage and taking a few servants with him. After arriving in Gusu, he would live directly in the government office without even having to find a place to stay. But now that he had a family to take with him, the sweeping Marquis' mansion was suddenly very busy. Zhao Rushi looked at the piles of boxes and cages that Zhu had packed up, and couldn't help but hold her forehead. Mom, there are all kinds of furniture in that house. You just need to pack some clothes. She used to go abroad with her tutor to attend various meetings and work on projects. But they always had a suitcase. Zhu's place was like moving. Don't worry about it. Just read your books. Zhu ruthlessly drove Zhao Rushi away. Although there were a lot of things to pack, there were a lot of servants in the house, and there were only 3 masters to move. So the things were packed quickly. Sweeping Bo's mansion went to Zhu's mansion for a meal, and invited the second and third rooms to have a meal. Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu took Zhao Jingtai and a group of servants to set off. Zhou Chun and Lu Quan had already gone to Jiangnan to clean up the house. Accompanying Zhao Yuanchuan and others was Zhao Ming, who had been promoted by Zhou Chun to be his deputy. Zhou Chun had taken Zhao Ming to inspect and check the accounts of the houses and shops in Jiangnan more than once. So Zhao Ming was familiar with the place. After sending her son, daughter-in-law and grandson away, the old lady felt empty and depressed. While Zhao Rushi was busy comforting the old lady, she was still thinking about Zhao Ryu. She hadn't seen Zhao Ryu for a while. This time, she found Zhao Ryu much prettier than before. Her facial features were still the same, but they were better coordinated, and her skin was white and delicate, as if even her pores were invisible. She seemed to glow when she stood there. Zhao Rushi knew that Zhao Ryu must have taken beauty pills, regardless of whether the system had any problems. She probably wanted to earn a lot of points from the host. Right? Zhao Ryu must have bought these beauty pills at a high price. She spent so much effort to earn points, but ended up buying a beauty pill. What did Zhao Ryu want to do? Thinking of this, Zhao Rushi wrote a letter to Xiao Lingyan to inquire about Fu Yunkai and Fu Yunlang. Xiao Lingyan and Zhao Rushi confirmed their relationship. When they were in love, Xiao Lingyan didn't dare to see Zhao Rushi. Although the prince was not deposed, many of his high-ranking officials were demoted. Concubine Jean was no longer favored. And because of the third prince's affairs, the emperor had not visited her palace for more than 2 months. And the third prince's wings were also broken. They were suppressed, while he and Xiao Lingpu were in the limelight, and had long been the focus of everyone's attention. They were also the thorns in the eyes and flesh of some people, who wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. If he came to Sui Ping Marquis's house, or asked Zhao Rushi to meet outside, it would be easy for people to find out. So the two could only communicate. After receiving Zhao Rushi's letter, Xiao Lingyan immediately wrote a reply to her, telling her that Fu Yunkai had met Mu Ba girl once after returning to Beijing, and that meeting suddenly made him change his mind. He was planning to send someone to the Mu family to propose marriage. As for Fu Yunlang, he had less contact with Zhao Ryu recently because of the war, but he did not change his mind. He planned to wait until his brother got engaged, and then tell his mother about the engagement with Zhao Ryu. Xiao Lingyan also said that if the wife of Ping An Marquis did not agree with the marriage between Fu Yunlang and Zhao Ryu, he would ask concubine Sun to invite the wife of Ping An Marquis to the palace and give her some advice. I think with his courage and Fu Dayong's somewhat suspicious nature, they will agree to this marriage. Seeing that Fu Yunkai was going to propose to Mu Qingqiang, Zhao Rushi couldn't help but exclaimed huh. Very surprised. Originally, Xiao Lingpu intended to let Fu Yunkai marry Mu Qingqiang. But Fu Yunkai met Mu Qingqiang once, and didn't like her behavior as a girl from a noble family, and even more so her cold personality. So he rejected her after meeting her once. Why did he suddenly change his mind, and take the initiative to propose marriage? After thinking about it, Zhao Rushi gave up the idea of writing to Mu Qingqiang to ask about this matter. Since Mu Qingqiang came to visit her last time, the two of them have been writing letters from time to time, and have become good friends. She should have shown some concern for her good friend when she encountered such a thing. But she had some relationship with Fu Yunkai before, and Mu Qingqiang's marriage was not something she could decide on her own. She wrote a letter rashly to ask, which would not only fail to help Mu Qingqiang, but might also cause trouble. Besides, the Fu and Mu families had not yet engaged, and the news had not yet been announced. How could she know the news? Just explaining this point is a hassle. So, it's better for her to pretend that she doesn't know the news. As for Fu Yunlang and Zhao Ryu, thinking about Zhao Ryu's sudden beauty, Zhao Rushi felt uneasy. She felt that Zhao Ryu spent so much effort to earn points and buy beauty pills, not just to marry Fu Yunlang. Fu Yunlang's mind has never changed. If she wants to marry, as long as Fu Yunlang insists, it will always work. Even if it doesn't work, wouldn't it be good to exchange the points for something at that time? It's better than this nonsense. Right? Now that she bought the beauty pills, Zhao Rushi felt that she had big plans. Could it be that she wanted to enter the palace to be a concubine? But according to the original plot that Zhao Ryu knew, Xiao He would die next year, except for the third prince. Everyone else would die. If the original plot still follows its own trajectory, it would be best for Zhao Ryu to marry the third prince as a concubine. The third prince has already married. Even if he didn't, Zhao Ryu's status and position would not be enough. She only has beauty and nothing else. So she is only worthy of being a concubine. Chapter 566 figured it out. If the third prince is still the emperor, in the eyes of some people, Being his concubine is not bad, and it is considered a promising thing when she enters the palace as a concubine. If she is lucky and has good means, she may become the future Empress Dowager. Even if she cannot become the Empress Dowager, being a concubine is also powerful. At least when the old lady and Zhu meet Zhao Ruyu, they have to kneel down and kowtow to her. But now the plot has changed, and the previously deceased second and fifth princes, and the father and son of the Fu family are still alive. Does Zhao Ruyu dare to bet that the third prince will still be the emperor? I definitely don't dare to bet. Then who does Zhao Ruyu want to marry if she makes herself beautiful? Zhao Rushi scratched her head, feeling a little overwhelmed. She is wearing a book, and this book is a sweet love story. If the male and female protagonists don't stay together sweetly, but break up, won't the world collapse? But to stop Zhao Ruyu and force Zhao Ruyu to marry Fu Yunlang by force, this goes against Zhao Rushi's principles. She always feels that everyone has the freedom to choose their own destiny. She thought it would be good for Zhao Ruyu to marry Fu Yunlang, and she would be happy. But if Zhao Ruyu didn't think so, and thought she would be happier marrying someone else or could get some kind of psychological satisfaction, then it would be very immoral for her to force Zhao Ruyu. System. If Zhao Ruyu doesn't marry Fu Yunlang, won't the world collapse? She hurriedly asked the system. I don't know. The system answered blankly. It didn't even know where it came from. How could it know such important content? The host really overestimates it. Zhao Rushi. She was silent for a while, and said, we originally agreed that I would let you upgrade after I arrived in Jiangnan. I think there should be nothing to do now, so you might as well upgrade. Really? The system's voice was full of surprise. Zhao Rushi nodded, really? Ah, that's great. The system turned over happily. Then I will upgrade now. Host, you will miss me too much. As it spoke, its voice disappeared. Zhao Rushi had more to say, but now she could only shut up. I hope that after the system upgrades, it will still be as cute as before, and it must not eliminate you at every turn. In addition, the system can be upgraded to the next level with 20,000 points. But now the system has earned more than 200,000 points from her. It will not be upgraded several levels in a row, and it will still not come back by next winter? Thinking of Zhao Ruyu, Zhao Rushi picked up a pen and wrote a letter to Xiaoling Yan, telling him about Zhao Ruyu's changes. Because she wanted to avoid talking about the system, she didn't write some words. She only said that Zhao Ruyu suddenly became beautiful, and she didn't know what she wanted to do. She believed that Xiaoling Yan could guess it. That night, she received a reply from Xiaoling Yan. Xiaoling Yan knew that it was a book about time travel. From the fragments of conversation he had with Zhao Rushi, he guessed that Zhao Rushi also had a system. He was also a person who had read countless time travel and rebirth novels. He also knew Zhao Rushi's concerns. He told Zhao Rushi in the letter the god, or the original author. System? Since he and Zhao Rushi traveled through this book and Zhao Ruyu was reborn, it means that he was not satisfied with the plot of this book and wanted to change it. Now the fate of him, Xiaoling Pu, the father and son of the Fu family, and the cannon fodder of 100,000 border soldiers has changed. And I think the fate of Zhao Ruyu and Fu Yunlang can also be changed. On the contrary, he and Zhao Rushi forced Zhao Ruyu and Fu Yunlang to be tied together, which does not conform to the meaning of their travel through time and rebirth. So, it is better to let Zhao Ruyu go the way she wants to go. Maybe she can live a wonderful life. Zhao Rushi read Xiaoling Yan's letter and nodded continuously, thinking that what he said made sense. She was the one who had misunderstood, since Zhao Ruyu was reborn, and she and Xiaoling Yan also traveled through time. The plot of this world had changed as early as the moment when Zhao Ruyu was reborn and they traveled through time. This was the meaning of the existence of this world, and she didn't need to stick to the original plot. Thinking of this, Zhao Rushi decided to let Zhao Ruyu do whatever she wanted. But she had to know what Zhao Ruyu wanted to do. System, she shouted in her mind. When she didn't hear the system's response, Zhao Rushi suddenly realized that her mentally retarded son had been upgraded and could not be contacted for the time being. She looked up at the sky that was getting darker and darker, and suddenly laughed. She used to be proud of relying on herself and not relying on the golden finger. Now she was really slapped in the face. She was still used to the existence of the system and used to relying on the system to get information. Now that the system was upgraded and could not be relied on, it was also a wake-up call for her, making her sober up. Everything still depends on herself. She went directly to the old lady. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm just not used to it for a while. The old lady saw her granddaughter coming back after dinner and said, I'll be fine tomorrow. It's impossible to be fine. Not to mention the old lady. Even Zhao Rushi was a little uncomfortable looking at the empty house. Not to mention the old lady. Originally, Zhu was the backbone of this house. No matter what happened to Zhao Rushi outside, no matter how long she stayed outside, she didn't have to worry about the family. Zhu would take care of everything in the house. No matter how late she came back, there were hot meals at home, and someone was thinking about her. But now Zhu was gone. Not only was the house half empty, she always felt that it suddenly became deserted. When she went out, she had to think about whether the elderly at home were safe, and whether the servants at home had any troubles. And she had to worry about more than a little. So Zhu had only been gone for half a day, and she began to miss her. Zhao Yuanxuan was the same. Although this father was not strong enough and his ability was not strong. But he is also the head of the family, the backbone of the family, and a reassuring presence. Like Zhu, he is her solid backing and the rear base that makes her feel at ease. Zhao Jingtai was originally a naughty child, but after the separation, he grew up quickly, becoming more sensible and obedient, and also very lovable. In modern times, she has long been accustomed to being alone, whether it is family or best friends. If everyone misses them, just make a video or call to say hello. Everyone does not interfere with each other in life, so there is not much reluctance. Unexpectedly, she tasted the bitterness of separation when she came to ancient times. In 3 months, we will go to reunite with them. Zhao Rushi comforted. You may not be used to it at first, but you will get used to it slowly. Yes, that's it. The old lady immediately agreed. The grandparents and grandchildren said they were comforting each other, but in fact they were comforting themselves more. They had a lot of resonance. And finally they were magically comforted and felt much more at ease. Zhao Rushi then got down to business. Grandma, are there any servants from my second uncle's place that you and my mother have arranged? I always feel that something is wrong with my 4th sister and 6th sister today. Chapter 567 Visiting Guests. The old lady relaxed and was a little sleepy. Zhao Rushi's words immediately made her energetic. What? 4th sister is almost 17 this year, but she has not settled down for marriage. Originally, my eldest brother arranged a marriage for her, but she was not satisfied. So my eldest brother ignored her. I wonder if you noticed today. She is full of resentment now, and she looks at everyone as if they owe her 1,000 taels of silver. When the old lady said goodbye today, her heart and eyes were full of her son, daughter-in-law and grandson. How could she pay attention to Zhao Rurui, a concubine's granddaughter with an extremely unpleasant personality? But when she heard what Zhao Rushi said, she frowned. That won't do. Girls can't be kept at home. If she gets into trouble, won't it implicate you? I have nothing to do now, so I might as well help her get married quickly. These days, the reputations of cousins are most likely to be implicated. If Zhao Rurui did something out of line, not only would Zhao Rushi and Zhao Ryu, who were still married, be implicated, but also the married sisters would be affected. Originally, the old lady didn't want to intervene, and Zhu was annoyed by Zhao Rurui's unrealistic idea of marrying a son of a rich family when she was nothing. So she didn't want to intervene either. In addition, Zhao Rurui was not very old, and Zhao Ryu was as cunning as a sieve. In order for her to marry into the Pingnan Marquis' mansion smoothly, she would keep a close eye on Zhao Rurui and prevent her from doing stupid things. So the two ignored the matter. Now, after listening to Zhao Rushi's description of Zhao Rurui, the old lady felt that she couldn't go on like this. Zhao Rushi originally wanted to talk about Zhao Rurui first, and then bring up Zhao Ryu's matter. Unexpectedly, Grandma found something to do for herself right away. People are most afraid of boredom and emptiness, which makes it easy to think about all sorts of things. Having something to do would be good for Grandma, so she didn't stop him. And Zhao Ryu, I don't know how she and the second son of Pingnan Marquis are doing. I'm also worried that something might happen to her. So if you and Mother have eyes and ears in the second house, can you ask him, to pay attention to what's going on there and report to us in time if anything happens? She said. Yes. Your mother has it. And I have it too. The old lady patted Zhao Rushi's hand. You were young before. And your mother, and I didn't want you to get involved in these things. Now that you are older, and you get married in the future, you should understand these secrets of the inner house. Let's not talk about harming people. At least don't let people harm them. Then, she told Zhao Rushi not only about the second room, but also the spies planted in the third room. Zhao Rushi was a little surprised when he heard it. You know, there are not many servants in the second and third rooms now. Many of them are Wei and Su's own confidants. But the old lady and Zhu are powerful, and they still planted at least 4 or 5 spies in each room. There are people around the master, around the lady. There are rough maids who sweep the house. There are maids who serve closely. And there are housekeepers. The old lady has stayed in the inner house for a lifetime, and has inherited a lot of house fighting from her mother. She has also fought for decades, and is very experienced. Now that her granddaughter has aroused her interest, she teaches her everything she knows. And she wishes she could make her granddaughter a master of house fighting immediately. It was Nani Jean who ruthlessly interrupted the heated conversation between Sun Tzu and the other two. Old madam. Fifth miss. It's getting late. If we delay any longer, the old lady will be tired and can't sleep. These can't be finished in a short time. There will be plenty of time later. Let the old lady tell the young lady slowly. There is no rush. Yes, not only me, but your Nani Jean is also full of experience. If you want to listen, we will tell you slowly later. The old lady seemed to have found the meaning of existence, and said to Zhao Rushi with full energy. Zhao Rushi nodded vigorously. Okay. I will learn it well. The principles are the same. House fighting. Palace fighting. In fact, they are all fighting. After listening for a long time, it can be summed up in one sentence. That is, how to use tricks when others are not paying attention. After the spring examination, she will enter the officialdom. And learning these methods will always be useful. As my grandmother said, don't harm others, and don't let others do it to you. Next, Zhao Rushi read a book while listening to the old lady, Jean Ma and others imparting their experience in house fighting, while paying attention to the movements of the second house. The old lady did not sit at home anymore, but went around to visit friends and old sisters to see if there was a suitable marriage for Zhao Ruruwei. Of course, she was not the kind of person who did good deeds without leaving a name. When she went out, she took Zhao Ruruwei with her so that people could see Zhao Ruruwei's character and appearance. Zhao Ruruwei looked good, but her temperament was not good. In addition, she was not only born in a concubine's family, with no status or background, but also raised by that woman of the Wei family. Not to mention the rich and powerful. Even ordinary families were not willing to marry her. So after running around for more than a month, until Fu Yunkai and Mu Qingqiang got engaged, Zhao Ruruwei still couldn't sell her. The old lady was very tired, and came back to say to Zhao Rushi, I went to 7 or 8 families, and they were all families with average family background and many descendants that I picked. Such families don't have promising descendants. But there are always those illegitimate descendants, who are not very promising who can match Ruijier. Right? Heh. She sneered. Most people don't like her. Finally someone likes her. But as soon as she inquires and meets people, she dislikes them in this and that way. To put it bluntly, she didn't even take a piss to look at herself. It's better for someone to marry a daughter of a small family, with a clean family background than marry a murderer like her. Anyway, I don't care about her business. She waved her hand and said, for her, I have been shamelessly visiting guests everywhere during this period. I am really embarrassed. If Zhao Rushi was not promising now, and Zhao Yuanxuan was also the magistrate of Suzhou, everyone treated her politely, and always praised her son and granddaughter for their promising prospects and flattered her. She would not take Zhao Ruruwei to visit so many houses. She is not a warm-hearted old woman who likes to take on things. Wouldn't it be nice to sit at home, drink tea, eat snacks and enjoy the flowers? Zhao Rushi smiled. She knew that the old lady was willing to go out for a walk because she felt that the house was empty. It was not all for Zhao Ruruwei. Just ignore it. I think she has also recognized the reality. The spring examination will be held soon, and there will be new Jinshi soon. When the time comes, ask the eldest brother to find another Jinshi for her. I think she will not object. Zhao Rushi said. The old lady nodded and asked, how is your reading going? Have you not gone to see those teachers to read articles recently? I did, but I didn't go to their house in person, but asked the servants to deliver the written articles to the teachers. Zhao Rushi said, I have read the book several times. The old lady was relieved. After dinner, Zhao Rushi returned to the yard, and soon Qi Feng brought a letter to Zhao Rushi. It was sent by Xiao Lingyan, and it described the recent situation of the Fu family. Chapter 568 Persuasion. While Zhao Rushi was reading the letter, Fu Yunlang was at home having a tantrum with his mother. Why don't you agree? I'm not the eldest brother. My eldest brother is the prince. And he has been promoted to the third-rank military commander. It's just right for him to marry the daughter of a noble family. Our family also needs the family background of the eldest sister-in-law to support the family. I am the second son, and I don't have any official position. Isn't it just right for me to marry the niece of the sweeping earl? Besides, Miss Zhao Lu is not bad either, although her family background is not as good as that of the eldest sister-in-law. She is a student of the Beijing Women's Academy, and she won the 3rd place in the piano competition. If you still don't like her, who do you want me to marry? Mu Qingqiang is just a student at Beijing Women's Academy. She doesn't seem to be particularly outstanding in terms of talent and learning. She just has a good family background. So in Fu Yunlang's heart, Zhao Ruyu is better than Mu Qingqiang in every way except that she was not born in a wealthy family. But he was afraid that this would reach Fu Yunkai's ears, or even be known by his sister-in-law after she came in. So he didn't dare to say it out loud. The wife of Pingnan Marquis quickly sent the maid out. You go out and watch. If the prince comes, you remind him. After the maid left, she pointed at Fu Yunlang's forehead and said in a low voice, Are you stupid? It is because your elder brother married the daughter of a noble family that you cannot be bad. Otherwise, can you and your wife survive in the mansion? You must be suppressed by them and can't raise your heads. What's the use of talent? There are so many people in the Mu family serving as officials in the court. If the girl of the Mu family enters the family, not to mention you, even I can't say harsh words to her. Otherwise her father and brothers will embarrass your father and elder brother in the court. How difficult it will be for our family. I don't let you marry Zhao Ruyu. It's also for your own good. Speaking of this, he was very depressed. She hoped that her eldest son would marry a woman with an average family background, a gentle temperament, and easy to control. This way she could suppress her daughter-in-law and thus suppress her eldest son. As for her youngest son, she hoped that he could marry a girl from a noble family, who was better than Fu Yunkai's wife. This way the two couples could be balanced. The youngest son and his wife would not suffer, and her position as a mother-in-law would be stable. Unexpectedly, Fu Yunkai was engaged to Mu Ba. Fu Yunlang, who was not ambitious, was bewitched by that little bitch Zhao Ruyu, and he wanted to marry her every day. Just because Zhao Ruyu was like a vixen and made her younger son disobey her, she would never let Zhao Ruyu enter the house. Be good, son. Although the 10th Mistson that I told you about was born out of wedlock. Her father worked in the Ministry of War, and her elder brother was a guard general in southern Xinjiang. No worse than the 8th Miss Mu. The most rare thing is that the Tsin family is the in-laws of the two princes, and no matter how powerful the Mu family is, it can't compare to the Tsin family. So what if Miss Tsinshur is a concubine's daughter? Miss Mu Ba would never dare to not give her face. Besides, Miss knows that you like beautiful women, and Miss Tsinshur is really good-looking and suitable for you. Mother will not harm you. Speaking of this marriage, he sure was very proud. Everyone said that she was ignorant, but when it came to choosing a marriage for her youngest son, everyone would praise her. Well done. She had already targeted the candidate. And now, taking advantage of the fact that Fu Daong and his son won the battle at the border and got official positions and rewards, and the two princes and concubines wanted to rely on their Fu family, she quickly sent someone to the Tsin family to propose marriage to Fu Yunlang. She was not greedy, and did not mention the legitimate daughter, but asked to marry the concubine's daughter, which did not make things difficult for the Tsin family. The Tsin family still wanted to count on the Fu family to assist the two princes wholeheartedly, so they would definitely not refuse this marriage. What is a concubine's daughter compared to the great help of the Fu family? Besides, her youngest son is now working with the king of Qi, and he is not bad in all aspects, except that he was fascinated by Zhao Ruyu and had a bad reputation. There was really nothing to complain about, even if there was a little dissatisfaction. He was a legitimate son, and it was more than enough for him to marry a concubine's daughter of the Tsin family. As long as the Tsin family had some dignity and didn't want to break up with the Fu family, they would definitely not reject the Fu family's proposal. As expected, the Tsin family immediately agreed, and they only waited for Fu Yunkai's marriage to be settled before they started to pay their respects. She was actually not without greed, and she also wanted to propose a legitimate daughter. But among legitimate daughters, there was no one as beautiful as Miss Tsinshur. She knew that her youngest son had never suffered any hardship and was willful. Her husband and eldest son did not support her. If her youngest son did not want to marry a girl from the Sin family, she really could not force him. By then, there might be no way to end it, and the youngest son would be pushed away and not close to her. So she deliberately picked the most beautiful girl in the Sin family. The father and brother of this 10th Mistson are powerful, and the Sin family is also powerful. But her mother is a singer, and she was given to the master of the Sin family as a gift only because of her outstanding appearance. Such a concubine's daughter is used to being a coward in the mansion, so her temper must be good. When she marries in the future, she will never dare to put on airs in front of her mother-in-law. But because of the relationship with the Sin family, whether it is Fu Daong or Fu Yukai, Mu Qingqiang dare not give face to the 10th Mistson. So from any aspect, Mistsonshire is the most suitable candidate. Absolutely perfect. Son, your mother has a miserable life. Once your father was successful and got promoted to a marquis, he looked down on your mother. Look at how many times he comes home a year, living in the border with a concubine, with a son and a daughter. He is so happy. How can he still think about having a wife in the capital and a son like you? Your eldest brother is also unreliable. He is not even married yet, but he has already forgotten his mother. He started to cry and act pitiful to Fu Yunlang. I have a miserable life. Who else can I rely on besides you? You married Zhao Ruyu. Her adoptive mother was beheaded. She is pointed at wherever she goes. She can't enter any banquets in the future. Her adoptive father is an old playboy who has accomplished nothing in his life. The family only has a small amount of land, and the two brothers are not promising. What kind of help can such a family give you? Besides, when you marry a wife, you not only marry the help of her family, but also her dowry. The Mu family is rich. When Miss Mu Ba marries, she will definitely have a generous dowry, not to mention a wedding dress. What does Zhao Ruyu have? She is an adopted daughter. The second branch of the Zhao family is so poor that they can't even afford to eat. It's good enough that they don't send her back to be a farm girl. How can they give her a dowry? You will have no help from your wife's family and no money. Once the family is divided, what kind of life will you live? You can tell by looking at the current situation of the second branch of the Zhao family. That's a living example. Aren't you the most dissatisfied with your elder brother? Always thinking that you are no worse than him. In the future, he will be a general, live in a mansion, have a prominent wife and a rich family, while you live in a small shabby house. Have only 1 or 2 small farms. Eat and wear poorly. And even if you have a son in the future, you won't be able to marry him off properly. And you won't even be able to get an invitation to a banquet. Compared with your elder brother, there is a world of difference. Can you accept this? Chapter 569 help you achieve your wish. Fu Yunlang was originally very firm in his feelings. But after being persuaded by his heart began to waver. And he suddenly felt that his mother's words made sense. He had never been convinced by his brother since he was a child, and always felt that he lived under his brother's shadow. Even if something happened at the border this time, he was very worried about his brother, and didn't want him to get into trouble. But it couldn't change his resentment towards his father and brother. Now his brother is not only successful, but also married a noble lady, and will inherit the title and most of the property of the Pingnan Marquis mansion in the future. And he himself is going to marry a wife like Zhao Ruyu, who has no family background and no dowry. He is not a child anymore. He is 16 or 17 years old this year. He has dealt with many business matters with the 5th prince, and has also experienced the life and death of his father and brother in winter. He is much more mature than before. In the process of doing business with the 5th prince, he has come into contact with many children of high-ranking families, and has seen many of the difficulties and situations of the second sons and concubines of high-ranking families at home after the separation of the family. He knows that what his mother said is not alarmist, but the truth. He married Zhao Ruyu. Before the separation of the family, their second branch was far inferior to the first branch in terms of status, position, and economic ability, and was bound to be suppressed by the first branch and unable to raise its head. After the separation of the family, their situation will only be worse. They are no longer members of the rich and aristocratic circles. They are just ordinary people. It is okay if they have money. If they don't have money, life will be very difficult. Seeing that the youngest son lowered his head and did not refute her, it seemed that he really listened to her words, and he was very happy. She continued to encourage, if you marry Miss Sinten, even if it is to win over our Fu family, They will give Miss Sinten a generous dowry and find you a position in the government. Even if you don't want to be an official, you like to do business. There are so many brothers in the Sin family. Just take care of your business, or they can take you in any business, and you will have the opportunity to make money. If you really like Zhao Ruyu, you can take her as a concubine. Given her current family background and her status as an adopted daughter, it is right for her to be your concubine, rather than hoping to become a phoenix by climbing up the tree. Fu Yilang was more and more tempted. This, he said, I'm afraid the Sin family won't agree to take a concubine? Of course they won't agree before the marriage. If you bring it up after the marriage, I think Miss Sinten will not say that she won't let you take a concubine. Her mother is a concubine. Can she still oppose taking a concubine? He waved her hand. She actually didn't want Fu Yilang to take Zhao Ruyu in. Zhao Ruyu looked like a foxy woman with many tricks. Such a woman would be a disaster if she was taken in. If Fu Yilang favored her, the Sin family would be dissatisfied with Fu Yilang. By then, there would be no support in the officialdom or business. But isn't this a matter for the future? She didn't believe that an ambitious girl like Zhao Ruyu would agree to be a concubine. And she would have to wait for half a year after Fu Yilang got married before she could be a concubine. She was not young anymore, and could not wait any longer. So, she was just trying to coax Fu Yilang. To prevent complications, she said to Fu Yilang, you cannot tell Zhao Ruyu about your engagement with the Sin family. Wait until you get married. At that time, take her into the mansion directly, so that she will not think about it during this period. Ruin your marriage and cause many troubles. Fu Yilang was a little confused. He said, Mother, let me think about it. Okay, think about it carefully. But don't wait too long. It's best if you reply to me tomorrow. We can't wait any longer in the Sin family. Fu Yilang nodded, slowly stood up, and walked out with heavy steps. After he left the yard and was heading to the front yard, he saw his brother coming. Fu Yunkai's eyebrows were relaxed, with a smile on his lips, and he seemed very happy. Since the engagement, his brother has changed his usual stern face and is happy every day. Fu Yilang knew about his relationship with Miss Mu Ba. The marriage to the Mu family was arranged by the second prince for him. The first time he met Mu Ba, his brother was extremely disgusted with her. He felt that Mu's daughter was arrogant and cold, just like a girl from a noble family he had seen at the border before. So he rejected the marriage at that time. This time when he came back, he ran into Mu Ba in the suburbs by chance. Although Mu Ba was a noble lady, she especially liked riding horses. That time, she followed her cousin to go riding, smiling very brightly, and her riding style was also very attractive. But something went wrong that time, and she almost fell off the horse, and was rescued by Fu Yunkai who passed by. The two had their encounter since then. After they met twice more, the elder brother sent someone to the Mu family to propose marriage. Seeing that his elder brother's marriage went smoothly without discussion, it seemed that he had married the person he liked. Miss Mu Ba was good in both family background and talent. Thinking about his own marriage, Fu Yilang was very depressed. Is mother in there? Fu Yunkai asked his younger brother when he saw him. Fu Yilang nodded and said nothing. Seeing his younger brother's depressed look, Fu Yunkai thought that he was still worried about his marriage. So he said, the King of Qi just mentioned your relationship with Miss Xiao. He said he had promised you that as long as you do your job well, he will help you fulfill your wish. I am going to see my mother now. Concubine Sin asked my mother to come to the palace, and she will help you to speak for you and fulfill your wish. Fu Yilang was just persuaded by his mother and wavered in his mind. Now that he heard that Concubine Sin and the fifth prince were willing to arrange a marriage for him and Zhao Ruyu, he felt mixed emotions. People are like this. If his mother and brother kept dissuading him and trying every means to stop him from being with Zhao Ruyu, Fu Yilang would definitely fight with his mother and brother, and even use more drastic means to achieve his goal. This was how his marriage with Zhao Ruyu was in his previous life. But now, Fu Yunkai tried to help him fulfill his wish. But Fu Yilang felt uncomfortable. Perhaps what he said just now worked. He always felt that his brother didn't want him to live a good life and wanted to suppress him. Otherwise, why did he always persuade him not to marry Zhao Ruyu before? But now he actively promoted it. Fu Yunkai didn't know what his brother was thinking. Otherwise he would have vomited to death. He just wanted his brother to fulfill his wish because his marriage was going well. He was also touched that his brother was worried about him and running around for him in the capital at his most dangerous moment. So he hoped that his brother would live well. No need. Fu Yilang shook his head Please thank His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi for his kindness. Mother just advised me. And I think it's not easy for her to live, since she doesn't like Miss Zhao Lu. Forget it. My marriage will be arranged by her heart. Fu Yunkai looked at Fu Yunlang in surprise. What did mother say to you just now? His eyebrows sank. Don't listen to her. Marry whoever you want. Marry her to live with you. What will you do if you agree with her? Chapter 570 Concubines Since Forced Marriage. Fu Yunlang said irritably, Anyway, don't mind my business. He took 2 steps forward. And thinking of the King of Qi, he paused and turned back and said, Please tell His Royal Highness the King of Qi that it's just a small matter, and there's no need to trouble the concubine. Thank him for his kindness. He left quickly. Fu Yunkai looked at his brother's back as he walked away, frowning tightly. Turning around, he looked at the courtyard where he lived, hesitated for a moment, and turned to leave the Ping'an Marquis' mansion. After going to the Prince of Qi's mansion to look for Xiaoling Yan, Fu Yunkai told him what happened, stood up and saluted Xiaoling Yan, saying, Yunlang has failed your highness's kindness and disturbed the imperial concubine, which is really shameful. In the past, he had a good relationship with Xiaoling Pu and only treated Xiaoling Yan like a child. But Xiaoling Yan risked his life to deliver food and grass to the border, and made great efforts in the war. It can be said that the fact that they did not die in this battle was largely due to Xiaoling Yan's credit. During this time of getting along at the border, Fu Yunkai also found that Xiaoling Yan was completely different from before. I don't know whether it was because he had grown up or because of the different environment. He seemed to have become a different person. He had his own ideas for everything he did, and he was thoughtful and flexible. It seemed that there was nothing he couldn't solve. As long as he said he could do it, he would definitely do it. And he did it better than they expected. He was an extremely reliable person. Fu Yunkai's impression of Xiaoling Yan changed completely. He not only regarded Xiaoling Yan as the most outstanding young man of the same age, but also had a feeling of admiration and respect for him. This was the same feeling he had for Xiaoling Pu. At that time, his father also said with emotion that the children of the royal family were different. They looked ordinary. But in fact, when they were put in adversity, they were all outstanding. So when facing Xiaoling Yan at this time, Fu Yunkai's attitude was completely different from before. Xiaoling Yan waved his hand and motioned him to sit down. What is our relationship? There is no need to be like this. It is not a big deal who Yunlang wants to marry. Ping'an Marquis Mansion is the focus of his and Zhao Rushi's attention. And the Xin family is his maternal grandfather's family. He was the first to know that he sent someone to propose to Xin Shi. Xin family would naturally discuss this matter with him and Xiaoling Pu. Xiaoling Pu felt very sorry at first that he could not let Fu Yunkai marry into the Xin family. Now that he knew that he had taken a fancy to Xin Shi, he was naturally very happy and immediately signaled Xin family to facilitate this marriage. Xiaoling Yan proposed that concubine Xin help Fu Yunlang. Firstly, to fulfill the recognition he had promised to Fu Yunlang, and secondly, to test Fu Yunlang's current thoughts. And the result came out after one try. He didn't want to talk more about this matter, and asked about Fu Yunkai's wedding date. You are not young anymore, and you can't stay in the capital for a long time. Have you discussed it with the Mu family? When do you plan to get married? Fu Yunkai nodded. We have discussed it. We will complete the ceremony as soon as possible, and get married in May. Congratulations. Xiaoling Yan's congratulations were sincere. Does your highness have a favorite girl? Fu Yunkai asked jokingly. The imperial concubine has been worrying about your highness during this period. After returning from the border, imperial concubine Xin began to force Xiaoling Yan to marry. He knew that Xiaoling Yan had been very distressed during this period. When Xiaoling Yan mentioned this, he had a headache. He waved his hand. Please don't mention this matter. It's a headache. Fu Yunkai laughed. Haha. I was forced to marry not only by my mother, but also by you and the second prince. Now, your highness has also tasted this, right? Xiaoling Yan glared at him and stood up. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to the palace. As he said this, he walked out without caring whether Fu Yunkai, the guest, had left or not. Fu Yunkai hurriedly followed him. The two of them walked out of the gate of the Prince of Qi's mansion and went their separate ways. Xiaoling Yan went to the palace and explained the matter to concubine Xin. Although his attitude towards Fu Yunlang was tentative, and he was acting in a complete manner, he had actually mentioned this matter to concubine Xin before. In fact, concubine Xin had no time to care about Fu Yunlang. What kind of wife other people's sons married was none of her business. She only cared about her son. She winked at her maid and said to Xiaoling Yan, "You are now building a house outside, and it will be harder and harder to see you in the future. Since you are here, accompany me for a cup of tea. Let's do it another day. I have something else to do outside the palace. I just took the time to come in and tell my mother. I have to go back soon." Xiaoling Yan really didn't want to stay here and listen to concubine Sin talking about which girl is good. He couldn't talk about his relationship with Zhao Rushi yet. Not to mention that Zhao Rushi's upcoming imperial examination would be greatly affected by this. And he wouldn't be assigned to a post in another place when he was appointed to an official position, just to say that he and Xiaolingpu were in a situation where they were almost the target of public criticism. The crown prince and the third prince knew that Zhao Rushi was his favorite, so they would definitely make trouble for Zhao Rushi. And this consequence was not what he and Zhao Rushi wanted. Zhao Rushi needed to stay quietly and fight for a safe space for himself. This way, she could help Xiaoling Yan unexpectedly at a critical moment. This was like a trump card that should not be exposed too early. But mother has something to tell you. Concubine Sin did not want to let her son go, so she signaled the servants to go out, leaving only a trusted maid by her side. Xiao Wu. She sank her face and lowered her voice to Xiaoling Yan. I force you to get engaged. Not only because you are old enough to get engaged. It is also to find a helper for us. Your brother has no choice but to marry a girl from the Sin family. You are not like that. Now the Duke of Weiguo's mansion is optimistic about our faction, and is willing to marry us. Miss Ji Xian, from the Duke of Weiguo's mansion is also very good. And it is not unfair for you to marry her. What else are you dissatisfied with about this marriage? Xiaoling Yan raised the corner of his mouth, and raised a mocking tone. Mother? For my brother? I went to the battlefield and survived a lot. I finally came back alive. But you guys are going to use me to arrange a marriage, sacrificing my happiness for my brother's future. Mother, what am I in your eyes? To what extent do you want to squeeze my value before you are satisfied? Is the whole meaning of my life just for the position that my brother wants? After saying this, he turned around and left without caring how surprised Concubine Sin was. In fact, he knew that Concubine Sin did not intend to arrange a marriage for him. He and Xiaolingpu are grasshoppers tied together, and they will prosper together and suffer together. If Xiaolingpu succeeds, he will have a good life. If Xiaolingpu fails, he will not survive. So it is right to make necessary sacrifices for this group. But he still doesn't want them to think that this is a matter of course. Why? Chapter 571 Mother and Son Talk. Xiaoling Yan left. But Concubine Sin couldn't calm down for a long time. She didn't know that her youngest son actually thought this way when facing her forced marriage. She sat down in despair and murmured to her confidant Aunt Yu. Why does he think so? Aunt Yu was Concubine Sin's confidant brought in from the Sin family. And she was more daring to speak. She said, the fifth prince's idea is not wrong. Concubine Sin raised her head and looked at Aunt Yu. Her eyes were a little blank, as if she wanted to wait for Aunt Yu to continue. Aunt Yu lowered her eyelids and didn't say another word. She was 5 years older than Concubine Sin. At that time, she was determined to be a self-tie and didn't want to get married. Because she was smart and rational, she was regarded as Concubine Sin's maid and entered the palace together. After staying in the palace for 20 years, she knew the temperament of the royal family. If you want to survive in the palace, the first priority is to learn to keep your mouth shut. If she really wants to say something, what she says will definitely not be what Xiaolingpu likes to hear, nor will it conform to the wishes of the Sin family. So it's better not to say anything and not bring danger to yourself. Seeing Aunt Yu like this, Concubine Sin calmed down and understood what she meant. She looked out the door and stared at it for a long time. Then sighed and said, I was wrong. I didn't consider Xiao's feelings. As a mother, how could she not love her children? Among the two sons, she prefers the lively and cheerful younger son rather than the mature older son. But as a member of the royal family, only one of the two brothers can sit in that position. Xiaolingpu is older than Xiaoling Yan and has a more stable personality. When Xiaoling Yan was still ignorant and gluttonous, Xiaolingpu had already shouldered the heavy burden of the Sin family at a young age. It can be said that Xiaoling Yan had a carefree childhood and a happy adolescence because Xiaolingpu protected him from the wind and rain. The father and son in the royal family are not father and son, but monarch and minister. Xiao He had many sons and did not favor Concubine Sin. He was destined not to play the role of a strict father in Xiaoling Yan's growth. Although Xiaolingpu was only 2 or 3 years older than Xiaoling Yan, he took on this heavy burden as a brother. It was he who protected his brother and taught him to grow up. So no matter concubine Sin, the Sin family, or even Xiaolingpu himself, they had never thought of pushing Xiaolingyan to the throne. Let's not talk about who made the greatest contribution. Just one point. If Xiaolingyan sat on the throne of the emperor, how would Xiaolingpu, the brother who raised him, deal with it? Xiaolingyan had grown too fast in the past 2 years, and they were just relieved to see it, thinking that Xiaolingpu had gained another help in the fight for the throne. They never thought that Xiaolingyan would have other ideas in his mind. Send someone out and call Xiaowu back in, she said. She wanted to know Xiaolingyan's thoughts. As a mother, the last thing she wanted was for her 2 brothers to be disabled. Xiaolingyan left concubine Sin's palace, but did not leave the palace. Instead, he returned to his own residence as a prince. He knew that his words would surely cast a huge stone in concubine Sin's heart. Concubine Sin would definitely think too much and would definitely come to him again. He had made great contributions during his visit to the border. Xiao He liked him more than before and often asked him to come to the imperial court to talk and chat. This was the treatment that the third prince Xiaolingheng had received before. He had made contributions and was favored by his father. So he was afraid that Xiaolingpu would think too much. They brothers could not have any estrangement now. Otherwise it would be easy for others to alienate them and cause trouble when he finally helped Xiaolingpu to the throne. His life would not be easy. It was better to talk it out directly. But it is not appropriate to say this for no reason. Therefore, he simply took the opportunity of concubines and arranging a marriage for him to make it clear so that everyone can feel at ease. After he lost his temper and made his thoughts clear, I think all the thoughts in Xiaolingpu and concubine Sin's hearts will disappear. And what will remain is just heartache and touching. For the future happy life of him and Zhao Rushi, he must use some tricks on these relatives. The royal family is not like ordinary families. There is little warmth between the closest relatives, such as fathers and sons, mothers and sons, and brothers, so tricks are indispensable. He didn't get married, although he built a mansion outside the palace. His residence in the palace was still there. He would come back to the palace to live from time to time. This helped him to control the situation in the palace. Sure enough, before he had time to sit down when he returned to the prince's residence, a young eunuch came to call him. He went to concubine Sin's palace again. Concubine Sin dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only Auntie by her side. She looked at Xiaolingyan's resolute and handsome face, and finally realized that her Xiaowu had grown up and became a man who stood up to the sky and was no longer the child before. She sighed softly and said slowly, Xiaowu, Mother knows you have been wronged. If you don't want the marriage with the Duke of Weigua, Mother will take your place. But Mother hopes you don't have any grudges against your second brother. It's not your second brother's idea to let you marry the girl from the Duke of Weigua, but Mother's idea. I have seen that girl Qi Xian and think she is good, so I mentioned it to you. But since you don't want to, forget it. Xiaolingyan knew what she wanted to say, and he was impatient to beat around the bush. So he said bluntly, Mother, are you worried that I have ulterior motives and want to compete with my second brother for the throne? Don't worry. I didn't. I don't want to be the emperor either. This is exactly what concubine Sin wants to talk about. She didn't dare to say it out loud, and only intended to express her meaning in a tactful way so that Xiaolingyan would understand her painstaking efforts. The internal fighting between Xiaolingpu and Xiaolingyan, the fight between brothers, would not only disperse the support of the Sin family, but also make it easier for the crown prince and the third and fourth princes to take advantage of the situation and sow discord, and finally destroy both brothers. This is definitely not what she wants to see. She also wants to explain the pros and cons of this to Xiaolingyan. But she had only opened her mouth when Xiaolingyan spoke directly. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this in anger, but from the heart. Xiaolingyan said. I'm not interested in that position. I just want to live a relaxed and happy life. Not to mention fighting for it. Even if it's offered to me, I don't want it. That position is too tiring and too dangerous. I don't like it. After he said that, concubine Sin believed it. The children of the royal family are all forced to grow up. For example, Xiaolingpu knew when he was 6 or 7 years old that if he didn't fight for it, his mother, himself, and his brother would not have a good ending. And his maternal grandfather's family would not have a good ending either. With such a heavy burden on his shoulders, innocence and simplicity did not exist. And he was not allowed to have any idle thoughts. The original Xiaolingyan, probably because he was the youngest son, had an older brother, and knew that no matter how much he fought, he would not covet that position. The throne that his mother and maternal grandfather had fought hard for could only be given to his brother. So he did not have much ambition, thinking that there would be tall people to support him even if the sky collapsed. He developed a character that did not worry about anything. Chapter 572, I will only marry one. What he said now is what the original owner would say. Therefore, Concubine Sin felt that although her son had matured, was sensible, and capable, but his personality was still the same, and he had not changed at all. Son, you are so kind. Concubine Sin's tears fell. You don't know how scared I was just now. I was afraid that you brothers would covet a position. And then, the brothers would fight and kill each other, which would be like digging my heart out. At this point, Concubine Sin cried so hard that she couldn't continue. When she was young and full of hope for the future, she was sent to the palace by her family. She could only look at the sky above the palace for her whole life. She was ignored by her husband, and had to fight with the concubines. She was very careful every step she took, fearing that she would lose her life at any time. She was even more afraid that her 2 sons would be killed by others. After a lot of effort, her 2 sons grew up and left the palace to build their own houses. If they killed each other again at this time, she would be crazy. What does the royal family have? It brought her depression, fear, and constant fear. She didn't know how much she envied those ordinary women outside the palace. As a time traveler, Xiaolingyan was already 30 years old before he traveled through time, not much younger than Concubine Sin's current age. In addition, as an outsider, he could understand Concubine Sin's situation and feelings, seeing that Concubine Sin was crying more and more, and there was a trend that she couldn't stop. He didn't say anything, just sat quietly, and winked at Aunt Yu, who wanted to step forward to persuade her, asking her not to disturb Concubine Sin. Concubine Sin had been suppressed for too long. When he went to the border some time ago, Concubine Sin was worried. When he returned to Beijing, he saw that Concubine Sin was more haggard than him, and seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Now there is finally a chance for her to vent. So why not let her cry bitterly to relieve her unhappiness? In this harem, crying bitterly is a luxury. Seeing Concubine Sin cry for a while, the cry gradually stopped. He took a new handkerchief from Aunt Yu's hand, handed it to her, and comforted her. Mother, don't be sad. Everything will be fine. My brother and I have grown up safely. We brothers will work together to make a difference for you. Even if we can't, we can still leave safely. You have to believe us. According to the rules, they should call Concubine Sin Mother Concubine. But Concubine Sin prefers to call herself Mother in front of them, as if this way they can be closer to the identity of ordinary people, rather than the ruthless royal family. It is not known whether it was this mother, or Xiaolingyan's words, or both, that comforted Concubine Sin. She wiped away her tears, looked at her son, who was so tall that she could not even touch his head, with red eyes, and nodded vigorously. Okay. Mother believes that we will definitely get better and better. You have such a hard life, because there are too many concubines and half-sisters in the palace. Taking concubines is the root of the harem, and the chaos in the harem. Mother, I will marry a girl I like in the future, and I will only have her for my whole life. I will never take concubines. I don't want anyone to live like you. To be honest, as a good young man who received socialist education, his 3 views are extremely positive. After seeing many intrigues in ancient times, he deeply felt that monogamy was the guarantee of a happy life. Not to mention Zhao Rushi's temperament. If he had 2 hearts, Zhao Rushi would definitely break his legs, and then leave him with the baby and all the property, leaving him with a miserable end. Just talking about himself. After living in this palace for a year or 2, he personally felt that there was no warmth between the women competing for favor and the brothers competing for resources. Only killing. And he would not take a concubine. Men who think that all wives, concubines, legitimate and illegitimate children can love each other as a family are all big fools with big pig trotters. Concubine Sin cried so hard just now that she was sobbing from time to time. But now her son's words made her sobs stop. She stared at Xiaolingyan blankly for a long time, and tears came again. She hugged her tall son and cried, Shiwu, my Shiwu, how can you be so warm-hearted? It's all my fault. It's my fault. If it weren't for Mother, how could you have such an idea? Whoa. Xiaolingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Concubine Sin's behavior always made him feel that he was greatly wrong for not taking a concubine. Even more wrong than not being able to sit on the throne. That's right. This is the welfare of men in ancient times. As a result, he, the king of Qi who made great efforts for Xiaolingpu's succession, was not able to embrace many wives and concubines after his brother ascended the throne. Instead, because of psychological illness, he only had one wife. In the eyes of concubines and other men, wasn't this a great injustice? He didn't know what to say until concubines finally stopped crying and let him go. Then he said, "So mother, I will only marry one. Can you bear to let me marry a girl I don't like?" Concubines shook her head desperately. "No, mother won't force you. In fact, if you don't like the girl of the Duke of Weigui and don't want to marry her, mother won't force you." She looked at her youngest son with slightly red and swollen eyes, and reached out to stroke his cheek. "How can mother bear to see you suffer? I said that to you because I thought you didn't want to get engaged. So I wanted you to try it out. If you don't like it, we can pick another one. No matter whose family it is. As long as you like someone, I can get an imperial decree for you. This is how my life will be. And your brother doesn't have many choices. I only want you to be happy." As a mother, although she can't stay with her son like an ordinary mother, she is also very concerned about the movements of Xiaolingpu and Xiaolingyan. And from time to time, she will call the eunuchs around them to ask about their situation. She knew exactly whether Xiaolingyan had contact with the noble ladies or not, and whether he paid special attention to any of them. Seeing that her son had not yet become enlightened at this age, and had no interest in girls, he either stayed in the Ministry of Works and tinkered with those craftsmen all day long, or was busy in the auction house. A girl took the initiative to approach him, but before she could get close, she was stopped by the people around him. Concubines thought that Xiaolingyan did not have a favorite girl. The Duke of Weigui Mansion had never really taken sides, but now suddenly favored their faction. And Concubines and the Sin family were quite surprised. In addition, Concubines had met Qi Xian before and thought that this girl was not bad, with outstanding looks, generous words and deeds. And she was also a student of the Beijing Women's Academy. And she was worthy of her son. That's why she came to ask her son excitedly, thinking that this was a good match. If she knew that her son was disgusted, she would also mention this marriage. But she would be more tactful. Chapter 573. Do you want to sit in that position? Xiaolingyan went to the battlefield for his brother, and survived a near-death experience. Now he is still trapped in the vortex of political struggle, and his life is in danger at any time. He paid so much, shared life and death with Xiaolingpu, and shared the huge risk of fighting for the throne. But in the end, Xiaolingpu ascended the throne. What did Xiaolingyan get? When Xiaohu was in power, he was a prince, and he could still participate in politics and do what he wanted, because the future throne was undecided. Ministers and various factions did not dare to disrespect him openly. After Xiaolingpu ascends the throne, Xiaolingyan will not have the power he has now, and he will be inferior to the ministers in the court. After all, the emperor is wary of these princes and suspicious of them, and whatever they do will make the emperor suspicious. So the best way to live is to travel around, be an idle prince who doesn't care about government affairs, and follow Khan Shirlin's code of conduct. That way, he can live a smooth life. As a mother, how could concubines bear to let her son be unhappy in marriage again? So now, do you have a favorite girl? If you have, tell me, no matter who she is or what her status is. I will help you marry her, and never let you suffer any grievances in marriage. Concubines said this very carefully, fearing that Xiaolingyan would be suspicious. Xiaolingyan shook his head. Not yet. When I have and want to get married, I will tell my mother first. I want to decide my own marriage, and will not marry a girl from the Weigui Palace. Don't mention that marriage anymore. Okay. Mother knows what you mean. Don't worry. I will talk to your grandparents. Concubines said. After thinking for a while, she added, you should know how your brother treats you. He is just like mother, and he will never force you. Xiaolingyan nodded. When he came back from the border, he felt Xiaolingpu's heartache, gratitude, guilt and desire to make amends. The original owner grew up following Xiaolingpu like a little tail. Xiaolingpu really loved his brother, and he also felt this. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the border, let alone fought so hard to seize the throne for Xiaolingpu. If he did not want to get involved in this vortex, he could avoid these political struggles like Zhao Rushi and save his life. And he did not have to get involved. After leaving the palace, he returned to his own Chiwang mansion. Sitting in the mansion until night, he asked a secret guard with a similar figure to change his clothes and sit in the room to read and write. He took a few secret guards and quietly left the Chiwang mansion and went to Supingbo mansion. He missed Zhao Rushi and wanted to see her. When Zhao Yuanxuan and Zhu left, they only took 2 old guards from Suiping Marquis' mansion, but took 8 guards selected by Zhao Rushi from the farm. In addition to the original guards, Zhao Rushi selected a few people from the farm to supplement the current guards of Suiping Marquis' mansion. These are young men from the farm who have grown up in the past 2 years. They are tall and strong. They have been trained by Ma Sheng for a while, and can also do some basic boxing and kicking. They do some errands and miscellaneous work. They can protect the master when facing ordinary people, which is enough. But they couldn't detect the comings and goings of masters like Xiaoling Yan, let alone stop them. Your guards here are not good enough, Xiaoling Yan said to Zhao Rushi as soon as they met. As long as our relationship is not exposed, this amount of protection is enough. Besides, aren't there secret guards sent by you? Zhao Rushi looked at him with a smile. Xiaoling Yan coughed lightly. Isn't that because I am worried about your safety? Although I didn't say it clearly, I know I can't hide it from you. The two were talking about the beginning when Xiaoling Yan sent guards to secretly protect Zhao Rushi. Later, when the relationship between the two was confirmed, Xiaoling Yan sent guards openly. Your agility pills and strength pills are quite effective. Ordinary people can't get close to you. It's not easy to hurt you, he said. Zhao Rushi nodded. She also relied on the secret guards given to her by Xiaoling Yan, plus the bonus of her agility pills and strength pills. And she had been practicing the boxing skills given to her by Xiaoling Yan, so she dared to use only ordinary people as guards. As a person who died once, she still cherished her life. You come here now. Is there something? She asked. Xiaoling Yan nodded and told him about the marriage arranged by concubine Sin. He had a strong desire to survive, and he knew that it would be best to explain it clearly as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Zhao Rushi found out from somewhere else, his life would be in danger. Qi Xian from the Duke of Weiguo's mansion? Zhao Rushi raised her eyebrows. She didn't know many noble ladies, but Qi Xian was one of them. What a coincidence. I have already explained it clearly to concubine Xian. Xiaoling Yan recounted his conversation with concubine Sin. Zhao Rushi was not a stingy person, so she would not blame Xiaoling Yan for such a thing. She was thinking about another question. Will your second brother be suspicious of you when he becomes the emperor? She and Xiaoling Yan were not people who could sit idle. There would be no such political struggle in the future, and they would definitely reform the industry of Dajin and vigorously develop the productivity of the imperial examination on the existing basis. If doing such a thing would still make Xiaolingpu suspicious, then they might as well not care about it now. Anyway, Xiaoling Yan's death crisis has passed, while Xiao Hu is still in power. Xiaoling Yan can ask his father for a job and stay away from the capital. This is better than helping Xiaolingpu to the throne and being suspected by him. Xiaoling Yan shook his head. It shouldn't be. Otherwise, I would not choose to assist him in the beginning, but choose to stay away from the capital. But people will change. When he sits in that position, it is hard to say whether he will be the same as now. He sighed and shook his head. This is also unavoidable. Except for me taking that position, who else can I trust? As for that, he pointed to the sky. He can't be in the position either. As long as the throne is not settled, the struggle will never stop. It's better to be my second brother. Zhao Rushi nodded. Xiaoling Yan looked at her. Do you want me to take that position? It's up to you. Zhao Rushi naturally didn't want it, but she only had this boyfriend in 2 lifetimes, and she hoped to spend her whole life with him. What to do? Spoil her. If you want to take the throne, I support you. If you don't want to take the throne, wait until your second brother takes the throne, and we will take things easy and be on guard. Nothing will happen. You didn't use gunpowder when you were at the border. Wasn't it because you wanted to keep it in reserve? Both of them are top students with strong memory, and they are not bookworms. They have read all kinds of books, and know a lot of random knowledge. Especially for someone like Xiaoling Yan who likes military channels. She doesn't believe that he doesn't have a few formulas for black gunpowder in his mind. Chapter 574 Unwilling. If someone really wants to prevent them from living a good life, they just need to be prepared. With a hot weapon, it is unknown who will be killed. When there is no other way, it doesn't matter if Xiaoling Yan becomes the emperor reluctantly. As long as their son grows up, he can still live a leisurely life. So as long as they are strong, there is really no need to think about this and that, and be worried. Xiao Lingyan was so moved when he heard it that he immediately gave Zhao Rushi a deep kiss. Cici, you are so kind. I am very lucky that you are by my side even though I am here. I agree. Zhao Rushi leaned on his shoulder and nodded. The two of them leaned on each other and talked for half a night before Xiao Lingyan left. In the following days, Zhao Rushi continued to study behind closed doors as before. He only went to Kong Mansion to accompany his master for half a day during the 10-day holiday, and then sent someone to send the written articles to Pengguan for him and the teachers to correct. He usually did not go out. Zhao Ryu's life was no longer peaceful. Fu Yunlang originally wanted to keep it a secret from Zhao Ryu until he got married before talking about his marriage with Miss Censure. But Zhao Ryu was studying at the Beijing Women's Academy, where gossip abounded. Who got engaged? What happened to whose family? Everyone was a relative. The situation was complicated. The factional struggles. The struggles of small groups were very complicated. And there were piles of sour people. Flattering the powerful and trampling the weak was a basic operation. So the fact that Ping and Marquis' mansion sent people to the Sin family to give gifts was soon known to everyone. Zhao Ryu was born in a poor family and had a foster mother like Wei. So some people didn't like her. If she had kept a low profile, it would have been fine. But she has become more and more beautiful recently, and it is hard for people not to notice her, which makes those female students who are proud of their beauty even more disgusted with her. So as soon as they knew the news, someone ran to Zhao Ryu and ridiculed her in public, with the system in hand. Zhao Ryu knew it at the first time when she talked with Fu Yunlang at his house, and Fu Yunlang acquiesced to his letting the matchmaker go to the Sin family to agree to the marriage. She was waiting for this news to come out. When she was called out in public, she immediately ran out of the academy crying. Miss, Fu Shu helped her get on the carriage, and worriedly wanted to comfort Zhao Ryu. Zhao Ryu waved her hand to stop her from talking, and ordered, go to the Duke of Wei's mansion in the evening and ask Miss Qi Xian to bring all my things back for me. I don't want to go to school anymore. Miss, how can this be possible? Fu Shu was anxious when he heard it. Zhao Ryu had nothing now. She has no noble family background, no rich dowry, and besides being a student of the Beijing Women's Academy, and the title of a talented woman who won the 3rd place in the piano competition, what else does she have? The second son of the Fu family used to love her deeply, but now that the marriage is broken, how can she get a good marriage if she doesn't go to school? Just look at Zhao Rui who throws things and scolds people at home all day long. No need to say more. Just listen to me. Zhao Ryu rarely became strict with Fu Shu. Fu Shu dared not say anything. After sending Zhao Ryu back home, she looked at the time and estimated that Qi Xian had finished school. So she took a carriage to the Duke of Weigua's mansion. But as soon as she entered the Duke of Weigua's mansion, she found that the atmosphere was not very good. The maid who received her did not smile. She sat in the gatehouse at the second gate for a long time, and Qi Xian did not send a maid to take her in. Qi Xian was in the room and was angry with her mother. Why? What's wrong with me? Why can't it work? Didn't you say that the Sin family took the initiative to propose this marriage? She threw the handkerchief in her hand and questioned with anger on her face. When the Sin family came to inquire about the intentions of the Duke of Weigua's mansion on behalf of Xiao Lingyan, in addition to the Duke of Weigua and several heads of the family, the old lady also asked Qi Xian's opinion. The old lady of the Duke of Weigua was a wise old woman. She knew that if Qi Xian did not agree, once she was dissatisfied with the marriage, it would not be a marriage, but an enemy. Then it would be better not to get married. Qi Xian had seen Xiao Lingyan at a banquet. His handsome appearance was not only attractive to her, but also to many girls in the capital. But they knew that the prince's marriage involved court struggles, and they could not marry just because they wanted to. Therefore, the noble ladies kept their feelings in their hearts and dared not show them, so as not to bring disaster to their families. She really didn't expect that such a great thing would fall on her head. The 5th prince not only had a handsome appearance, but also went to the border in person when the country was in danger, and made great contributions. His grandfather praised his abilities several times. He was named the King of Qi at a young age, and was also loved by the emperor. Marry him. Now she is the princess of Qi, and maybe she can be the queen in the future. Such a person, such status, such honor, overwhelmed Qi Xian, and she didn't know how to express her excitement. If it weren't for her grandmother and mother's repeated warnings, She couldn't help showing off in the women's academy. But when she came back from school today, her mother told her that the marriage was not going to happen. The king of Qi himself didn't agree. This was a bolt from the blue. Qi Xian couldn't accept it at all. She complained, "Didn't you tell me that there are few families as powerful and independent as our Weigua mansion? There are not many candidates for the Prince of Qi to marry. And the Xin family sent someone to test him. Which is very sincere. Why is it like this now? Could it be that grandfather and his family put forward some conditions?" The second wife sighed, looking helpless. "You also said that it was the Xin family who sent people to test us. And we agreed to discuss this marriage later. Concubine Xin has a good impression of you. But His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi said that he didn't want to get married yet and rejected the Xin family's proposal. The owner doesn't agree. And the Xin family is helpless. What can we do?" Qi Xian didn't say anything for a long time. She was silent for a while, and stepped forward to shake the second wife's arm. "Mom, please, tell Dad to send someone to check if His Royal Highness Prince Qi has a favorite girl. If not, help me find out his whereabouts." The second wife was shocked. "What do you want to do? You are not." "Oh, Mother, what are you thinking about?" Qi Xian stamped her feet. "I just want to try and see if His Royal Highness Prince Qi has a favorite girl. If not, then maybe he has misunderstood my appearance and personality. After all, there are many people who want to marry His Royal Highness Prince Qi. If someone says bad things about me in front of him, it is normal for him to refuse the marriage. Otherwise, why would he refuse? Since grandfather agreed to this marriage, I think he is very optimistic about His Royal Highness Prince Xin and His Royal Highness Prince Qi. If I can successfully marry His Royal Highness Prince Qi and become the Princess of Qi, it will be of great benefit to our family, our second house, and you. From now on, your aunt will no longer dare to point fingers at you. Even your grandmother will be polite to you. Don't you want to live like that?" Chapter 575 Inquiry. The second wife was immediately moved when she thought of that scene. After thinking for a while, she stood up and said, "Okay, I'll ask your father to inquire. I'll tell you if there's anything." Yes. Go quickly." Qi Xian pushed her mother out of the door. The second master of the Weigua mansion was reluctant to give up the opportunity to become the father-in-law of the King of Qi. If his daughter married the King of Qi, and the King of Qi ascended the throne by chance, wouldn't he become the father-in-law of the country? This wonderful idea made him particularly positive. He did not discuss it with the Duke of Weigua, but went out to inquire about it. At this time, Qi Xian's maid dared to step forward and told Qi Xian about Zhao Ryu's maid's visit. If it were someone else, the maid would definitely not dare to do this. Even if her own girl was angry and there were important guests visiting, she would not dare to delay. But Zhao Ryu had long been reduced to a girl from a small family, and she was also an adopted daughter. Usually, she was the kind of person who could not say anything when she was with her own girl, so the maid naturally looked down on her. Qi Xian understood what the maid said and waved her hand indifferently, saying, "Just remember this and bring her things back tomorrow." She used to play with Zhao Ryu because they were relatives and because she might marry the second son of the Marquis of Ping'an. But now Fu Er is getting engaged to Miss Censure, and Zhao Ryu's status has plummeted. Even if she discusses marriage in the future, she won't be able to find a good one. So she naturally doesn't bother to pay attention. She just ignored him immediately because she was worried that people would say she was snobbish if it got out. So she helped reluctantly. It's just bringing back some small things that are often used. It's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. Just leave it to the maid. The maid saw that she had no other instructions after she finished this sentence. So she left and told Fu Shu. Fu Shu sat in the gatehouse for almost half an hour before finally waiting for Qi Xian's response. Although he didn't dare to get angry, he did feel sad and melancholy for his own girl. What will the girl do in the future? When she returned home, before she spoke, Zhao Ryu asked, "Are you being ignored?" It was just a matter of passing a message. Fu Shu took so long to come back, so it was obvious that Qi Xian ignored her. Fu Shu was afraid that Zhao Ryu would be sad, so he told her about the strangeness of the Duke of Weigua mansion, saying, "I heard from the maid that it seemed that the marriage of Miss Qi Lu was not right. I think she was in a bad mood and couldn't take care of it, so she didn't reply to me in time." Zhao Ryu was thoughtful after hearing this. In the previous life, Qi Xian also discussed marriage at this time. The Duke of Weigua mansion was still a family that loved their daughters. The family they chose for Qi Xian was a little worse than the Duke of Wei mansion. The family was simple, and the person's character was also good. When the marriage was mentioned, both parties were very satisfied. So Qi Xian's marriage was quickly settled, and she got married half a year later. After getting married, Qi Xian lived a very good life. Zhao Ruyu also attended Qi Xian's engagement ceremony at that time, so she remembered it very clearly. How come not only other things have changed in this life, but even Qi Xian's marriage has changed? In the past 6 months, not only Zhao Rushi has been paying close attention to the movements of all aspects of the court, but Zhao Ruyu has also been paying attention. In order to save points, she asked Fu Yunlang. Fu Yunlang would tell her about the general affairs of the court. After half a year, Zhao Ruyu also summed up the law of the change of events. Everything related to Zhao Rushi, or what Zhao Rushi was determined to change. No one knew how she operated it. Anyway, in the end, things would develop in an unknown direction, such as the fate of the 2 princes, and the father and son of the Fu family, and the fate of Zhao Rurui, her, Zhao Yuanxuan, and other close people. As for people and things that were not related to Zhao Rushi, as long as they could not be affected, they would still develop according to the original trajectory of fate. Qi Xian and Zhao Rushi had no connection at all. Last time Qi Xian wanted to invite Zhao Rushi to a banquet. She was rejected directly. Qi Xian was also a very arrogant person, so she would not invite again. So Qi Xian and Zhao Rushi had no friendship. But why did Qi Xian's fate change now? Although Zhao Ruyu's system helped her get information, the fee was very expensive. Information like Qi Xian's marriage required 1,000 points. Zhao Ruyu's ability was not enough. Even if she practiced the piano diligently for half a year, her level would not improve much. So it was difficult to earn points, and she was reluctant to use any of them. She thought about it, called the servant she usually used, and told him, "You stay near the Weiguo mansion, and find out what the marriage of Miss Qi Lu is about. If she goes out in the next 2 days, you follow her." The servant agreed. "Okay, you go and rest." Zhao Ruyu sent Fu Shu away, thought about it, and began to count her private money. Since she got the system, she felt that her life might change, and she couldn't do without some money. She thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any way to make money. So she simply started to help people with homework in the academy and earn some hard-earned money. Those noble ladies were all generous, and she did her homework well and spoke in a pleasant way, so she got a lot of tips. Therefore, she also earned about 300 taels of silver during this period. The monthly allowance that Zhao Jingli gave her and Zhao Rurui, as well as the money for making clothes and jewelry every year, were all fixed, which was only enough for her to buy a piece of ordinary cloth every season. The jewelry she could only buy was some inexpensive silver jewelry. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. If she wants to implement her plan, she has to buy some new clothes. The 300 taels of silver, plus the private money she saved when she was in Sweeping Marquis's mansion, can make 2 beautiful spring clothes and buy 2 unique but inexpensive jewelry. In Weiguogong's mansion, the second master Qi was trying every means to find out about Shaolin Yan. He came back in the evening and told his wife, "I didn't see the king of Qi getting close to any noble lady. There are very few palace maids serving him, let alone concubines. I heard that he doesn't even have a maid to teach him about human affairs. When he came of age, concubines wanted to arrange a marriage for him, but he refused." When the second lady heard this, she was not happy, but worried he won't have that kind of problem. Right? The second master was stunned and frowned. Not to mention the princes in the palace. Even the children of these noble families, when they reach a certain age, their families will arrange a concubine to teach them about human affairs, so as to avoid being lured to places like brothels by people without knowledge, which will dazzle people and ruin the family's reputation. So His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi didn't even arrange a concubine for him. Could it be that he really has that kind of problem? After thinking about it, he shook his head. That shouldn't happen. If he really had that problem, the imperial concubine would have arranged for him to have a concubine to cover it up. How could it arouse suspicion like this? The second wife thought about it and had no idea. "Then what do you think we should do?" she asked. Chapter 576, Not Seen. According to the second master's idea, even if the king of Qi is really not good in that aspect, he is still a prince. If Qi Xian marries him, she will be the wife of the king of Qi with a high status. In this case, even if the king of Qi is really not good, what does it matter? In this way, He will not take concubines left and right. And there will be only Qi Xian, the woman in the whole King of Qi's mansion. I don't know how glorious it is. It is worth it to endure a little problem. How many women have married their husbands? But because they are not favored, they still have to stay alone in the empty room. And then, they have to deal with contempt and ridicule from all sides. And be squeezed by other women. In that case, it would be better if the husband is not good in that aspect. He told his wife this idea tactfully. As a woman, the second wife was in a dilemma. On the one hand, she felt that this was still very important. If the husband is not good, there will be no offspring. And raising someone else's children is not the same thing after all. But on the other hand, as a woman in the inner house, she felt that what the second master said made sense. Not to mention others. Just the fact that the second master took 2 concubines made her feel that they were not as good as her husband in that aspect. Those concubine sons and daughters were troublesome, which made her wish her husband died sooner. Okay, I'll tell Sister Xian about this, she said. It's okay. I'll go over there to rest. The second master thought of the young and beautiful concubine, and he didn't stay after speaking, and walked out with his hands behind his back. The second wife looked at her husband's back, gnashing her teeth and thinking whether she should really get some medicine to make her husband a eunuch to avoid annoying people. Qi Xian was still a little girl, and she blushed immediately after hearing what the second wife said. This is just your guess. Maybe it's not like that. I don't think this is a big deal. Then you think about it. If you can really marry the king of Qi, your grandmother and uncle will be very happy, the second wife said. She then told the second master about several places Xiaolingyan often went to. At the end, she praised him. Your Highness the King of Qi is really a good person. He never goes to restaurants to drink, nor does he go to other places to hang out. Every day, he is either working hard at the Ministry of Works, or going to the auction house, or returning to the King of Qi's mansion. He is really a rare honest child. Qi Xian was pleased but also felt it was difficult to deal with. The King of Qi always traveled by carriage, so she couldn't block him at the entrance of the Ministry of Industry or the King of Qi's mansion. Could she? If that happened, everyone in the capital would know about it tomorrow. It would be fine if the marriage was successful. If not, how could she get married in the future? After thinking about it, she said to the second madam, I need something more expensive, so I'll go to the auction house to discuss the auction. The second madam immediately understood what she meant and agreed with her approach. It couldn't be better this way. She thought for a moment. Don't go to the academy tomorrow. I will report to your grandmother and go to the public treasury to find something for you. Qi Xian's marriage is not their second branch's business. If it really happens, the entire Weigua mansion will benefit, especially the eldest uncle, the Weigua Duke, who will be more proud and more powerful. This thing naturally cannot come from their second branch's private treasury. Qi Xian shook her head. I'm afraid my grandmother will not agree to let me go to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Mother, you should look through what our second branch has. Just find the ones that are not needed. After all, the money from the auction is yours. The second lady thought about the old lady's old-fashioned style. After being rejected for marriage, she might not let Xianjier bother about this matter. She nodded immediately and said, Okay, I'll get up early tomorrow morning to look for it. The mother and daughter discussed it and went to bed. The next day, Qi Xian calculated the time and went to the tea house near the auction house when Xiaolingyan usually went there. She sent a few servants to wait at the intersection and the door of the auction house, and notify her once she saw the figure of King Qi. Miss, I'm here. Go straight to the auction house. Not long after, the servant came to inform her breathlessly. Qi Xian was overjoyed and hurried downstairs with her maid to the auction house. The auction house was naturally managed by a special person. Xiaolingyan usually came here to see if anything had been received and when to arrange the auction. More often, he was here to hide away. Qi Xian entered the auction house and knew that there were no outsiders. She was impatient to listen to the shopkeeper's nagging and said bluntly, I want to see His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Seeing the shopkeeper's hesitation, she simply revealed her identity. Tell His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi that I am Miss Qi 6 from the Duke of Weigua's mansion, and he will know. The opposite was a young and beautiful noblewoman, and her words revealed that she had a relationship with her master. The shopkeeper did not dare to neglect him, and went upstairs to report to Xiaolingyan. No, Xiaolingyan said. If she pesters me again, you can say that I know who she is. But I don't want to get married. So there is no need to meet," he added. The shopkeeper. "Is it okay to say that? She's still a little girl," the shopkeeper advised carefully. He felt that his prince was too direct and could easily hurt people's hearts. "Just say it. If you say it too tactfully, I'm afraid she won't understand and will pester you," Xiaolingyan said. As he spoke, he also instructed Wang Tong, who was standing behind him. "Guards should be more alert during this period. Don't let anyone hit you." Wang Tong agreed without hesitation. Yes. He was an insider, so he naturally knew the reason why his prince did this. The shopkeeper didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this, but he also understood what Xiaolingyan meant and turned away. When he met Qi Xian, he was still euphemistic at first, saying that His Royal Highness Qi Huang was busy, and he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. And if there was anything, just talk to him directly. "Did you tell him what I said?" Qi Xian couldn't believe her ears. She was the one who was discussing marriage with Xiaolingyan. Xiaolingyan heard that she was coming, so he should come out to meet her and talk. Right? How could he just send her away with a few words, treating her as an irrelevant person? "I have told you," without missing a single word, the shopkeeper said reluctantly. Qi Xian stared at the shopkeeper with her eyes wide open, unable to speak for a long time. "I'll go find him." She lifted her skirt and wanted to go to the stairs where the shopkeeper came down. But she didn't expect that a man dressed as a guard appeared on the stairs that were originally empty. He stood at the entrance of the stairs and said, "Sorry, this place is not open to outsiders." Qi Xian looked at the guard, then at the shopkeeper, in disbelief. Seeing this, the shopkeeper, although reluctant, still said what Xiaolingyan asked him to say. "His Highness said that he doesn't want to get married, so there is no need to meet." If Qi Xian still had a glimmer of hope just now, she thought that the King of Qi didn't know who she was, so he refused to see her. But after hearing this, her hope was completely shattered. Xiaolingyan's words clearly showed that he knew who she was, but he didn't want to see her. He didn't want to get married, so he didn't even give her a chance to meet. Chapter 577 Golden Avenue. This reminded Qi Xian of what her mother said last night. Is it true that the King of Qi is inhumane, so he plans not to get married in this life? She moved her lips, wanting to say that no matter what hidden illness the King of Qi has, she doesn't care. But even if she has a low EQ, she knows that such words cannot be said. Not to mention that this matter has not been confirmed. Even if it is confirmed, it is a taboo in the Jin dynasty and concerns the face of the royal family. If she said this today, what awaited her would be a word from the palace and her tragic end of dying silently in the backyard of the Duke of Wei's mansion. She took a step back and nodded sadly. "Okay. I understand." As she said this, she turned around abruptly, covered her face, and walked out quickly. Not only was she ashamed of being rejected, but she was also putting on a show for Xiaolingyan to see. She wanted him to know that she was sad because of his rejection. As long as he was not a heartless person, he would definitely feel a little pity for her, casting ripples in his heart. When he wants to get married, he might consider her first. The shopkeeper didn't react at first, but after the waiter reminded him, he quickly took the things handed over by the waiter and chased after him. Miss Qi." Qi Xian was delighted when she heard the call, and she quickly stopped, thinking that the King of Qi had changed his mind. But she didn't expect that the next moment she saw the shopkeeper put a box into the hands of the maid she brought with her. "Miss Qi, please take the things you brought." The box was exactly what she brought from home to auction. This item was valuable. Qi Xian had not forgotten it just now, but she was just thinking about coming back to get it later, which was also an excuse. She never thought that the King of Qi not only rejected her advances, but also directly blocked the channels for approaching him in the future. Qi Xian was so upset that she finally stopped acting this time and burst into tears, wiping her tears and ran out. "Alas, Your Highness is." The shopkeeper looked upstairs and shook his head. That night, Xiaolingyan wrote a letter to Zhao Rushi to report what happened today, and praised his performance proudly, and asked Zhao Rushi for a reward. Zhao Rushi read the letter, and was angry and amused. She went to the garden to pick a peach blossom. Now it was spring, and it was the season when peach blossoms were in full bloom. She crumpled a peach blossom, stuffed it into an envelope, and gave it to Wu Wei. "Give it to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi immediately." Half an hour later, Xiaolingyan received a reply. There was no letter in the envelope, only a rotten peach blossom, and a small note with 2 words on it, "Reward." Xiao Lingyan. Zhao Ryu also received a report from the servant. King Qi? She was so shocked that she almost dropped the teacup in her hand. Yes, the servant said. I saw her sending people to inquire at the door of the auction house. Later, when King Qi entered the auction house, she followed him in. But she came out in less than a meal. And she came out crying. The shopkeeper also chased her out and gave something to her maid, which seemed to be the item she took to the auction. Zhao Ryu suppressed her excitement, asked Fushu to give the servant a big reward, sent them all out, then clicked on the light screen to check her points, and finally closed the light screen in frustration. For information about Xiao Lingyan, a prince, the system would require 3,000 points for every little news, like his marriage. If the prince's news involved the court, it would cost at least 5,000 points. Zhao Ryu worked hard to earn points some time ago, all because of the carrot of the beauty pills hanging in front of her. Now that her goal has been achieved, she no longer wants to suffer. If it weren't for the fact that it would cost 600 points to find out about Fu Yulong's marriage, she would not even want to touch the zither during this period. Now that Fu Yulong's boots have finally landed, she really won't touch the zither anymore. Now she only has 83 points on the screen, and she can't afford any news. But she doesn't need to buy it. Qi Xian's actions made her mind suddenly clear. She didn't take action during this period. Firstly, because the beauty pills take a long time to make her beautiful. And she was only a little more beautiful than before, but not beautiful enough to impress people. Secondly, the situation in Ping'an Marquis's mansion has changed, and she doesn't know whether Fu Yulong's feelings for her will change. If Fu Yulang changed, then he would be the one to take the blame. Not only would she not have to bear the blame, but she would also be able to win sympathy. Thirdly, she had not yet considered who she was going to marry. The political situation had become confusing because of Zhao Rushi's rebirth. She could not see clearly who was the cannon fodder and who was the final winner. She was afraid of giving up the tree of Fu Yunlang, but ended up jumping into a con after all her efforts. Therefore, although she had a candidate in mind, she had been keeping her hands off for a while, just wanting to find the best one. The reason why she insisted on going to the academy was that she wanted to slowly become more beautiful in front of everyone. Only subtle changes will not make people feel abrupt. Everyone will only think that she has grown up. So she has become more beautiful. Now, Qi Xian's actions made her eyes light up, and she turned her eyes to Xiao Lingyan. The fate of the fifth prince has changed, and he should not die again. Judging from the current situation, the second and fifth princes seem to have a better chance of winning. Even if they fail, the fifth prince, who is not the main figure in the fight for the throne, should not die. Right? Even if the original plot is still followed. Zhao Ryu pulled the light curtain open again, looked at the price of the recovery pills on it, and frowned. She might not be able to save 150,000 points in her lifetime. Even if she earned some points, she would have to buy them for herself. And it was impossible to spend them all on others. So using the recovery pills to save the fifth prince from death is not feasible. Her eyebrows relaxed immediately. If she could become the princess of Qi, what would happen even if the king of Qi died of illness? She has a high status, a rich life, and she doesn't have to go through the difficult childbirth. Her life is pretty good. It's better than the sorrows of a poor couple. Right? After thinking it over, Zhao Ryu made up her mind. She planned to do the Jiang Taigong fishing method and go to Xiao Lingyan a few times. If Xiao Lingyan was not attracted by her beauty, then forget it. She would not force this marriage. If Xiao Lingyan was attracted by her beauty, but only took her as a concubine, she would not agree to that either. Marrying the fifth prince would risk becoming a widow. The risk is so great that being a concubine is not worth it. If she wants to be a concubine, she should be the princess of Qi. Otherwise, why take the risk? She did not consider marrying the second prince Xiaolingpu. That's why. She knew that her status was low, and it would be difficult for her to be a princess. But how could she know if it would not work if she didn't try? Maybe His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi was attracted by her beauty at first sight, and insisted on marrying her. Wouldn't she be able to ascend to heaven in one step? Even if she would be a widow later, it would be a great honor. People always have to have dreams. Right? What if it comes true? Chapter 578 Another Bad Peach Blossom. After careful consideration, she, like Qi Xian, also sent people to inquire about Xiao Lingyan's whereabouts. Master, someone is inquiring about your whereabouts again. Whenever there was any movement on Zhao Ryu's side, Xiao Lingyan's secret guards would report it. Before the great coup this winter, Xiao Lingyan had always been on the verge of life and death. He didn't even dare to see Zhao Rushi easily, which shows his precautions against others. The secret guards knew about the Weigua mansion and Zhao Ruyu's inquiries at the first time. It was just that the Duke of Weigua's mansion was negotiating a marriage with him. So it was understandable that the people of the Duke of Weigua's mansion inquired about his whereabouts and understood his character. Xiao Lingyan felt strange that Zhao Ruyu inquired about his whereabouts. He immediately wrote a letter to Zhao Rushi. No matter what Zhao Ruyu wanted to do, if it involved women, he had to report it to his girlfriend. This was the awareness of being a boyfriend. Xiao Lingyan's desire to save lives was unparalleled. Zhao Rushi knew what Zhao Ruyu wanted to do as soon as she received the letter. She couldn't help but chuckle, holding her chin and thinking for a while. She replied, "Let her show herself in front of you. If you think she is beautiful, accept her. If you think she can't make your heart beat, just ignore her." Along with this letter, there was another bad peach blossom. Xiao Lingyan was so angry when he saw her words that he wanted to run to Zhao Rushi to quarrel with her. But in the end, he had to restrain himself and wrote a letter to express his loyalty. "My heart only beats for you. TSK. Disgusting." Zhao Rushi threw the letter away and ignored him, ending the conversation. Zhao Ryu was patient. After the marriage between the Duke of Weigua and the King of Qi was completely ruined and the news spread, her beauty reached the peak of the beauty pills. She finally found an opportunity. One day, when Xiao Lingyan got off the carriage and was about to enter the auction house, she pretended to sprain her ankle with a cry of ouch, attracting Xiao Lingyan's attention. Xiao Lingyan had almost forgotten about her. He didn't know Zhao Ryu. Hearing the shout, he subconsciously glanced over there. And then he entered the door of the auction house without even stopping. Zhao Ryu looked at him, and he just looked at her. And then he walked in. Walked in. Walked in. She stood there, looking confused. Isn't she beautiful enough? Ever since she took the beauty pills, she looked at herself in the mirror, and was often fascinated by herself. She had seen almost all the noble ladies in the capital, and she felt that no one was more beautiful than her. But why did he not feel anything when he saw her? Is he blind? After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth, got on the carriage and told the driver, "Wait here." Her actions just now had already shocked the driver and Fushu, and both of them had expressions that were hard to describe. Even a fool could see that the girl had done it on purpose, just to attract the attention of the King of Qi. Alas, it was a pity that she didn't succeed. Fushu looked at Zhao Ryu. Her lips moved a little, and she wanted to speak. But when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them again. She turned her head and looked at the auction house over there, thinking silently, anyway, Mr. Fu had betrayed the girl. And if the girl could marry the King of Qi, it would be considered revenge. Master Fu can marry someone else. So why can't the girl let the King of Qi marry her? The girl must have done this because she was angry with Master Fu. It must be. Thinking of this, she finally felt better. One of the three was outside the car, and the other two were inside the car. They didn't say anything and waited silently for Xiao Lingyan to come out of the auction house again. "Master, that Miss Zhao is still waiting outside," the secret guard reported to Xiao Lingyan. "Miss Zhao? Which Miss Zhao?" Xiao Lingyan thought he was talking about Zhao Rushi at first, and subconsciously wanted to stand up. "It's the one who sprained her ankle just now outside the door." Xiao Lingyan thought about it, and remembered that a woman did scream just now, and a maid next to her supported her. The secret guard looked at his master's expression, and felt deeply sympathetic towards the beauty just now. Even though he followed his master to the palace, and saw many beauties in the harem, he could not deny that the girl just now was beautiful. People say that beauty lies in the bones, not in the skin. That beauty is probably beautiful in the bones. On the surface, her facial features are not particularly beautiful, but she gives people the feeling of being very beautiful. But looking at the master's expression, it seems that he didn't notice this beauty at all. Is this considered a wink to a blind man? Xiao Lingyan remembered that there was a woman named Zhao Ryu, who inquired about his whereabouts. And Zhao Rushi ridiculed him. He asked, "Is that woman called Zhao Ryu?" The secret guard finally felt relieved, thinking that his master finally acted like a normal man. He replied, "That's right. Is she waiting for me outside now?" Xiao Lingyan asked again. "She should be." Xiao Lingyan nodded, and continued to read the book in his hand without saying anything. He decorated a rest room for himself in the auction house, located in a corner of the second floor. with a large glass window facing a landscape full of flowers and green plants. It was his quiet place to hide. No matter how complicated the auction house's accounts were, they were not enough for him, who was good at mathematics. Today he came here just to read some books. Seeing this, the dark guard silently put back his previous thoughts, found a corner, reduced his presence, and stayed there honestly. An hour and a half passed slowly until dinner time, when Xiao Liuzi came to convey Xiao Lingpu's invitation to invite Xiao Lingyan to dinner at Prince An's mansion. Xiao Lingyan then stood up, stretched, straightened his clothes, and went downstairs. Outside the auction house, Zhao Ruyu and his servant were waiting so long that they were almost turned into stones. Fortunately, it was March. The snow had melted, and the weather was warm. Otherwise the three of them would probably have been frozen into popsicles. Here he comes. Out. When Fu Shu saw Xiao Lingyan's figure, he was like seeing a savior, and patted Zhao Ruyu excitedly. Zhao Ruyu had looked in the mirror for the 31st time, seeing the beauty in the mirror that made her obsessed. She got out of the car confidently and walked toward Xiao Lingyan. Fu Shu didn't understand what she was doing and followed her blankly. Xiao Lingyan didn't know what this woman wanted to do, but he remembered the words in Zhao Rushi's letter to turn a blind eye. So he didn't stop and continued on his way. Your Highness! Your Highness! Zhao Ryu suddenly shouted. The auction house was no longer the one that was rented, but was rebuilt by Xiao Lingyan himself. It was located in the west of the city, and the place was a bit remote. In order to avoid congestion at the entrance during the auction, the entrance was very empty. Zhao Ryu just noticed that there were not many people around at this time, and everyone went home for dinner. Therefore, she decided to go all out and make the King of Qi look at her face to face, the kind that he could not avoid. When Xiao Lingyan's guards saw Zhao Ryu walking straight toward Xiao Lingyan, calling him King of Qi, they immediately took a defensive posture, and one of them stepped forward to stop him. With a cold tone, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Chapter 579. What a miserable life. Zhao Ryu saw that Xiao Lingyan did not stop walking despite her shouting, but his eyes were looking at her. She quickly stopped before the guards could make more intense moves, and gave Xiao Lingyan a smile that she had practiced countless times in front of the mirror. Your Highness, Prince Qi. At this time, there was a distance of about 10 feet between the two of them. Xiao Lingyan slowed down his pace, looked Zhao Ryu up and down. His eyes were indifferent, and he did not speak. The guard spoke for him. If you have anything to report to your Highness, please speak up. Your Highness, my carriage is broken. Can you ask your guard to help me fix it? Zhao Ryu made a pitiful request. She made this expression in front of the mirror, which was really pitiful. Anyone would be soft-hearted, let alone a man. She knew the taboos of the royal family, so she did not ask to ride in the same carriage with the King of Qi, but asked his guard to fix her carriage. Such a request was not excessive. Seeing that she was a beauty, Xiao Lingyan would not refuse no matter how ruthless he was. The most important thing was that the King of Qi was looking at her beautiful face. As long as he was fascinated by her beauty and stopped to say a few words, she would win. But to her disappointment, Xiao Lingyan's gaze only stayed on her for a moment, and then he quickened his pace again, and quickly walked to his carriage and sat on it. The two guards who stopped her kept stopping her here, fearing that she would do something to harm the King of Qi. It was not until the carriage started and a group of guards rode away with the carriage that they looked at Zhao Ryu. There was no admiration in their eyes, only disgust, as if she was a very annoying existence. Then the two of them rode on their horses and chased after the King of Qi. Zhao Ryu had been waiting in the carriage for so long. No matter how warm the spring temperature was, it was not much warmer. She was already cold all over, and now she felt like she was falling into an ice cave. Why? Why was it like this? When His Royal Highness the King of Qi saw her, why didn't he look surprised? And why didn't he stay for her for a while? And why didn't he even want to meet her small request? Leaving a weak woman like her here. Is he heartless? At this moment, Zhao Ryu had a deep doubt about her beauty. Fu Shu stood behind Zhao Ryu, already embarrassed for his daughter, and could have dug out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with his toes. At this time, seeing that the King of Qi had left, even the guards, who had been on guard to stop them, had left for a long time. But his daughter was still standing there like a wooden chicken, motionless. Fu Shu sighed softly and advised, "Girl, let's go back." Zhao Ryu came to her senses, turned around slowly, and stumbled into the carriage with Fu Shu's support. After returning home and entering her room, Zhao Ryu seemed to have regained her soul. Sitting in front of the mirror, she looked at herself for a long time and asked Fushu, "Do you think I am not beautiful enough?" Fushu also knew what his daughter wanted to do. She thought she was very beautiful, and wanted to seduce His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Although she always thought that her daughter was very good, and would not do such a shameless thing. The facts before her made her believe that her daughter not only dared to do it, but also did not feel ashamed. She raised her head, and looked at Zhao Ryu, who had suddenly become beautiful for some reason during this period of time, and suddenly missed her former master. She bit her lip and decided to pour a bucket of cold water on the girl. There are so many beauties in the palace. Let's not talk about others. Just talk about concubine Xian. I heard that she is very beautiful. Otherwise His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi would not be so handsome. But even so, I heard that the concubine is not favored. But concubine Jean is very favored by the emperor. It can be seen that concubine Jean is not inferior to the concubine, and may be more beautiful. His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi is used to seeing these beauties. He himself is also very handsome. He should not care about ordinary colors. Zhao Ryu fell silent. She looked at the mirror for a long time, and suddenly pushed the mirror down in front of the dressing table. Before taking the beauty pill, she also read the instructions of the beauty pill. The beauty pill will not make an ugly person beautiful for no reason. It will only improve a certain degree on the original basis, such as bigger eyes than before, whiter and better skin. If you were originally a 5-point beauty, you can improve to 7 points, but never to 10 points. As the original heroine, Zhao Ryu can make Fu Yulang devoted to her. In addition to the heroine halo given to her by the author, it is naturally beautiful, but her beauty is only above average, about 60 to 70%. Now after taking the beauty pill, it is only 80 to 90%. Although she can compete with the beauties in the palace, it is impossible to surpass them and make the King of Qi, who has seen the beauties in the palace, be amazed. Zhao Ryu was depressed. It seems that the King of Qi's path is not feasible. Judging from the way she looked today, the King of Qi was not interested in her at all, and he should have understood what she meant. He didn't care about her because her behavior had not touched his bottom line. If she doesn't know what's good for her, these royal family members, who don't take human life seriously, may do something. In her previous life, Zhao Ryu was the wife of Ping'an Marquis and attended several royal banquets. In this life, she also met royal princesses and princesses in the Beijing Women's Academy and understood their personalities. She cherishes her life very much if she lives again. Didn't she dare to approach Zhao Rushi when she caught a cold? In the matter of the King of Qi, she dared not use eggs to hit stones. Seeing this, Fu Shu hurriedly comforted her and said, "Miss, although we dare not say that we can compete with the queen in the palace, but looking outside the palace, there is really no one more beautiful than you. Why don't you meet Mr. Fu? He already likes you. And now that he sees that you have become more beautiful, he will definitely not listen to the words of Mrs. Pingnan and agree to get engaged to Miss Sin." She thought that Zhao Ryu's behavior today was stimulated by Fu Yunlang. Zhao Ryu shook her head and smiled bitterly. You know how much Mrs. Pingnan dotes on the second son. If he doesn't agree, will Mrs. Pingnan dare to get engaged for him? Otherwise, why do you think he didn't get engaged in the past 2 years? Isn't it just that the second young master disagrees? Now that we're engaged, he must have agreed. Fu Shu was speechless. Besides, the wife of Ping'an Marquis doesn't like me so much. If I really use tricks to marry into the Ping'an Marquis' mansion, I don't know how she will bully me. The girl from the Mu family has the support of the Mu family, and the wife of Ping'an Marquis dare not do anything to her. She will definitely vent her anger on me. Filial piety comes first, and the second young master can't protect me. When that happens, think about what kind of life I will live. In the previous life, his eldest son died, and she could only rely on her youngest son. But even so, she still used various means to torture her. In this life, she has an eldest son and an eldest daughter-in-law, so she might become even more cruel. Girl. Fu Shu's eyes were red. Why is her girl so miserable? Why can't she meet a good family? Chapter 580. Turning to the target. Why do you think I took such a big risk to tinker with these secret recipes during this period? It's nothing more than trying to gain a place for myself. I don't want to be like my fourth sister. Zhao Ryu sighed. She became more and more beautiful, although it was gradual and subtle. But the change was too big, and her family would definitely be suspicious. It would be bad if everyone thought she was possessed by evil spirits. So when she took the beauty pill just now, She went to buy some beauty and beauty herbs, tinkered with them in the yard all day, and then applied them on her face, and did beauty exercises every night before going to bed. In her previous life, she became the wife of Ping and Marquis. She was afraid that she would lose her husband's favor and Fu Yulang would take a concubine. So she bought several beauty formulas at a high price. When Fu Yulang was busy outside, she would apply facial and body care to maintain herself. After her rebirth, she was still young and her collagen was full, so she didn't need beauty care. Moreover, the medicinal materials in those prescriptions were too expensive and she couldn't afford them. Now she had to pretend. So she cut down on many medicinal materials and only used her monthly allowance to buy some for facial care to gain people's trust. Not to mention, since she became beautiful, Zhao Ruwei has been fiddling around in the yard all day. And there is less time for pointing fingers and making noises, which makes everyone quieter. Fushu felt even more sad after hearing what his daughter said. She said, "Miss, no matter what needs to be done, just tell me to do it. I will definitely do it for you, and not let you worry about it." "Good, Fushu. I always know that you are the best to me in this world." Zhao Ryu was moved. In 2 lives, Fushu was loyal to her. She lived a good life in this life, and she must let Fushu live a good life too. Xiao Lingyan wrote another letter to report today's events to his superiors. In the end, he still received a bad peach blossom as a reward. Zhao Rushi knew about Zhao Ryu's tricks, but didn't care. She was too lazy to pay attention to them. She knew that Xiao Lingyan was not a superficial person, and he looked down on so-called beauties, who only had appearance but no IQ. Not to mention that he had seen many beauties in the palace in this life. Even if the 4 evil arts created so many beauties in the previous life, there were both Eastern and Western beauties, with different styles of quietness and hotness. He still looked down on all of them. Why did he have to hang himself on this crooked tree of hers? In ancient times, he gave up the benefits of having 3 wives and 4 concubines and being surrounded by women. He knew that she could not tolerate any sand in her eyes, but he still insisted on choosing to be with her. What else could she worry about? As long as Xiao Lingyan did not have that intention, he was not afraid of any bad peach blossoms. Zhao Rushi had returned to her previous busy state during this period. As the imperial examination approached, the Imperial College began to give questions to students who were going to participate in the spring examination. 5 articles a day. Peng Goen sent a servant to give the questions to Zhao Rushi every day. Zhao Rushi wrote them according to the specified time and sent them to Peng Goen, who then distributed them to other teachers for correction. Being so busy every day, Zhao Rushi stopped all other activities except earning calligraphy points by writing articles. Under this high-intensity learning rhythm, she also needed some gossip to entertain herself. She was also really curious about what Zhao Ryu was doing. Therefore, Zhao Rushi used the old lady and Zhu's spies in the second room to keep an eye on Zhao Ryu's movements. Then she heard the news that Zhao Ryu asked the second room servant to find out the whereabouts of the 4th son of Jingping Palace. The 4th son of the Jingping Palace? Zhao Rushi pondered. Why is this name so familiar? Zhao Rushi thought for a while before she remembered that Zhu had mentioned this person to her. Originally, an official matchmaker came to propose marriage to her on behalf of the 4th son of the Jingping Palace. Zhao Rushi. What kind of fate is there between Zhao Ryu and her? Zhao Rushi once again recalled the book called Ancient Happy Life, trying to remember whether the book mentioned the 4th son of the Jingping Palace. After she couldn't remember any information at all, she sent Ma Sheng out to find out the name of the 4th son of the Jingping Palace. "Miss, the 4th son's name is Xiao Xijia." Xiao Xijia? Zhao Rushi continued to recall the original novel, but still had no impression. It seems that Xiao Xijia was just a passerby in the original novel. Although there was no plot about him in the original novel, he really existed in this world. In the previous life, Zhao Ryu must have known about this person's existence and his fate. When the Prince of Jingping came to ask for a marriage for the 4th young master, Zhu had praised the Prince of Jingping's family tradition. The Princess of Jingping was a very good person, and the 4th young master's character seemed to be good. This also met Zhao Ryu's standard for a long-term meal ticket. She was going to seduce him now, marry him, and live a good life? Zhao Rushi smiled and shook her head, and told Luo, tell them to continue to pay attention to her movements. Then he focused on the article. Zhao Rushi handed over the small intelligence system of the Swaping Marquis' mansion to Luo. Luo had been in Swaping Marquis' mansion for so many years, and was familiar with the servants of the 2nd and 3rd houses. Having been with Zhao Rushi for so long, the couple were both loyal and capable. Zhao Rushi had entrusted many things to them. Zhao Rushi did not intend to tell Xiaolingyan about Zhao Ryu's affairs. The political situation on Xiaolingyan's side was complicated and troublesome enough, and he had to deal with all kinds of open and covert attacks. Of course, the targets of the open and covert attacks were mostly Xiaolingpu, and Xiaolingyan was under less pressure here, so he was often attacked by chance. But there are still many things to do. Zhao Ryu is just an irrelevant person to Xiaolingyan. She jumps around in her own corner and has no impact on the political situation. So Zhao Rushi feels that Xiaolingyan does not need to waste energy to pay attention to her. Half a month later, Zhao Rushi heard that Zhao Ryu wore new clothes and new jewelry, dressed up beautifully, and frequently took a carriage to go outing by a lake near the west of the city. Xiao Sijia likes to paint. Now it is spring. The weeping willows are in full bloom, and the peach blossoms are in full bloom. Xiao Sijia often goes to the lake to paint. I think Xiao Ryu strolled along the lake. The beauty and the scenery were just right for the painting, and she would definitely have a beautiful and romantic encounter with Xiao Sijia. Not to mention Zhao Ryu. Even Zhao Ruruei often ran out to meet the nobles who were outing. Zhao Rushi heard the news and couldn't help but sigh. Spring is really a turbulent season. But soon she didn't even have time to sigh. The imperial examination was coming. Before the exam, Xiaolingyan came to meet her once and asked her, "Are you sure?" Zhao Rushi patted the books around her proudly. "You can choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. Are you sure?" Xiaolingyan laughed, patted her head, and said regretfully, "What a pity. If it weren't for my special identity, I would have to compete with you to see who is more powerful."